your paperback scars, talking like you travel worlds beyond the stars. You don't understand, I've seen both sides, but your dark years were sneaking beers and teenage fights. Now you're preaching from a pedestal online. You think to send us some rebellious crime. You say you know exactly how we think, but your whole testimony's hanging by a string. You say doubt was just a phase, but curiosity's a craze. Now you weaponize your past to make every question sound so bad. You can't disagree with me because of what I used to be. I claim to dismiss your whole worldview just to take your agency away from you. I used to be an atheist, even though I don't know what it means. I used to be an atheist, but really I was just a rebellious teen. Skepticism with hating rules, like every atheist is just a bit of fool. But asking questions is immortal decay. Growing up doesn't mean throwing thought away. Every conversation ends the same. You'll come back to God someday. Like your personal redemption arc automatically wins the argument by default. You treat nuance like a sin. Fake confidence means you always win, but your story falls apart when emotion masquerades as fact. Darkness, but never learned what disbelief was. Shadowboxing paper tigers in your head, then declare the whole debate dead. Every conversation's a battle in the war, turning into the same old score. Trust me bro, I've been there too. No bro, you just hated curfews. You can't disagree with me because of what I used to be. You talk like your past gives immunity from criticism and scrutiny. I used to be an atheist. That line's getting old and thin. You weren't looking for the truth back then, and now you just can't comprehend. Yeah, you call it testimony, but it sounds like revisionist history.
Warning. Containment failed. Live stream initiated. Unknown BOW detected. Designation.
Pre-sup. Pre-sup rebels into the stream to pray. Vomiting sermons with tag underneath. Mutated logic cruising behind running tape. Without God you can't know truth. Saving faith is script with no real proof. Umbrella grade rhetoric, virus born lies. Vector to create more, we can get more. There's nobody to fire, just calm and cold. No panic in his voice, no need to fold. Crosshair fuck his intellectual aim. Ready to purge another zombie claim. You start with God, then conclude God's true. A closed loop system with no way through. Ouroboros reasoning, wearing holy skin. A self-replicating virus, spreading within. Within a human like a Gordian knot. Another pre-sup is losing the plot. Nobody on fire, just a room with precision. Biologic burns hotter than any messiah. Nobody on fire shows patience and poise. Cutting through noise with a surgical voice. No race-bait tactics, no desperate anointing. Just clean precision while the facts keep pointing. Pre-sup mutates when the pressure climbs. Redefining words in real time. Transcendental necessity screamed in rage. Like a tyrant trapped inside a semantic cage. Pre-sup fires off transcendental rounds. Big words echoing hollow sounds. Epistemologized, fetishized, dogmatized. But nobody on fire sees through the disguise. Evidence loaded into every reply while holy assertions decay and done. No miracles found in the source code.
W detected. Precept staggering. Audio peaking. Worldview collapsing. Live while streaming. Status. Eradication required.
Static flickers like fluorescent lights. Another theology war in digital nights. Nobody on fire walks through the flame, understands precepts, and he's hacked their game. No fear of hell, no need for gods. Just reason and logic marching through the odds. And when the final argument expires, the only thing left is fire. To the door, nobody on fire leaves the priest scorched. Priest reduced to a failed experiment, buried beneath his own circular testament. Containment chamber glowing red, stacks of dead arguments fed to the shred. Documents melt into ash, every circular claim erased in the flame.
Containment restored. Debate archived. Precept status neutralized. Nobody on fire status.
Uninfected.
You dress up doubt in velvet robes, throw dead men's quotes like holy stones, name drop Plato and wave your hands like a mystery will make us understand. You sell transcendence cheap online with cherry-picked and twisted lines, a sermon built from smoke and mirrors, preaching louder cause the truth gets nearer. You claim spirituality, philosophy and historicity, but all you got is sophistry. We don't believe your silly fairy tales, but we're ready to talk about it if you want to. We'll even fight about it if you need to. So light the match, strike up the choir, turn your doubt into wildfire. We're dancing on the altar rails tonight. You call it faith, we call it theater, cheap illusions dressed up deeper, but everybody loves a beautiful lie. Whoa, whoa, you want salvation with the spotlight glow. Whoa, but the house always wins the holy show. You wear gullibility like couture, but every answer sounds rehearsed. You quote the saints, ignore the science, then call your contradictions guidance. A martyr complex in high heels, selling wounds that never healed. You need an enemy to justify the glitter in your bloodshot eyes. You claim spirituality, philosophy, and historicity, but all you got is sophistry. We don't believe your silly fairy tales, but we're ready to talk about it if you want to. We'll even fight about it if you need to. So light the match, strike up the choir, turn your doubt into wildfire. We're dancing on the altar rails tonight. You call it faith, we call it theater, cheap illusions dressed up deeper, but everybody loves a beautiful lie. And if heaven's just a green room backstage, then who's been writing all your lines? You pray in public for the applause, then curse the crowd when they don't buy. By the way, darling, not sure if you know this, but we absolutely noticed that your family values venom has infected your whole system now. It's dripping on your ballots, making every vote a weapon. Your blind faith inspired prayers are now our Christo-fascist nightmare.
Hello and welcome, everyone. You are tuned into
Shoot, I don't have
Async.
audio.
We can hear you, Nick, too. Can you hear
Can't hear
us?
anything.
All right, buddy. Well, I'm going to mute you up while you get that fixed,
Let
and
me
I'll go
refresh.
ahead and address all of our friends already here. So, friends, this is RP taking control of the helm for the meantime. Hope everyone has had a wonderful Saturday. All right. Are you all ready, Nick, too?
Yeah, that's much better. Thank you.
All right.
I don't know
Well,
why it does that.
yeah. Well, as I was saying, I hope everyone's had a wonderful Saturday. Nick, too, how was your Saturday?
Hot. Very, very hot.
Yeah. This heat wave, just stretching from the west to east. It's
Right.
been tough to weather.
Just been traveling from air conditioner to air conditioner.
Yeah.
But other than that, it was good. I mean, just stayed inside most of the day.
Actually, I got myself ice cream, which is something I
Nice.
very rarely do, because
Well,
I can never like finish like even like a small serving from like Culver's or any place that has like an ice cream product.
Sure.
I like junior cones. Those are like my perfect size.
Sure.
But yeah, today was so hot that I was like, you know what, ice cream's the perfect way to beat the heat.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, we have like those Butterfingers ice cream bars on hand pretty much constantly. Either that or we'll get like Twix too. But,
Yeah, you also had those 100 grand bars
Yeah,
too,
those are
right?
good, too.
Yeah, that would
We
be
get
my
those-
pick.
Yeah, those are
100
like
grand is
Nestle
great.
Crunches with like vanilla ice cream and caramel inside.
Yeah, caramel is my main jam. That's actually
Right.
the ice cream I got. I got a caramel malt
Nice.
today from Good Times.
I'm all about
Have you ever
anything
heard of
salted
Good
caramel.
Times custards and burgers?
No, I haven't.
Okay, it's probably more of a like west,
Hmm.
like further west than Nebraska thing.
Oh, sure.
But yeah, I shared some with RP Junior. I think it was the first time I've ever given him anything malty, and
Oh, yeah.
of course he he just loved the shit out of it.
Right.
Yeah,
That must
he
have
was
been fun.
upset when it was all gone.
Yeah. Understandably,
Yep.
that's how I feel.
Yeah. But as some of you heard last night, Mrs. RP was set to climb a mountain today, and she did.
Nice.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
She had a great time out with her friends. Fun little story when they were on their way back after the summit back to the trailhead. They came across a couple, and like they stopped and talked to the couple, and one of her friends noticed that the woman was just in socks. She didn't have any fucking shoes on.
Okay.
And they're like, what's up with that? Apparently she had bought new shoes online, but like the sizing didn't match up with her feet. Like she bought, the typical shoe size that she normally wears, but whatever company just, there was some sort of like issue with their sizing. And
Sure.
so like the shoes were too small. They were hurting her feet. And so
Oh.
this couple was like not an experienced hiking couple. Like this was one of their first hikes, and so she thought, oh well, maybe I can just make it in just my socks. So one of Mrs. RP's friends had an extra pair of shoes. They're like known as like approach shoes. Like they're not meant for like the rocky and more like treacherous parts of the hike.
Okay.
But because like they were already descending, she offered to let this woman have her shoes since they were similar shoe sizes.
Wow. She
And
was
so-
so lucky to encounter that person.
Yeah, and they traded information. She's going to try to get the shoes back eventually, but like she she probably helped this person from needing to get like helicopter lifted off a mountain
Yeah,
from
no joke.
fucking busted up feet.
Right?
Like folks, like mountain climbing is like a wonderful, like beautiful natural experience, but it is also a very dangerous thing. And so always be prepared when you go out into the deep wilderness like that. Like
My
don't fuck around with nature because nature will
yeah,
not be kind.
I used to travel to Colorado every year with a few friends, and one year, like when we had when we would always go for like a couple weeks. We'd always go to Estes Park. My friend lived in Longmont.
Oh, Estes Park is beautiful.
Yeah, it is. But one year when we had nothing to do for a day, we went up to Estes Park by ourselves, and we left the friend that we always go visit in Colorado. He had to work or something. I don't remember. But so it was just me and my friend Grant, and we were up in Estes Park by ourselves, and I, we were just smoking joints all day. But I thought it would be a great idea because I was like, oh, just staying on the road that's what they want you to do. We need to be adventurous. We're out here. We're young guys out in Colorado. Let's go. Let's go trekking through the wilderness, unprepared and just on a random whim. And yeah, it was a bad idea. It was a bad time.
Yeah.
Cut up to shit and ripped my clothes and got soaking wet. And we ended up coming back almost immediately.
Well, I'm glad you guys were able to get back on the trail pretty quickly.
Yeah, it wasn't terribly bad, but it was a stupid idea because
Yeah,
it
now
was fun
you
for a
know.
minute.
That could have gone a whole different way.
Well, it's like just like it was like middle of the summer and like down at the base of the mountain it was hot and humid, and then here we are up where there's snow, and I thought that was cool, but it was also like we didn't go prepared for winter weather, so yeah, it was my shoes were the first thing to get drenched, and
Mm-hmm.
then we'd start slipping and falling in the wet ground, and you get your clothes torn. But once I had gotten super muddy, I was like, okay, we need to start walking back because I've totally made this a bad idea. But had we kept going, yeah, we would have just made it. It would have been worse until we were calling for help. And this is like, we had cell phones, but they were still like, this is before iPhone, so it would have been like these little flip phones. I don't even know.
Yeah,
If they would have
there's
had
basically
GPS.
no cell reception out there.
Yeah, right. Like I don't even know if it would have mattered.
Yeah, Mrs. Arby has a Garmin like satellite device that like she's able to send like text message updates to me.
Nice.
Like that was a specific deal that I made. Like, if you're gonna go out and do this high adventure shit, like you need to be able to still communicate with me that like you're okay and you're hitting all your checkpoints and all that.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah, a good general guideline to follow is that you can always take off layers if you're too hot, but if you don't have the layers to put on when you're
Yeah.
too cold, that's going to be a problem.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
So dress for the coldest scenario.
Yeah, when you're 22 and you think you know everything.
Yeah.
I was such a dumb kid.
Yeah, 22 still is, pretty much a kid.
Right?
You don't really like start like being the adult that like you're probably going to be closest to the rest of your life until like you're like 25, 26-ish.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Well, fun stuff. Well, let's go ahead and say hey to all of our friends that are already here in chat and already getting the conversations going there in the chat. Tonight we have Slug Racer taking her rightful place in first place. Way to go, Slug.
Congrats, Slug.
Yeah. And then we've got Opal Guy, Primordial Puggles, Jackie, Chrissy, Nagadaru, Evan Porter. Even see Gretchen speaking up in chat. And
Terrible
yes,
name.
even though Gretchen is not here on the panel right now, she is still necessary. Gretchen will always be necessary.
The mug.
All hail the mug.
Also terrible name.
Yep, terrible name in chat. Clockwork Rex. Scrolling down to the point where it actually needs to load. Sir
And we have a new
Equinox.
person, it looks like.
Yeah, welcome, Wi-Fi 1947. You'll figure out what the fuck is going on here in just a minute if you just hang out and figure out what our stream's all about. We've also got Is It Secular there in chat, and
Isa.
I think that's all of our friends hanging out so far. If I missed you, let me know and I'll try to catch your message. But yeah, again, hope everyone had a great Saturday. Where we're gonna be streaming on into the early hours of Sunday morning.
Thanks for hanging out with us.
Yeah. And of course, Sunday is always the mega jam packed day of streams and podcasts. We've got Mezzo with Ass, the Atheist Sunday School, and then of course one of my favorites. The trio dream team of DZ Justin, Dr. Blitz, and allegedly Ian.
Best show on the
There.
internet, in my opinion.
Yeah, with their unapologetic live cast.
Yeah.
And then several several streams from The Line and also AXP going on.
Yep.
Just a great day for people who love to watch live streams.
And especially atheist content in general.
Mm-hmm. So, folks, you know the drill. We have that join link pinned in chat. If you have a topic you want to bring up and discuss or debate, you can get on this panel by following that link that's pinned in chat. We accept opposition and friends. We just like to have this as a space to hang out through the night and try to have interesting discussions. Oh, and we've got another friend already coming on stage. How are you doing tonight, Ray?
Oh, I'm doing actually pretty good. I figured out how computers work and how to join these things again. So that's kind of nice. Something last night made me so stupid. I forgot how everything worked. I don't know what it was, though, so we're just going to not talk about that.
Oh, I think I know exactly what it was.
Do you?
Yes.
Glad someone
And-
remembers.
An intelligence score so low that it saps the intelligence from everyone around it. I don't think we'll be bringing that individual up for a very long time.
They're going to need some work on their philosophy. So that makes sense. No, but I did see that.
But did you begin to exist, Ray? But did your parents begin to exist, Ray?
Oh no.
That I can't be sure of. Maybe time started when my parents were like already alive.
Right? I mean, his God could have made the universe start right at that point, right? And made it just completely unknown to anyone that they'd been doing anything else.
Yeah, like last Thursdayism, but like with your parents instead of you.
No, but
We
I saw
got-
Andrew Tate got arrested today. So
Yes, and his brother. Let's fucking go.
Well,
Miami police doing it right.
for all the horrible things he's been doing, it was like multiple counts of rape, child trafficking, like not good material, just like the worst of the worst things a person can do.
Right. I don't
So he's going back to the UK to get the book thrown at him.
Hopefully he gets
They both are, him and his brother. They've got a litany of charges. It's like
Andrew and Tristan Tate. Also, we had a couple more friends filter into the chat. We've got M Carp now hanging out. Gotta scroll up, make sure we got everyone. M Carp, Joker, and one of my personal friends, Marky. Hey, Marky, thanks for stopping in.
But they have the whole video of it. I think at some point, or maybe throughout the evening, as like little celebrations, we like replay
I'd
the
watch
video of them getting arrested.
I'm sure that's on Reddit, and I can dig that up pretty quick.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah, I'm down.
y- not that these aren't horrible human beings, but like it extends right to the dress code, right? You have to see the way these guys.
Just look how douchey they look. Like if you look up the term douchebag in the dictionary, this is the picture that will show up.
They are the poster childs for douchebags everywhere.
So Andrew and Tristan Tate, brothers who are social media influencers, that I don't know that like I would even say it go that far. Like
That's the
they're
problem.
more like
No, that is
so-
the problem. Legitimately, they've got millions of followers. Millions of people have been duped by these horrible people, and they've just been perpetuating abuse in such a horrible way. The charges that they're getting hit with are nothing compared to the damage that they've actually done.
Yeah, they have done so much damage to the younger male audience on these social media sites. Like the manosphere has been propped up specifically by Tate for the better part of the decade. You know, people like Andrew Tate, Sneeko, Joe Rogan, they have poisoned the minds of our younger male fellow earthlings.
The only thing I'm kind of upset about, right, is that they're going to be tried and go to prison in probably the UK, right? I really wish they would go to a US prison.
Yeah, that's what it says right here. They were arrested on UK charges by federal authorities. And
But
so,
maybe they'll be able to, if there's any other crimes that they get charged with while they're incarcerated, like especially crimes in the United States, they can get extradited after they're already in custody. So
yeah, it's kind of weird how that would work though, as far as like serving time. They'd probably have to serve their UK time first, and then they'd come over here and face the sentences here.
well, yeah, but what I'm saying is that nobody would have to go track them down somewhere else.
Oh no, yeah,
in the
no,
world.
everyone knows where they are from now on.
Yeah.
They cannot hurt people from where they are. Just don't give them phone calls.
also, hey Mallard and Zap, good to see you folks. But yeah, like this is important now that they're in like custody, because like you guys said, we'll be able to track their movements. And it was so dumb that they decided to try to come back to the U.S. because they've been hanging out in like Romania, or like some other
Romania.
European country that doesn't necessarily have like strong extradition treaties with other countries.
Romania doesn't even have very strict like human trafficking laws. They were pretty much able to get away with what they were doing over there. And what they were doing was getting women to come over, and then they would steal their passports and hide them from them so they could not leave.
Yeah, that's a form of slavery. That happens a lot in the UAE.
Marky,
Back up
I
to
just looked that up, and it does not look like Andrew Tate was officially pardoned in the U.S.
That would be the
but-
only reason I suspect that he thought he could get away with coming here.
Right. Like Trump would 100% pardon this
Yeah, he would.
fucking disgusting human being.
But
Also,
as soon
hey,
as
Dr.
another
Kurt,
country
good to
got
see ya.
involved, and like an ally like Britain, it's like, oh, all right, we'll send them your way. I bet it's begrudgingly. I bet even the guys that are arresting him were like, oh, dude, we're so sorry. I hope not, but
Yeah, it could be, Trump like uses his power to punish the U.S. Marshals that carried out the arrest.
that sounds like something he'd do.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's just the timeline we're currently occupying.
It just bothers me that is a thought that I have, that some of the people that were arresting him were probably followers. I don't want to think that, but I can't not.
Well, yeah, with how
weird.
the ranks have been like cleaned out of anyone who doesn't like essentially pledge fealty to the current administration. It's
Yeah, I worry deeply as to how deep that goes.
I think I found a video on TMZ, of course. Yeah, here, let me.
You mean the fake news?
It's about time they break some news that
Is
doesn't
that,
hurt somebody.
Obviously true.
Wasn't TMZ the one that spilled Kobe's helicopter crash?
I'm not sure, but that sounds like something TMZ would do. That's a little loud.
What is going on in the site?
Mr. Tate, would you mind signing?
Do they just have a standard black? Do they have to have the animation? Look at him. Look how he look
Immediate
Dressed-
pouty lips.
dressed like a fucking peacock.
He looks like a plum.
Yeah, he does. This is in the UK or this is in Romania?
No, this is in Miami.
Miami.
This is
Miami.
on U.S. soil.
It just speaks to the arrogance that they're unaware of the consequences of their charges and where they can and cannot go.
Well, yeah, they think they can just get away with it because up to this point they have gotten away with it.
Yeah, they have. I bet you most rich people get away with most of their crimes. I mean, like the super elite wealthy.
Tristan, anything to say?
Compared to the regular guy.
I forget the third guy's name. He's not getting arrested, but he probably deserves to. He's a red-pilled piece of shit friend of theirs.
Is it the guy taking the jewelry off of Andrew Tate there?
Yeah.
Okay.
The only other one dressed like a complete dude.
Surprised you didn't make a comment.
Right.
Like, that necklace is worth more than you make in a whole year.
No, they probably had enough contact
I love
with
when they try to
lawyers at this
diminish the
point.
people around them just based on what the items they own. You're not as valuable as me as a human because I own better stuff.
Yeah, I think they probably had enough encounters with lawyers at this point that they've been taught to shut the fuck up.
Well, one of my favorite videos from lawyers is this lawyer group. I forget their name, but they have this wonderful YouTube video called "It's Shut the Fuck Up Friday." What do you do if you get detained? You shut the fuck up. What do you do if they ask you any questions? You shut the fuck up. What do you do if the answer is always shut the fuck up and wait until your lawyer is there.
Right.
100%.
I'd rather criminals weren't aware of that, though.
Yeah, that's the problem, though, right? If you're going to commit crimes, you're going to figure out how to avoid getting caught for those things in every way possible, to every level possible, right? It's a game of cat and mouse. You better have a bunch of evidence.
What's going on?
Mm-hmm.
And that's why, like, the new, like, the justice system that we have now is just kind
I
of...
can't hear again. Can't hear
Oh,
Ray.
Oh, well then go ahead and refresh.
Ray, can you
Did
talk? Just I want to make sure.
I'm talking right now.
I can't hear
Can
Ray.
you-
All right, go ahead and refresh then. We'll be right here.
Yeah, I was just saying like how the current criminal justice system for the U.S. at least at the federal level, since Trump has gutted that thing, or actually turned it into more of a lawfare type of situation where he's just going after his political enemies.
Mhm.
Their conviction rate has just gone into the toilet. It used to be really high, and the criticism would be, well, they were taking only cases that were slam dunks and not
Yeah.
taking some of the harder cases that needed to be tried but weren't guarantees.
Right. It used to be if you were charged by the Fed, you knew you were fucked. There was a 99% chance you were getting convicted and going to the cellar.
Yes, that was a terrifying prospect because they did not play. They had you. But now it's just garbage.
Yep. How we've fallen from grace. Also,
And
we still have more friends popping into chat. We got Ryan Murphy, Kent Speaks. I saw another. Oh, Professor Hizzle, Zeke.
Ben.
Yep. Ben. Yep. I think that catches us up. Sorry, Ray. Go on.
oh no, that's it. I'm just disappointed with where it's all of these metrics added up that shows just how far they've taken us down, and the fact that people still support this monster of not only a human being and an administration. I mean, Stephen Miller primarily, worst human being ever. But
Yeah. He's the Heinrich Himmler of today.
yeah, or Goebbels. I mean,
Yeah, I was going to say Goebbels is probably who I would analogize.
Maybe, yeah.
it's the
Yeah,
people
pick-
that don't.
Take your pick, really.
Yeah. All
Hey,
a
Talon.
degree of monster that, you know, unfortunately will probably never see a day in jail for their crimes.
Well, yeah, I'm not sure
need to
that,
change that,
Trump's
man.
health
This is what we gotta
situation will
start
make it
talking
through the
about.
next 2 years. So that's-
there's no way. That man, pins and needles. Pins and needles.
he's going to finally hit his lifetime hamburger limit. And yep. But I wonder how long they'll try to hide it away, like they've been doing for Mitch McConnell.
Yeah. Has anyone actually seen that guy other than that clearly
No.
fake photo?
No one's
and,
seen anything.
and I saw another article talking about the governor actually like putting more pressure on them. Bashir says agencies told him McConnell has passed. And so like they're actual like agencies that are reporting this information to the governor. And so
Hey.
like
We have a theist in chat.
Well, there's usually at least one.
You want to come talk to us? You wanna
yeah,
come tell us
Iron,
about your Lord and
Iron,
Savior?
come up here and prove us that your God isn't just a silly story.
We'd like to be proven wrong.
Prayer is just the Christian's way of casting spells, and unfortunately, I think zero humans
You can't
possess
do it,
any amount of magicka or mana or any sort of MP. We have plenty of HP, but
Right?
severely lacking in any NP
Drop the verse on them
capability.
about why they're supposed to, Carthy.
There was a whole thing when I was growing up about like not playing D&D, and I'm sure it's still a thing today because they didn't want people to play the game where you were doing like fantasy things because they figured, oh, they might figure out like our religion is that same type of fantasy stuff, right? Because as soon as you learn what clerics can do, it's like, oh, wait a second, that sounds familiar.
Yep.
Where have I heard this before? Wait a second.
What's the verse, RP, that makes that says they have to give an account?
Oh, 1 Peter 3:15.
Yes, thank you. There you go, Iron.
I'm sure Iron hasn't read that far into the Bible. He's probably read the first like 3 pages of Genesis and called
He's
it a
an
day.
anti-science evolution denier.
What are you? Are you implying that the Bible isn't this completely enrapturing book that you will just sit down and get lost in for hours and hours? I find that hard to believe. It reads so easily.
So and so was begotten by so and so, and their seed was begotten by so and so, and this goes on for fucking too long.
If you read the Begats, yeah, no, I feel for you. I feel for that time that you will never get back, and how it was wasted.
Oh,
For fuck's sake.
we got Jesus coming back to the stage. Remember Jesus from a couple nights ago when he crashed?
I'm
the fuck
still
out?
waiting to find out how many years are in one Begat.
Yeah. Well,
Hey,
folks,
Gretchen.
buckle up.
Alright.
This may get a little spicy, but we've got Jesus coming back to the stage after that severe spanking from a couple nights ago. Jesus, how are you doing this wonderful Saturday night?
This isn't Iron, right? This isn't that
I
person.
don't think so.
I'm Iron. Correct. Can you hear me?
We
Yes,
Yeah,
we
it
can
is
hear
Iron.
you. Oh,
Okay,
it is
how you
Iron.
doing?
Okay.
You want us
Yeah,
to call
yeah.
you Iron?
Whatever. You can call me whatever you want. Just don't call me
Are-
late for
are-
dinner.
Are you the same person that came up a couple
Alright,
nights
late
ago
for
with the same
dinner.
name?
That's me. Correct.
Okay. Well, what can we spank you on tonight?
Can you hear me?
Do you think that
Yes,
works?
we can
though,
hear
when
you.
When you just pop into an atheist chat and say Jesus loves you, do you think anyone gives a shit when you do that?
I do. Yeah, I do.
You do?
100%.
I guarantee
Yeah.
no one does.
You never know. You
No,
don't
I
know.
know.
You don't.
Yeah, we know.
Do you read
I've been doing
everybody's
this for a
mind?
while, and it's all you just get laughed at.
Yeah,
That's why we have to be
here's my chain argument for why Jesus doesn't love you. Premise 1, dead people do not love. Premise 2, Jesus is dead. Conclusion, because Jesus is dead, he cannot love you.
Okay. All right. So you're
Down.
saying, hey, do you think there's a purpose for your life? There's no purpose?
Divot.
A purpose implies some sort of agency giving that purpose. I believe my life has reason and meaning, but purpose would require that agent behind it giving said
about the
purpose.
tree?
I
Does
don't
the tree have-
believe that.
Does a tree have a purpose?
Are we really doing look at the trees?
It's very simple.
All right, not folks.
No
Mark it
question.
off your bingo card. Look at the trees has been fulfilled. Trees evolved to fill a very specific natural niche. Did you know that before bacteria evolved, trees would just die, but then their bark wouldn't decay, and so at one point this earth was just full of dead trees, but not decaying. That's actually how we got a lot of the oil that we currently dig up and use to continue to pollute the earth.
What year was that? What do you think?
What year was that? That was millions of years ago.
How do you know that?
Because it was before bacteria evolved, and we can look at the geological column to confirm this.
The evidence from the past still exists
You can prove
today.
You can prove
Yes,
that?
the geological column is plenty of proof.
Well, it's more than
The
that. You can
geolog-
take
Is that
because
the
there's
one where it says
multiple
we come from,
ologies that.
Hang on, Iron. Someone else's race.
No,
speaking.
I was just gonna say there's multiple ologies that line up with and with completely different measuring techniques and everything. They all line up to say the same things, right? Biology and geology. You can look at life forms on the other side on fault lines along fault lines, and you'll see that you see the same life on both sides of these fault lines, meaning that at one point this point on Earth was closer to the other point on Earth because the same things were living there at the time. It was millions of years ago.
Well, I mean, that's your theory. I mean, if
Well,
you have
it's
faith,
theories are supported by evidence, mountains and mountains and mountains of evidence. So you have
In
to bring
science, a theory
evidence.
is a fact. A theory just means a collection of facts that form an explanation of physical phenomenon. That's what a
That's
theory is. Okay.
you want to look up
It's not
that
a guess. It's not a maybe. It's not a
you want to look up that
hypothesis.
definition, please? Please, someone look up that definition. Read that
It's going
out
to agree
loud.
with us, not
A
you.
definition of what? What do
A
you need to find
scientific
for you?
theory.
Theory. What's the definition of it?
A theory is a collection of principles that are supported by evidence.
That's
Form an
the
explanation.
definition. Yes or no?
Yeah.
Yes.
Essentially.
Like, do you believe germs exist?
I didn't ask you
Definitions
what you.
are
Iron, do you
descriptive,
believe
not
germs
prescriptive.
exist? Iron, do you believe germs exist?
Of
course,
watch
yeah,
your
yeah.
names?
Okay, it's called germ theory, buddy.
The germ theory.
Just
Germ
because it's
theory.
called theory, does that mean that it's unproven?
Gravity is just a theory, right? Plenty of evidence for it. Still, they just call it a theory. What you're conflating, like scientifically, you'd be conflating the word hypothesis.
I've never heard it called a
right?
theory. I've
Like-
never heard that called a theory.
No.
But the way
You're
the public
like,
uses the word theory isn't the way the word science is, or the way
right.
scientists use the word
Science
theory.
uses the word hypothesis to describe what you're thinking of as a theory. A hypothesis is a wild ass guess, right? It may be substantiated based on some stuff, but until you figure out how to test that hypothesis, it's just a wild ass guess. That's why string theory isn't like solid yet. It's because
That was a
you
bad,
can't
bad.
test- yeah, it is honestly a horrible example to say string theory, but
Let me
because
ask
it
you
is
this
called a
question.
theory, but
It should be called the
What?
string hypothesis.
yeah,
What
rightfully named.
do you think if you had you could say like one thing that what is do you think there's anything that's like a dagger in your like I believe in the time clock theory, I guess you could
What's
say.
What
Yeah,
do you mean?
What the fuck is the time clock
Are
theory?
you talking about the
Oh,
watchmaker?
yeah, basically, yeah.
You
That's
mean
the
watch
watchmaker
argument?
fallacy?
I mean,
you're talking about where you come across a watch on the beach and you can tell that it's designed. Is that what you're talking about?
Oh, is this the fine
correct.
tuning
How the
argument?
world
He's
how the
talking
world
about-
is
He's
designed
talking
and
about the
has
watchmaker argument. I'll let RP deal with it.
Yeah, so
the
we
time
know
clock
right the
theory.
time clock
Okay,
theory.
that's a good one too. What's the best argument for your theory?
Well, let
What
RP
theory?
do one thing at a time. RP was gonna do the.
No, he wants to pivot. I'll let him pivot. What
okay.
theory are we arguing about?
Yeah, what's your best evidence for your evolution?
Oh,
People
evolution would easily be endogenous retroviruses.
Endogenous retroviruses.
Yes,
Okay.
there are these specific parts of our DNA that have the same exact imprint from these endogenous retroviruses that infected our ancestors, millions of years ago, and we see these similar imprints in our close evolutionary relatives, such as other apes and other animals, and we can actually trace along the line, depending on how many endogenous retroviruses are in each species and cousins DNA coding. And so because of this, like, we're able to compare where these endogenous retroviruses implanted and compare that against, other things like fossils, the geologic column, and confirm, our theories as to when they existed, what their
And other forms
their
of
close
evidence corroborate.
revolutionary relatives were, and also confirm different forks in the evolutionary path.
Mhm.
All
And
right.
to dovetail
would-
onto that,
And like
right,
the fossil record would corroborate that, and so would go
the
ahead.
fossil record would corroborate that. You sure?
Yes.
And
yes.
well, so furthermore, just to dovetail onto that, this has been like confirmed under the science of genetics, a science that
that's
did
what I was
not
gonna say next.
exist when evolution was first theorized, but then has never had a counterpoint to evolution. It has only supported it 100% the entire time genetics has been a study. And geneticists can make like rabbits glow. So I'm going with them because they clearly understand how genes
And
work.
why are you washing your hands if you don't think that the scientists are right? The scientists are the ones who are telling you to wash your
The
hands.
Bible
because of
says it right.
germs.
The Bible knew to wash your hands before science.
Actually,
knew.
no. Jesus told his followers to not wash his hands. You want me to bring up that verse?
That's in the Old Testament to wash your
No,
hands.
Jesus
you think
wasn't in the
Jesus
Old
is in the
Testament.
Old Testament? Dummy, have you read your book?
Washing
Science.
your hands is
My
gross.
Bible knew that the world was around before your science book
The
did.
Bible
So I don't
says
know
the
what
earth
you're
has
talking
four
about.
corners.
Give us the title of our science book.
Four corners: north, south, east, and west. Correct. Yeah.
We don't have
Bingo.
That's not the title of a book, buddy. You said that we have a
directions in
science
the
book.
corner.
What did you say? What did you say?
I said you said our science book said something. Give us the title of our science book that said this
Before
thing.
science knew, my Bible said to wash your hands in water, in running
And
water.
what exactly do you think science is?
Hold on. The best scientists were Christian scientists before
No,
they were
That's actually going to be a genetic fallacy. Do you understand what fallacies are and why they're bad arguments?
Most of the scientists that went out to corroborate the Bible found out that the Bible was wrong.
Endogenous retroviruses is not any sort of fallacy. It's an actual concept that is backed up by plenty of evidence and experimental
unproven theory. You've never
certification.
seen monkeys that have human DNA. I mean, not human DNA, half human.
Yeah,
half
before we pivot
You
to
don't
like the
understand
15th fucking thing, I'm gonna go ahead and prove to you that like you don't even know what your book says. So this is gonna be in
Okay, go
Matthew
ahead.
chapter 15. Then the
Okay.
Pharisees and the scribes came to Jesus from Jerusalem and said, "Why do your disciples break the tradition of the elders? For they do not wash their hands before they eat." He answered to them, "And why do you break the commandment of God for the sake of your tradition? For God said, 'Honor your father and your mother,' and whoever speaks of evil, blah blah blah." But you say, okay, and this just basically is a bunch of
Yeah,
coping.
what's the point he's
So,
making? The point he's making.
the point is Jesus is making is that they don't have to wash their hands.
No, that
Why
you're
why
100
would
Do you
okay,
know what
go ahead and give me the proper context as to why Jesus was right to tell his followers to not wash his hands when the Old Testament absolutely gave the correct command, even though they thought it was something like spiritual or supernatural. They just kind of accidentally stumbled upon hygiene. Why was Jesus advocating that his followers do not wash their hands? Why?
That's not what the point he was making.
But he said it.
He gave an excuse to the Pharisees as to why they didn't wash their hands.
What was the example?
For they
he's
do
saying?
not wash their hands before they eat.
Oh, you cannot read. Read it
Look.
again.
For they do not wash their hands before they eat. I'm reading it
Keep
right
reading.
there.
Keep reading.
Go
Go.
ahead
the
and
end of it. That was the end of the
go ahead and
comment.
give me the context. We're talking about Jesus telling his followers to not wash their hands, which is fucking gross because they're out there touching like pig shit and cow shit and like fish guts all day. They're going to have all sorts of germs and diseases all over their hands. If Jesus is supposed to be God, he's supposed to have God's omniscience. And then he would also know about germs and their existence. But he's out here telling the people that follow him the closest to not wash their hands. Why?
Because you should read it and understand why.
It's on the screen. Go ahead and read it to us. Go ahead and give us the context. Everyone in chat can see the words on the screen, and they understand that
Let 'em
nothing
respond.
that follows after verse 3 will fix your position
No,
in any
the
sort
next-
of case.
The next
How are you
sentence.
going to fix it?
I don't have my Bible with me. Keep reading.
It's
Go.
on the screen.
It's on the screen.
I'm on a phone. I can't read it. Keep reading. Go.
If you can't read it, how do you know that the next sentence does anything to massage your position?
It doesn't.
Just
You
read
can
the
read
next
it for him if
sentence.
you want.
For God said, honor your father and mother. What does honoring your father and mother have anything to do with washing your hands?
Please keep going.
It isn't going to help you.
You're so scared to keep going so I can prove you wrong.
They already
That
read
is-
the entire thing.
I'm
It's
not afraid to
unbelievable.
read. It sounds like you're afraid to read because I'm giving you the opportunity.
already
You
read the
you have
entire
this
thing.
platform to read your holy
You don't
book
even know the
to this
context.
audience of nearly 50 people. Why don't you want to read your holy book to our audience? I'm giving you the chance.
I don't have my Bible with me. I'm telling you, just read the next couple verses.
Buddy, it's right there on the screen. Here, I'll make it like even bigger for you. Is this
All
big
right.
enough? Is that big enough for you to read? Buddy,
Can you see
is
it
this
now?
big enough for you to read?
I don't.
I'm not going to do your homework for you. This is your argument. This is your position.
I'm on a phone.
Go
too.
ahead and
Dude,
defend
you
your
know what?
position.
This is stupid. You fucking lose. You can't fucking prove anything about
I
your stupid
lose.
book.
I know what it's talking about.
fuck
You
off.
don't.
Then go
I'm on
ahead
a
and
phone
give us
too.
the
I can read
context.
it.
If you know it without having to read the words, go ahead and give us the argument, buddy.
You angry atheists are so angry all the time at God who doesn't exist. Unbelievable.
That has nothing to do with the verse that's on the
Nobody's
screen.
angry.
Right?
Yes, you are. What are you cussing
We're
and
laughing
acting
at
a
you.
fool for?
Because
You
we
have
can
no-
fucking say whatever the fuck we want on our own
We're
We're
fucking
not
channel.
angry. We're not angry at
You're
God. We're
homosexual,
angry
right?
at you.
Are you guys homosexuals?
That's it.
I'm on a phone too.
I love
can
a good
read it.
dick every now and then.
There you go. That's it right there.
Well,
Yeah,
do
go ahead and
that
tell me what's
tomorrow,
wrong with that.
You're demonic. You're a demon possessed
Yeah,
person.
demons
That's
don't exist.
All right.
What's your evidence that demons
know.
exist?
You wouldn't know. Evil.
It
Does
sounds
evil
like you don't
exist?
know either.
Does evil exist? Yes or no?
Evil is just a description for things that we find to be very, very, very
No,
bad. It
that's
is not some sort of ethereal, like, fucking platonic existence.
Pedophile evil? Yes or no?
I would say that pedophiles are very, very, very bad. Yes.
Is it evil?
From the description that I just gave you of evil, then yes, because I define evil to be something that's very, very, very bad. If pedophiles are very, very, very bad, then they do match my description of evil. What's
There
your
you
point?
go.
Did you vote for one?
There's if there's no God, then there's no such thing as good or evil. Very simple.
That's not true because I just gave you a definition for evil that has nothing to do with
There
your
is
God.
no morality without God. That's false. You're
Yeah,
false.
there absolutely is though.
No.
That's your opinion.
Your book actually,
That's
your
your
book
opinion.
actually doesn't preach objective morals. You only have subjective morals because you don't have a reason to follow God.
You don't have a way to demonstrate that we
You don't
should
have a
worship
reason to
God.
follow God.
You can't even demonstrate
No.
that your
They
God
have
is even
divine.
there.
They have divine command theory. They don't have.
Right,
they don't
divine
have
divine
subjective
command
morals.
theory is necessarily subjective ethics.
Exactly.
That's
Iron,
not
can,
biblical. False.
Iron, Iron, can I ask?
False.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Is the only thing stopping you from raping and murdering is a belief that you'll be punished?
No.
Okay. So
So it doesn't matter what God says.
it doesn't matter,
No,
right?
I know.
Let me tell you. I
No, it
rape and
does
murder
matter.
the exact number
It
of
does
people I
matter.
want to rape and murder. That number is 0. I don't want to do that.
Based
I don't
Gillette
need-
quote.
Hold on. Let me say this one thing. You have every one of you have a conscience, right?
The little voice in our head telling us that things are wrong, that I believe
Do,
like
right.
originally was missing, like
do you
misinterpreting
know?
God.
Do you know? Do every one of you guys know right from wrong?
No, that's something we decide upon as we
Yeah.
navigate
You
life.
do. You
Like
100%.
because no,
That's why
you
you
think
said that
listen,
that's-
Iron,
that's
Aaron,
not
Iron, I can prove that that's not true
Let
because
us-
you say that you know that being gay is wrong. Right?
Right.
Right, but that's not actually something that you know because knowledge is a justified true belief. What is your justification for believing that being gay is wrong?
What? Well, that goes against nature 100%.
But nature is
You know what I
full of
There's
homosexuality.
there's so much gay sex happening in nature right now.
So what are you talking about?
Most of nature is
Yeah,
bisexual.
Yeah.
Animals don't have consciences like human beings do.
You
They
know
do.
what actually
Consciousness
goes
is a
against nature?
spectrum.
Homophobia. Homophobia has never been observed outside of
I'm not
humans.
homophobic. I'm not
Yes, you are.
homophobic.
You have already admitted as much. You believe that
I
being
love
gay is
everybody.
wrong. That is the
I love
definition of
everybody.
homophobia, buddy. You are
Is
just
there?
a giant
Are
bigot.
You
are
think
you
these people are sinning?
pedophobia? Are you pedophobia?
What?
Oh, that's not a phobia.
Pedophobia.
A phobia is
We
an
have a justified
irrational
belief
fear.
about
It is not
pedophiles.
irrational to be against
Are you
the abuse of children.
phobia?
Go ahead. Go and tell me what's irrational about being against the abuse of
I
children.
guarantee he's gonna pivot to trans.
Let me say it. It's very simple.
Do you
I
think
like
it's
a lot of.
irrational to be against pedophiles?
Can I speak? Let me give me 2 seconds.
It's an easy yes or no, Iron.
Very simple.
Very
I
very
like
simple.
a-
Yes or no? Is it irrational to be against pedophiles?
Is it irrational to be? No, it's not.
Okay, then it wouldn't be a phobia because a phobia is an irrational fear of something.
Okay, why would I fear a homosexual?
Because you're against the very act. You can't like get through your head that other people might have different
That's not a
preferences
phobia.
outside of your
That's
own
not
preference.
a phobia.
Yes,
That's
you
not
are
a pho-
against.
No, that's not a phobia. Once again, you don't you make up words and try to twist them.
Are you afraid about like homosexuals being talked about in schools?
No, I love. Why would you talk about sex in school?
So you don't want him to talk about
sex
homosexuality in
education,
schools?
buddy.
Why would you teach kids sex? in
If
school?
a teacher
learned sex
was reading a book that had two daddies and a happy child, would you be against that being in school?
Why would you do that though?
That's
Yes or no?
homophobia.
Would you be unhappy about that being in school?
What are
You
you
do it.
going to school for? What are you going
I
to
would, I
school
can
for?
easily answer that question. Yeah, I would allow it.
Benjamin
Are you
also
going to
brings up a
school
good
for
point.
education?
Phobic can
Are
mean
you-
a verse too.
Education, or you learn for LG? Do you care if they teach Christianity in public schools?
Yes, I do because I believe in the separation of church and state.
No, you're Christianiophobia. That's what you are.
No, because it's a rational fear.
Yeah, you're racist towards
Christianity
Christians.
is taught in schools, but not in history or
Christianity is not a
science.
race, buddy. Do you understand what a race is?
See how I twist
Taught
words
in
like you did?
humanities class.
No, you're just saying dumb shit.
Misuse. See how you misuse words?
Are
That's
you
not
okay
really
with- are
like
you-
think it is?
Hey, Iron, are you okay with Romeo and Juliet being taught in schools?
I mean, that's not that bad. I don't think so.
You don't have a problem with Shakespeare.
Did you vote for
It's
Trump?
not.
Well,
You know, that's about a love story between two children, right?
Oh, okay. Well, how old are they?
Who-
12.
They were like
12.
12 and 13 or something. Yeah.
Everybody, aren't you? Did you ever have a boyfriend at 12 years old?
You're going to
I
have a
had lots
story
of
where it's okay to kill yourself over somebody. You know,
It's
Romeo and Juliet kill themselves over each other, right?
Okay, it's a story. What do you want?
And
What do you
that's
want to do?
just cool.
Right. And you were just saying
Well,
that you
so
wouldn't
is
want a
my
story.
two daddies. It's just
Exactly.
a fucking story.
Oh well, is teaching
That shit didn't happen in real life.
is teaching 10-year-old kids that Billy sucked off Johnny? Is that cool?
We never said anything
That's
about
not what
sexual
that-
acts
that's
happening,
not-
and this
that's
is
not what
demonstrating your
that's-
homophobia.
That-
You immediately
that's
start
the
thinking
problem
about the
right
gay
there.
men having sex with each other
That's
when you
the problem
understand
right
that they are gay.
Yeah.
Why is it that you immediately imagine two men having sex when you hear that they're
Are
gay?
are there stories about that sexual homosexual that they teach
Not
to
in
young kids?
school.
I want to know how vivid is
No.
the picture in your head
That's the
of
problem.
these
Okay,
two guys
what
sucking each other
story?
off when we talk about them?
It's the sexual
What
sexual.
stories then? If there are
There's all
stories, and
kinds
stories
of
they
them.
teach
Look it
young
up.
kids,
There's all
Can
kinds
two
Where
of
are
people
they?
date? Can two people
I
date
don't
without
have
there
to
being
look
any
it
sort
up.
of
I
sex?
didn't make the fucking claim.
Well, look it up. Do some research.
No.
Golly, I
Can
can't.
two
I
can
can't
two
do
people
can't-
be in a relationship without
Why
having
don't
sex?
you do
Iron.
some research before
What do
you
you
make
think?
some weird
There's so
The
much,
drag
you
queen.
can't think of a
You think
single
drag
one.
queen story time is
So
is
much,
good?
but you can't think of a
Yeah,
single
drag
one.
queens aren't necessarily
Yeah, you know
gay.
why?
That's
wanna know why
brainwashing.
drag-
Drag
You
story
have a
time for
Drag queen
toddlers.
story hour is pretty much the same as superhero story hour. It's just a costume. Why are you
No,
so
it's not.
afraid of costumes? Are you also against Spider-Man
Being
coming
homophobic.
and reading to kids? Are you against Captain
You-
America coming and
You
reading to
afraid
kids?
that drag queens can read better than you can?
No, they're trying to sexualize little kids, is what they're doing.
What
They're
part
not
about dressing
sexualizing
up is
anything.
sexualizing?
They're wearing what are them? I don't know, them corsets or whatever. That they're like bathing suits that they wear. They're demonic. If you guys like them, then there's just something wrong with you.
We've already
man.
gone over the demonic claim. You have no demonstration that demons exist, and so calling anything demonic is going to be completely meaningless to us.
Iron, do you know what my problem with it is? Is that your
Dun,
ideology,
dun.
the way that you think these people's lives are wrong, gets propagated out, and then these people get mistreated to the point that they commit suicide.
No, they
And
don't. No.
the fuck they don't.
Everybody gets mistreated. Everybody
So,
gets
wait a
mistreated.
second. So wait a
Did-
second. Iron, let me ask you something.
Go
So if
ahead.
your kid's going to school, are you gonna pull your kid out of school if you find out that his best friend has two dads?
That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Answer the
It's
question.
just a
dumb
question.
fuck.
It's a
Why would I do
question.
that? Why would I do that? That's
I don't know
Just say
because you
you
don't
wouldn't.
want your son thinking, "Wow, dude,
I'm not letting
Brian's
them go.
dad- Brian
he's
has
not going
two
over the
dads.
house.
what do
He's not
they
going
do
to our
in
house.
bed?"
So you think just because two people are gay that they're going to molest your child?
No, I think there's a 75% chance of child molestation in that.
Yeah, where
and,
did you get that statistic, or did you just pull it out your ass?
Look it
Because
up.
you love
Look it
ass
up.
play.
More children than
It's
every day.
extremely. Homosexual women have been molested 75% of the time by men, right?
No.
What?
Is that a,
Citation
is that
needed.
is that a true statistic? Yes or no?
You're talking about a gay person being molested by a cis het person? How does
Dude,
that prove that a gay
75%
person
of
is going to
all
be the abuser?
women.
We don't
And
know
also,
what it
this
is.
is probably a
I'm
fake
just saying that.
statistic.
75%
Look it
of
up.
all women have been interfered with by some man at some point in their lives.
Right. It's 2 out of 3 to 3 out of
just a
4
fucking
women.
fact. It's just a
Yeah,
reality.
is there
You're
a
gonna
high
cite
rate?
statistics. You got to bring your
Is there a
citations
high
with you.
rate of abuse in homosexual relationships?
No.
Yes, there is. It's more than
No,
heterosexual. I
And of
guarantee.
course, this is just
Google it.
it's
Go ahead.
out
Go
of
ahead
your
and
ass.
cite
Okay,
the cite the source for the statistic.
Extremely high
He's
in
actually-
their community.
You know what? Iron, shut up a second. He's actually partially right. Lesbian
Thank you.
relationships, there is a higher incidence of domestic violence in lesbian relationships.
Thank you.
It's
Not
domestic violence,
not
not
in
sexual
gay-
abuse.
not in gay male relationships.
Just moving. Okay. Well,
Only-
and
So
I-
two
only
points.
lesbian.
2 points.
it's
That's
only
domestic
like-
violence, and it's not sexual abuse.
It's like just a couple points higher than hetero relationships.
I disagree with you on that one. And
Um,
I would say that the male
I
is
don't.
there's a lot more pedophilia too in the male.
and that is not true.
That's
Look it
white
up.
men.
Why do
That's
so many
white
people rape
men.
little boys?
If you Google it right now and look and bring it up,
Just ignore
you
that.
know,
Primary
I'll
perpetrator
prove
of
you wrong.
essay and any like child-related material is
Okay,
always,
prove me
always,
wrong.
always
Where did
white
you read
men.
that at?
You're the
Where did you
biggest
read that
risk.
at?
You're the biggest risk for so many reasons.
Yeah.
I'm not. Why?
Pedophiles are mostly men and mostly straight, actually.
Yep.
It's not.
How are you
it's
straight
not
if
the,
you're touching little
it's
boys?
not the. It's not
How
the
are
same.
you straight?
What do you mean? How are
You're
you
not straight.
straight?
You're not straight if you're touching
it's
little.
it's mostly men touching younger
That's
women.
not true. It's mostly men touching younger women, but
Well,
even
Joe,
when it's
bring up
it's
the
little boys,
Don't just
It-
say it's not true
because
if you don't have the
because
statistics
the
right in front of you.
attraction
You don't
because
have any.
the attraction is for the youth, not for the sex.
What?
They're
Say that again.
because even when it's pedophilia against a man against a young boy, the attraction there isn't that he's a boy. The attraction there is that he's a kid.
It's the prepubescence.
What does that got to do with anything?
Oh my God.
Are you one
Quite
of
a
them?
bit, actually.
I know this is like 70
No,
pivots back.
no. What does that
But
have to do with it?
Iron, can
Let
you
her
see the
talk.
picture on the
Let
screen?
her talk. Let her talk.
I brought
What
up
does
this
that have to do
visual
with it?
like 5
Bingo.
minutes ago for a specific
wanna let her
purpose,
talk.
and you've pivoted like to 70 different topics.
sound like
We can
you're-
absolutely come back to this topic, but you said that
No,
drag queens
no,
are inherently
stay on that
sexual.
topic.
Iron,
What
Iron.
does that
You said
matter?
iron,
Go
iron.
ahead
We
and
can
answer
come
our
back to your
questions. I have to
topic.
go refill my Dr. Pepper real quick.
Okay, Iron, we can absolutely go back to that topic in just a second, but you said that Drag Queen Story Hour is inherently sexual. Go ahead and tell me, what is sexual about this outfit that this drag queen is wearing? When he fucking ran.
Did he?
Yep. Typical bigot, can't take the heat, stay the fuck out of the kitchen.
Such a harmful person.
I'm not a homophobe.
It's that denial. Yeah. It's the not understanding of psychology and how people get hurt. There's so many things wrong there. But again, he thinks we have a science book, RP. A science book.
Yeah, and he couldn't even give me the title of our like holy science book.
Just
That
one.
supposedly says that the earth is flat.
Just the one book.
Whereas the Bible actually claims that the earth is flat. It's like a chug, which is like most closely related to like the shape of a wheel, and also it's like the seal of a freshly pressed. I'll just go ahead and find the
Shape
verse.
of clay under a seal.
Yeah, clay under a seal. Thank you, Gretchen. Oh.
And my favorite thing for evolution is all I really need to know is that we share something like 50% of our genes with like fucking plant life.
Yeah, like there's a high percent that we
And
share with bananas specifically.
yeah, it's like 60% for a banana, but I mean DNA wise, it's only like 2%. But like all of our genes in totem, it's like 60%. And all
Yeah,
life
yeah.
on our planet shares those kind, and the closer we get to our own species, the higher that percentage goes. And that right there, I mean,
Makes it
maybe
pretty
it's not
self-evident.
enough for them, but it's enough for me.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. That was an important distinction: genes versus DNA, and it is 50 to 60% of our genes are
Mhm.
shared with bananas, and roughly 1% of our total DNA is shared.
Yeah.
Okay, I was close, but either way, I mean,
you're pretty
that's
much
kind of
on the fucking head.
that's all I need to prove that we are related to all life on this planet.
Well, I noticed too. He said like,
And that says evolution to me. It just always has and always will.
and he talked about like when you mentioned homosexuality in nature and all of the animals that don't have any problem with it. This is just how things get down. That distinction that humans have consciousness, so we're special. It's this the perpetual trying to separate us from the rest of the animal kingdom. that I
Cats
think
have
gives them that.
consciousness.
Oh, I know. He didn't know what he was talking about, obviously, on so many things.
I'll be right back. I'm going to switch into the other account so I have my own profile picture.
Do it. Everybody stretch. Good.
Can't have people thinking there are two of me.
Oh no, the world couldn't handle that. That's
Mm-hmm.
that's too many necessaries, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Necessaries cubed.
All
And
right, I'm back.
as a reminder, folks, the Tate brothers got arrested today. Woohoo!
Mm-hmm.
That's gonna carry me over for a little bit, I think.
You got to take what little good news you can get.
It's like the pitch drop experiment, dude. I swear to fucking God. That's the rate that we get good news in, is the pitch drop experiment rate. Have you ever seen that? Do you know what I'm talking about?
No, actually.
You have to look it up. The pitch drop, they found like this, it's like the most viscous fluid ever, right? And the pitch drop is like this experiment where they drop like a drop of this liquid. And it drops like once every, I forget, some enormous amount of time.
Oh, yeah. It's like a like black, like charcoal kind of substance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay. Yeah. I have heard about this.
That's one of the analogies I'll use.
Pitch drop.
Pitch,
That's
yes.
yeah. I was hearing like piss,
Oh,
and
I need a
it's
new
like
mic. I'll
drop.
get a new mic.
I thought you were talking about the guy who discovered white phosphorus by like storing jars of piss in his basement.
Wow, I did not know that story.
Yeah, let me look it up. For us discovered piss. Here we go.
I may have had my viscosities inverted there.
So white phosphorus was accidentally discovered in 1669 by German alchemist Hennig Brand. While searching for the fabled philosopher's stone to turn base metals into gold, he boiled down approximately 1,500 gallons of human urine. After distilling the putrid sludge at high temperatures, he produced a glowing, waxy white solid. So yeah, he was trying to alchemize gold from his fucking piss.
I'm telling you, alchemy, that was a lot of fun. That was a lot of.
Hey,
Holy cow.
here's a completely sidebar question. Does the Heisenberg principle have anything to do with the wave function at all?
The Heisenberg uncertainty principle?
So from my
Yeah.
understanding, the Heisenberg uncertainty principle simply states that the closer you get to knowing a particle's position, you lose its velocity. So you don't know how fast or what direction it's traveling. And the inverse. The more you know about the velocity, you don't know its position. Or you can't know, rather.
Yeah.
I immediately lost sound again. Oh my god! I might just have to drop and come back.
I'm
tomorrow
trying
night
to.
then.
Is it because of your
I'm
iPad?
trying to figure out if. Oh. Are you gonna give up that easy, Nexu?
I don't know. I keep trying, but I just refreshed, and as soon as I came back, I heard Ray speak for like 10 seconds, and then it cut again. I can hear you, but I can't hear Ray. I don't know if I can hear RP.
I'm talking right now. Can you
Yeah,
hear
I
me?
can't hear RP.
Damn.
But before it was just RP that I could hear. And I had no idea that the iron dropped. I had no idea.
What
So I'll keep trying, but if it doesn't work, then I'll just come back tomorrow night.
what are you on right now? Like device and what browser are you using? Oh, he can't hear me. Right.
All right.
That's
What
that's bad.
device are you on next to? Next to what device are you on?
I'm on my
He's back.
iPad tonight.
iPad?
Yeah.
iPad. Okay.
Are you in a Chrome browser on your iPad, or can you not do that on
Safari.
your
The
iPad?
Chrome. I
Wait.
tried the Chrome browser. It didn't work.
What about did you get Firefox installed? See if you could get Firefox on there. That might work. You could try different browsers.
Yeah, I can do that. But as long as it's working. If it kicks me again, I will. I can't do it while it's.
Yeah, it's a weird issue.
I didn't have any
Firefox
trouble
might
last
be
night.
a good compromise.
Yeah, it's worth a shot. I also moved closer to to our modem here, so
I don't think it's a connection issue because
Yeah, your audio's staying fine.
you've been pretty clear the whole time, and
yeah, I don't know, but I'm happy to keep going as long as I can stay connected.
as
It was
much as I hate to say it, you might want to ask Reddit
Right?
how to get StreamYard to work with an iPad.
Yeah.
'Cause-
Otherwise, I'll have to figure something else out for this setup here, but I'll figure something out for sure.
Those fuckers on Reddit, it's almost like 100% from personal experience type shit, you know?
Yeah, they've seen it all.
So,
Yeah, I go there.
I'm trying to find the paper that Jackie cited that's not behind a paywall. Every source I'm finding are, but behind typical paywalls. That's not one either.
yeah, because near as I can find that, like, the Heisenberg principle has something to do with probability, whereas the wave function is, well, it has something to do with probability. There's a theory that it's an actual physical thing, and
it's
and Heisenberg makes it just more probable.
Yeah, it's more to do with the wave particle duality. When trying to find the exact values for these specific properties, and so because we don't really see a particle interaction until it is collapsed and actually entangled with the system, when it's in its wave-like state, it's not really. It doesn't really make sense to say a particle is somewhere, just because it exists more in that probabilistic kind of space, because it hasn't yet interacted with anything else.
Okay.
And Jackie is a superstar. She sent me the paper. So I'm trying to get it on screen, but it's trying to load in Firefox instead. Here we go.
Maybe I'll send you guys I'll put the lyrics to my song in the producer chat, and you guys can like tell me if the shit makes sense or not.
Oh, okay. Are you making a necessary Gretchen?
Yeah.
That kicks so much ass.
It'll be a song about how I spent that. You know, I'm eternal, obviously, and you know, been around forever, obviously. But I'm taking the an average human lifespan and disguising myself as Gretchen to take a vacation from universal wave functioning. Just to you know, soak up some tunes, see some concerts.
Specifically 311. You know, I'll also
I don't know if
send this.
I haven't actually put 311 in the song yet. I didn't know if I wanted to. This one's definitely going to be a punk rock song. So this is the one I decided was going to be the replacement for Gretchen Killed the Monster.
Well, I'm gonna drop. I'll go download Firefox and we'll give it a shot.
Yeah, Nick too. Look at if you can still hear me, look at the message I just sent you.
I did. I saw it.
All right.
I'm gonna drop. But I'm not leaving. I'll come back. I'm gonna try stream or Firefox.
Yeah, since I'm no longer able to use Gretchen Killed the Monster, this is going to be my replacement for it. So. And I still think Tacos knocked it out of the park with that one because that was a good song.
Petty gonna petty.
Yeah. And legally, it shouldn't matter, like, because, you know, AI stuff, that's all kind of like legal gray area at this point.
Well, yeah, the
Still
model was likely.
It's still the Wild West, so.
Yeah, the model was likely trained on copywritten material, and therefore
Right.
anything that it produces is subject to the copyright it was trained on. Therefore, it is not eligible for any sort of copyright protection.
But, you know, I'll let him have it, whatever. I'm not going to get in a petty bitch fight over it. Because I'm capable of, you know, making my own bangers out of it. So I'll just do that. Do it that way.
Well,
and this way, I don't have to have the Thorpes in my song. I never loved that I had to share my song with the Thorpes.
I don't know who that is. Is that another MBB person?
Oh, no. Count your blessings, dude. Ben and Grace Thorpe are... They're apologists. They're father and daughter team.
Hey, DRGG, there are men and women because it was evolutionarily advantageous for there to be like a difference in sexes in order to, have more genetic diversity. Before there were men and women, like most life reproduced asexually. So go ahead and educate yourself a little more on asexual reproduction and how it eventually evolved into sexual reproduction. There's a lot there's a big gap in your knowledge to fill.
Life will do crazy stuff to survive when it comes to that. Species will flip sexes if there's only a certain amount of one in an area.
Yep.
One should not lower each other's dignity. I don't even know like what that's even saying.
What does that mean?
Like I'm a petty messy bitch. Like I will condescend. I don't give a fuck. Getting a lot of like just like bigots in chat tonight. It's kind of interesting.
Really?
Yeah. More than usual.
Well, iron does have some
Kidding.
magnetic properties.
He's experiencing some attractions that he can't quite explain.
How weird. If you're a bigot, if you're a homophobe, why the fuck? I mean, do they still make you? And if so, why?
Okay, I'm on Firefox.
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Sweet.
Can
Ray,
you
you want
hear
to speak up?
me?
I heard Gretchen. I haven't heard Ray yet.
Can you hear me?
Shit, I hear all four of you. Or three of you. Shit.
All right.
I can't count. But yes, I'm back. This works. I'm happy.
Let's go.
Yeah. It still got the stupid
Maybe
overlay.
Firefox will work.
Yeah. Well, Ray sent me something that was saying that there's a known bug in it in Safari and the way it works with StreamYards.
Oh, it makes sense that something like Firefox would work because there's no like proprietary, glitches insofar as like everything would be a proprietary glitch with Firefox, because they're not,
Yeah, exactly.
like legal wise, they're not, beholden to one over the other.
Mm.
They got to make sure everything works with all of them. So.
Yeah, that was supremely frustrating. It was like every 2 or 3 minutes.
So are we gonna do the Skeptic Haven debate?
Oh hell yeah, let's do that.
I don't know what
I
you're
was
talking
wanting to
about.
watch that the night it happened.
I
And
put it in the producer chat like
yeah,
yesterday or this morning. The JL Warren and Robert, the moral realism versus moral anti-realism.
I mean, you want to open up that can of worms?
Huh?
well, the Christian is the moral realist. He's saying that morals are objective because of God.
Well, then it doesn't even reflect my position.
Right. So it's not yours.
Not about you.
Yeah, but JL
I'm
Warren
going to not
is
have
the-
anything to comment on because the atheist doesn't hold my position either.
Well, then you should have a bunch of things to comment on.
It's not like it's completely pointless for you to watch, is it? Is that what you're saying?
I don't know. I'll just boot up Doom or something. Let you guys have fun. But yeah, I'll grab that. I'd love to see an atheist versus an atheist debate moral
Yeah,
realism
I
versus
That'd be
moral
interesting. I've always
anti-realism.
thought that. A long time ago, like a year ago, I was saying like, I wonder when I first realized that Blitz and Ian had a difference of opinion on those, perspective on those issues. I was saying like I would love to see a conversation between them, like a debate between them, pushing for. Because I still side, at the time I still sided more with Blitz on them, and I have no idea. It's hard for me to say, but I'm learning a lot about it, and I like the subject. It's very interesting. But I definitely don't know enough to say I'm firmly in one camp or the other, but I lean towards like what I've learned from Ian, but I don't know.
I was just thinking we don't have any more calls, so I mean,
It's okay though. If Harpy doesn't want to, I'm fine with
No, it's
doing
not.
something
It's not
else.
that I don't want to. It's just like I feel like I won't be very engaged.
I
But
understand that.
as long as you guys carry the show, like it should be fine.
Well, I mean, I wanted to watch it. I mean, I'm all for watching it too. So it was something I had actually planned to watch the night of.
All right. Well, I've got it loaded up. Are we doing this?
Kick it.
Alrighty.
JL's in chat right now.
And we're live.
JL, you should
oh,
come
is
up.
he?
Hello, everybody, and welcome all you
Pause that
internet
second,
wanderers
right?
to
Wait,
Skeptic
pause it.
Haven. My name's Mark Reed.
Hey, you want to
JL,
invite
you
JL
coming
to
up
the?
for this?
Yeah, we'd love to give your perspective on the post-mortem of your performance.
He says I'm actually away from the computer at the moment, but I can try to get back there quick.
It looks like it's a pretty long video, so take your time.
Yeah, it's about 2 hours. So, um,
No rush. Don't run with scissors.
also let me see if Nobody on Fire's about done at work.
And also
If
don't
he's
scissors
coming.
with the runs.
Yeah, I fell asleep. This was like on a Friday, wasn't it?
Nobody just sent me a paper titled Metaphysics. It's
Sounds about
specifically addressing dialetheism, which I think will be interesting. It's only 19 pages, and so it's something I can knock out tomorrow.
Nice.
The other night, Jackie was really getting at me about dialetheism, so it's definitely something I'd like to read more into, so can have
What exactly is dialetheism?
believing that contradictions essentially can exist.
What would they point to as an example?
I have to familiarize myself with that, so I would not.
See. That sounds bizarre to me. I've never met anybody that holds that view. Like what?
Like,
yeah, when you learn about
see,
it, let me tell me what you figure out.
Yeah, I think I see a path to some sort of framework, like through like non-bivalent logic, potentially.
Okay, I don't know what that is.
But like I'm still starting to really familiarize myself with non-bivalent logic. So it's going to be several topics I'll need to feel like I have a more solid grasp on before I feel like I can really start to wrap my head around dialetheism.
Okay.
And I've heard you drop that word a few times and ask me if I was that. And
yeah,
you know
Jackie,
me.
you were actually the person who got me to stop using Russell's paradox as like an argument against God's knowledge by reintroducing me into ring theory.
am ashamed to admit that as many times as you brought that up to me, I've never even looked it up at this point.
Russell's paradox.
No, dialetheism.
Oh, okay.
How is that spelled?
DIALETHEISM.
Oh, I can spell. Yeah, I know how to spell theism. But I didn't know if it was dial as in. Is there only one form of dial? I don't know. I didn't know how the word dial was spelled, I guess.
Philosophical view that there are true contradictions.
Right, and so it's not all
What does that
contradictions
mean?
are true. I can't tell you at this point. That's why it's something I need to study more into.
Okay.
Because you've called me that before, so, and I didn't even know enough about it to say no.
It sounds like a derogatory.
I don't even know enough about it.
Right.
So.
Like, I wouldn't. So you're saying a dial atheist is someone who affirms contradictions can happen in existence?
I thought it was someone that didn't believe utopia was possible, because that's usually the context in which I'm asked that question or accused of being that or something to that.
I don't know. I'd probably lean towards against, but not firmly one way or the other. I'm agnostic.
So.
Hey, nobody. How you doing tonight?
What's up, nobody?
Hey, nobody.
Great. Never had a bad day.
Yes, you have.
Okay, Forrest.
Okay, Forrest.
Yeah, I watched this today. It's really good, actually.
Nice.
Sweet. Well, we have JL in chat, and he might be hopping on. Give further commentary.
He says, "I'm trying to get back to my computer, so don't let me hold you up. I'll be listening."
Yeah.
Okay.
Like we said,
We won't let
your
you hold
time.
us up.
We'll dive in, and if there's anything.
Don't
we need
sweat
to
it, JL. We were really just waiting for Nobody on Fire. Don't get a fucking big head over it or anything.
Push the button, Frank.
And I have the pleasure of presenting and moderating the Thought Experiment. Today we have a fantastic debate. It is moral realism versus moral anti-realism. And I want to give a big welcome to the guests who have donated their time and their arguments into this absolutely fantastic debate. We have J.L. Warren from Bridge the Divide and Robert Bowler from Atheism Defeated. So welcome. Hi guys, how you doing?
Good. Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Come on in. Yeah, we were just getting organized. Now, this is a very new show, so I apologize for any slip-ups, problems. We will get those ironed out, but for the moment, this is sort of a work in production. So I thank you so much for your patience. I really appreciate it. First off, Robert, do tell us about your channel, what you're passionate about, what you're doing over there. What are you all about?
Well, I post a lot of videos. I originally was supposed to be about atheism, right? And then I started getting into biblical theology and eschatology and stuff like that. And so I kind of went off track there. And so now we're having this debate. It's kind of good because I need some experience getting back into what the purpose of the channel is for. So yeah, that's what I do. I try to put some apologetics up there in defense of the Christian worldview. And of course, recently I've been doing a lot of like biblical studies and stuff like that too. So,
accidentally got theological. My bad.
Fantastic. And J.L. Warren from Bridge the Divide. What are you doing over on Bridge the Divide? And does the JL stand for Justice League?
Close, but it does not stand for Justice League. We'll just say that. It is an enduring mystery of the internet. So, but yeah, over on Bridge the Divide, I kicked off the channel in really started producing content in 2019. The focus of Bridge the Divide is to examine irrational beliefs, the irrational behaviors that often follow those beliefs, and how we can address them and bridge societal divides that are often created by these irrational behaviors and beliefs through education, rationality, and reason. It's always been my position that individuals of a religious stripe and individuals of a non-religious or a non-theistic stripe can easily coexist by understanding the positions, by understanding each.
not to glaze JL too much, but I've always been really impressed with JL's video essays. He makes really concise, really heavy on the details in his content. I forgot what I was going to say about it. I remember, like, when I first started watching JL's channel, I always wanted to get like a response from the people that he addresses in his video essays. Did you ever think about? And then JL said like he would consider making that type of content. You still thinking about that, JL?
You wanted to get a response from the people that he talks about in his videos? Is that what you said?
Like an update, like what's happened since. Like he'll make like a video essay on someone. Like I just wondered, like, did the person see this? Did they ever respond? What happened with this? Was there any? And he thought it was a good angle at the time. At least that's what he responded with. But I just wondered if he ever decided to do anything about it. But we can wait for him to come up and he can answer.
That could be interesting.
Right?
And Opal, that looks like a great R and Raw video. I'll definitely save it for our later
do
reactions.
one on breakfast tacos. How's shit going for you lately, tacos?
That'd be fucking dope.
I don't think JL's big enough asshole to do that video.
I
am though.
Right.
Each other's positions, and it's oftentimes through miscommunication as a result of a lack of understanding is the reason that we have many of the conflicts that we see today within society. So my goal has been to try and bridge that gap between the two sides, that they're not as disparate as a lot of people would like them to believe, and so hopefully do some positive good in people's lives and in the community by doing so. That's my kind of ultimate goal, by breaking these things down, deconstructing them.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Robert. JL, really appreciate it. I want to give a big, well, first, the links are in the description. So if you do hear something, you want more of what they're providing, they will be linked down in the description of this video. So go and check them out. Show them some support for donating their time and their patience for this debate. I also want to give a big thanks to Skeptic Haven for hosting this debate and being so accommodating. The people here have been absolutely fantastic. If you want to support Skeptic Haven, we here at The Thought Experiment would truly appreciate it if you could like, subscribe, and if you do want to be in on more debates, please do ring that bell and you'll be notified when the debate's on. If you really want to be amazing, please do leave a cheeky comment telling us how the debate went and what you think of it. That would be amazing. Now, I'll just quickly go through the format. We've got 10 minutes for openings. I believe that JL was nominated to go first, so he's going to have the first opening. The cross-examination section, where we'll be asking questions, that's 15 minutes. There will be a 40-minute open discussion and then 5-minute closes each. I am bookending this, so the person that went first goes last. So JL, you'll have the last close on that one. Now, there is a Q&A. If you do want your questions or comments or your scintillating statements to be at the head of the queue, please go and put in a super chat and the crew will make sure that yours is read out first. But we will be looking for questions or comments or things pertinent to add to the discussion of the debate. Just one rider. I'm not going to be reading out insults. These guys are donating their time. They should be respected. And please, if you do make a comment, please do not address it to the bald guy, because that will just be confusing. Okay, that nobody's going to know who you're talking to. Okay, quite frankly, don't do that. Also, if you do have time and you do want another discussion, do check out the Skeptic Haven Discord. There's some great conversations, great discussions going on over there. So, JL, are you ready to go?
I am.
Okay, fantastic. The time will start when you start speaking. Let the experiment begin.
Respectful in your super chats.
Well, thank you to Skeptic Haven for hosting this debate, and thank you to my opponent and the audience for being here tonight. Is the pious loved by the gods because it is pious, or is it pious because it is loved by the gods? Anyone familiar with the works of Plato will instantly recognize that question from his Euthyphro dialogue, written around 400 BCE. Today, we often hear its contemporary monotheistic equivalent. Is the thing good because God wills it, or does God will it because it is good? This is the Euthyphro dilemma. It is an ancient metaethical critique, yet it sits directly at the heart of the issue that we're going to be talking about today, moral realism versus moral anti-realism. To ensure that we're operating from the established definitions, let us break these two concepts down. Moral realism is the thesis that moral facts are objective, mind-independent features of the universe. To a realist, the statement cruelty is wrong possesses the same objective truth value as the statement the earth revolves around the sun. It remains true regardless of what any human being, culture, or conscious agent thinks about it. It is a cosmic fact. Moral anti-realism, which I will be defending today, is the position that there are no mind-independent moral facts. Instead, moral statements are fundamentally dependent upon the minds, stances, or propositional attitudes of the agents that are making them. Therefore, the core of this debate hinges entirely on ontology, the nature of being. Is a moral claim factual, independent of human subjectivity, or is it factual only in relation to a subjective stance? I intend to show that the realist position is logically inconsistent, metaphysically bankrupt, and ultimately untenable. The truth or falsity of any moral statement is inescapably tethered to an agent's stance by which their ought is informed. To demonstrate this, we will examine the three traditional pillars of philosophical critique: semantics, epistemology, and metaphysics. Pillar 1, semantics. We'll first look at this, the meaning of our moral language. When humans utter a moral claim like X is wrong, what are we actually doing? The realist claims we are reporting an objective property of the world akin to describing the color of a leaf or the mass of a rock. But linguistically and psychologically, we are doing something entirely different. We are expressing an internal stance. When we say theft is wrong, we are projecting our subjective values, our social conditioning, and our evolutionary empathy onto an action. The statement, X is wrong, cannot be decoupled from the cognitive framework of the person that is uttering it. Without a mind to evaluate an action, to reference that action against a specific valuation, the universe is utterly silent on the matter. An action in a mindless universe is just matter in motion, amoral, indifferent, and devoid of any cosmic good or bad label. Morality does not exist out there in the ether, it exists in here, within us. Pillar 2, epistemology. This brings us to the second pillar, or how we know what we know. Here, we must look to David Hume's is-ought gap, often called Hume's guillotine. Hume observed that moral thinkers frequently describe how the world is, describing purely empirical physical facts, and then suddenly, without justification, jump to conclusions about how the world ought to be. But you cannot logically derive an ought from an is. For example, biology can describe exactly how an embryo develops, that is an is, but biology cannot logically deduce whether abortion ought to be legal, that is an ought. To bridge the gap between what is the case and what an individual or society ought to do, a conscious agent must introduce a subjective valuation. We must insert a premise. Because I value human flourishing, or because I value bodily autonomy, we ought to do X. Notice that the foundational value, whether it is flourishing, autonomy, or utility, is not a physical element we can find under a microscope. It is a stance. It is a preference. Without that subjective anchor, the ought is cleanly lopped off by Hume's guillotine. Realism fails to provide a cognitive bridge from the physical world to the prescriptive world without smuggling in human subjectivity. And finally, we'll address the third pillar, metaphysics, and the subjective brand of realism my opponent may attempt to deploy. Often, realists attempt to rescue objective moral facts by grounding them in the existence of God. They argue that morality is objective because it flows from a supreme cosmic creator. But this argument collapses under its own weight, trapping the theological realist in the very dilemma that I opened with. If things are good simply because God commands them, then morality is completely arbitrary. If God commanded tomorrow that cruelty is good, cruelty would, by definition, become good. That is not objective morality. That is the ultimate subjectivity, the subjective stance of a single omnipotent deity. We can see this exact stance dependency demonstrated within the internal logic of theistic texts. Consider the narrative in the Bible, specifically in 2 Samuel. In chapters 12 and 16, the Christian God decrees that as a punishment for King David's adultery with Bathsheba and the murder of Uriah, he will raise calamity within David's household and give David's wives to another man to be raped in public. We know the dictated act was rape because according to the Deuteronomic Code, the punishment for women who consensually committed adultery was death. Yet David's wives were not executed after David's son Absalom publicly violated them. In this instance, the deity, who had previously established a moral law against rape and adultery, chooses to alter the moral calculus. The deity establishes a circumstance where these acts are utilized to facilitate a desired outcome, the punishment of David and the shifting of political power. The scriptural example perfectly highlights the anti-realist point. Even within the theological worldview, moral distinctions are governed by an agent's valuations, which inform their oughts. In this narrative, the goals of divine retribution and geopolitical alignment were valued over the bodily autonomy and psychological safety of those women. This is the very definition of morals, being mind and stance dependent. On the other hand, if God commands things because they are inherently good, then goodness exists independently of God. It is grounded in some external substrate that even the deity itself must look up to and adhere to. If it exists independently, then invoking God does absolutely nothing to explain what a moral fact actually is or where it comes from. And should my opponent attempt to circumvent the horns of this dilemma by invoking the popular yet tautologically vacuous statement that God is simply identical to the good, it must be pointed out that this merely kicks the can down the road by rephrasing the dilemma. Is God's nature good merely because it is his nature, or is his nature good because it aligns with an external objective standard of goodness? The dilemma repeats, and my opponent must fall on one of the two horns. Furthermore, consider the ultimate metaphysical contradiction. The realist will claim that a moral statement is true independent of mind, yet simultaneously claim it is grounded entirely in the mind of God, a mind for which, by their own theological definitions, nothing exists externally to act as a reference. You cannot logically claim moral statements are independent of minds while grounding those very statements entirely within a mind. Throughout this debate, we will see that whenever we peel back the layers of moral language, we will never find a floating objective moral particle in the physical universe. We do not find a cosmic blueprint written into the fabric of space-time. We only ever find human minds, human empathy, biological evolution, and human stances. Stances are the inescapable required reference points to establish any moral statement whatsoever. For these reasons, I look forward to showing my moral realism is a philosophical illusion, and why we must accept the reality of our own role as the authors of our moral frameworks. Thank you.
Thank you so much, JL. That was fantastic. Robert, are you ready to go?
Yes, sir.
Fantastic. So the clock will start when you start to speak. Go for it.
Okay, awesome. Okay, I'm ready. I'm going to put my timer up real quick. You can start the time now if you want to.
No problem. If you're
all right, so ladies and gentlemen, let's begin with the syllogism, so devastating that it should come with a trigger warning for anti-realist. If moral anti-realism is true, then nothing is objectively evil. There is no right or wrong, just opinions, feelings, and personal preferences. Yet here we have J.L. Warren, who has posted video after video declaring Christianity is evil, harmful, and even dangerous. Here's my major premise. If moral anti-realism is true, then moral statements have no truth value and cannot be objectively wrong. My minor premise is that, but we can objectively say some actions like torturing the innocent for fun, or a person who has taken advantage of the scientific power that he has, or let's say a scientist, a mad scientist who's taken advantage of his position in the scientific community and has created great evils and, trying to get rid of, let's say, 1/3 of the population. We have to realize from experience that there is evil, real evil in the world. Therefore, I'm just going to say moral anti-realism is false based off our own experience. We all intuitively know certain things are objectively wrong. We know that it's part of not just a feeling, not just our culture, but it's grounded in our human experience. Even critics admit it, like J.L. Mackie, a famous moral theorist and anti-realist, said our moral judgments claim objectivity. He thought they were all false because no objective values exist. But he acknowledged that ordinary moral language treats right and wrong as real features of the world, not just opinions. And so, Mr. Warren, let me ask you nice and slow, this is rhetorical, of course, is Christianity objectively evil, or is it just evil in your personal subjective opinion? Because if it is just your opinion, why are you here wasting our time? Go home, mow the lawn, and stop pretending that you're some moral crusader when, according to your own view, there are no moral crusades. It's all just mere opinion. Might makes right. That's not a serious position. That's a man yelling at the clouds, claiming the clouds don't exist. Sometimes we position ourselves, even as skeptics, I would say all the more, right? Say that Christianity is evil, etc. But by what standard, right? By you and your friend's standard? The guy who follows the science, usually they say, we follow the science, and has a reason, and has reason on his side. Oh, really? You really have reason on your side? Where does this thing called reason come from? Isn't it just a chemical reaction in your brain? And why should your brain chemicals have authority over my brain and the chemicals in my brain? How do you jump from an is to an ought? Science only tells us what is, not what we ought to do. Science gave us the atomic bomb, eugenics. Following the science has a body count. You strut around like you're standing on solid ground, but your entire worldview is built on quicksand. Your foundation is nothing but your own opinion, your own emotions, and whatever you personally decide is moral this week. You have made yourself the final judge of right and wrong. So here's what's going to happen in this debate. Every time I say something you don't like, you're going to tell me I'm wrong. And every single time you do that, I'm going to look you dead in the eye and say, that's just your opinion. That's my truth. How in any way can you object to it? Are you somehow offended that evolution has determined what I believe, that I believe? You won't be able to say a word, because the moment you try to correct me for any reason, you're going to, the moment you say I'm wrong, you've already abandoned your own worldview. You have sawed off the branch you're sitting on. And now you're just floating in midair, hoping nobody notices. You claim to be the reasonable one, but you can't even ground reason itself. You can't tell me why your subjective opinion should matter to anyone else, because it's only the chemical process that happens in your brain, but not in my brain. Your entire position is self-refuting. It's going to be very disappointing watching your view collapse in real time. So I think the burden of proof is on J.L. Warren tonight to convince me 100% that your view is true and you actually live consistently with it. But the problem is you don't. You're on YouTube and you have arguments, videos. Your passion is to show that somehow you're right about certain things. You even showed up to this debate arguing as if what you're saying is true and people should listen. And somehow people are going to be convinced, right? So they're going to use logical arguments, etc. But again, that's depending on my view that God exists. God has made us to be rational beings in this universe to discover and interpret reality objectively, and we can. That's why science is possible in the real world. I would say that science would not be possible in a world where everything is random with no intentionality in mind. So moral anti-realism is just false. It's comically false. And tonight, the comedy show is just about to begin. Thank you. I yield my time.
Okay, there's a lot to unpack in there.
What a dick.
Did you hear the beginning where he was like, if moral anti-realism is true, then objective moral facts don't exist? And he was like, that's the thing he said would destroy his, or like everyone had to buckle their seatbelts for, or whatever the fuck.
Yeah.
He just said, if objective moral facts don't exist, then objective moral facts don't exist.
Yeah, and he's trying to like smuggle in like his God concept by claiming that evil exists. He hasn't defined evil, and he's simply presupposing that it just means that like anything like demonic or like not from God or whatever. Whereas like I'm sure J.L. Warren will have a completely different definition of evil. That's probably a lot closer to my definition of evil than Robert's. And I simply take evil to be something that is very, 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 very bad. It's not evil because it's from Satan or anything. It's just something that is so I'm losing the word. Undesirable that we just give it this new like higher category of description, and
Right.
instead of having to say very, 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 very bad all the time, we just call it evil.
I like to look at it as like sufficient harm, right?
Mm-hmm.
Stepping on someone's toe, not a big deal. Cutting it off,
Yeah, it might be evil. And what else was an issue? Like he just like kept spewing so much bullshit. It was way more rhetoric than like really should go into an intro. Like an intro is like meant for establishing your position, not beating on your opponent. So we can tell that this is already not going to be very much substance from Robert's end, and it's going to be more rhetorical.
he
Yeah,
wrote
a couple of those bullets kind of felt like song lyrics, actually, to be honest. They really did. I mean,
it's like he thought out his crash out. Like he'd written it down. It's like that's a new one.
Scripted crash out. That'd be a new one. Oh boy.
and like a quarter of it was just pure prediction,
I mean, didn't he?
Like, he leaned real heavily on the "you're gonna say," and you know what I mean.
I'm gonna respond. That's your opinion.
Yeah.
Well, and JL brought up very specific dilemmas that have been discussed for centuries that will absolutely have to be discussed over this debate. Whereas it feels like Robert is more trying to prophesy what JL's position is going to entail.
Yeah.
Nobody, it sounded like you were going to say something.
I was just going to say he had a rhetorical question that he highlighted in his opening statement. It was funny.
All right. Well, any other comments, or should we press forward?
I'm good to go.
Let's go.
All right, onward.
Thank you so much, Robert. Really appreciate it. That's amazing. So we're going into the cross-examination. JL, you're up first. Hope you've got your questions ready. Now, just to explain to the audience, cross-examination is where one interlocutor asks questions of the other. The other one cannot ask questions in return, and there should be no statements in the person doing the cross-examination. It is only questions. So if you're ready, JL, start firing away, and we will start the clock when you begin speaking.
Terrific. Thank you. All right. Got a set of questions here that I'm going to go with. First one up is, if God were to command tomorrow that causing needless suffering to an innocent child is a morally good act, would the act itself suddenly become morally good?
I think I know the Euthyphro dilemma is the idea that, does God choose it because it's right, like it's some law beyond him, or is it or does he make it right because he wills it to do so? I believe that there's a third option, that it comes from his own nature.
So it's a yes or no question.
Repeat it again, please. Just like
if God were to command tomorrow that causing needless suffering to an innocent child is a morally good act, would the act itself suddenly become morally good?
No, I don't think it's a God would do that. So no, I don't think God is going to tell you.
I hate that weasel. Every single time it's like, oh, well, God wouldn't do that, and so this hypothetical doesn't even like need to be like responded to.
Well, JL shuts it down. He shuts him down instantly, right?
Okay,
Right.
I'm so happy. I'm so happy.
To do something evil. We have the revelation, special revelation in the New Testament, and the Bible says to love your neighbor as yourself, and to do it exactly as if you were the other person. Love them like you were the other person. Going through
God cannot. So God cannot command the.
No, God is not going to do it. He cannot. No, he will not.
So it's not what he did when he commanded the slaughter of the Amalekites.
Oh, let's go.
Yeah, he did that in the Old Testament. We're not in the Old Testament. We're not.
We're not the Old Testament. I remember that.
So what is it? So what is it that caused this to become impossible for the God? What external of it put that limitation upon it?
He put on himself.
Does that make it impossible, or is that just a statement that God won't do it?
Well, you're asking me a hypothetical. That is a hypothetical. I'm not. I'm not in the position to say, well, God will.
You're asking me a hypothetical that is a hypothetical. He's full of these fucking truisms.
Yeah, God did. Well, I know what the Bible says in the New Testament, so that's why I'm a Christian. I'm a New Testament Christian. I'm not a Old Testament Jewish Israelite.
Okay, so your
Okay.
your answer is no, because the God wouldn't do it. But that just, like I said in my intro, that just kicks the can down the road, because you're still applying that it is good, but you don't have an external standard of what good
JL, is there a question? Question, JL. Question.
Yeah, I'm leading to. I'm getting to it.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah. So the problem being is that it doesn't answer the question, because you don't have an external standard of what goodness ought to be in order to apply to it, as I stated in my intro. So if you don't want to answer that one, that's fine. We'll just move on to the next one. When you say God is good, what does the word good mean in that sentence? Does it mean God matches his own nature, or does it mean something else?
Oh, I believe that God has revealed himself to me as good. I used my personal experiences. I was a really bad guy before, by anyone's standard, even by yours. And God changed my life. And that's all I could say. My personal experience is what drove me to see that God was good. I started being more patient, more disciplined. And, I think everybody would say, oh, that's good. Me and you would both say, hey, that was good, man. You stopped doing this. You began doing this instead. And, I think that we all know good when we see it. I think
because they align with social stances as to what is most social as opposed to antisocial behavior, which literally be the definition of what subjective or stance dependent would be, is we have socially agreed upon positions, stances that facilitate social behavior.
JL, I've got to stop you there. You've got to have to ask questions. Okay,
I'm moving on to the next one.
Yes, but you can't put a statement in there. You have to follow up with a question. That is the purpose of cross-examination. As I said earlier, I'm not going to allow statements to be made when you are in that questioning phase.
So the third one, let's assume for a moment that God exists and has issued a command. Why ought a human being obey that command?
I'm sorry, say that one more time, sir. Sorry about that.
Let's assume for a moment that God exists and has issued a command. Why ought a human being obey that command?
Well, I think the New Testament teaches that, God has given us the church and the body of believers. So, that's where I come from. I think the skeptic has the same thing. He has a body of his own believers, all the other skeptics that hang out and preach moral stances, even though they don't believe in them. So, when you say if God does this, or I don't think God would do that. I don't think God would say that, So that's why I just don't know how to answer a question that it's just a hypothetical. I don't think God would do that.
The question was, let's assume that the God exists and that it issues a command. Why ought a human being obey that command?
Again, the New Testament is where we get our God's commands from. So, the Bible talks. I'm a sola scriptura guy. So
So why ought we follow them? Why ought we follow them? Why ought we obey them? Why ought we obey them?
Because he's God. He's the creator of the universe. He's our Father. He's our heavenly Father.
Why ought the creation obey its
Doesn't
creator?
say that in the New Testament.
Is there some cosmic rule that says creations must obey creators? Is that not just a value judgment that you're making?
Yeah, it is a value judgment I'm making. Yes, absolutely.
Awesome. Cool. So that confirms that. 4. Is it possible for a descriptive fact, such as this entity has power, to logically turn into a prescriptive obligation, like you ought to do this, without a mind first deciding to value that power?
Yeah, I don't understand this question. I'm sorry.
I'll go a little bit slower. Is it possible for a descriptive fact, such as this entity has power, to logically turn into a prescriptive obligation, like you ought to do this, without a mind first deciding to value that power?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, I think I see what you're saying. Just I'll say something and you tell me if this is what you mean. You mean is it because God has power, therefore I should obey him? Is that what you're trying to say? Like, should I obey him? Is that the kind of argument you're?
I'm asking you for the logical bridge between a descriptive fact and a prescriptive obligation. That doesn't require a mind to first decide to value that power.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't understand. If you could do it in more elementary terms, maybe I could
rephrase it, JL. Maybe can we rephrase it?
That can't be rephrased any simpler than I just. That can't be rephrased any simpler than I just put it. So we'll go on to the next one. Throughout history, sincere believers have claimed that God commanded them to commit genocide, execute heretics, and institutionalize slavery. How do we objectively determine which of these people correctly perceived God's moral facts and which ones were mistaken?
Well, I think the Bible would be the standard, so that's what I would judge it by. And I know throughout history there's been slavery all around. Even there's slaves today in many Muslim countries, and so it's a great evil. And I don't think that it's a good thing at all. Based off
but based upon that, humans must interpret scriptures and use their own brains to reason. So therefore, isn't your access to this objective morality entirely dependent upon the subjective interpretation of human minds?
Well, that's why we have to go back to the scriptures. My stance is on the scriptures, so that's how I get my morality from.
And isn't your access to what is purported objective morality, isn't it entirely dependent upon the subjective interpretation of the mind?
Oh, I see what you're saying. So my subjective interpretation of the scriptures, right? Is that correct?
Yes, what I asked.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I believe that we all have an innate knowledge of God and objective morality. I do believe that we all do. That's why we become outraged when somebody wrongs us in some way. I don't believe that you could actually live in a way that is a moral anti-realist at all. You would be stoic. You would not have any emotions when things actually happen to you. If you lived if you really believe what you say in practice, I don't think that anybody.
Number 6, if two different religions both claim their God provides an objective moral standard, but those standards flatly contradict each other, what independent tool can we use to measure which standard is the real one?
Well, I think that God gives us a moral intuition. Like anybody who can look at Islam, they would say, wow, the evils of Islam, what they do there. And yes, they claim that God is telling them to do stuff too. But you compare that with all the gangs in the world, all the communist countries in the world, they act just like them. I think we could look at all of them and say, yeah, they're all evil. And I would say the only one that stands as a moral grounds is Christianity. I think many skeptics have said there's been moral progress because of Christianity in the West. And it's because of Christianity, not any other worldview.
Is that
Right, I like how he smuggled in Islamophobia earlier, and now like Red Scare, like, and most of his responses are like, I feel, I believe, I think they're not demonstrations or justifications. They're just absolutely subjective value.
It's like he got together and did his debate prep with the freak,
Yeah.
Well, like, tell me I'm wrong, man. That's nuts.
So it's hilarious that the moral realist is giving like the most subjective justifications for his position, and so like JL is definitely coming out way ahead in this cross-ax.
Yeah.
Because Christianity aligns with your stance?
Yeah, Christianity aligns with, of course, my stance. Yeah. I've had different views many times, but yeah.
That confirms it. So
I think that goes both ways for the skeptic as well.
Going on
you're
to the
only
next
criticizing Christianity
if biology and evolutionary,
Robert, he can reclaim time if he's decided that the question has been answered. He is allowed to do that. You will have the same privilege as well.
If biology and evolutionary psychology can completely explain why humans developed empathy, cooperation, and a taboo against certain behaviors because it allowed our ancestors to survive in groups, why do we need to invent a cosmic supernatural framework to explain those exact same behaviors?
Yeah, that assumes that that's exactly what's true. So I reject that.
Are we multiplying our entities unnecessarily to explain common moral conclusions amongst humans?
I mean, who says that's wrong? Who cares?
Okay. No. Do you think of a pride? Do you think of pride lines as acting objectively?
What was that?
And it wasn't a hard. I said he cares. He asked the question, and it wasn't a difficult question. It wasn't based on highfalutin bullshit. It was a kind of like a common sense question, and he's just gonna hand wave it away like it means nothing. It's
Well, is it typical for moderators to let people do that? Just dodge like that? I don't know.
I mean, depends on the moderator, but yeah.
Evil when a new alpha male kills the existing cubs of a rival?
Yeah, I have no idea.
So it's not a yes or a no?
No, it's not a yes or a no. No, I'm just referring to humans in this debate.
Okay, so if human behavior can be traced back to evolutionary biology, why assume our social rules are a cosmic text written into the universe while
well it can't.
social
It can't
rules are
for
just
one.
instinct?
It's all blind faith for the skeptic. So no, we can't. Those are just assertions. They're
So
not-
number 9, when
making any
society
claim.
changed its stance on slavery from being morally acceptable to morally abhorrent, did we discover a new physical fact about the universe, or did our collective human empathy and social contract simply evolve?
Well, it evolved in the West because of Christianity. So if you want to say that moral progress was because of what? By your standard, you would not have any moral qualms with the culture changing from one view, yes, on slavery and no on slavery. You would have no qualms with it.
I probably need to restate the question. When society changed its stance on slavery from being morally acceptable to morally abhorrent, did we discover a new physical fact about the universe, or did our collective human empathy and social contract simply evolve?
Yeah, the human empathy changed because we went back to the scriptures and said, this is wrong, and we got to...
As opposed to antebellum slavery, which was based on Levitical law, but...
Go ahead.
As opposed to antebellum slavery, which was based on Levitical law. But
yeah, we're talking about Christians. You keep going back to the Old Testament.
So if our empathy and understanding evolved, it was a change to the human stance. That's moral anti-realism. Cool. Question 10. Are you suggesting that if you woke up tomorrow and suddenly realized God didn't exist, you would immediately lose all empathy and start harming people for fun?
No. I used to be an atheist before when I left God, and I was just like that. So yeah.
There it is.
Okay.
Yeah, it's funny that I opened this show with that song.
Used to be an atheist. Fucking liar.
You admit your moral stance. Your desire to do good and avoid causing harm is rooted in your empathy. Great. Given that beliefs are epistemically different from knowledge, and as such are not attitudes that can be actively chosen at will by agents, being that they are propositions an agent is convinced of the truth or convinced of the truth of through argumentation, evidence, or a combination, is it moral for a God entity to punish individuals, eternally or otherwise, for not being able to accept the proposition of its existence as being true as a result of merely not being convinced?
Yeah. I don't take that traditional view of hell, so I don't think you would have any against me there. I take the annihilation view of hell, and I believe that Jesus was predicting a certain hell or a certain death to the first century Jews that was fulfilled in 70 AD. So I do not take the traditional eternal torment hell that many traditionalists believe. I believe it's not the biblical view.
So you're an annihilationist if you don't. You're an annihilationist if you don't believe in a God, then you just annihilate at the end.
You see, yeah, you just, instead of having eternal life, you have eternal death. So that's what I believe the Bible teaches. You know, just like the atheist, you just go out of existence. Not a big deal, right?
Okay.
I mean, that's pretty much the nail in the coffin there. Like Robert is conceding that like there is no normative reason to follow God. If you don't care about not living forever, then like there's no reason to care about what God says. So that, like, to me personally, that's the entire debate right there.
Yeah, I think anyone who wants to live forever hasn't considered living forever.
Right. Sounds like a nightmare. Like if the deal was you get to continue living, but when you eventually want to stop living, like you have an out and you can stop living, then I might take like I might, you know, take that offer up. But there isn't any sort of like suggestion that that is the case in the Bible. Like you are forced to live forever.
Yeah,
it's like you're being sentenced to eternity.
Do they have like Rick's mind wiping device?
Ooh, yeah, the Rick's mind blower or whatever.
Yeah, yeah.
You lost me.
Wubba lubba dub dub.
Oh, Rick and Morty, huh?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah,
Rick had a device where any memory that
A
you didn't want to
neuralizer.
have, he could just wipe out of your
Gotcha.
mind. I mean, it would
It's a little
save it.
more involved than a neuralizer. Like it extracts the memory and he like keeps it in like a little test tube, and it can be like re-experienced at any time.
Like a pensive from Harry Potter.
Yeah, kind of. It's a lot closer to a pensive than a neuralizer. It'd be like if you combined a pensive and a neuralizer.
Gotcha.
Because that's how Rick rolls.
Do 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 do.
That's all the questions I have.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much, JL. Thank you, Robert. And now it is your turn to cross-examine Bridge the Divide. The same rules apply. Please do questions. Now clarifying, somebody pointed out you can clarify, yes, clarification or restatement is fine. That's not a problem. But do try to avoid making deliberative statements that aren't related to a question at all. You can reclaim your time, but you know we want to at least give the other person a chance to respond. Whenever you're ready, please start talking and the clock will start.
Okay, thank you, Joe Warren. Good questions. All right, so one, so when you talk about, so you believe then that your moral opinion is not objective. I just want to clarify, just so I could understand myself, like I'm talking to a friend on the street or something. That's what you mean, right? You believe that morality is not objective in any way. It's just based off of culture, feeling, societal norms. Is that correct?
They're true in relation to goals and not true in a vacuum.
Okay. And so let's see here. Say that one more time on that part you said.
They're true in relation to goals, to stances and goals, which is what links the two, and not of themselves in a vacuum.
Okay. So it just depends on the goal. That's what you would say is moral. Is that correct?
Yes, depending upon the stance that's being referenced, yes. If you're talking about me, then yes.
How do you know if the goal is moral or not then?
It aligns with my stances and I move from there.
Yeah. So if all the scientific community said one thing, or let's say one country in another nation was doing these things, persecuting certain people, how could one nation or one people in one nation criticize another nation? Is that possible?
They can base it upon the level of harm that they see or the violation of the goals they've set. So if one culture or if one group wants to put forward and make effort towards creating a society, a global society in which harm is reduced, and one society is objectively not doing that, then conflict will arise. It's not that either one of them are objectively wrong or objectively right. It's that we have opposing goals, and one wants to institute one that harms people, one wants to institute one that does not harm anybody. And so the winner, whoever, will go to war over that. We've seen this throughout human history.
Okay. So there's no object, like when you look at through history, you can never say something's right or wrong in history. Like, oh, these guys
not in
the
the
Civil
vacuum.
War. Say it
not
again.
not in a vacuum. In relation to goals, yes. In relation to goals is what makes them true. That's the reference point. Reference point is the goal and the stance. The stances of the individuals and the goals they want to attain, which is what we see in society today. But in a vacuum, as statements in and of themselves with no reference points, no, they're not.
Okay. All right. So if morality is just preference, why should anybody care about your critique of anybody else's morality?
They shouldn't unless their goals are aligned.
So
if
let's
their
say
goals are in alignment, if their goals are in alignment with each other, then we ought to work together to accomplish the same goal.
I see
If
what
their
you're
goals
saying.
are not in alignment, then
Yeah, so like me and you have the same goal, but that's what we would debate the facts to see if we're both going to reach that goal, right?
it would, if we have the same goal and we want to achieve it, then it would behoove us to do that. Just like in a game of chess, if our goal is to, if our agreed upon goal is to win a game of chess, then we ought to play by the established rules of chess. If we don't play by those rules, then we're not playing chess and we can't accomplish winning a game of chess. So
is it just
same thing within a
me,
society.
or
Society
does
wants to
it
accomplish
sound like he's like gearing up to engage in some mild slavery apologetics?
It doesn't go anywhere good for that guy. I can't remember though.
Okay, I guess we'll find out
Therefore,
together.
the society ought to come together to facilitate systems that will allow the facilitation of X. If someone disagrees with that, then they can change the system, or they can leave the system. They can fight the system. This is human history throughout time immemorial. So,
okay. So, why do you trust that your reasoning is the product of blinded, unguided processes? Why would you trust your reasoning if the goal, the universe has no goal? I know we have subjective goals, but why would you even trust your own reasoning? Have you ever heard the evolutionary argument against naturalism?
So, it's irrelevant to this. When I trust my own,
I'm asking the question, so it's not.
When I trust my goals, it was two separate questions that you're asking there. Okay, but the second question has nothing to do with the first question that you asked. So, in trusting the way I reason in reference when it comes to establishing the goals I want to accomplish, that's in relationship to to my stances. And so, I trust that because I see my actions in play, and I can see that they reduce harm within society. They reduce harm amongst others. I see other people doing the same things, and it reduces harm, and I agree with those. And so that informs that because it corresponds with the reality, because I can develop a predictive model as to what will happen, and I can see it play out in front of me, and we can see these, we can implement them society-wide like we've seen in other countries, and it lowers harm, improves quality of living, improves health, happiness, and health and happiness and all that.
Yeah, a lot of people though, a lot of people do what they do is they see things in their minds, but a lot of people don't play that out. They don't actually do what it takes. For example, when people actually want to lose weight, but they don't want to go to the gym, so just because you have the goal doesn't mean you're actually going to accomplish that goal. What is good in your moral framework?
Sounded like a statement.
What is good? Is it good? Is Islam good?
I was just saying it sounded like a statement. I thought they, like in the cross-exam portion, they weren't allowed to do statements.
Well, as we all know, theists always get treated with kids' gloves.
Oh, right. Otherwise, they cry and take their ball and go home.
Yeah.
Good to you?
In my moral framework, anything is good. Anything that reduces suffering within society and reduces suffering for individuals and facilitates a system in which people's health and happiness is put forward, and equality, equal representation, protections of the law. Anything that reduces suffering is going to be good in my eyes.
So is happiness one of those goals, like you just said? Happiness?
I'd like it to be, yes.
Yeah. What if happiness was, heroin? Everybody doing heroin, stuff like that.
That's not mine. That's not mine, but that could be somebody else's subjective stance. Sure.
And that's okay. That's okay to you. You wouldn't say, "Hey, that's objectively wrong, man," or of course you wouldn't say that.
No, it would not be in accordance with the goal that we want to attain as far as society goes. Rampant unregulated drug use, we see firsthand causes societal harm. So we wouldn't want that to be a thing that would be permissible. So we would structure the society to minimize that harm, minimize the suffering, and maximize people's ability to get better. And so it would not be about making all drugs legal. It would be about providing and dedicating resources to ensuring people can solve the problem so that they're no longer addicted to drugs.
Okay. How about the evolutionary argument against naturalism? Have you ever studied on that subject?
A bit, yeah.
Yeah, Alvin Plantinga?
Yeah, I'm aware of that quack.
Yeah. He called him a quack. Okay. That's your opinion.
No, it's not my opinion. He's demonstrably a quack.
Okay. All right.
Demonstrable.
So,
I explained it in my last live stream.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
Let him ask a question. Go, Rob.
Yes. So you do trust your brain, even though it's random, to come to goals that are somehow moral. And
what do you mean by random? I don't understand what you mean by random. Sorry.
Yeah, you don't know
Let
what
me ask
random
a
is.
question.
You,
No, well,
you don't
I don't know
believe
what
biological evolution is random.
I don't know what context you're using it is because. Do you mean random? As in, I'm trying to understand what you mean by that because there's two separate contexts you can use.
When I mean random, I mean it has no goal in mind. There is no goal in mind.
No end goal for evolution, sure.
Okay, but you trust that as you're trusting your own brain because it's a byproduct of evolution.
Yes,
even
because
though it's
the
caused
output.
by irrationality.
Yes, because the output corresponds with reality.
The output.
Yes.
Yeah, your output, right?
The output of brains, when we're talking about statements, when we make statements about reality, we can see that those statements, we can determine that those statements can correlate with reality. So we are capable of being truth.
Are you talking about just you? Are you just talking about you and your atheistic friends?
No, I'm talking about humans as a species. We have the ability to determine.
You're talking about humans like you've studied all humans, but here we are.
Evolution is truth tracking. Evolution is to a degree truth tracking. Yes.
Actually, it's not truth tracking if you're an atheist who doesn't believe that the universe had intentionality behind the evolutionary goal.
So we've got to have a question, Robert.
Yes, you're right. Sorry about that. Sorry.
No. All good. All good.
Yeah, truth is just properties of propositions. That's all truth is.
Okay, but are those conceptual in nature at all, or are they material?
No, truth is not material. Truth is a property of a proposition. Propositions are made by agents.
Okay, and you believe in agents then, correct?
Yes, humans do exist.
Okay. Are you talking about? Do you control your brain, or does your brain control you?
My brain is the nerve center of my physical body and is the driving way that I interact with reality. When my brain ceases to exist, my functionality will cease to exist. I will cease to exist.
Okay. So do you identify the you or the I as your brain or the one that controls the brain?
The totality of my body.
Okay.
It would be the totality of my body would be the construction of my identity.
Okay, so you cut off your arm, you're a little bit less of a man. Is that what's happening here?
No, I'm just not the JL that existed before my arm was removed. I'm now JL sans an arm, which would be a fundamentally different identity.
JL, you're not cooperating with him. You're not giving him the answers that he
How do you
wants.
justify induction working in a random, unguided universe?
Recursive. We can, although it's not guaranteed to be the actual accuracy, we can determine them. We can use induction to determine things that are probabilistically true, and we can determine them to be to such a degree probabilistically true that it would be irrational to doubt them. Therefore, we would need to have evidence that would warrant doubt. So induction doesn't get us to absolute, but it does get us to a probabilistic certitude.
Okay. So you believe you're being rational, even though you're unguided by irrational cause like evolution, right?
They're not irrational because there is no application of logic and reason when it comes to evolution. Rationality is in accordance with logic and reason. People can act irrationally, especially when their brains are not functioning the way that the structures are designed, or the way that their structures of the brain are evolved.
You mean the way they were designed to, correct?
No. The way they have evolved, the way the structures of our brains are evolved.
You don't believe evolution designed? You don't believe evolution designed your brain to be truth seeking?
Not in
or
the sense
just survival.
Not in the sense of agency.
Okay. So mindless evolution caused mind seeking truth.
Yes, and your personal incredulity is irrelevant.
Okay, so is yours. Why is your faith in naturalism?
So is yours. I remember that one.
It's not faith. Naturalism is a method. Naturalism is a position that is literally looking at what we have access to, which would be the natural world. I don't make the assumption that anything exists beyond that because I can't demonstrate an access to that.
But yet you have faith in the laws of logic.
It's not faith. It's not faith. There is no faith. There's no faith in my worldview.
Yes, there is. You actually assume that naturalism is the best explanation.
I don't. I conclude in naturalism.
Robert, we got to ask questions, mate.
Okay, I'm sorry. Yes,
but
no. I get it. I get it. I love your passion. We got to ask questions.
But to clarify, assuming the position, just to make sure this doesn't come up later in the open discussion, assuming begins if you start at the top and you work down. I don't work at the top and go down. I work at the bottom and go up. My metaphysical positions can change in light of new evidence. My position result in naturalism because that's what we have access to.
Yeah. So logic is not part of your study then, right? Logic is not one of your presuppositions.
I don't presuppose logic. Logic is a schema that we utilize to describe things.
Who's
the way things operate? Human beings.
Okay.
It's a schema that we created to describe what we observe.
So you're saying logic
schema.
Logic is something humans created, just like the morality, right?
Well, morality is what we use is the term we use to describe making moral distinctions. Logic is a language, effectively a schema that we subjectively derived to describe how the universe appears to operate.
Okay, so why not I just say I win this debate, you lost this debate because of my idea of logic compared to yours.
That would be irrational because it would not correspond with reality. Because it would not correspond with reality.
Well, I already won the debate because you're trying to give me some objective moral odds in this debate. So that's why I'm asking.
Anything
what?
Yeah, no problem.
He keeps doing this shit too. It's just like be ready to keep laughing. Like,
look at that shit-eating grin too.
Yeah, dude, he's such a dumbass. Oh man.
Oh man.
Or once it's made an objective statement. I always said that these depend upon my
So
stance.
everything you're claiming right now, all your opinion right now is just hogwash, right? We could just throw it out, right? Not a big deal.
That's completely irrelevant.
Okay. Well, that's what we're going to do after this debate anyway. Why do logical absolutes come? So you believe in logical absolutes, but not moral absolutes, right?
It's two separate things.
Okay. Well, you cannot have logic and morality. You know, they're not contradictory things. They go hand in hand.
They do, but they do. But you could say that it is logical. You could say that logic referring to like how we describe things. You can say that an action is logically tied to a particular goal if the action is itself facilitates the accomplishment of the goal. If you say that I have a goal and then you act and say this is what I want to accomplish, and then you turn around and you act in a way that is contradictory to that, well, that would be a contradiction. So we can use logic.
Why do you think your senses are reliable?
1 minute.
Because recursively,
without circular reasoning,
pragmatic application. I can see the outcomes. I can see the truth in the outcomes, which is a part of my philosophy.
Okay.
Of truth.
What makes rationality objectively better than irrationality on naturalism?
It doesn't make it objectively. It wouldn't be like objective in the sense that you're utilizing it. As far as like accomplishing goals, it would be that you could say that one action would be irrational if it doesn't facilitate a desired goal, or one action would be rational if it does facilitate a desired goal.
Okay,
Rationality
we'll
is in
wrap up
accordance
there.
with logic and reason. So,
okay, finish your thought.
Well, that's good.
time.
Thank you.
That was fantastic. Thank you so much, Robert. Thanks, JL. Now we're going to open it up. We're going to go to a open discussion. Since Robert asked the last question, JL, is there something you want to bring up to kick us off here? Just do a punch. What are we looking at?
Yeah, virtually everything that he brought up was just an argument from consequences. That's all it is, an appeal to consequences. The idea that these things are subjective, that they're dependent upon stances. Sure, it could lead to conflict, which we have seen throughout human history, but that is not a logical defeater for moral anti-realism.
And I used to be an atheist.
And the fact that human beings may agree to a large extent on some moral propositions that we as a social species that have evolved,
And
that
I
have
don't
evolved along the
fucking
same
know
lines,
what random means. Whatever.
Hey, Gresham,
Sorry.
you see you backstage?
Who is it?
Yeah, I don't know who that is. That's a new name for me.
Okay.
Are you familiar with that person?
Nope.
Okay. Well, let's do the age thing and.
Hey guys, how are you guys doing?
Yep. All right, Ashton, welcome to the stage. First things first. What's your age?
I'm 22 actually, but why do you got
You're 22?
pronouns there? Why you got they them?
You're
because those are
22
my pronouns.
actually?
Yeah, I actually am. Do I sound younger?
Yeah, what was your birth year?
No.
2004.
Okay, that tracks.
What
And yeah,
year were you
I have
born?
pronouns because I have pronouns.
What year were you born?
Do you understand English?
Yeah, what year were you born?
I was born in the 90s.
Yeah, no, you weren't.
Okay.
No person
Yeah,
born in
I
the
was
90s that
actually
dates
born
them
1,000 years
fucking
ago.
I'm sorry.
I'm over a millennia old.
I guess, yeah.
Yeah,
What
yeah.
is it,
Millennium.
99? You're claiming the 90s when you were born in 99?
I was born in 87.
No, hell no. What about you, Nobody on Fire? How
I
old are
just
you?
Nobody
I
just
said-
answered. Are you slow boy?
I was just speaking. I was born in 87.
I was talking to Mr. They Them.
Mr. doesn't work. With
You
the-
said nobody.
You obviously don't know
You
how English
literally
works, buddy.
addressed him by name.
Well, I asked they them first, but then I guess
You can
Nobody
just
on
say
Fire
RP.
wanted to talk about it. So
Are you illiterate? Do you clearly see RP before my pronouns? You can just call me RP.
RP?
Yeah.
I don't know. I like they them.
Are you actually illiterate?
I don't know. What are you?
What am I? I'm literate because I'm
But
able to read
I'm
the
a
words on
mouse,
the
but
screen.
what are
I don't
you?
know.
You haven't
I'm
been
a
able to
mighty
read the words
mouse.
on the
How about
screen,
that? I'm a
leading
mighty
me to
mouse.
believe
How
that
about
you are, in fact, illiterate.
I'm a Mighty Mouse. How about that? What are you?
Are you gonna
Are you old
get
enough
somebody?
to know that cartoon?
We only allow
What?
humans on the panel.
Tom and Jerry?
No, Mighty Mouse.
Are you in fact a Mighty Mouse, or are you human?
I am a Mighty Mouse, but what are you?
Okay, we only allow humans on the panel, so should we kick you?
I mean, I guess.
Okay, this kid isn't serious. Gretchen,
Okay.
I'll let you take
what is
over.
this about? Is this like atheists or what?
What do you want to talk about, dude?
Yeah,
Is this about like God and stuff?
Did
or-
you
Is
did
this
you
about
bother
child?
watching it at all before you?
You got a grown man
Yeah,
calling
did
you a
you-
grown man child. Like, come on, man.
All right.
not a man.
Now you're talking to me.
Sorry.
It's a behavioral thing.
Now you're talking to me.
Hey,
Did
Gretchen,
you
I
actually
wanted to talk
bother
to
to
you.
watch this at all before you called in?
What?
Did you actually bother watching it at all before you called in?
I joined and I heard like you're playing a video. Like, are we reacting to a
Did
video?
did you even read the title of the stream?
It said something about like atheists, right?
No. Again, another point in the illiteracy column.
Hey, what
The
are we
title
debating?
of the stream is "Your God is a silly story. Prove us wrong."
So who's got like who?
Your
my
God,
God?
dumbass.
I don't
Yes.
have a God. Who's your
So,
God?
are you an atheist?
Nah, I guess. Wait, hold on. One
If
second.
you're an
Someone's calling me.
atheist, okay, bye.
What the fuck was that?
Hey Ashton, if you get done with your phone call and you're ready to actually have a discussion, let us know in the private chat. Yeah, and he's gone.
No.
Okay, that was a waste of time.
I kicked him. I kicked him.
Fucking pointless.
You can come back if you want and cry about getting kicked, because that's really all you got at this point.
Imagine being an atheist but holding that much bigotry. Like, he was so triggered about my fucking pronouns.
Yeah, right. Just right out of the gate.
Everyone has fucking pronouns.
He's not even. There's no way he's an atheist. He's just an asshole, really.
There's no way he's 22
I mean,
either.
he didn't even bother to check the title of the stream or see what we were watching, or which means he was willing to call in just so he can argue with someone about something.
Yeah, he's just a troll.
You know, if we were all Christians, he'd be an atheist. If we're all atheists, he's going to be a Christian. It's just the way it works.
All right.
Contrarian.
He's probably just drunk, and
No, I don't grant that. He's not old enough
Hey,
to get drunk.
I don't fucking hate contrarians. I mean,
I'm not saying you
Well, I
should
do hate
hate
contrarians,
contrarians.
Gretchen.
Well, then you
I'm
hate
saying that
me,
she
don't
should.
you?
It's a very contrarian attitude to take there, RPN.
No, it's not. It is not a contrarian.
Damn it!
If I hated contrarians, would I be forced to hate myself? And is that possible?
Oh, you can absolutely hate yourself. This is not me being
Yeah,
like,
but hate
contrarian.
myself for being a contrarian, and then how would I argue that?
I don't know. it'd be a fun argument to have with yourself. All right, should we get back to the
Yes,
actual
absolutely.
interesting topic at hand, and not some child
Absolutely.
calling into rage bait?
May agree on certain moral stances as a result of how we build our societies, it does not logically entail moral realism as well. We're talking about moral statements in a vacuum, as opposed to moral statements whose truth is derived from referencing things like stances and in relation to goals. So I want to make sure that Robert, that you keep it like where it's supposed to be. The whole point is, are these things true independent of minds and stances, or are they true only in relationship to the stances where the valuations come from and the goals that we have in mind?
Yeah, I believe it's true no matter if anybody exists or not.
Cool. So
facts are true whether anybody exists or
so
not.
where's the valuation coming from?
It's coming from God.
Okay, so what is God referencing to make these things stance independent? As I stated in my intro.
He's referencing a matter of fact.
Okay, that's just God stating a fact. If God is the only thing that exists and it makes a statement that I am good, what is it good in reference to?
He's talking about compared to his nature.
By what metric? Like, what is it referencing to indicate that which is not good so that it can be coherently stated that God is good?
I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm sorry.
If God is the only thing that
Like,
exists,
I don't know how this has to do with morality.
because this goes to show that labeling God is good. Because it goes to show that labeling God is
JL,
good.
let him get his thought out, and maybe we can rephrase it so sort of.
He did get his thought out.
Yeah, and this isn't.
He said,
supposed to be
"I'm
for
an idiot,
thoughts,
and I
right?
don't know what he's saying." That was
Are
his
we-
thought.
Are we still in the cross X?
No, this is open discussion.
Oh, okay. I missed when we moved. And nobody, your gain is a little high. Just so you know.
Oh, my bad. Is this?
That's a lot better. Yeah, that's way
That's
better.
better. You had the voice of God thing happening there for a second.
I mean, I'm a nobody, so I'm God.
Ooh, I like that.
Talking about here, but let him get his thought out. So I guess he's asking, sort of. So if you say that God is the good, what is it that makes that good with God? Is it a definition, or is it something that actually causes that to be good?
You want me to answer that or no?
Well, I'm trying to just reframe the question.
I was going to rephrase the question that.
Okay, well, go for it.
If the God is the only thing that exists and it makes the statement, I am good, okay, you say that it reflects its own nature, correct?
All right, the illiterate child is back.
I mean, he can watch the debate, but he's just going to say
wait
dumb
a few
shit.
minutes. He can wait a few minutes.
Okay.
Give him a chance to
Chill the
onboard
fuck out.
some of what's going on here. And
Yeah, Ashton, listen to what we talk about so that you have something to actually bring to the table, some sort of topic. It should be related to what we're actually discussing, not whether or not you're actually old enough to drink.
Yeah, it's really in his own nature.
Right.
Correct. Yes.
So how do we know that is coherently good if there is nothing to reference that which is not good in order to make the comparison? Given that good and bad, these are binary terms. To understand the content of one, we must understand the other one. So what is God good in relationship to?
I guess without his nature, that when people have a changed life with God, their nature changes. People see it. Even many skeptics would say, wow, this guy's changed for the better. Thank God,
That's only a change of behavior as a result of a belief that is
Yeah,
accepted as being true, not because
always
God
say that
exists.
shit.
I'm asking you, how can you say that the statement God is good is coherent and understandable if there is nothing to reference that indicates what goodness is?
Well, I would argue from my personal experience. That's what I would do, just like you would argue from your personal experience about, naturalism or whatever. So yeah, it will be my subjective personal experience that God showed me he's good and he revealed himself and he changed my life. So therefore it must be true, just like you would say.
Because it aligns with your stances?
No, it's actually changed my whole stances.
Because it aligns with your stances?
No, I had different stance before.
Right, but it aligns with your stances now.
Well, God's always revealing himself to me, so I'm constantly changing all the time. So
yeah, it aligns with your stances. That's why you agree that it is good. The problem is that that's not what I'm asking. I'm asking, how can the term good be a coherent term?
stance means? Align with.
I don't know if he knows what words are.
I don't think so either.
That is understood what is meant. If there is nothing to reference that tells us what good is, because what you're stating is tautologically vacuous. God is good is God, God equals God. It doesn't say anything.
Okay, so am I objectively wrong?
No, it's saying that you're tautologically vacuous. You're not saying anything of meaning. What I am saying that
you saying so doesn't make it so. So what?
It does because you can't supply a meaning other than simply saying God. What I can say is that if God is declaring something to be good because that thing aligns.
Everything is circular reasoning, okay? It's just like, why should you be rational? You got to give me a rational.
Circular reasoning.
Rational.
I said it's tautological.
It's going to be tautological as well.
It's tautologically vacuous. You're not. I'm not. I didn't say that you're assuming.
Saying so doesn't make it so.
I didn't say.
You got to prove it to me.
I can't. God equals good. I can't. God equals good. Good equals God. God equals God. Okay, law of transitive property. You're saying that God equals good.
I'm
good
rational.
Equals God.
Rationality is
God
good.
Equals God. That doesn't tell us anything about good.
Rationality is good, and rationality is the reason why we should be rational. The same thing. You're using the same logic
It's
here.
not. It's not because
I
I brought up goals that I have in mind that I want to accomplish, and there are people that agree with the goal.
Why would you trust your brain to accomplish a goal with your random mutation as a brain?
Because I can see the output of my actions, and I can see that they align with what I want.
Obviously,
I can see
you're a walking contradiction. You're obviously a walking contradiction because
where have I contradicted?
You say morality is not objective, but then you live as if morality is objective.
I don't. I acknowledge that these things are
you
subjective.
do every single day.
No, I don't.
That's why we're here debating. You wouldn't even be debating about it right now.
I very much like you to demonstrate how you have special access to my mind to
Also, how you live has nothing to do with the fact of the state of affairs. Like you could like believe that morality is objective, but like not live and follow that framework. It's just your belief of like how things are actually operating.
Well, he did sort of smuggle in one little thing in his opening argument, like you don't really believe it unless you live by it, or some shit like that. You know what I'm talking about?
What you believe is what you're willing to die for.
Oh, yeah, that.
You'll stake your life on it.
I don't know what you're willing to die for, what you're willing to live for, what you're willing to die for, and what you're willing to kill for.
But like, as an example, like
what are you willing to shut the fuck up for? That's what I want to know.
Nothing.
Let's hit
Nothing
that
at all. I will motor my mouth all the fucking time, any chance I get. But like, as an example of like, not necessarily living to like what like you might believe. Like, I'm willing to cede ground that veganism might be the more morally correct stance to take. But I'm like, I'm not giving up meat anytime soon.
It's debatable too.
That's just because like I'm not
Sounds
a perfect
like
person.
Sean.
I don't know if you've had a lot of experience with Sean yet.
Yeah, I don't know who Sean is.
He's another Irishman that calls in. And
Was he from MBB?
no, just
Okay.
another random Irishman. He's kind of like Kieran's like polar opposite, and he likes to I don't know, proselytize us all into like eating less meat, only he doesn't eat less meat, even though it's better for the environment if we all did it. He's just not willing to be first, I guess,
Oh. Good for thee, not for me.
Yeah, it's one of those do as I say, not as I do kind of deals.
Right. I think my problem is like I haven't like reached like the ought of the moral superiority of the stance. Like I'm just willing to say that like, yeah, it would probably be ethically better, but like there would be like the environmental consideration. There'd be like the animal cruelty consideration, and also just like the massive health consideration. Because there are plenty of developed nations that like consume entirely too much meat, and it negatively impacts their health.
That's been a relatively new thing in our society, right? For the longest time, meat was a delicacy. It was had on very rare occasions, and most people did not eat meat with every meal, especially beef. Other forms a little more common, but
Actually, no. Up until very recently, beef was the only like protein that you could almost guarantee. Like our grandparents ate relatively little chicken,
yes, they didn't eat a lot of chicken either. But I think meat in general, the consumption was down. I think it was a lot less cows and it was a lot less all of it because it was all difficult to produce and store.
Yeah, probably a lot more game than farm raised livestock.
Yeah.
But this is kind of derailing from the point of the video.
Yeah,
It's
kind
just,
of is.
just an example that I
All
was
right.
going for. That like you
Let's
can,
jump back.
Yeah, you can like hold a belief, but like not necessarily follow it, and it could still be the true state of affairs.
Yeah.
Tell me that what I think is objective when I'm claiming it's subjective. How do you know that?
Well, how do you know that? You're taking it by faith, right?
I know it's
you're,
subjective.
you're trusting your inner experience.
How do you
it's
know
not
that?
random.
How do you know that?
You ask a question, let him answer. Like
Yes,
it's
sir.
fine. I love your passion, I really do. It's just let him answer and then attack his statement.
So you don't have special access to my mind to tell me that I actually think that their mind stands independently true. I don't.
So you're,
These things
you're talking
are,
about the mind, which is
Can I
immaterial.
finish my answer, please?
Yes, go ahead.
You okay? You doing all right?
Are you okay?
Yeah, just keep on going. Yep.
So these things are stance dependent. They are dependent upon my stances. And a number of things inform my stances. So, but they're also true in relation to the goals that I want to accomplish. And if I'm accomplishing those goals, then I am acting in a reasonable fashion. Because reason is describing in accordance with reason and logic. An action is reasonable if it is in accordance with reason or is rational if it's in accordance with reason and logic. So if my action facilitates my goal and I accomplish my goal, then I engaged in a logically consistent behavior. And I engaged in a rational fashion.
You're just preaching. Go ahead. Ask the question.
Okay,
No. That's fine. Like, yeah, you've made your point, JL. Did you want, like, please do say what you're going to.
I want to know how he's established. I'm wanting to know how he's established.
What was that?
I said he's not preaching.
Yeah.
He's just backing up the way human fucking thought works. That's not preaching.
Establishing good as a coherent term without being tautologically vacuous.
Okay, just take for granted everything you're saying is true. Who cares? That's just your opinion. It's not happening in my brain the same way it's happening in yours because of evolution, right? So who cares?
No, I'm saying that it is because all you're doing.
You're saying it is doesn't mean it's true.
Because
Okay?
all you're
It's
actually
only true
doing
to
is
you.
all you are actually
just let him get his thought out and then go.
All you are actually doing is abdicating your own morality for obedience to whatever your God's subjective morality is.
Just like you. So what?
How are you grounding? Like, how are you? If you say that these moral truths are mind stance independent, which is what objective morality is, like moral realism, that they're mind stance independently true, how are you determining that when you're grounding them in a mind?
Because if there's a God, then God reveals himself to us.
That's a mind, right?
Yeah, that's right.
And you're grounding them in a mind.
Immaterial. It's immaterial. Yeah.
You're grounding
Just
them
like,
in a mind, though,
like
right?
Your mind is immaterial. Yes.
Okay, so they're mind dependent.
Okay.
That's moral anti-realism.
Okay. God is the objective standard.
Fucking
there you
child.
No, God is the most ultimate thing that is declaring subjectively what it wants. It's God's preferences.
Now-
You were
now
simply
you're trying to
abdicating
teach
your own
theology.
moral stance. You're
Now you're
abdicating
trying
your
to
own
teach
moral
theology.
stances
You know what
for.
you're talking about.
You're abdicating or aligning your own moral stances to be in alignment with the God thing. It's still subjective to the God. It's not objective to the God. It would be objective if the God had to reference an external substrate, like I said in my intro. If there was an external substrate the God had to reference in order to determine what was good or
Okay,
bad.
So what? So what?
So you agree that it's moral anti-realism because it's subjective to your God.
Okay. And
Per
you're
2 Samuel, your
subjected to
God can change
evolution.
these things.
Every single argument you're giving me is subjected to random evolution.
I'd like you to address the point that I'm making.
It doesn't
You're
matter.
going into something completely irrelevant.
Because it doesn't matter.
So you
It's just
agree
your
that
opinion.
that it's subjective to God. Moral
It's
statements are
subjective to
subjective
you.
to the God.
Subjective to you.
No, moral statements are subjective
God
to
is the
God.
moral standard. That's
No,
it.
God's, but it doesn't matter if God is the standard. If God sets it up itself as the most ultimate thing and says, I am the standard because I'm the most like powerful thing out there. And so therefore I am the standard. That doesn't logically entail that the moral pronouncements it makes are objective. They're still subjective to it.
Here you are talking about God like he's a man like you. But yet you set yourself up like you're God and making up the moral decisions as you go.
This is a red herring.
I'm irrational because I'm doing exactly like you're doing. I'm
This
doing the
is a red
same thing
herring.
you're doing and you're mad
I
about
want to
it.
know how you ground statements that you claim are mind stance independent in a mind, because that's logically contradictory.
God is the ultimate standard and he's not a man. God is spirit. He's the vast superior mind of all reality. He's the mind of the universe. And what?
Doesn't logically entail that these things are objective. Objective is mind stance independent. meaning that God would, if they are mind sense independent, God would have to reference them to tell us what was good or bad. If the pronouncements are coming directly from the God, then it's the God's stances that are informing that.
Okay.
They're not objective, they are subjective. They are stance dependent upon the God stances. You are just aligning your morality with the God stances. Effectively, you're advocating your own.
But you want me to align my subjective morality with yours, right?
No, I want you to determine them for yourself.
Okay, good. Then what's the point
so you agree that they're subjective to the God. Great.
I don't even get the argument. I think you're trying to interpret God apart from Scripture, and this is where you're getting all this philosophical.
No, I'm addressing it with logic, because once
you believe in logic now.
I do. I've already described what it is. So
it's immaterial.
In order to be logically coherent. Okay, well, let me just say this. When you state that a God exists, you automatically invoke logic. You invoke the three classical laws. You invoke the law of identity, non-contradiction, and excluded middle, just by saying that the thing exists. In order for the concept itself to be coherent, it has to align with these things. So logic does apply to these things. If we want to say that God is a mind, then in order for that to be a coherent statement, we have to understand what you're talking about. We understand what minds are. So therefore, we can understand what you mean.
You already start from a faulty premise. You already start with rationality is superior, but yet irrationality is the cause of my existence.
I never stated it was superior.
No sense.
I never said it was superior. I said
okay, so here you are telling me it's not superior now, and you're trying to tell me that I should be subjected to the laws of logic for some reason, even though you have no reason for it at all.
Well, I mean, you can act irrationally if you want to. That's
totally
on you.
Yeah, you're doing it right now.
How? How is my what I'm saying? No,
in practice,
how is what I'm saying not in accordance?
Yourself.
How is what I'm saying not in accordance with
JL, you asked a question. Let him answer the question. You asked him how. You can't just then talk.
No, I didn't get to finish it. What have I done that is not in accordance with logic and reason?
Okay, I would say logic and reason is coupled with morality. And I could just think about this. You could too, when it comes to sciences. Some people say, I'm going to follow the science, but then they act like science is a moral kind of framework, but yet science is amoral. We have evil scientists doing some things and good scientists doing other things. And how do you follow the science if you have no moral framework to know who's actually doing good for humanity and who is not? So I would say that they go hand in hand. Logic and morality go hand in hand.
It depends upon the goals. It depends upon the goals. The methodology is irrelevant, but it depends upon the goals and how much harm is accomplished. Like whether an individual is utilitarian or Machiavellian or simply, wants to reduce suffering. So the only scientific outcomes that and methodology we should embrace are the ones that don't do unnecessary harm. So, but you acknowledging that some harm.
Is it harmful for you, or at least in your mind, that cutting off a child's genitals as a transgender, is that normal to you? Is that good?
Nobody does.
Holy non sequitur, okay. Batman.
Also, let's bring up the genital mutilation that Christians practice. Just because they call it circumcision does not make it not genital mutilation.
Is it good, though? Yes or no?
I would say no, because it violates, subjectively, I would say no, because it violates certain tenets that we have within society for children to be able to establish their identities without making decisions that they don't have the full capacity to understand the ramifications of, which is why we don't allow such things, which is why we don't allow such things to happen until they are of age.
Okay, but you're saying that you don't believe it's objectively wrong. You couldn't tell somebody, hey, you wouldn't kind of actually try to argue against people that are trying to promote that into our legal system?
Okay, so people may be promoting that. I disagree with them. But it's subjective because I understand that allowing children to make certain decisions before they have the full capacity, mental capacity to understand the ramifications of those decisions, that those should be held until they are legal adults, which is why we don't permit that. We don't permit such extreme modifications in gender affirming care. It is a slow but steady process in which the parents and the child and the doctor work closely together.
You give me a lot of good reasons, right? Using logic, that immaterial thing that you're using that you say doesn't exist, right? Somehow
I didn't say it didn't exist.
Okay, where's logic then?
Logic is a schema that we invented to describe the way the universe. I'm not done. You got to let me finish. You got to let me finish the answer.
Let him finish. Let him finish.
Logic is a formal schema that we derived to describe reality. A thing is itself, and it is itself. It cannot be something that it is not. Okay. When you're talking about identity, when you're talking about identity, especially like in the social construct of identity, like what we acknowledge is what, these things are entirely subjective. We can open up definitions, we can alter definitions, we can limit definitions, we can expand definitions, we can have multiple definitions for one word depending upon the context in which we use it.
Okay, very good. So am I being irrational by disagreeing with you? Or can we expand the definition of irrationality?
No. In this sense, you would not be this would be this would align with your stances. You would just be antisocial.
Anti what?
You would just be antisocial. You'd be unempathetic and antisocial. That is what you would be.
By being objective in morality, by saying someone torturing a child for fun is bad?
It's not torture. No one's torturing children for fun.
By being objective
No one's
and
torturing children.
morality. He's just dumb. Why the hell would someone like... Oh, never mind. We see examples of this every day. I don't know why you'd sign up for a debate against JL when you're like clearly just objectively fucking dumb. But hey.
Hubris. Hubris.
Exactly. Dumb people often overestimate their ability.
Yeah, he's definitely got that, like at the name of his fucking YouTube channel. Atheism Defeated. Sure, dude. Sure.
Yes, Puggles, you did say that earlier, and it got a laugh out of me.
Fun. I don't know what you're referring to. It's silly. What I am saying is that you're anti-trans. What I am saying is that your bigoted anti-trans position is unempathetic and antisocial.
Yeah, you sound very bigoted yourself. Yeah.
It's not. I'm calling out bigotry when I see it.
Yeah, I'm calling out bigotry when I see it too. You're a big bigot.
Who have I been bigoted against?
Against Christians.
Against Christians. I'm not, because not all Christians believe what you believe.
Oh, just the liberal Christians, right?
No, Christians who are
let's
empathetic.
Let's
Christians
focus
who are
more
empathetic
on...
and not antisocial.
No.
Okay.
I'm empathetic. But again,
No,
that
not
word,
really. No,
that definition has to be defined under objective morality.
No, it
That's
doesn't.
where empathy comes from.
No, empathy.
Because
comes
all you're
from,
going to do is say, to me that no, subjective, and I'm saying,
empathy
hey,
comes from our limbic system. Our capacity for empathy is something that we get from our limbic system. It's something that is evolutionarily selected.
Random evolution caused.
It's not random evolution. Empathy is a trait that our species has.
But for some reason, you have not evolved past that yet, haven't you?
Empathy is a trait.
You have no empathy for
empathy is a trait that our species.
Right?
Empathy is a trait. Empathy is a trait that our species
let him
has,
finish and then we'll go right to you, I promise.
And it's facilitated our survival as a social species. But it is not a one-size-fits-all human beings. The capacity for empathy, there is a genetic predisposition for that, how your limbic system operates. If some people are less capable of empathy, some people are capable of great deals of empathy. You happen to be obviously someone who is capable of less. Or maybe you are
okay, let's go to Robert. Yep, you made your point, Jay. Let's go to
lots
Robert.
of empathy, but you choose to like suppress it. I don't know.
I have empathy.
Yeah, I don't know. You sound very
Yeah, I diagnosed you with that the other night.
Yep. Yes, you did.
I love how you phrased it as I diagnosed you with empathy to be out of empathy. I simply pointed out like how you were exhibiting like in empathetic action.
It felt like a diagnosis.
More like an analysis.
It felt like I was being accused of something.
How dare you say I have empathy for anything? That should never change.
Empathetic towards me.
Probably won't.
No, I think you can change by dropping into rational beliefs.
You can too. I think you could change because you have an immaterial soul that could change your mind.
Please demonstrate
your mind
that.
could change
Please
your brain.
Please demonstrate souls exist. Please demonstrate souls exist.
Immaterial things exist because
Please
God
demonstrate
exists.
souls exist.
Well, do you control your brain or does your brain control you?
My brain is a part of me.
Okay. So take some of your brain out and lose some of you, right?
Yes, you would fundamentally alter like who I am. Yes.
Okay. So who is the you that changes? Your body changes every 7 years or so, every 40 days or whatever it is, and you lose parts of your body. Is that still you during that process after the 40 days, after the 7 years? Is that still you, or did you become something else?
Well,
Can you go to court?
Now we're talking about identity. Is what we're talking about. Is what we is the social practice of establishing identity for an individual. If we're getting into like the metaphysical aspect of it, it depends upon if you think that identity changes from like literally nanosecond to nanosecond to nanosecond, because you could go that direction, or identity is simply a social convention that we utilize to separate one individual from another and recognize autonomy. So, I mean, I don't know where you're planning on going with this. The whole point is that yes, we shed cells and we regrow new cells, but my brain largely remains unchanged unless it is physically damaged by something. So, but either way, identity I hold to be like literally a convention of our awareness. That's all it is.
Okay, how long is this open discussion? Do I get to ask questions too or no?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I'm trying to.
Oh man, we're halfway through it. And it finally dawns on you to
Look,
ask.
I will step in. I do agree.
Dumb motherfucker.
Yeah, it's it's not looking good.
Oh, I'm sorry. We're supposed to be respectful. My bad.
We're supposed to try.
I'll get on that.
You really need Robert to be able to sort of attack your worldview and express problems with, what you believe in morality. And look, Robert, I've been trying to be fair back and forth. You have asked questions. I know that JL is verbose, but I'm trying to give you the opportunity to speak. So, yep, sure, go for it. If you've got a question for JL, kick it off, and we'll make sure you do get a voice and be heard with your questions.
Okay. Do you consider your mind immaterial or is it physical?
Emergent.
Emergent. Okay, so
in that sense, physical.
Yeah, it's physical. Yeah. So when you imagine something, you imagine a pink elephant. You rip open your brain. You can't find the pink elephant in your brain, right?
Obviously, no.
Obviously, no. Right. So those thoughts of yours wouldn't you say those thoughts are immaterial?
The thoughts themselves, yeah,
Yes.
I would say that they. No, I wouldn't. I would say that the thought is different from the actual like image. An image is not the same as the physical thing existing in reality. So abstracts do exist as mental phenomena, but they are not concrete.
Okay, but they do help you understand the world, right? You have to actually think of an idea before you go ahead and try to do that idea to see if it works with the intended goal in mind, like you said earlier.
Yes, I think about things. Sure.
Yeah, and those are all immaterial. They're not physical, right?
They're abstractions, yes, but they are grounded in the physical.
They're grounded in the physical. Okay, is logic grounded in the physical?
Logic is a schema, or I would say a better way to put it. I think a more concise way to put it is a language that we have developed to describe like what we observe and to convey information about what we observe to other people, to do it in a coherent fashion.
When you say we developed, who's the we? Who are you referring
Humans.
to? Okay, so can they reinvent the laws of logic? Can they change them and just say, you know what, let's do it this way now when it comes to logic? Can we maybe the laws of contradiction, the non-contradiction can be shut out and say, hey, you know what, maybe certain things can be contradictory and maybe it's okay. Can the laws of logic change? That's what I'm asking.
There are different fields of logic, but when we're talking about like just classical logic here, then we could change the terminology, okay? But it would still be, you seem to have missed a step. It's a language that is describing objective reality, like mind-independent reality. There's a reality that exists. It exists independent of our experience. The language that we derive to explain that or to describe it and quantify it, that's like logic and mathematics. There are schemas that we use that are subjectively derived. They're entirely mind-dependent. Like the terms we use, 1, 2, 3, 4, these don't exist like out there in the ether. They are terms that we use that we subjectively derive. We're just going to call it 2. And then we say, we look at a thing, we quantify it, say that is 2 of this thing. We're using logic and mathematics to describe and quantify observed reality. So in order for the logic to change, the reality would have to change fundamentally.
Okay, so logic is grounded in our reality. Like we cannot understand the world without logic, correct?
It's grounded in our minds, but it describes reality.
Okay,
that's the tool. That's the purpose.
Well, somebody has to use the laws of logic for them to describe reality, right? With
they could be I mean, they're descriptive. No. They're descriptive in nature, not prescriptive. So
yeah, okay. So the laws of logic are not prescriptive in any way.
No, because necessitarianism leads to modal collapse.
Okay, is that the same thing like science?
He's looking for
descriptive
any
or prescriptive?
Little thing.
Science is descriptive. Well, technically, science is a tool that we utilize to derive what is most likely true about reality. So technically, in a way, it kind of describes like theories describe why a thing happens. Laws describe what is happening.
Okay.
We're getting off topic a bit. Can we tie this back into morality and sort of, I really want to know, Robert, like, so this sort of idea of your mind, how are you tying that into morality and what's your sort of thrust as far as a mind that is
He's trying to find one fucking syllable of disagreement that he can raise with anything JL said so he could just go off on that because he knows he's fucking lost already. So at this point, semantics, it's all he's got. sophistry and semantics. Because he's been smacked in the face with the reality that he should not have fucking accepted this debate. So now he's just going to be a douchebag through it. I'm sorry.
Morality, like, what would your position be on that?
Well, I would just argue that morality and logic go hand in hand, and I was just trying to, I guess, take apart his idea that everything is purely physical, even though he's using or trying to use logic, reason, and he's using his mind, and just showing that his mind, his thoughts, etc., are not material in nature. You cannot find them in your brain. You could think about the future and project yourself into the future, imagining yourself doing things. It's a real image in your mind, but it's not physical. And it's something that we all do all the time to see what kind of results we can get. So we're trying to project ourselves into the future, and we're using the laws of logic, which are also immaterial, and we're trying to figure out how we can do what the accomplished goal that people want to do. And I think morality goes in hand with that. I think that is a moral law that's on our hearts or stamped on our minds. That's why we can become outraged. That's why J.L. Warren wants to debate about subjects all the time, trying to say that Christianity is evil or Christianity is this and that. If it's just an opinion, then why should anybody watch the channel?
Right,
it doesn't
JL,
matter. Who cares?
Yeah,
we'll go to JL.
He's just gish galloping at this point. So, and I understand that's what he has to do, but I've never once stated. I've said that Christianity is capable of tremendous amounts of evil, especially in comparison to other social systems and social support systems that actively choose not to facilitate harm. That the facilitation of unnecessary in-group, out-group distinctions does nothing but harm, especially in today's society. They don't have the survival utility they had in the past. But getting back to the morality thing, the thing that we got stuck on, and I'd really like an answer to, that you have yet to answer, is that you recognize that for a thing to be mind stance independent, you cannot ground it in a mind, right?
I'm sorry, say that one more time, sir.
For a thing to be mind stance independent, you cannot ground that in a mind, correct?
Why not?
Because then it would be dependent upon the mind.
Yeah.
And therefore it would not be mind stance independent.
The whole universe is dependent upon God, yes.
So for a thing to be mind stance independent, you cannot ground that in a mind, correct? Because if you did, that would be a logical contradiction.
No, I don't see the contradiction there, sorry.
Can a thing be described as mind stance independent if it is grounded in a mind?
You keep repeating it over and over. I already told you.
Yeah, I think Robert, what's your definition of subjective and objective? Let's see if we can sort of pass out what
Yeah,
what you're
I would say subjective is going by mere feelings alone, and I think that's J.L. Warren, but his stance is, you could correct me if I'm wrong. And then objective is when you are not necessarily going by feelings, but going on what is true or not. Sometimes you could be studying a subject and it makes you feel uncomfortable at first, and then you realize that it's true, it's consistent, it's logical, it's reasonable. And guess what? You change your view on that, and you ignore your subjective feelings against it, and you hold on to that truth. I wish J.L. Warren would do the same thing with Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Well, I think we should ask JL what his definition as well, just to be fair. What definition? Maybe this will clear up some of the misunderstanding that we're having.
I gave the definitions. I gave the definitions for what objective and subjective are in my intro. Objective.
Can you pause it for a second?
Yeah.
This is gonna bug me. Does anyone know what nationality Mark Reed is?
I mean, he looks like
he's either Aussie,
Slavic.
Kiwi. He's either Aussie, Kiwi, or South African.
Really, because I see Slavic.
I can't tell the difference in the accents. I mean, I hear the Australian, but then a lot of times I hear New Zealand and South African and think that sounds Australian too. So he's mixed. Okay. Sorry. I was just going to bug me until I asked. Just curious if anyone knew.
Things that are objective, and I'll shorten this down. Things are objective, are mind stance independent. Things that are subjective are mind stance dependent. Okay, that's what objective and subjective is. And when it comes to morality, it's stance dependent or stance independent, because that's where we get the evaluation from, as articulated by Hume in the is-ought gap. or Hume's guillotine, which I mentioned in my intro. So if you claim that a thing, like a statement, is that the truth of a statement is stance independent, that means it is true, independent of any stance, any mind, any opinion, any whatever, that the statement X is moral is true like the earth orbits the sun. That the two things are like truths, stance, mind stance, independent truths. But if there is a stance that is the grounding of that, if it's grounded in an agent with a mind, and that is the ultimate source of this thing, it cannot be mind stance independent. It is fundamentally dependent upon that mind. The position of that mind or the power of that agent is irrelevant to whether it is objective or subjective. Okay? Like Superman could exist and Superman could come down and say, I am the most powerful entity in the universe and therefore I declare X is moral. Just because it's the most powerful, just because it's the big Billy badass on the block doesn't make its moral statements objectively true. They're just subjective to that agent's stances.
Okay,
So-
JL, that's great. We got a definition. So can we come to some kind of consensus, or Robert, do you sort of want to address that for JL, that you've sort of said a couple of different things, that God's nature is what provides morality, and
Yes.
you seem to say God's mind. Can we sort of pin down whether it is a stance or a opinion that God can change? Or is it something that is always the same and God does not change?
Yeah, I would say that God has an unchanging nature. So he's already revealed himself in the New Testament in the person of Jesus Christ throughout history. And so that's my point on that. So,
How is God's nature unchanging if you just said it changed?
Let
from the
him
Old
finish, JL.
Wait, say it again.
Let
Say it
him
again,
finish.
Joe.
How is God's nature unchanging if you yourself said it changed from the Old Testament to the New?
Oh yeah, he gave a new covenant. Yeah, he gave
So
a
his
new
nature,
covenant.
so he did change his stances,
No, he changed his laws.
which are, his stances, what he considered to be moral and immoral. He altered them.
Yeah, the New Testament predicted that God would change the law of the old covenant into a new covenant. So he already predicted that. So that's what happened in the first century.
It doesn't matter what predictions are like this. God changed his stances.
Okay.
Those new stances informed new laws, the new covenant, correct?
Okay. Very good. Yeah.
Okay.
Good job.
So these things are stance dependent. Thank you.
I don't know. It's mere opinion to me. I don't know what he's talking about.
It's
Well,
okay.
I
You don't
think-
have to. The life of
Yeah.
the audience does.
Yeah, sure. But here you are using the Bible to undermine the Bible. So
I
to me,
can
it
as
doesn't
an
make
internal
sense.
critique.
You
As
don't
an
even know the
internal critique.
Bible. So it's
No,
it's
as an
really
internal
funny how you're
critique, I
using
can.
philosophy to tell me how to interpret scripture, and you don't even know what you're talking about. So
As an internal critique,
I'm
I
not
can.
going to listen to a skeptic.
As an internal critique, I can. Yes.
Yeah, sure you can. It's irrational.
Well, you don't have to listen to him. It makes it hard to debate, though.
As an internal critique, I can. I can take things that are stated in the Bible and see that they contradict other
It's
statements in
totally
the Bible.
irrational. How are you judging God's word? Makes no sense at all.
I can judge it through an application of logic.
Yeah, sure, logic only exists in a world that God exists. Okay, it does not
That's-
make any sense. Yeah,
that's
it doesn't
non
make any
sequitur.
sense. It's a non sequitur.
That's only true if
It's only your opinion.
That's
It's only
only
your
true.
opinion.
No, that's only true if the ontological assumption you're making is in fact the case, but you can't demonstrate that its
Again,
ontology
random
is as such.
evolution is making you spurg out. Good job.
I'm not spurging out. I'm trying
Yes,
to
you
explain
are.
to you why you're wrong.
You're wrong, buddy.
You're making an ontological assumption
You're
as to the
wrong.
you're making
You're
an
wrong. You're
ontological
wrong. You're
assumption
wrong.
as to the
Like I
nature
said
of
at the beginning,
you are
everything
making
I don't appreciate how they just let that ableism fucking slide.
to be wrong.
You are making an ontological assumption about the nature of logic.
Okay,
You are
let's
making an-
take a breath. Everybody take a breath. Let's not talk over each other so much. Let's have a nice back and forward. Can you explain why he's wrong, Robert?
Because biological evolution has caused his brain to be random. And if he says that there is no God, then who cares? Biological evolution has caused me to be random too. And this debate is nonsense.
You're wrong in that statement. It does not cause them to be random.
Of course you're wrong.
No.
Random
it
evolution has
doesn't-
caused
no,
me to say that too.
You're using random
Let
incorrectly.
JL talk.
You're using random incorrectly because you don't understand the science.
You
When we
don't
talk about
understand the
random
science.
as in having no end goal,
understand the science.
then that's acknowledgeable that we are products of the system, that this is the way we've evolved, and that evolution to a degree does truth track, because the ability to track truth is a way that organisms survive. Is a way that they recognize food, they recognize water, they recognize not to walk off cliffs, they recognize what to do.
Is that why Christianity?
I'm not finished. I'm not
Oh,
finished.
go ahead. Go
These
ahead.
are ways.
Spurt out.
So
Spurt out random
in a way, evolution to a degree does truth track, or allows for truth tracking, or facilitates the existence of truth tracking organisms.
A lot of
We
preaching,
can do
bro.
that as a species through pattern recognition, which is a part of our survival.
Nobody cares
plan.
what a random mutation says, man.
So
I'm just telling you right
when
now.
you say random, you're using random incorrectly.
So now you have a new definition of random.
No, there are two different there are different contexts in which you can use random.
Is evolution reasonable or rational or not reasonable or rational?
It's neither. It doesn't apply to that. Evolution is a process by which life diversifies. It happens naturally. You're telling me
what all your friends told you that you take by faith. You were not there when evolution happened. You're taking that by blind faith, just like a random mutation actually would. Isn't that interesting?
I know. It's
Yes,
observable.
you were never there.
It's observable.
You weren't there
and
at all.
measurable.
You were never there.
It's observable and measurable in nature. It's observable.
Hey there, John. How you doing?
You were never there.
Morning, all. This moral realist is insufferable, isn't he?
You were never there, John. You were
Quote,
never
unquote.
there.
Yeah, I was never there, which means, of course, because we like you were never there when evolution happened. It's happening right now, you fucking simpleton. I mean,
All right. Well, it sounds like you're up to speed, so we can just go ahead and dive back in. Glad to have you up here.
Thank you.
In the lab,
I've already heard many
debates. This debate is not about evolution. This debate is not about evolution.
Hold it. You're just talking over the top of each other. Okay. Can we find? Did you want to do one last point? Maybe we can go back to when you were talking about the evolutionary argument against naturalism. What is that?
Yeah, it's the idea that that if evolution is true, and if it did occur, then you couldn't trust your own cognitive faculties to discover truth, because evolution guides, or the process is guiding you to survive, not necessarily for truth. So that's the argument there. And it's a defeater. If you believe that evolution did occur, then all of a sudden you can't even trust any of your reasons to believe anything, because evolution has caused you to do whatever it is you do, everything you think, everything you believe, everything you, all your presuppositions. Evolution has caused you to be that way. And if that's true, you could not prove any of your beliefs to be true at all, even the belief that evolution is true.
The EAAN, the evolutionary argument against naturalism, fails for a number of reasons. It's a false dichotomy of beliefs. The argument falsely assumes that a belief's survival value and truth value are independent. In reality, having a false belief about basic reality, thinking a bear is friendly, a friendly puppy, or a poisonous snake is a harmless stick, decreases survival odds. Truth and utility are profoundly linked. This is shown in nature, especially outside of the human species. Biological misunderstanding of cognition is a big issue here. The EAAN assumes that nervous systems only calculate motor responses, detached from underlying beliefs. Cognitive science has demonstrated that perceptions, memories, and conceptual frameworks must systematically track physical reality for successful behavior. And numerous critics have pointed out that the EAAN cuts its own throat in respect that if human cognitive faculties are fundamentally unreliable, then the complex philosophical reasoning that Plantinga is using to construct the EAAN is itself equally untrustworthy. So it's self-refuting that respect, but we can see demonstrated in reality that these are not the case. Like I said, it's a biological misunderstanding of cognition, and it's a false dichotomy of beliefs.
Sure. So you're saying evolution has favored theists throughout all of human history?
Do you think Robert has ever come across the argument with respect to why humans find agency and stuff? Because that's an evolutionary slash anthropological argument as well with respect to type 1 and type 2 errors. Like the guy clearly hasn't come across that argument. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made the argument that he just made with respect to evolution leading people to make false conclusions, right?
Well, he wouldn't say all this dumb shit saying that evolution is just random processes.
Well, yeah, true, because
like
it's obviously the mutations are random, perfectly random, but then obviously that you need to account for the fact that they are sorted through the necessity or their appropriateness with respect to the environment, which makes them not random, right?
There's like a dispositional direction.
It's basically a coin sorter. You dump random coins into the top, and then the hopper sorts them based on size, shape.
In this case, effectiveness in the environment, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But that you know, even if evolution could lead you to false conclusions en masse, which I suppose it could do, that makes the assumption that being 100% correct 100% of the time is the objective of evolution, which it's just fucking not. It's close enough, you know. If it doesn't even have an objective. This Robert guy seems odd, like, but listening to his arguments, he doesn't seem to be a complete idiot in that he does seem to have some understanding of the topics that he's talking about, but he seems to be bending them out of shape to fit his position, you know, on purpose. He doesn't strike me as particularly honest.
Well, and he's also like, he's saying like all these knee-jerk reaction things, like, you know, he like pointed at logic being grounded in God, and then he quickly shut up about that because he probably doesn't have like a lot of experience trying to run tag. Yeah, the EAAN is so weird, JL.
No, evolution favors for human beings.
Why you're in the minority?
I'm answering the question.
Go ahead.
Evolution is favored pattern seeking. Religions and God concepts are a result of pattern seeking.
Very good. Okay. That's why there's more theists in the world and less atheists.
True, because ancient humans were more prone to irrational thinking about things. Type 1 and type 2 errors, apophenia and pareidolia.
Sure.
But we
That's
recognize these problems now. These
I
cognitive
swear,
issues, and we
I've
can
not
use these
seen this.
cognitive issues in favor for more rational.
Marriage, pro-abortion, and all that. It actually cuts off the survivability of the evolutionary
None
process.
of this is relevant. None of this is relevant.
Figures, just a liberal. Go ahead.
Whatever you think is icky, is irrelevant.
Whatever you think is icky is irrelevant.
So in that respect, I mean, you didn't respond to anything that I said there. It is a false dichotomy of beliefs, and there's a biological misunderstanding of cognition in there, and it's a self-refutation. So we see these things play out in nature. We can demonstrate them. We can make predictive models with them.
That's why evolution favors theists, not atheists.
No, it favors pattern seeking. It favors pattern seeking.
Let's not do that.
It favors pattern seeking, and human beings utilizing themselves as a template often will attribute anthropological values
What do you
to
say?
things that they
That's
see
why
in nature. and that's
evolution's not what?
I couldn't make it out. They were both talking.
I completely missed it.
I'm getting a bit of lag on my end. There's the video like not between people on the panel, but just the video that you're playing. It's a bit start-stoppish.
Yeah, the original video has like issues with the
okay,
visuals, but you can hear it fine, right?
Yeah, I can hear it fine. It's just
I can hear it fine.
Yeah,
I just wasn't. I actually dropped. I lost the cherry off my cigarette. And it fell right between my fucking thighs, so I missed what he said about evolution and atheism.
Oh god, a cigarette sounds so good right now. After this video, I'll let you take over for like a bit so I can go smoke a cigarette too.
That's where God concepts come from. It doesn't favor theists. It favors this, but that was in our survival-driven days. We don't really need them anymore today.
You don't need to survive anymore.
We are more aligned with logic and reason to survive than ancient supernatural or superstitious concepts.
Yeah, that all came from an irrational cause, like the process of evolution. Good job.
It's not irrational. It doesn't apply to evolution.
You have no idea because your brain told you so. Okay, good job.
It's a category error. It doesn't apply to that.
You're trying to tell me about logic when it's just your mere opinion? Nobody cares, dude.
No, it's not my mere opinion. You're making a category error and trying to say that you're making a category error.
That you're actually going against evolution by being an atheist. Makes no sense at all.
You are making a category error in saying
category error. It's all random words, bro. It's not a big deal. It's okay.
Random words. Showing the
You should
failure in your reasoning.
instead of coming to
It's
debates.
showing the failure in your reasoning. I'm sorry that
Very weak debate. I thought you were going to be better than that.
Okay, I think that's a good point to leave it there. We're kind of getting into the real weird. Yep, that's time. So thank you so much, guys. That was really passionate. I loved it. It was a lot of good points being brought up. There's always going to be over talking. I hope that it was really enjoyable for you and that you got all of your points that you wanted to make out. Thank you so much for joining us. We do have a Q&A going. If you can hang around for that, we do have a few questions going out there. Of course, the super chat ones are done first and foremost. First one comes from Jessica, the Transmetal Alchemist.
Do y'all want to react to the Q&A?
Oops. It's up to you guys.
Yeah, can do. I just want to maximum respect for Mark Reed's
You
diplomacy.
can play it and just go smoke a cigarette, and we'll
Okay, I appreciate that.
we'll just sit on it while we'll just watch the video while you're smoking.
Yeah, Here,
and
I'll
that's
do this.
okay with me.
I'll dip the volume just a touch. That way, like, you guys can talk over the video with more ease, more ability.
Alrighty.
All right, I'm gonna go enable my addiction.
Alchemist for $5 Australian. Question for both. How much time did you spend preparing for this debate by researching into the views and opinions of your interlocutor? Robert, I'll go for you first.
Yeah, probably about 3 weeks. 3 weeks.
About 3 weeks?
Yeah, I
And,
was listening to
you,
a number of debates. I couldn't find a lot of his debates, but I had to I had to keep searching. I think I'd seen 3 debates. I know he has more, but I think they're on different channels, so it was really hard for me to find his debates. So I just listened to other debates on the subject: moral realism, anti-realism.
I don't know how to use Google, so I
And
couldn't
JL, same
find
question
them.
for you. How long did you spend researching into your opponent?
I probably had dedicated maybe a couple of days. It wasn't that hard. So they're pretty. Yeah, I'm pretty familiar with it. So
That's something a veteran would say, quite frankly. There's
I've seen it a lot, so I'm familiar with it. So I was going hitting all the notes. So if that pattern recognition, I'm gonna be yeah, match the pattern. So we're good to go. I know how to respond.
Okay, confidence. There we go. Now, the next one's directed at Robert. What I'll do for these, I will, whoever the question is directed to, I will put the question to them. They do get to respond. The other person then gets a response, but I do want to give the last word to the person who was first asked the question. Okay, so we're going to structure it like that. This is a $10 from Jessica, the Transmetal Alchemist. She's on fire today. $10 Australian. Question for Robert. Since you believe that Christianity is the only path to truth, do you support projects of mass conversion by force, such as the Catholic Inquisition and the colonization of Africa?
No.
No, short and sweet.
Yeah, simple.
Did you have anything to add, JL, or is that...
No, not on that, no.
No, fair enough. No problem at all. We'll go on to the next one, which is again by Jessica, the Transmetal Alchemist, for $10 Australian. Question for Robert. A moral event happens in Edo-era Japan. No one participating is a Christian or have heard the gospel. How do you assess the moral character of this event? Who did the right thing?
I don't even know what the question is on the era Japan. I don't know what they're talking about. Sorry about that.
So it's as far as I understand it, it's a hypothetical question about before Christianity was even known to Japan, right? In ancient Japan. Okay. Yeah. So if someone makes a moral choice and none of them have any idea that the Bible hasn't even made it over there, how do you assess who ought to have done what? What's the moral right moral choice for that decision?
Well, I'm here now. I'm living in the now. Whatever God does in the past, God will reveal his truth to whoever he wants to. I think God will judge those people on an individual basis. So that's what I can say. I'm not God, so I can't judge that. So, you could ask for my opinion, but it's going to be subjective. So you can laugh all you want. You just look like a random mutation laughing for no reason at all.
Right. So they may or may not align, and there's no way you can judge it because they haven't, that's up to a God, presumably.
Yeah, that's up to God.
Right. JL, do you have anything to add to that one?
Nothing that I haven't stated previously in my deal. We would establish what was right and wrong in there, depending upon our referencing our stances. So we could look at one person doing an action to another individual and take the information that we have at play. We'd reference our stances, and we would say that I would conclude that I don't agree that I would say that this action was unjustified. Someone else would say, no, that action was totally justified. We can disagree on that, but that's what morality is, because objective morality doesn't exist.
And Robert, I want to give you the last word. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, there's no point to hear any other response you give because it's all just mere opinions. So I don't even know what the point of your talking for. There's no point of you talking.
Okay, that's definitely an answer. Let's see, what's the next one? Sorry, I'm just getting, I wish I was more organized, but you know. Okay, Jessica, the Transmetal Alchemist, again, says, question for JL. Can you please explain why it is good for us to support transgender people?
I wouldn't say it as an objective good. I would say that why I think it's good, why it aligns with my stances, is because it reduces harm within society. It reduces psychological harm and emotional harm, and we can see that play out in society with the reduction of self-unaliving rates. I don't want to risk the S word there, but we see this play out within society. We want to reduce psychological harm. We want to reduce emotional harm. We want to reduce incidents of self-unaliving, and so in order to do that, we see that in application, gender-affirming care. Gender-affirming care facilitates that outcome, which is a goal we want to accomplish. So it would be, so the ought there is to implement gender-affirming care across the board to ensure that we reduce these incidents, that people are seen, that they are valued, and that they are allowed to establish their identities for themselves and not in accordance with what other people's stances think that they ought to be. So, because that facilitates more harm.
Robert, do you have anything to sort of contend with that? Anything you want to challenge?
Yeah, I think the support, it all depends on what you mean by support. If you're saying to tell them to accept who they actually are, you know, that's what the left used to say before, accept who you are. But now they're saying, no, change who you are. I would say, yes, I support their coming out of that, that mental state, because they're not accepting who God made them to be. So I would say support in the sense that, yeah, you should come to Christ and ask God to help you accept who God actually made you to be. That's all.
Yeah, that begs the question of the existence of the God, which is completely irrational.
Yeah, and it begs the question, you have some kind of rational thing to talk about.
No, like Robert, we'll give JL the last word here on this one.
Oh,
So
okay,
JL,
sorry.
No problem at all.
His reasoning there begs the question of the existence of the God. It's baked into it. There's no reason to believe it. There's no rational reason to accept it. And all it's basically doing is saying that because I believe in a God and I believe these things that I think this God has said, therefore I have the authority to dictate to an individual who they are and who they're meant to be, which is a complete violation of like autonomy, of like individual autonomy, which increases harm within society. We see that bar none. Self-unaliving rates go up. Self-harm rates go up. So we don't want that. We want to reduce those. So we ought to acknowledge individuals individually and to their certain identities. So, and then facilitate their transitions if necessary, if that's where they are, or, allow them to walk through that process to a point where they realize maybe they want to come back, but it's got to be at the speed of the individual in question, not the purported authority figures dictating what they ought to be.
Okay, next question from Surprise, something different this time, Jessica, the Transmetal Alchemist. Question for Robert. Who would you support, the Christian John Birch Society, which wanted to maintain segregation, or the Muslim Malcolm X, who wanted to abolish segregation?
Yeah, I would go with the abolishing of the segregation with Malcolm X. Yeah, I think a lot of the left wing politics right now is trying to segregate people into groups so they can win votes and all that. And so I think that's a problem too. We should not be segregating. We should be uniting against a cause, like J.L. Warren says, the cause of freedom, free speech, etc. Without free speech, we wouldn't be here. So thank God for that. Even this platform, no matter if you're skeptics or not, I think free speech is a big deal, and we should always fight for everybody's freedom to have these debates. I think it's really good for society and to see what side's better, in discussion with these topics, all these sensitive topics. But yeah, I would definitely side with Malcolm X on the segregation.
Okay. JL, you can add something if you want.
Just weird that he would thank God for something that was entirely secular in nature. Is just weird because the Bible does not advocate for free speech. So.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and last word for you. Okay. Did you have anything to add, Robert?
Oh yeah, well, when you say this is a Christian society. If you were in a Muslim society, you wouldn't have any free speech. So it's interesting how the majority of Christians are here. The atheists ran out all the Christians from Europe, And now you got Muslims taking over. They filled a vacuum, and now that's being destroyed. In so much that Richard Dawkins actually
Ran
said,
out all the
Christmases
Christians from
because Islam
Europe.
is taking over. Yeah, you try to destroy a worldview that God exists and with Jesus
Like
Christ
the
and loving your neighbor,
UK,
etc.
for
Guess what's going to
instance?
happen? You're going to be overtaken by Islam, and you will probably be wiped out. God forbid. But I think that's the effect of going against Christianity. That's the effect. You have all this free speech you want here in America, talking trash about Christianity, but when Islam comes, I think it's going to be a big problem. Hopefully, God has mercy on all our souls.
Okay. Again, we've got Jessica, the transmetal alchemist. Surprise, surprise. A question for Robert. Explain how morality would have worked hundreds of millions of years ago before humans showed up when dinosaurs ruled the earth.
I have no idea. It's just speculation.
Okay. Anything to add, JL?
No, I'm good. I'm good. Jessica made a point with that.
Okay. And you've got nothing to add, Robert, I presume. Just jump in if you do. Let's see. And the last one, I believe, from Jessica, the transmitter. Look, Jessica, I don't want you to impoverish yourself, but thank you so much. You have been absolutely a hero in this. So thank you so much.
Big W's.
Yeah, I was worried about whether we would have enough questions, whether we keep it going, and you know, the Caped Crusader just soars in and rescues me. Thank you so much, Jess. I really appreciate it. Question for JL. Can you please explain to us why it is good to oppose racism and stand for racial equality?
So I would say that, okay, why it is good would depend largely upon the goal that we have in mind. So I would say that if our goal is to have an equitable society, that all individuals share the same legal rights, representations, and protections by the law, and our goal is to facilitate happiness, health, happiness, and well-being, then we see the application of institutionalized racism, and we see the application of that leads to more harm because it leads to a second class, a second class area of citizenry, which don't have the access to the same things that the other class does. So
that would be eugenics, John.
That doesn't need to be there.
Just
it
FYI.
reduces efficacy within the society itself. It reduces overall health, and ultimately leads to more harm and destabilizes the society in itself as a result of that harm. So if our goal is to have a stable society that supports the health and happiness and well-being of individuals, recognizing that everyone is deserving of that under kind of like the banner of humanism, then we ought oppose racism and racial segregation, and advocating for racism being a second class. We ought oppose that for the betterment of the totality of society. And as empathetic organisms, we have the capacity to do so. So,
okay. Robert, did you want to add anything, challenge anything?
Yeah, I would just say that everything he said is all made up from his worldview. I would say the only reason why we can be empathetic for equality and racial, in the racism and so on, standing for racial equality, is because all people are made in God's image. That's why, not because some random evolution has happened, that you're made for no purpose at all by random mutations. And there's no reason why you're here in the first place. Why do you think so many people unalive themselves? It's because they have stupid ideologies like this guy here.
JL, you get the final word.
Damn.
No, he's demonstrated his ignorance more than enough. I don't need to double up on it.
Yeah.
Okay. Actually, one more
For
came in.
real.
I do apologize from surprise. Jessica, the transmitter alchemist. Question for JL. Can you explain to us why we should resist and oppose Christian totalitarianism and violence, such as the KKK?
Yes, that also again goes to the goal that we have in mind. So the fundamental underlying goal of let's talk about this society that we live in here in the United States. The fundamental underlying goal was a secular nation, one that was not informed by nor dictated by any particular religion, but allowed for the free expression of religion and the free rejection of religion. So the free exercise and establishment clauses in the First Amendment. And this is just, if you go to the Federalist Papers, you go to the certain documents like Tripoli and like this, then we understand these things to be elemental or fundamental to the establishment of the United States. If the goal is to have an equitable society that allows for free expression and allows for people to engage in the belief systems that they, or I say the rituals, the belief system, back to rituals that they want to respect those beliefs, then we ought oppose Christian totalitarianism, Christian nationalism, Christian violence, such as the KKK, such as the administration that is currently in power. Things like Project 2025, we need to oppose those and oppose them vehemently because they are completely antithetical to the grounding nature, or I say the grounding principles of this country. The idea was to get away from England. The idea was to get away from a government that was hopelessly intertwined with the Church of England, that one religion, that Protestants could not live safely under the banner of a Catholic king. And so instead of having a country where a religion dictates what you can and cannot believe or what is appropriate or not appropriate to believe, we can acknowledge that all beliefs can coexist within a secular nation that is not informed specifically by any one specific religion, and that we needed to protect our government from that, from becoming a theocratic totalitarianism or theocratic authoritarianism. Either way, to secure democracy and equal representation, we need to do that if it is our goal to secure equal representation under the law. So we should resist those things to accomplish that goal.
Robert, the mic's yours.
Okay. So she's asking, can you explain why I would oppose Christian totalitarian violence such as the KKK? Okay. Yeah, I oppose the violence, the KKK, and all that stuff too. So yeah, I believe there's a special thing that we are made in the image of God, and we should respect everybody's rights to choose. I think the Bible does say that. So, everything he said is correct, but I just feel like he's really on the left side of things, and I think the left side likes to censor people, and that's what I'm against. So, I disagree with him on that.
Okay, JL, you got the final word. Anything you want to add or challenge?
Yeah, it has nothing to do with my political leanings. He doesn't know that what side of the politics I lean on or what I stand on.
Yes, I do actually.
He's making the
assumption. Robert. We just have to let him get the last word. Sorry.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sorry about that.
To clarify for him, because he's making these assumptions. Politically wise, I lean left of center, but I really am more of a centrist when it comes to many things. But when it comes to advocating for the recognition, the protection, the legal representation of human beings as humans, and not dependent upon their like weird beliefs in like made up father figures or sky wizards, this stuff is irrelevant to the fact that we are all human beings. We're all members of the same species, and as such are entitled, as a philosophical position, are entitled to the same rights, protections, and representation as everybody else. And that's where it should start. So as a humanist, as a secular humanist, that is where I operate from, because I see it causes the least amount of harm, and I see it in practice in other nations that it produces the least amount of harm.
Okay, so I had one last question. This is the very last one, I promise, unless somebody bombs me with the super chat. So the last question that really fascinated me was sort of Ember wrote in, Better Than Ember wrote in, for both, can you briefly steelman your opponent's position? Can you basically say in the strongest possible terms with the most charity what your opponent's position is? We'll start off with JL. Can you steelman Robert's position?
It's hard to you can't steelman a logical contradiction, but you can say that if God is the ultimate thing, then what it says we ought to follow because of the consequences that are imposed by the entity of us not following them. So as a matter of utility, we ought to do that. So I would say from that perspective, yes, it doesn't dictate as to what is morally the case or what is like objectively moral. It recognizes that these are subjected to the God, but that we ought do them because of the consequences if we don't, that we will not be treated like everyone else or get the benefits that everyone else that does follow these things, we won't get those things. So from a purely utilitarian standpoint, that would kind of follow. But as far as like the topic at hand, moral realism, moral anti-realism, his position is logically contradictory. So you can't really steelman a logical contradiction.
Okay. Robert, can you steelman JL's position?
Yeah, I'll do my best. But it's really hard to steelman a logical contradiction. So, yeah, the problem is that he takes everything by feeling emotion,
Argumentative.
And by doing that, if that's all your opinion is, that means that it's just like debating about if you like pineapple.
It's almost like he's regurgitating somebody else's argument that he doesn't fully understand.
It's completely irrelevant, and he has no guts to stand on any moral grounds because he has none. And so showing up to this debate, he's already lost the debate. And I'm glad that he came. Proved me right. Thank you.
Oh my God.
Okay. Look, yeah, well, we just had a statement each. I actually screwed up the timing, so I do apologize to both of you. I was supposed to do the closings before the Q&A, but I was so interested in the Q&A, I kind of lost my mind and skipped it completely. Good. So, yeah, that's my fault. The crew have been telling me I'm completely losing it, which is probably true. So, JL, you started. So, Robert, you will do the first close. So, just up to 5 minutes. Sum your position, give your perspective, and give your perspective on the position there.
Okay. All right. Starting now.
Yep. Okay. Go for it. Whenever you start talking.
In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, what have we witnessed tonight? Jail Warren has spent the entire debate acting like he has Sky Daddy issues. Jail desperately trying to act like moral anti-realism is
go
a
fuck
serious
yourself.
position. It's not. It's very unserious. Nobody cares about it. Nobody cares about his opinion. But every time he opens his mouth to call something wrong, harmful, evil, illogical, he refutes himself. He cannot live consistently with his own worldview. He wants to condemn Christianity as evil while telling us evil doesn't objectively exist. He wants to use logic to correct me while unable to ground the laws of logic in his materialistic universe. You've spent the whole night sawing off the branch he's sitting on, then acting shocked when I pointed out. Your entire belief system is nothing but a contradiction stacked on a contradiction. Every time he tried to say I was wrong tonight, proved my point. Because according to his view, that's just your opinion. That's just my opinion. That's just the chemical processes in the brain talking. So let me say it one more time, nice and slow. That's just
Chemical
your
don't
truth, bro.
talk.
It doesn't really matter. You have no foundation. You stand on nothing but your own ever-changing emotions playing God with morality while denying that God exists. You have made yourself the ultimate authority over right and wrong while claiming no such authority can possibly exist. Moral anti-realism doesn't just fail as a philosophy, it fails as a way to live. It's intellectually bankrupt and practically unlivable. I stand here as a moral realist because it's the only position that matches reality. Right and wrong are real. We cannot call out some people for doing wrong in a different society if morality is purely just matter of societal norms. We can never do that. We can never go and say Hitler was wrong for what he was doing or Mother Teresa was good for what they're doing or what she was doing. We can never ever do that because we don't believe in morality as an objective.
Was this the first time like Hitler or Nazis were invoked during this discussion?
No, he alluded to them at the towards the very beginning. He never said Third Reich or Nazis or Mustache Man, but he alluded to it. Like when one country does something, that decides to persecute an entire group and like that. So, but he definitely alluded to it.
he made the comment of like executing a third of like a people group, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, and also this issue, he did a lot of what a lot of people who disagree with the religious people that disagree with the moral anti-realist position. They assume that there is no moral content there whatsoever. Just because you're a moral anti-realist doesn't mean that you're not capable of making moral judgments.
Right. It's just we're just talking about their grounding. It's all it is.
Yeah.
It's like, well, morals don't exist for you, so you can't say it. It's like, what? No, that's not what I said at all. I explained it in my intro. So.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on how Godwin's law was fulfilled.
It was.
A fact. So he lost this debate tonight. I knew he would. Just right when he came into this debate, just trying to make all these filibusters and talking. It's like, dude, don't you understand? You're actually refuting yourself. You're talking like I'm wrong for some reason while you're saying there's no such things as right and wrong.
Stop hitting yourself. Stop hitting yourself. Stop hitting yourself.
Country, because we are the majority.
That's all I hear.
And the majority rules according to the survival of the fittest.
Why are you hitting yourself?
I swear, like it was about halfway through the debate, I started getting the feeling that he didn't want to be there. Like he just like he kind of like checked out. Like he's like, I don't want to be debating this anymore. And that's why he kept kind of trying to switch it over to like other topics. Yeah. Like when he was bringing up God and invoking all these other like, and then when he bring up the EAAN, he was trying desperately to get off the topic of morality. And I think there was a sense that he had a sense that he wasn't winning, that he was flailing, that he couldn't address anything that I was saying. And, and of course I never once had to say, well, I'm winning. Ha. It was like, I would be like, oh, I would just, well, thank you for confirming the point that I was trying to make. I appreciate it. Let's move on to the next point. So
he did only spend 3 weeks preparing jail. So
3 weeks preparing this. I'll admit in my writing my intro and my questions and my outro, I spent a good deal of time on them because I wanted to be as concise as possible, but I wanted to touch on major points. I wanted to hit the pillars of the discussion, and I wanted to bring up a solid example with trying to find an example from the Bible as an internal critique. I was like, what's the best one? And it took me a while to fall down on 2 Samuel, but I spent a lot of time focusing on that. I knew I knew him. He's easy. He's a dime a dozen. So, but 3 weeks preparing, he could have watched all 300 of my videos from there in that time. But
well, it was just a response.
He wanted to make this political so badly.
Oh,
You
big
could
time.
just hear it, and he couldn't.
That was the kicker, and I wish I'd been a little bit clearer on that. Maybe I was. Maybe I'm just self-critiquing too hard. But he wanted to make it political. He kept trying to shift it like, well, you're just a big lefty. And I'm like, well, this really has nothing to do with left or right. It's about secular humanism, because there are conservative secular humanists out there. It's like your political leaning and where you decide, like as far as like a sociological paradigm. These are going to be, it's because humanism is a philosophical position, not a political position, and there's conservative humanists out there. So
exactly, Joe. I mean, just as an example, if you leave the US and head over to the UK, the vast majority of the conservatives are secular humanists.
Right.
So it's myself included. I'm one of them.
I thought I could have done. I thought I could have done a little bit better trying to focus on that. Be like, stop thinking about it in the terms of political, and start thinking that this is where I'm coming from with secular humanism. They're not that's why it's irrelevant. But he wanted to make it political. He'd be like, you're just a big woke lefty.
They drive me nuts when they do that. I just want to say, come to Async, bitch. Let's fucking play. I'll go down that political road with you all goddamn night. Let's do it. But it's almost like they hide behind the fact that most atheist streamers don't want to go down the political road, and they use any excuse they can to stay away from it. And so they just hint at it, like, oh, he's probably a lefty. Oh, it's obvious. We know how he thinks. It's obvious. And then they say, oh, I'll get off of it because we know you don't want that here.
I think
then it's like,
the one
drives me nuts.
But the wanting to stay clear of politics, I think, in large part is driven by the fact that people get pigeonholed. So, for example, if you stick your head above the parapet politically and offer a political opinion, someone will go, you're a Republican, or you're an affiliate of this political party or this political organization, and then you get saddled with all of the other shit that you don't agree with respect to that.
I don't think so, because it's possible to not do that. I mean, I've been saddled with shit that I don't agree with, and I just fucking disagree with it. I think it's generally that people don't know how to, like they want to make everything about politics, but they don't actually know anything about politics.
They've learned to equate certain political positions with things like for example, nowadays it would be like if he knew that I was a democratic socialist, which I rarely if ever talk about on my channel, but I'm a democratic socialist and a secular humanist, and when it comes to my policies, I'm left of center, sort of left of center, but I'm pretty much a centrist. Now, if he had found that out, if you're like, oh, you're a democratic socialist, automatically in his eyes, I'm a communist. And
right, you're a communist.
I'm like 3 shades from Stalinism, and because that's where his head's going to go. Because I think nobody mentioned in the comments in the chat that this guy is definitely like a Jay Dyer made by Jim Bob clone. Is regurgitating these silly freaking points that have nothing to do with anything. So.
Yeah, and and that's one of the reasons that he brought up all that like trans stuff, is he's just trying to do that political thing where he's saying, oh, look, he thinks this thing, which is what we all vote on this one issue for, or, 3 issues or whatever. And then as soon as he tries to like associate you with someone that no one in the audience who's on his side should listen to, then he just thinks that's some kind of like, I don't know, like a point against you for the chat or something. Like he's an idiot.
There's no scope for reasonable disagreement on nuanced points, right? Like it's just thrown out like you should, like we like my side all agrees that it's like the 80-20 issue. It's how the last few elections.
They don't understand nuance at all. Like they think that automatically they bring up trans issues, and they think that's like the big dividing line. That's a huge wedge issue. Like all liberals have to immediately defend trans issues no matter what, and by and large that tactic has worked, because people on the left didn't fucking care about trans shit 10 years ago. They didn't know shit about it, and you know, all of a sudden the right wants to make it an issue, and they did. They successfully did. And now everybody thinks that's the big, huge issue that's driving a fucking wedge between us. And it's not. You know, there are still some of us on the left that honestly don't really care about trans issues that much. It's just not in our wheelhouse, you know?
One thing I will say to what Nobody on Fire said is that, because you notice, I saw many of you picking this up during the course of the debate, that he would hit on these very, very specific talking points. And I think he really quickly noticed that he did not have like his usual audience or the people that he depends upon in the chat. So he wasn't seeing his usual, like, yeah, you get him, whatever, and the nonsense that they throw out there. And he wasn't seeing like insults against me in the chat. And a little bit of behind the scenes info is that every time he dropped, he would drop one of these little nuggets, one of these little talking points, he would not get the response that he was anticipating. At the end of a Skeptic Haven one, for anybody who's ever been on there, at the end of it, when we close it out, everybody sticks around and we do kind of like a round table as to like how we did, what we could do better, how we could improve the stream, what we could add, yada, yada, yada. And we just kind of like take everyone's temperature and kind of figure out how we can improve. And the minute it was over, like he deuced out like immediately. It was like,
really?
And so, and
Big
I think it's because he knew that he was alone. That there was no one there that was going to that was backing him up. And, you know, so I think he was there like Nobody on Fire. I think he was there just to try and score points with an audience, and he wasn't going to do it here. So
and a lot of guys like that, they'll drop in talking points, and then it's like it dawns on them in real time that, oh shit, it's just a talking point. I don't actually have anything to back that up. I can't argue it. It's just a talking point.
Yeah, so didn't prepare well. Instead of making an actual argument, started setting off rockets all over the place just to try and get a reactionary response. And then when asked to actually defend the position, couldn't. And then when there was an opportunity at the end to have like just an absent audience, good faith, like how do we think that went discussion, fucked off immediately. So also has no courage either. Great. What a combination.
That's pretty typical.
Andy wants to debate me again. He wants to debate me.
What?
He wants to debate me on. I think he didn't tell me exactly what, but I think by the implication, he wants to debate me on the existence of his God, which will be another one that I'm just going to take his lunch money again. I'm going to take his lunch money and I'm going to take his wife out to eat. So, I mean, I'm just going to cuck him completely if we do it again, because I wasn't expecting the anti-trans stuff, the bigoted shit, because in his usual content, he doesn't usually go that route. And I think it's because he knows it will get hit, like on his own channel, it could get his channel dinged if he does that enough. But he pulled that shit out here because it's not his channel, which tells me that he has no respect for anybody else's platforms.
Right.
And so if I debate him again next time, I probably will not be as nice as I was in this one.
But he was also treating that position like there's no nuance.
And like I said, send him here because we'll take him to task on that shit too, in a heartbeat.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm gonna give him the corner.
I have no problem doing it.
I'll give him the corner seat in the hotel room.
So even if Jessica doesn't like it, sorry, Jess, love you, dear.
Hey, that's the fun chair.
It's good to see you again, JL. It's been a little while. So
yeah, definitely good to see you as well. Thanks so much. I'm sorry it took me so long to get here. I was out doing stuff with the wifey, and so finally managed to make it back and get online. She's
the wifey, you misogynist.
Yeah. Well, I'm the hubby. She's the wifey.
That was obviously a joke, just in case I didn't translate.
Yeah. And she's crashed out right now, and the dogs are taken care of. So I figured I would. It was like, finally I can jump on and do this. But yeah, if you want to,
it took you a while to get here today, or like in general
to get back to the house because we were out and about.
Because it did take you a while to get here, like in general too.
I was on my phone. Listening.
I'm not saying I noticed, but you know, we've been around a few months and didn't see you until very recently. That's all I'm saying.
Better late than never. That's the only thing I can say to that one.
Yeah.
All right, there's a couple more minutes of Q&A. Should we get through that?
I think he's doing his closing statement.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and then I think I actually think he's almost done. And then I think
Oh, this is still closing statement?
Yeah.
Damn.
Well, because Mark, he realized
really got lost.
He messed up. He did the Q&A and then came back to closing statements after the Q&A. So it's a bit janky, but yeah, it's fine. It's fine. It works. It works.
All right, well, let's get through these closing statements.
Processes, right? The majority rules. And so he's out of the norm. He's not using his common sense. If he would be a theist. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much, Robert. Fantastic. JL, you get the final conclusion. Let her rip.
Awesome. Well, thank you, everyone. As we bring this debate to a close, I want to extend my gratitude once again to Skeptic Haven and to the audience for your time and attention, and to my opponent for literally doing all my work for me by never addressing any of the points that I made and focusing only on appeals to consequence, which is not a logical defeater. We began this debate by asking a fundamental question about the nature of reality. Are moral facts objective, mind-independent features of the universe, or are they fundamentally dependent upon the stances of conscious agents? Throughout this exchange, we have looked at the landscape of metaethics through three distinct lenses: semantics, epistemology, and metaphysics, none of which my opponent addressed. And at every single turn, the realist position failed to hold any ground. And as a matter of fact, at one point, he actually agreed with me. So let us review what has been established today. First, we looked at semantics. We examined what human beings are actually doing when they make a moral claim. My opponent wants you to believe that saying cruelty is wrong is identical to stating a mathematical or physical fact. But as we have demonstrated, moral language is not descriptive of the external world. It is expressive of an internal state. It is a projection of our evolutionary empathy, our cultural upbringing, and our personal valuations. To strip the human mind away from an action and expect the wrongness to remain floating in the empty vacuum of space is a profoundly philosophical error. Second, we looked at epistemology and Hume's unavoidable is-ought gap. My opponent tried desperately to construct a bridge from the world of physical facts to the world of moral duties and failed in doing so because, as we have seen, you cannot logically derive a prescriptive ought from an empirical is without smuggling a subjective valuation into the equation. Whether we are discussing biology, sociology, or economics, science can only ever tell us what is the case. The moment we decide that what we ought to do about it, we must reference a stance. The ought does not exist in the data. It exists in our desires, our goals, and what we choose to value. Finally, we addressed metaphysics and the Euthyphro dilemma. My opponent attempted to escape the groundless nature of realism by anchoring morality in the mind of a god, but as we explored, the move instantly collapses into a logical contradiction. You cannot claim that morality is independent of minds while simultaneously grounding it entirely within a divine mind. Furthermore, as we saw in the biblical examples from 2 Samuel, even the theological framework inadvertently demonstrates that rules shift, adapt, and are ultimately governed by the subjective goals and valuations of the agent in question, this being the god. Kicking the metaethical can down the road to a deity does not solve the problem of realism, it merely amplifies it. When we look at the universe through a clear rational lens, we do not find objective moral particles written into the laws of physics. We do not find a cosmic ledger of right and wrong floating in the atmosphere. What we find is far more profound. We find us. Moral anti-realism is not a surrender to chaos or nihilism. It is a recognition of reality. It is the acknowledgement that we, as conscious empathetic beings, are the authors of our own values. We do not need a cosmic parent or a mind-independent blueprint to tell us that suffering is bad or that kindness matters. We care about those things because of who we are, how we evolved, and the societies that we choose to build together. When you look closely at moral realism, the illusion fades, and you are left with human minds making human choices. Stances are the inescapable reference points for all morality. For these reasons, the only logically consistent, ontologically honest position to hold is moral anti-realism. Thank you.
Thank you so much, JL. Fantastic. And that is it for you guys. I got to wrap up the show, but you can hang around if you want or take off. Listen, I really want to say thank you so much for giving us your time and your perspective. It really means a lot. I hope you had a fun time. And it was a really good discussion from both of you, especially Robert. I know it's hard to go into, the lion's den, as it were, where everybody has a different worldview. But I really want to thank you for making the time to present your opinions and your perspective. It really was a fantastic debate. And JL, thank you so much for your time. It really was fascinating. I had a blast. So I really appreciate it, guys. Absolutely fantastic.
Thank you, Mark, for having me. Thank you, JL.
It really
for,
wasn't.
Putting me on this channel so we could discuss some good stuff. Maybe we'll have a rematch in a year or so. We'll talk about another subject whenever you're ready.
It's going to take him a year.
Thank you guys for the... Yeah,
keep in touch, Robert. We can set something up, and if you want to debate other people, we can set that up. And I think that we're trying to get this channel started. So if you do know any people that would like to have structured debate that really explores ideas, that's what we're looking to do. So a pleasure to meet you, Robert. It really was. It was
Thank
really
you, Mark.
good.
Thank you, JL.
Thank you. So I'd just like to give a thank you to all the channel members who, honestly, without them, Skeptic Haven and the Thought Experiment could not keep me in fancy shirts. So thank you
The
so
rest
much
of this is just
for your
closing.
generosity.
He's just doing outro plugs. That's all he's doing.
Cool.
Talks about being kept in fancy shirts there.
Yeah, your closing remarks were like just essentially a victory lap. I loved every second of it.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
I can't see how that was. Oh, that was an interesting debate. It was engaging. No, it wasn't. It fucking was not. Shouldn't be
What?
giving people that kind of fucking
he
flowers when.
He wants.
Yeah, I get it. He wants
he
he wants other theists to show up and do debates, but
Then
fuck
get spanked
that.
as
You know, you're
Also, at least one side knew what the words meant.
yeah, exactly.
I kind of felt the other side was sitting there wishing random evolution to give him comprehension skills.
I was so I almost caught it. I almost thought I screwed up because when he was bringing up how he mentioned these things, he was trying to imply that these things are prescriptive, and I cut him off at the pass. And I was like, no, these things are descriptive. They're not prescriptive. Oh, they're not prescriptive. And I was like, no, because necessitarianism leads to modal collapse. And I said that, and I was like, "Oh fuck!" Now I'm gonna have to spend 20 minutes explaining what modal collapse is. And I was like, I didn't want to.
I assumed that he didn't. He just like that just rolled right over his head like water on a waterproof jacket.
Well, it was the bit where he was talking about how evolution. His just bold-faced assertion was that evolution you can't
Especially
trust
water up a duck's ass.
You can't trust
sure.
what you can't trust what your brain tells you, because your brain is just the product of random chance, because evolution is just random. And I was like, but hang on, we can make an anthropological and evolutionary argument for why humans believe in God, which is the distinction between the type 1 and the type 2 error. And that's assuming agency where no agency exists, which means that we can ground the existence of the humans' belief of the existence of a God in the fact that they fucking made a mistake, but that mistake led to them likely surviving, which is why they assume agency. So now what the fuck do you do?
I mean, that's why. I mean, I'm pretty vocal about how much of a quack I think Plantinga is. Every time I see his face, this is going to sound so stupid. Every time I see his face, I just want to punch it, because his shit is so philosophically vacuous, and it disturbs me how many people just like jump on it like it's valid, like it's like, oh, this is an amazing thing. Like his whole like thing with the logical problem of evil is just complete batshit buffoonery. And then the whole like the argument again, or the evolutionary argument against naturalism, it makes no freaking sense. Complete like it's a complete like just it's completely divorced of any kind of understanding of what evolution is and how these things work. So it's just gross. You know, I wish I'd done a little bit better.
I would be interested in seeing him try to actually prosecute a debate where he defends his God without touching the Old Testament. That would be fucking funny.
I think it was. I mean, when he did that, and one of the okay, so me going into this, I wanted to keep in mind at all times to trust the audience. I did not. I wanted to ensure that I remembered I do not have to rehash a point that I feel that he's already made, and to not interrupt him when he's making a mistake. To trust the audience that they are intelligent, they know what's going on, and that when he fucks up, they're going to recognize it. It's not something that I have to I have to relitigate. And when he said, I don't adhere to the Old Testament, I just adhere to the New, but he invokes the New Covenant, which implies the change from the old, then I trusted that the audience would recognize, well, then you're acknowledging that God's stances can change, that he can literally alter his moral calculus can change depending upon what's going on Earth. And I knew that they would pick it up, and they automatically did. I was like, so that's what I was trying to do there. And I think I did a pretty good job.
Yeah.
So
Well,
I didn't have to.
Yeah.
Sorry, Joe. It's the old like when you're having an argument with one of these religious lunatics and you criticize their book, and then they go, but that's the Old Testament though. And I'm like,
right.
So the fuck what? Like you use the Old Testament to affirm the New Testament. The Old Testament are the predictions, and the New Testament is supposedly the predictions being completed. So you can't segregate them in that way. That's not on the table. That's not something you get
It's
to
in
do.
the Old Testament. No one reads the shit in the Old
Except for when you're
Testament.
referencing,
Not really sure
the
why
10,
it's still in print.
except for when you're referencing the 10 Commandments.
Oh, but which 10?
That's important.
Was it the first 10 or the second 10 that were different? The second time Moses brought them down from the mountain? And what about the other 613? What about fucking that? Like, I mean, Jesus.
But yeah, he challenged me originally. What it was so weird how it came out. I was literally just like killing time on like online. I just finished writing a script and I was tired and I was like, let's see what's going on live on YouTube. So I just, you can scroll through all the lives that are currently going on. And I came across him talking to some dude about whether or not agnosticism is rational. And I was like, okay, let me see what's going on here. And the shit he was saying was so philosophically bankrupt. And at first I was kind of like, I tried to like message in the live chat, be like, I think there's some mistakes here that you're making philosophically that need to be corrected. But he never responded. So okay, so he's not reading the chat. That's fine. So
can I just ask a clarification, Jill? Are you an agnostic or an atheist? Like,
I'm an atheist. Well, see, it's a little bit more complex than that.
I agree.
Because it depends upon what God we're talking about. And so we have to like we have to assess it from that. If the God itself is logically contradictory, then obviously I'm a Gnostic atheist. I know it can't exist because I know it doesn't exist because it can't exist. But if it's unfalsifiable, then technically I'm an agnostic. It's possible it could exist, but I have no justification to believe that it does. So
exactly. Yeah, it is on a position by position basis. But generally speaking, because I tend to view it from a deistic position, from a deistic position, which is kind of a catch-all, I'm agnostic. But there are specific gods. The more dogma, the more contradictory attributes that you dump on this entity, you do get to the point where you go, this is logically impossible. Therefore, I don't think this God exists. Therefore, I'm an atheist with respect to this particular entity. I completely agree. Yeah.
So I commented on that on a video when it was done. I just left a comment like, hey, I think you should come over to my channel and we should have a chat. I do live streams twice a week. You should come on over and we should have a chat. And he responded. He was like, "What do you mean?" It was like, "Well, I do 2 live streams a week. You should pop over and we can have a chat about some of the philosophical mistakes you're making." And I think it could help you to understand where the agnostic was coming from. And he was kind of like, I don't do like conversations on other people's channels. I just formally debate them. And I'm like, okay, so
could have fooled me.
I was kind of
He
like,
sucks at that. Damn, dude.
and I was like, okay, so. Let's set it up.
Nobody, that was harsh, dude.
I'm almost completely certain that and almost anybody who debates the distinction between agnosticism and atheism, they conflate the ontological and the doxastic positions. Like agnostic, when you're just talking about the belief position, i.e., you're not incorporating something like knowledge, just whether the person is convinced or not, then agnosticism is a perfectly reasonable position to take. It doesn't, so when the second that you start using terms like Gnostic atheist, you are ultimately conflating belief and knowledge in a way that I just don't think is reasonable, because you're asking people to justify a belief position when they're not claiming to have a knowledge position, and they are two different things fundamentally.
Yeah. So, but yeah, he challenged me, and I was kind of like, okay, and I was doing some mod work over on Skeptic Haven, and they were looking for more content, more people to. So I was like, hey, there's this guy named Atheism Defeated who wants to debate me, who wants to formally debate me. I figure we could do it here. And Michael reached out and set it up, and I was like, okay, well, let's do it. Let's debate this. And so it was pretty much it. And I was like, okay, so it's gonna be. And he agreed. He was like, well, I could debate whatever you want. It's like, how about moral realism versus moral anti-realism? And he was like, sure, yeah, let's do that. And I'm like, okay. And you saw the fruits of that labor. Damn, look at me in that beard. Back when my beard was all grown out.
I'm surprised you don't get more questions in like the chats at the end, like, what beard products do you use? Like, where do you get your combs from, or whatever?
Well, it used to be okay. So that video that you're saying, yeah. So that was done before it got to its longest. and it used to be back down to about the middle, about my sternum is how long it got. So it was getting to like Gandalf levels. And out here on my property, because I live really, really rurally, the reason I had to cut it, I had to like cut my beard off, is because I was out working on the property, and I was clearing out some old chain link fence from the previous owners. And as I was ripping the chain link fence out of the ground, a loop of it caught my beard, and I didn't realize it. And I went to throw the chain link, and it like tried to take my beard with it. And I was like, and I realized, oh damn, that hurt. I may have to cut this. So I eventually did cut it down, and it just kind of like goes around here at this point now.
Yeah, for safety's sake, basically.
Yeah, pretty much. Doing that big labor out there with the not to mention, it was really weird because the way my beard grows in, it splits down the middle. So whenever I was driving my car with the window down, it would like blow in two different directions. So I looked like a Dr. Seuss character.
Did you just like tucked it up over both ears and like tied it in a bow behind your head?
Eventually, I just started tucking it into my shirt, you know, so, like a freaking napkin.
I can imagine that, and because like if you try not to turn your head, so you turn your whole shoulders when you're facing
right,
people.
like
So
fucking
like-
Batman, like I'm Batman. You know?
Amazing.
But did your suit have nipples?
No, I refuse it. Joel Schumacher tried to get those in there, and I was like, no, fuck no, get the fuck away from me.
Who puts nipples on a suit?
Oh, they weren't especially terrible in Batman Forever, but Batman and Robin is like, let's just make them really pronounced. Just really put them out there.
They're tactical nipples.
I know that George Clooney took one look at that and was like, why the fuck am I doing this movie? Oh yeah, they're paying me a ton of money for it.
Joe Rogan nipples.
So I hope you guys enjoyed it. I appreciate you guys reviewing it, and I'm glad that y'all enjoyed it. Got a laugh out of it. There was a couple moments there I remember. Leo Filius was in the side chat, and he messaged me directly. He like messaged me up, and it was like, dude, you and I are laughing like at the exact same moments whenever he's saying this crap. So.
Yeah, same here too.
Leo's great. I love Leo. He's such a good guy. He's such a great chap. I really like him.
I was trying not to be loud. I was kind of like, I had to mute myself at one point and be like, I just can't, because I didn't want to be all shitty like that. But he's like, you're just molecules just laughing. You just look stupid.
Yeah, you're random molecules laughing at for no reason.
You're just a brain fizzing. Yeah.
It's like, believe me, dude, there is a reason.
I like Leo on one hand, but on the other hand, just no. The philosophy bent is just too much for me.
You're getting the hang of it.
I think one of the best.
Don't say that.
That's not a good thing.
One of the best conversations I had with Leo was on determinism or compatibilism. It was a great chat, great conversation.
Just the conversation you don't want to get into is with a presubdial atheist. That's you don't want to get into that conversation. There's certain philosophical conversations that are just, they exist simply to piss people off. So you can avoid those. But as long as you understand the difference between epistemology and ontology, as long as you understand what your own individual philosophy of truth is, and as long as you understand what the basic laws of logic are, you have enough tools to do internal and external critiques. You could learn stuff like what exactly is what a propositional attitude is. You could, various terminology is pretty much where it lies. Difference between objective and subjective, really, really important, as you can see from the debate. But like there's deeper extreme concepts that you don't technically need to get into unless you're like discoursing with a particular individual. So like when you're just talking amongst friends, you don't need to get into like have a disagreement. It's like metaphysical idealism versus metaphysical realism and shit like that. But if you're talking to someone like Jay Dyer or Jim Bob, then you best be up on the terms, because they aren't.
Well, yeah, but also like understanding some of the basic concepts with respect to these conversations is obviously helpful. But it's only helpful if the person that you're having a discussion with
they know.
They know. But also there has to be a generosity of interpretation. If somebody does use a phrase or a bit of terminology that you're not familiar with, or you think they might be using it in a different way, then there's nothing wrong with asking somebody to just clarify the meaning. Because the point, if you're having an honest conversation, then the word that they use, whilst it helps in understanding, if the two of you are using it in a slightly different way, then you might need to clarify the point. And if you're trying to if you're just trying to win the debate as opposed to understand your interlocutor's position, then actually that people like Jim Bob and they will introduce confusion because their goal is to win the debate, not to understand what you're trying the meaning that you're trying to convey. And it just depends. Is the person that you're dealing with honestly trying to understand you, or are they just trying to fucking win? You know?
Or they'll do like insane shit like Jim Bob does and be like, you'll be talking about it. The discussion will be evolution. It'll be like, when did a penis become a penis? You know, and it's like
Jim 1/8 of a penis, Bob.
It's like, when is it's like what are you doing? And he's doing it on purpose. You know,
but it's just a painfully bad rehashing of the irreducible complexity argument.
Yeah,
right? It's basically what it is. So.
They're just trying to be provocative in the sense so they can rile up their audience. It's all performative. I know for a fact that Jim Bob is completely performative. Planet Peterson confirmed that at a DebateCon. Jay Dyer is just a freaking moron. So, you know, not to mention he's an anti-Semite and just a gross human being. But these guys, it's all performative nonsense for clicks and views. It's all it is. They're not even worth engaging with. But I'm glad that y'all enjoyed it. Thank you for reviewing it. And I know I'm pretty sure that Andrew O, because we're going live today, later today at 6. So my live stream, Stage of Reason, will be at 6 o'clock. We're going to go live then. I know that Andrew O is going to have his own opinions on it. And I definitely know I'm going to hear from Leo if he has some stuff to say. So, but I appreciate y'all taking a look. I'm glad that y'all dug it.
Yeah,
good for a laugh.
Yeah, definitely that at least. No, it was good. One side of the exchange was good.
I would say I'm kind of self-satisfied because I thought my outro was pretty solid. I thought it was good.
It was good.
I'm kind of bummed that it's just kind of wasted on him.
It's so fucking mind-blowing how somebody can get so categorically wrong the other side's position. Even after the opening arguments, he still just fucking wrote his own for you and stuck with it the whole thing. By the end, I figured that it was going to look like you just like beating up on a mentally challenged toddler. but you didn't. You actually handled it pretty well. And
I can see like, at what point do I start feeling bad about this?
Yeah, exactly.
I am curious. Oh, go ahead.
We hit that point a few times last night with Felix. You know, it's like,
stop. He's already dead. I am kind of curious what your guys' thoughts. At what point? Because I've seen there's been some disagreement on this, or maybe whatever. But what point do you think he lost the debate? Like at what point?
Early on.
Like his opening statement.
Statement.
Yeah,
we were talking about his intro was
exactly
a
his
crash
opening
out.
statement. His opening statement. Yeah.
Okay.
Because he made it clear right then that he was not going to be arguing on the merits of the debate topic. It wasn't going to happen.
Yeah.
Because because not only did he have no intention of arguing that, he doesn't even understand the merits of the debate topic.
Yeah. It's also like, you know, when the person advocating for what I think is an insane position then starts introducing out of pocket like religious like concepts or like it's almost immediate that you realize that this person did. I knew immediately that you approach these debates and you're hopeful like, oh, am I going to hear a new novel argument for this position that I disagree with? Is this going to be interesting? Is it going to be thoughtful? Like, no, it's just going to be funny.
Yeah.
And we're just going to go with that.
He's
You know?
way went over his fucking head. And
Also,
he was from word one.
What was his definition of objective? Is it something that's really, really
feelings? No, he said it's all about your feelings.
No, I think it was something that is true,
or not about your feelings. Something that's true.
something that is just
and subjective was just all about your feelings.
Yeah, subjective is about your feelings, and objective is what can be shown to be what could be essentially what is true. I don't know what his philosophy of truth is. Most likely, and he doesn't know this. He doesn't know how to articulate it, but most likely he's a correspondence theorist. He doesn't know what that is, so I'd have to explain that to him too. His idea of it is completely twisted. Is all screwed up, and it was my opinion. It was, I think, halfway through his cross, when he realized his cross examination was not going the way he thought it was going to go, that he wasn't going to trigger me, and with his rage baity bullshit. I think at that point, that's when he checked out. When he was like, I don't want to be debating this anymore, because I just his energy kind of shifted. And so I just kind of the sense that, he may have stepped into shit and didn't realize it.
It was so bizarre though. Like he was occupying lots of different positions at the same time. Like, when he was advocating for his own position, he was behaving like a divine command theorist. But then when he was criticizing you, he was operating like he was a physical reductionist or something. It was totally nuts, right? He was all over the place.
It's because I think it's because he's only ever heard other people react to these things, and he's heard them from multiple different sources. But because these multiple different sources don't hold like the same nuanced philosophical positions, but they never explain those things. So he's only heard responses to particular things, and he just regurgitates them, not realizing that at a certain degree he's contradicting himself, or he's holding antithetical positions. But like I said, his philosophical aptitude is nil as far as I'm concerned. So I was trusting the audience would see that, and that people would be just getting a good laugh out of this, because I mean, I delivered my intro, and then he started his, and it was just, the clown song, when they come out. So
he seemed to be like like he was trying to be a less asshole version of Jill.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
The
only
condescending nature.
Only I think he knows less about philosophy than Jill does, and he knows less about the Bible than Jill does.
Well, yeah, I mean, with respect to this debate, at least he didn't do the Jill bit where he used phrase like, "Let me educate you." I'm like, Jill, there is no way on earth that you are educating us about this fucking topic. Like, I mean,
well, he did try in his own way by saying, "You atheists all just think this, and you're wrong because this,"
Yeah. I'm not going to take lessons in philosophy from a person who gets their shoes on the correct feet on the third attempt.
Oh, that was good times. Honestly, as a self-assessment, I think it's one of my better debates, despite the lack of like real challenge there. But I think I aimed to use this to try and improve myself, so I could be a better debater in the future and set the tone going forward. That I think I use this as a moment of improvement, of self-improvement, to like really set a standard and keep myself to that. And so I see it as just a more, I can say that I beat him all day long. He didn't know what he was talking about. So like, it was like beating up a toddler, but I could say I use this as an opportunity to self-improve. And I think I did. I think I accomplished that in my eyes compared to my previous stuff. So I'm looking forward to whoever I debate next, and I can bring that same energy.
Do you feel like maybe you've been like your potential, I guess, opponents for debates has been limited, since you have a moral principle against MDD, and of course tacos with that fiasco, and like,
yeah,
have you limited your range of potential?
Possibly, it's definitely possible that I have. I know that the situation, obviously, not to relitigate the situation with Taco, but people are aware of what went on with that one, and the situation with MDD. I've never gotten exact confirmation on that. I think it's because James doesn't want me on the show, because I openly criticize James Like I publicly criticized
It's
James.
the same thing that happened with tacos, though,
Yeah, it was James continuing to
and
pay
for the
Nate.
same reason.
Well, with James,
all you were really doing was warning tacos against going the way of MDD.
Right. Yeah. It was when James continued to platform Nathan Thompson after Nathan Thompson's arrest for harassing children on a like children at school, when he was harassing kids and doing the flat earth thing there. And he got arrested for that. And James chose to continue to pay him to appear on MDD, which tells me that he doesn't give a shit about who he's platforming. He just wants clicks and views. He just wants that shit, which means he's not interested in any kind of actual intellectual discussion. He's just doing the same shit that Andrew Wilson does. And I'm kind of like, I called him out for his hypocrisy publicly in things that he has stated prior regarding what he considers to be moral, and then turning around and platforming Nathan Thompson, or continuing to pay Nathan Thompson to appear on MDD as an interlocutor.
Right.
And when I called him out, he got, from what I understand, he got really fucking pissed. And so that's, I'm attributing that as to why I've never been invited on MDD. And
well, I was just going to ask, like, can't you just review the individual debates as individual, like, essentially episodes of the channel? So some of these debates are dumpster fires. They're just people shouting at each other, and there is a certain degree of entertainment to them. But there are some debates equally that actually are legitimately good debates. There is some reasonable content there. And obviously, if it goes all one way or all the other, then, like, if it goes all this serious debate, then it like you're going to lose a chunk of your audience, because that's not why they're there. So he's trying to have his split the difference, you know?
Yeah, but MDD has like put its weight behind the shitty side, and they've become known as a fucking cesspool at this point. And JL, to his credit, like, even when he like reviews debates on his channel, like, he won't even give MDD the view, the single click to run it on his, on his own channel.
Yeah, okay, so the only time I pulled an MDD video and I didn't give him I just ripped the debate, and then I edited all the stuff with James out of it. So I cut out all his stuff, and that was only because it was PhD Tony against Kent Hovind. And I was like, we gotta watch this.
Because Tony's one of yours, yeah.
Right. I was like, we gotta watch Tony just completely clown this cult douchebag. And I just cut all of the James stuff out. Didn't need the interlocutor shit and all of his stupid plugs. So, and we watched that. So I cut like a 2 hour stream down to like an hour and 30 minutes. And so we just watched that. But I'm not going to give him I'm not going to support his channel. I'm not going to give him any clicks or like that, because he treats,
I don't blame you.
He treats extraordinarily grotesque topics with complete neutrality, and he's wrong on that. And just from a subjective standpoint, I think he's wrong on that. He does more harm than good, and so not interested. And
he's only recently, like, when people send in super chats and he'll read them out loud, well, he's only recently started putting any amount of editorial decision making behind that. Up to very recently, he was just reading whatever these fucking scumbags sent in through super chats.
Well, I'd heard him refuse to read stuff that breached TOS. Like, that was years ago. You know, like, he was like, "No, I'm not." Like, come on, I can't read that. You know, so.
And the stuff with Taco was just about how he was just mad about, like, why I left, and when I didn't want to make it into a big thing, which is why I didn't tell him. I didn't want to turn it into a big fucking fiasco. But then somebody asked why I left. He's like, "Why don't I see you over there anymore?" And I said, "Well, this is what went down. Blah, blah, blah. It's not really that important, and let's move on." And then he fucking freaked out. So everybody, I don't need to rehash it. Everybody's familiar with that nonsense. So.
No, for months after that, he told everyone he was going to sue you for slander.
Mm-hmm. He told me, he messaged me.
Like, what the fuck?
He messaged me. He threatened Leo. He threatened I killed Earl. He commented on my on my channel. Like, he went into my community post and he commented there. He all caps spurred out and, like, wouldn't have a conversation. And I'm like, okay, dude, you've got to stop saying that I'm slandering you, because I've let it go like 20 times now. It's not what's happening. It's been explained to you by numerous people that it's not what's happening. You've got to stop freaking out, dude. You did something I disagree with. I fundamentally disagree with. You broke your word to me, and now we're just not associated anymore because I'm not interested. And he turned it into a fucking, a state issue, which is just nuts. But
yeah, he did something similar to me too when I left.
See,
like he would follow. He would find out if I was on a panel somewhere. All of a sudden, Tacos would show up in fucking chat and start talking shit. And it's like, what are you, fucking 5?
Yeah, if you have to like threaten litigation just because you disagree with somebody's take on something is just wild to me. Especially when someone would someone would come along and be like, "Hey, Taco, you're wrong on this," and they'd be like, "Well, I'm going to sue you." Or like he threatened to sue I Killed Earl. It's like she wasn't even there. She wasn't even involved.
Yeah, he never threatened to sue me. He literally showed up and called me fucking names and said that nobody on fire and I had joined forces to fucking take him out and to kill his career. And I was just like, fucking baby.
I mean, obviously there's some animosity between you guys and Tacos. I've not had that experience with him, and I'd go over to his channel. But as a question,
I don't keep anyone away from his channel. I've never ask Hizzle. Hizzle's the first person I made mod over here, and he's been helping me since the beginning. And I've never once given him the ultimatum, stay away from Tacos. Not once.
And if you thought that's a claim, that I definitely wasn't making that claim. The only thing I was going to ask was, Tacos hasn't gone live in 2 weeks or so. Is he on holiday now? Is he just not doing panels anymore, or what?
Wait, I thought he was live just the other night.
Was he?
He mostly stream. He's back to streaming games. I think I heard.
All right, okay.
No, I've never said that anybody can't. I've never tried to chant block him or like that. I said people can go and if you want to go over there and hang over there and you don't want to come here, that's cool. If you want to come here, don't go there. That's fine. If you want to visit both, knock yourselves out. I'm not trying to split the audience. I do not want that kind of division in the community. We don't need it. The whole point of my channel is to bridge these divides and trying to explain that
bad enough with the Nanocon drama and
exactly trying to basically break down is I disagree with what he did. I have the receipts that show that I was like, what I wanted and what I requested of him is I do not want to be on the panel with this individual. I have no interest in engaging with him whatsoever. I don't want to be associated. If they're going to be on the panel, I want to be off. So that's just it. And he ambushed me with it and dropped the dude in front of me. And I was like, and then the guy was calling, because I'll admit I was talking shit about Andrew Wilson, and I'll talk shit about him all day fucking long. I told him to his face, but Taco put me in that position when I told him I expressly didn't want to be in that position, because it's not something that needs to be aired out, publicly in that respect. Yes, I have an opinion about the guy. Yes, he's a piece of shit, but it's irrelevant to what we're trying to do here. But he wanted the clicks and views, so he dropped him in front of me, and I was like, now I got to handle this. So I handled that, and then I was done. And I was like, I'm good. And I was just out. And people were kind of like, what happened? What you? Because I wasn't making a big deal out of it until I was like, well, this is what he did. And it was like, I disagree with it. He put his desire for clicks and views and drama and money and these super chats and shit. He put that ahead of any working relationship we had. He used me as bait, and I'm done with it. So, and it was the second time he'd done it. So,
well, and obviously this particular character, AW or Andrew Wilson, whatever, he is. There are two parts. There are two things. Firstly, he is a good rhetorician with respect to how he boxes people into corners.
No, he's not. He's full of shit. He's a shitty debater. He'll fucking grant the original topic so he can go down some fucking squirrel hole that no one's had any time to prepare against. And
that's the point.
That's the only way he fucking wins. Well, that's not debating, is it?
I didn't say he was a skilled debater.
That's showing up to be a fucking bully.
But I said he was a skilled rhetorician. If I'd have got to the end of my sentence,
doesn't make him a rhetorician. Makes him a fucking
I'm
slippery
sorry.
little bitch ass weasels when it makes him. Sorry, never mind.
No.
Okay.
What Dad knows best
I
is
digress.
that's essentially what he was saying. He is like that, but that's what being a rhetorician is. Is like, and I agree with Dad knows best to an extent that Andrew Wilson is a skilled rhetorician against people who cannot keep up with his rhetoric. People who can, the only avenue he takes after that is to go to personal attacks and insults because it's all he's got.
Yeah.
So,
well, like obviously with the incident that you're talking about, afterwards, Yuji and I took him to task, or tried to take him to task, with respect to the like who should be enfranchised within the voting system, and he turned into like a greasy fucking eel. He was all over the place. He would not state his position. Like Yuji and I we ended up having like some like tenuous discussion about, oh no, the states decide. The states are like, yeah, but if you're in charge of the state, what would you fucking do, Andrew? Like, you don't get to hide behind the state legislature here. We're asking what you would do. Who would you enfranchise? What's your position? And he just wouldn't fucking do it. But then when you look at the comments on the video, everybody said, oh, Andrew Wilson destroyed a panel of atheists. Andrew, like, because he bought his cult with him. You know?
It's because he knows that you'll notice he does that consistently. He will never take a position that he has to defend, that he has to rigorously defend, because he knows he can be trapped on it. Any one of these positions is going to be entirely, like, whatever position he takes, he already knows is going to be entirely predicated upon his subjective stances, like the things that he personally values. But because he knows that, he realizes he doesn't have any like consistent grounding, because it's all going to boil back to the mistakes in reasoning that he's making at the beginning. And so it's going to make him look like an antisocial asshole. And so because he knows that, he's not going to take a firm position on virtually anything. He's just going to like dance around and just like attack the other person, which is exactly what Jim Bob does and exactly what Jay Dyer does, because they know they can't defend their positions. They know they have no legs to stand on, that a skilled debater or even a skilled rhetorician will cut their legs out from underneath them. I know that he's a piece of shit. I've seen him be a piece of shit, and I called him a piece of shit to his face. And then I was done. It's because I don't want to engage with his dumbass. There's nothing to be gleaned from that, because he's just going to be like, haha, look at me talk. And I'm like, you're not saying anything. So yeah, Hayden Pulley, he takes a small target approach. Yeah, he's not good. He's just like, he's good at catering to a base that is deeply, deeply ignorant of many, many things. And so, but like I said what I said to Andrew. I said my piece. I was done. And then
I found that stolen valor kind of lane to be really effective with him.
So,
because he has been, I mean, there's video of him claiming that he was in the army. And now he tries to deny he ever said it, but he can't, because there's video out there of him saying it. And he doesn't like getting caught on the stolen valor thing, because his manosphere audience really is not down with that shit.
He actually claimed he was in the services.
What?
Like, fucking, not like he was like a support staff or something like that. Actually, like.
Well, even support staff is in the military. He just said he was in for a short period of time.
That sounds to me like he's saying that he was enlisted.
It sounds like he enlisted and got washed out or something. Like he didn't make it through training.
That dude wouldn't make it past the recruiter.
Yeah. So either way, he's completely full of shit. If you don't make it through training, you don't get to call yourself a veteran. Period.
I wanted to join the Royal Engineers in the UK Armed Services. I tried to enlist whilst I was going through university training as an architectural technologist. And I didn't even get past the health check. So they took one look at my eyesight and went, fuck no, we're not handing you a rifle.
We cannot put you on a battlefield. I'm sorry. Here's a whistle. If a war breaks out, blow it, and one of us will come and help you. Sorry, that's a Simpsons reference. If anybody remembers that.
I don't know if it's the same in the US, but it's the distinction between corrected and uncorrected. Like my corrected eyesight with contact lenses is perfect. It's 20/20. The problem is that you can't, like, when your forward operating base is attacked, you can't say to the insurgents or the people firing rocket propelled grenades, you hang on a minute, I just need to put my contact lenses in before I can shoot back. So it just, even though I would have been going in as a Royal Engineer, it's you're a soldier first attitude. And
here in the States, you can have glasses. My issue, I tried to go Army and I tried to go Marines, and the physical, everything was fine because I was in wrestling, I was in football, I could handle all that shit, and it was surprisingly easy. It was kind of like the ASVAB. I 98'd on the ASVAB both times I took it. It was one of the easiest tests I've ever taken in my life. It's when I say 98 on it, it's not impressive. It's not a hard test. It was just like standardized junior high level shit. So it was
the old version of the ASVAB.
When I took it, it was back in the late 90s.
So what's an ASVAB is there?
I don't know when they changed it, because like my ASVAB score is like 132, and
I remember when I took it, the scoring went up to 100.
Oh, yeah, that was after the change then.
So it might have been. So yeah. So when I took it, he told me he got a 98. Says this is really impressive. You know, we're looking at like, you know, officer, like look at OCS, and I'm like, oh, that's awesome, that's cool, blah blah blah. But I psych eval'd out, and so both the Marines and the Army both gave me a psychological evaluation, and on both of them, like for the Marines, I tried to tell them what they wanted to hear, and they said no. For the Army, I told them the truth, and they said no. So I was like, well, fuck, I guess I'm not meant to be here. So
what is the sorry, I'm just not familiar with the ASVAB, but like, what is it like? It's an intelligence test, a fitness test, psychological test?
I think it's like to me, it was like an entrance. It was like an entrance exam to
it's a battery. It's the the advanced something vocational aptitude battery. It's just meant to test you on what job you're more likely to be good at.
Standardized multiple choice test administered by the Department of Defense, enlistment eligibility, job placement, just to kind of figure out it's general science, arithmetic knowledge, word knowledge.
Mine said I would be good at
yeah.
Mine said I would be good at languages and cryptography, and guess what I ended up doing? So,
but it would have been good if they let me in. But I was kind of like, nah. He said, yeah, like Jackie saying, yeah, the ASVAB is part placement and part meant to weed out the truly incompetent. And you know, they were impressed with my scores, but then they said, now we need to take this psychological examination. I'm like, really? Like, okay. And it was long and in depth. And I was like, okay. And there's all those, do you highly agree with the statement? You don't really agree with the statement. All those kinds of questions. Yeah. And like I said, first time I thought I was telling them what they wanted to hear. Nope, didn't work. Second time, I just told them the flat out truth. This is what I think, and they were like, "Nope." So I was like, "Okay."
Did they obviously, without like revealing medical information about yourself, did they give you an indication of why? What were they with like?
No, they don't do that.
They didn't. The only thing I could gather is the reason why they wouldn't accept me afterwards was okay, so I will not accept an order from someone to do an action without a proper justification. If someone says do X, and in my mind there is no logical justification to do that, then I will question why I'm doing that. It's like, no. Yeah. And they don't need people who are going to be questioning their COs.
Yeah, so the concern would be that you would be
the one they use for the military is the Minnesota multiphasic personality inventory. You familiar with that?
It sounds familiar, yeah.
Yeah,
this was back in '98 when I took this. So.
They've used it since the '80s. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
It's different. It's different versions every time they update it. They use the updated version for the military. That's the psych eval they do for the military. So
yeah, like you end up in some kind of like missile silo somewhere, or like like and somebody gives you an order like to launch something, and that there's a fairly good chance like you're aiming for like weapon storage next to a school, and you're like, fuck no.
And see, I would have thought that'd be a good thing, because I'm not one of those people who's going to get caught in a situation where I'm like gunning down civilians because for whatever reason. It's like that's the whole reason I ask questions. It's like, you ask me to do as like go shoot that person. Why am I shooting them? No, don't ask why. It's the whole thing. It's like, it's not us to question why. It's just for us to do and die. I have a problem. I have a real moral problem with that. Is like, no, we need to have a reason why we're doing this. And if I don't understand why we're doing it, and it's not logically justified, I'm not doing it. And so obviously I probably wouldn't make it through basic.
Yeah, it is kind of also
be surprised.
Yeah, you're not going to be given enough information. The people above you aren't even going to be given enough information for them to be able to even answer those questions. And as far as the psych shit goes, a lot of it is for like those positions that are just psychologically really, really stressful. So like if you're assigned to a submarine, you're going to be underwater for 6 months. No daylight. Like your entire chemistry and psychology is going to change being under there. So like they need to know that you're not going to snap in a pressurized tube. Right?
Just wind up in a fucking brig.
And they'll never tell you why you didn't make the cut on the psych eval. But they don't owe you that.
They'll just stamp you 4F and get the fuck out of here. It's so I wasn't qualified, which is a shame, because I really another reason was I was going into it because I didn't feel like I had any prospects. So I figured, why not just go into the military? And which may have been the wrong reason why. Who knows? But I think it would have been cool
for some of us it's a reason.
I think it's a very common one. So
I think it would have been cool to serve. I would have loved that training. I got a taste for it because my scout leader when I was in scouts, because I got my Eagle Scout in '98, and my scout leader was an Army Ranger, was a 22-year Army Ranger, and so my scouting experience was a little different than other people's, a little bit more intensive, more survival training oriented, and so I really loved it, and I thought it was like I could go and do this. And this would be fun. And this would be cool. It'd be experience. They pay for college, do all this kind of stuff. I'll get a Corvette. And I'm sorry, that's a joke if anybody's familiar with that shit. But nonetheless, they wouldn't let me in. So it was kind of a bummer.
I left.
Everybody's going to drive Mustangs. Mustangs are Corvettes. So.
Yeah, I'd
always beat Fords.
I'd have loved to observe like we when I was looking at enlisting in the UK in the Royal Engineers, it was after we'd pancaked Iraq and Afghanistan, and like the rebuilding project had begun. And I was like, we steamrolled not one but two nations. Like maybe we should start putting some of this shit back together, and that's kind of what I wanted to do. So it was disappointing to not be allowed, but
I am curious, given the current state of the government and what the shit in chief has said, who on this panel right now would you say is a non-believing, left-oriented individual?
Non-believing with respect to religion, or
like you don't believe you don't believe in God. Because if you're atheist or agnostic or a nun, and if you happen to be like left-centric, not necessarily like a liberal or a leftist, but leaning in that direction, or maybe progressive. Is there anybody on the panel other than me that matches that?
Me.
Gretchen does.
Of us.
I think most of us do, really.
Yeah.
I mean, John, he's a Brit, so he's.
It doesn't like left and right doesn't quite align. So I'm functionally an atheist, but philosophically I'm an agnostic, like just for fidelity reasons.
I gotcha. Here in the States, I'm just kind of curious because here in the States, effectively, we're now all domestic terrorists. So,
I take it. I guess I'm slightly right of center in the United Kingdom, but I guess that would make me kind of a centrist in the United States, for example. Like my things like,
No, you'd be left of center even in the U.S. You're too socially liberal to even qualify as a centrist.
Let me ask you this, Dad.
Just call me John or Daddy
or John.
or.
Okay, so John, if it were the case that your government was going to institute theological rule in your country,
right?
Is that something that you would protest against?
It's well, we have a state religion which is supposedly installed by the grace of God, and I'm it's difficult, like
by the grace of Henry VIII.
I think so for example, like with things like teaching theology in schools, like I'm pro religious education. I'm not pro you must believe this, but I am pro the education of different religions, as long as we understand, like, so you don't just get to teach Christianity, you have to teach Islam, Hinduism, Sikhism, like you have to teach all of it, as much as you can, So I'm pro things like the teaching of religion in schools, as long as it's not from like dumped on high from some theocratic position. If it's just about this group of people believes this group of people believes this, then it's fine. So it depends what you mean. If you're gonna like just because God says so, then fuck no.
Like if the British government was going to basically make the UK or make just like England an autocratic theocracy.
No, absolutely not. Fuck off.
So something you would here
absolutely.
In the United States, according to our president, anybody who is like me, who aligns with the left or aligns with progressive ideals, or is an atheist, doesn't believe in a God, advocates for secular humanism, by definition, we are now all considered domestic terrorists. If we engage in protests against anything, that we will be treated as domestic terrorists.
I mean, that's nuts. Like, it's like, do I think different.
Which is funny because we don't actually have anything in the U.S. code that actually designates someone as a domestic terrorist. It's not an actual charge that anybody can be charged with. Do you know that?
Well, according to Nosferatu Miller, he's definitely. I mean, that's.
Well, yeah, they talk like it is, but if you actually, look up the DOJ and look at the code,
they're gonna.
Look
I
at
mean,
the US
whatever,
code, it doesn't exist.
They don't care about the codes. They're
they don't give a shit.
They're going to do what they want, and then someone's going to take it to the court.
The idea is that if they pull any shenanigans at the midterms, which we fully anticipate them doing, that there will be protests against what they've done, against the shit that they try to pull. And they were getting out in front of it by saying that anybody who fights it or anybody who protests against it is going to be treated as a domestic terrorist. The what was it? The Department of Homeland Security, the DHS, the head of the DHS, recently threatened that any state that doesn't abide by whatever the president says in regards to the midterms, if they don't abide by that they will see that they'll have all their funding rescinded from the federal government. So if they simply just don't like fall in lockstep with whatever the president is saying, which is just fucking insane. But yeah, officially declared an enemy of the state by the administration. So,
like, I mean, it must be understood, right? You can't just mandate agreement. Like it doesn't.
You should be able to.
No, you can't. I mean, if that could be done, then Trump would have already done it to California. He would have definitely done it to Gavin Newsom already, and he can't.
I'm gonna have to go, guys. I said I'd spend some time with my son this morning, and he's giving me the evil eye. Like, you spent too much time.
Oh no! Don't go, John.
I know you'll miss me, Gretchen.
John, I just wanted to get one quick take from you, real quick. How do you feel about Andrew? How do you feel about the Tape Boys coming home?
that should be interesting. I'm amazed it's taken so long, to be honest.
They were hiding in Romania.
The only redeeming fact, the only redeeming quality with respect to the Tate brothers is that they do have each other's back as brothers. Like, they are always there for each other. Like, but other than that, I don't agree with anything they say or do because they're fucking lunatics.
Oh no, definitely. I'm just kind of curious. I'm kind of disappointed that they're not going to serve in a U.S. prison. But what are the UK prisons like? Are they going to?
the UK prisons are like holiday parks by comparison, but it does very much depend on the prison. Like a huge proportion of our prison population, for example, are our particular version of religious extremists, which is like Islamists. So if you go, there are some prisons like Onley, which is the prison nearest me. I know I'm saying goodbye, mate. I know I'm sorry. I told you. I promise, mate. Just give me 2 minutes. I was asking questions. Just give me 2 minutes.
Help! I'm talking and I can't shut the fuck up.
Oh, Gretchen, you know me so well. It does depend on which prison they get put into, what kind of class of prison it is. Like obviously, which one of the two has recently like declared that they are a Muslim now? Like one of them did, or at least I heard something like that. So he might be okay, I guess. But it just depends what they get convicted of, what prison they go to, even if they get prison time at all. Like we're struggling with prison spaces right now, although this is going to be quite high profile, so I'd be surprised if they didn't get some kind of custodial sentence.
I would love to see. I mean,
cool.
We're
gonna keep our eyes on it.
They're going to be in the UK. I would much rather see those assholes in fucking Angola or fucking Rikers. See how long they last.
Let them keep them, man.
Maybe we should put a prison on the surface of the moon. Let's do that. As far away as possible.
I want to see those assholes running around the farm. Be like, that shit would be fucking. I'm sorry, that's pay-per-view shit.
Yeah, it would.
Watch the Tate brothers.
But at least this way, we don't even have to pay for it. So
watch the Tate brothers live from Parchman. There could be in general population.
Thanks, John, for joining us.
Yeah, I do have to go. I'm going to drop John.
Take care. We'll catch you later.
Good night, sir.
Now, sort of off topic, JL, I have a question about your decor. Have you ever had a long streaming session, you turn around, and you get freaked out by your Jason statue back there?
It's happened only once, and it was when I first got him. So I did a video. It's like way early on my channel when I was assembling him, but when I first set him up, okay. Where my office is right now, my bedroom is kind of where I'm sitting right now. If you were to go this way, like the door to my office is there. Right around that corner is the door to my bedroom. Okay. And we sleep with our doors open because the dogs need to move around and just like this. So one night, it was the night after I'd set him up and I had all the lights off and like this. I woke up just kind of it was like maybe 3:30 in the morning. So I woke up, I was like, I gotta go to the bathroom. And I glanced up and I saw it standing there. And for the briefest moment, I completely forgot that I had put it that it was because it was new. And so my brain hadn't activated. So I was like, and I almost came up out of the fucking bed. I was like, who the fuck is in my office? And I was like, oh.
Do you ever hear in the middle of the night, you just be laying in bed and you hear the dogs go, "Arr." What the fuck is going on?
We do just because we live so rurally. I live my property is about 15 minutes from the Kansas border, and so where we live is really rural. The property next to me is like 40 acres, and so we have like a lot of space, and so we get wild animals. There's lots of raccoons, lots of possums, lots of, just varmints out there, skunks, all kinds of shit. And so the dogs, especially my German Shepherd, hear shit all the time. And especially because we have motion sensor lights around the house. And so if anything moves through the property, then those lights go off. And then, of course, Oso will be like, like that. So we just got used to it. If anyone ever actually physically came onto the property, actually came on, we would know about it. So I've never had to worry about any of that kind of shit. But yeah, we get varmints all the time. I just went through the war against the squirrels that I had nesting up in one of the separate storage areas that we have. I had 7 squirrels up in the attic crawl space that I had to fight and get out of there. So.
The war with the squirrels, you do.
It took like a month to finally get them all. I didn't have to kill any of them. I didn't want to kill any squirrels, so it was just trying to outsmart them. And so eventually I was able to do that without hurting any of them. So, but it, 7
We've
in
never
total.
had squirrel wars here. It's always raccoons. It's always fucking raccoons here.
We have those trash cans that secure, so that we take, because we have to secure the trash cans for the when we take them down, so that when the truck comes through and picks those up, we have to set those up so that the raccoons and the possums don't get into them.
Yeah.
Hello, everybody.
I've never seen a trash can that a raccoon couldn't get into.
Good morning, Jack.
Good morning,
Jack.
Hi, Jack.
Not too bad. I wasn't on yesterday because I went on a 5-mile hike, and I was just exhausted.
Yeah, fun.
Fun.
Mrs. Arpey went on a 11-mile mountain hike today. She did a 14.
I will never understand why people do this.
Oh, I can't wait to go back to Montana and spend some time out there again. We went out there for a week and just hit the mountain trails, and the dogs loved it. I loved it. It was just amazing.
It's beautiful. Nature's like
I'm an indoor cat.
Nature's like my meditation. So seeing all the animals and plants, and it takes a lot of stress off of me.
Mm-hmm. Getting outdoors.
I used to enjoy the outdoors. I'm an Eagle Scout, and so I spent a lot of time camping outdoors. But ever since losing my mobile ability, it's a little hard to hike 5 miles when you're on a cane.
True.
I used to like outdoor stuff, but leave it to the Army to ruin a perfectly good camping trip.
And respect to you, Arpy. I don't think the Eagle Scout doesn't get the recognition socially today that it used to. But I'm being an Eagle Scout myself. I know what it takes to get that.
Hey, let's go.
So respect to that. My brother's one as well. My brother took it even further. My brother got his palms, and he actually went to rangering as well. So he did Explorer, and then he did rangering out at Philmont and did all that cool stuff. I got my Eagle, and then
I loved Philmont.
Oh yeah, been to Philmont twice. Yeah, with some of my best memories come out of there. So good stuff.
All right, guys, I'm starving, so it's good having you up here, JL. And
You're an atheist. Just eat your young.
That's right. Eat the baby.
I need to have them first. So, but yeah, you guys have a good night.
You need to plan ahead, nobody. I've got Salisbury steak in the oven right now.
Later, everybody.
Talk to you later.
I too got to bounce. Thank you, nobody. I too got to bounce. I'm gonna have breakfast with the wife here in a bit, so I gotta make sure I get some sleep, and I got a live stream at 6 in the evening. So I appreciate. Thank you, Gretchen, for checking out the video. I appreciate the review, you guys. I'm glad that you enjoyed it. Got a laugh.
Yeah, you crushed it.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah,
you guys have a great rest of your stream. And if I see any of you over at my stream, I'll say hi, and we'll see you then. Cool.
And make sure you send all of those who aren't on the stream over here.
Will do.
Jill, do you want to put a link?
We
to your
need
stream?
subs.
I'm sorry. Say again, Ray.
You want to put a link to your stream in the private chat? We can put it up.
Yeah. Well, if you go to my channel.
Yeah, I shared his channel earlier.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
That's it's youtube.com. It's just at JL Warren. And then you'll see, you'll see my lives. I have them scheduled. So I do it Sundays and Wednesdays every week. So
cool.
Awesome. All right, y'all.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Hayden, Kent, all the live chat. I appreciate all the support. You guys rock. You guys have a safe rest of your night. We'll catch you on the flip.
See ya.
See you later, jail.
Peace.
What a great guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, jail's cool.
I used to watch all of his videos. I've been slacking off. I gotta catch back up, but yeah, I was on his live stream the other night. Shout out to your channel.
Who, you did?
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
I think it was last Wednesday.
Yeah, he's been known to do that too. When like he'll see me show up in chat, and I'll send him my obligatory 311, and he'll send people over here to, or at least he'll say it. I don't know if it really works, but you know. But we're coming up on 600. So
It's true.
That's something.
Yeah, we were like 580 something when I last checked, like 584.
Yeah, it's like 582 this morning. So
Let me just get the updated. Or 585.
585.
So I guess this is a good chance to shill. Folks, if you're there in the comments and enjoying the stream, please give the stream a like. But also, if you're not subscribed, please consider doing so. We are on the road to monetization. And once we get monetized, we'll be able to do a lot more because, you know, we'll be able to like inject money back into the production of the channel, you know, help get things a little more streamlined and even potentially find a better platform than StreamYard, because there are still some limitations that we'd like to address.
Consider having your, you know, husband, wife, spouse, partner, kids, brothers, ask them to sub too. They don't actually have to watch it. But
right, just help us get that number up.
Yeah.
Number go up.
Yep,
My
number
daddy
go up.
brother subscribed.
Hey, let's go.
Hey, I think we got McTime's mom. That's something.
There we go.
Hold on a second.
Yeah, I was going to
Hold on.
say a particular
Yeah.
person's in chat. You're already on it.
Sup, Jamnik?
Woohoo!
Oh, whoops. Sorry.
Okay, I'm done.
Like whack-a-mole.
I'm gonna get
Just a little
vertigo.
too- Opal, if you're still in
All that
chat,
shows that I still haven't gotten around to doing my hair yet. So
We should have a road to
I
monetization.
did the blonde
tracker.
part.
What do you think?
The problem with that is like we wouldn't be able to have the tracker on the screen at all times because I'd have to be sharing a window, and like I can only share one window at a time. It's an annoying limitation of this
The
platform.
what? A tracker
You can't
for
do like
what?
a banner.
We could do a banner. We just have to like manually update it.
Yeah.
A tracker for what, subs?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Maybe a banner would be a good solution for that.
We kicked around the idea of like doing a subathon, like doing a 24-hour stream, like sending raids into other streams and, you know, challenging them to like, you know, trivia or something, and you know, just making a whole lot of noise and trying to get people in and, you know, subbed for whatever reason. You know, I think we got like 10 subs out of the day that Blitz played half of the M song.
Wow.
We got like 10 subs right after that. So, which is when I kind of came up with the idea we should do like a whole day where and obviously it would have to be a Sunday because that's when all the other shows are going. So, and like maybe if we do it next Sunday, then Justin's doing a Q&A and Unapologetics going, and then all the AXP in the line, and you know, if Joel and Mezzo aren't streaming, maybe we could get them to drop by for a little bit.
Yeah, Beard was there when I was on John Cohen Friday, and said to sub to you and Beard. So Beard's getting out there networking too.
Yeah. So, I mean, if we just did a long stream and had somebody, you know, manning the stream at all times, then we could send out like raiding parties. Make it like one of them their video games y'all love to play so much. Send out little raiding parties to different streams. Because, I mean, if we could get like, you know, 5 subs from every stream that happens just on a Sunday.
Yeah, I'd probably push it over.
You know,
A couple of Sundays.
or dare I hope for 10 for each one. I mean, we probably definitely hit 1,000. I mean, is there any value in an idea like that? Because, I mean, like Tommy used to do it. And like he'd say, okay, if we hit the sub goal, then we'll stay live for an extra 2 hours. And if we hit the next sub goal, he'd stay live for an extra 2 hours. So
I guess it depends on how long you want to stay up.
Well, that's it. It's also like, are you gonna get hate watchers that want to like keep you awake and try to kill you with exhaustion?
I wouldn't even care.
Right?
If it's gonna help us hit our sub goal, all
Yeah.
right. You know, because
That's all that really matters.
there's a slice of the audience that just want us to, you know, want to see everybody fight, you know. And
No,
okay,
they don't. Fuck you.
we can do that too.
Yeah.
I will
So-
definitely be watching that, Beard.
I mean, yeah, we'll definitely have to watch Beard on Truth Wanted. So.
All right, I'm back. Opal suggested this video earlier in the chat, but it doesn't seem like he's still around. So Opal, if you are still around, go ahead and speak up, and we can react to this. Otherwise, we'll save it for when Opal is back for a later stream.
Okay.
I love 24 hair streams.
I got about 6 hours of driving tomorrow, so I have to take a nap. But
Oh yeah, man. Good luck with that.
I'll be back. Yeah, it's kind of typical at this point. It's just exhausting. But I'll be back. Love y'all. Peace and chicken
Okay.
grease.
Always a good time.
See ya.
when you're up here.
Night.
Rest well.
Night.
All right, Is a Secular is confirming Opal is not around right now.
What about anyone in chat? You guys think like a subathon where we send out like fucking raiding parties and shit to other streams? Could that be fun? Anyone?
I'm down for it.
Because it was fun when we did it with News Dude, and I mean, but that was politics and stuff. So we were raiding, like we would like raid out to Parker and Dean and Santana and Jaden, and although Jaden was kind of a gimme because Jaden was a co-host on Tommy's show, so. So, all right, well, we got a few takers on the. We'll have to flesh that out. And at some point, we're going to have to do that tier list thing, that video.
Which tier list?
We're going to do a video of atheist streamer tier lists.
That'd be pretty cool.
So yeah. So
Thanks,
either
Isa.
either we're all gonna come up with our own like top 5 tier list, or just throw everybody into one bucket and let chat help us decide where they go.
Async is obviously S+ tier.
Obviously. So
If S
yeah.
plus stands for sucks plus.
No. No, honestly, I
Well,
really do like this
Sucks
channel a lot better.
plus, you know what? I think Async is going to see a phenomenal improvement once we get rid of this RP guy.
Well, here, I'll help you.
We'll make it all the way up to S-.
Oh man, now we just lost half our viewers.
I got bored. I came back. I'm sorry for what
All
I said.
right, half our viewers are back. But yeah, no, the reason why I like this, and I've probably said this before, but there's a lot less spaces for atheists to come up and just, hang out. And this always allows atheists to come up and hang out. So I think it's a huge benefit for the community writ large.
Yeah, that's where the original idea came from, is that there really isn't anywhere for. I mean, if you're an atheist and you want to call in, you have to wait for the line, and you have to hope that it's not full of theists or something that week.
Right. And even then, some channels don't even allow unless it's like one specific day, or maybe even one day every 2 weeks.
And there's a couple that will take atheist calls, but they're mostly just all like 100% TikTok. And if you're not on TikTok, then
yeah, that's the problem I have, because I'm not on TikTok.
Yeah, you're kind of toast. So
I was supposed to get in touch with John Cohen. He was supposed to send me some information to one of the lives on TikTok that they help atheist streamers get started. So maybe there could be one day.
What do you mean?
There's a atheist content creator on TikTok, and I forget what their name is, but they help atheist streamers in the community get started and connect. So, but I haven't gotten the information yet, so I'll send John a follow-up.
That's one of our like mission goals here too, right?
Yeah, no,
helping other atheist creators get started.
Yeah, you guys should definitely link up. Like I said, I haven't gotten the information yet, but I will share it with you when I do. I just haven't taken that leap yet. Should probably do that.
It's a little offensive you'd go to him and not us.
No. I'm not saying that I'm going to them, because they're only on TikTok. I don't do TikTok.
Well, no, I mean, I could probably use the help when it came to TikTok myself.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yeah, maybe I'll hit up John Cohen, get that information.
Yeah, I'm doing it right now.
Oh, sweet. I know Ray said he was going to bed, but he might have just left his computer on, so I'm just going to help him out.
He said he'd be back. But I think he meant much later.
Yeah.
So.
Well, how about we check
Watch
out
the
this
video.
Blitz clip?
Yeah.
Always down to check out a Blitz clip.
Yep, this title is Caveman Creationist Might Be the Dumbest Yet. It's a pretty low bar. We'll see if they can limbo right under it.
Hey, Zap. Oh, yeah, you're welcome, Baird. I wanted him to check it out because he was interested at the time a couple weeks ago.
Evolved beyond the Knuckle Dragon status, but you know, we can get past that.
Okay, I did have the volume working.
Is there an undo?
There's a lot of dead air for a beginning of a Dr. Blitz clip.
Welcome, welcome, everybody. Hope everybody had a good Thursday, and we're moving on to a Good Friday. Oh, isn't that a thing? That's like a holiday or something.
Yeah,
Oh,
Good
that
Friday.
makes sense. This was the very beginning of the stream.
Right.
That's why there was such a pause.
Welcome, welcome. We are finally live. How's it going? I am very tired. I stayed up way too late last night. Far too late.
That's me most nights.
What is a night anymore?
Right.
And I have to go vote in person today. Why do you start streams very early? Well, I start them at 9 in the morning so that my streams can be over by noon so that I have time to work on other stuff. You're afraid of death? In sort of an abstract sense. Going to an LGS tonight to play Magic and I already feel the tiredness of tomorrow. Oh, I feel that.
I did the pre-release for Marvel Heroes.
I feel that. All right, well, we do have our first guest.
Magic the Gathering.
Any broken metas already?
You know what? Has anyone ever watched any of the streams where atheists can just call in? Like, have you gotten any like entertainment value out of that?
That's the thing John Cohen was talking about. Is he usually gets like half of the people whenever he does atheists only live stream, or atheists can call in live streams. And he said that the biggest reason why he went to every other Friday was that it was just a huge like jump in content between someone having a really like emotional moment and then a theist call in and then another theist call in and they were just arguing and they were like crashing out and stuff, and then back to like, you know, a good person talking about how they did a bunch of good stuff. So keeping it separated allows them to kind of control the content a lot better.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, I
I
don't think
get
I've
a lot
ever
of
just watched one like that. Like Mezzo and Joel did a Christmas Eve stream
right
where a lot of us called in. They did get a couple of ops
right
calling in too. Never went back and watched it to see if it was any good though.
I get a lot of joy, and I know JL gets a lot of joy from the atheists in his live stream. So
yeah. Maybe I'll go back and watch that. See if it was worth it. All right, that was just a tangent. Sorry.
So why don't we bring up Weird Thoughts 8? Weird Thoughts 8, how's it going?
Good. How you doing?
I'm doing all right. Weird thoughts. Do you believe in a God?
I do.
Okay. Well, I don't. So why should I believe in the God that you believe in?
Because it's free will.
That doesn't seem like it's giving me a reason.
What?
The people I know that are atheist and agnostic, and the ones that believe in the one true God, Yahweh, there's a difference in their lives and their existences. It's observable.
Okay. So what's the reason I should believe in this God?
Well, it brings peace.
I'm
Gives
pretty
the
peace.
understanding that
I'm pretty
there's
at
answers
peace.
that you will never know.
Yeah, I have far more peace now that I'm no longer a Christian.
Yeah. It's kind of the same for me. I mean, if you saw my Beard of Empathy, a Damn Fools episode, but yeah, like I learned after 6 years that praying just doesn't work. And once I stopped believing in that, then I started actually actively doing stuff to try to help me get out of there.
Yeah, exactly. Like you realize that like you are actually the pilot of your own ship, and so if you want your situation to improve, like you got to take control, take accountability and agency.
And while there wasn't a lot that I could do, I did try to seek out every opportunity I could.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, back when I was a Christian, I was dealing with addiction issues. I had undiagnosed PTSD. Like theist therapists were not really helping because they'd be like, "Oh, have you tried praying more?" And
right,
really unhelpful shit like that. And once I started seeing secular therapists, they're like, "Oh yeah, no, like here's what we're going to do. We're going to get you into some CBT, cognitive behavioral therapy, and yeah, I stopped going to do NA because the whole higher power thing wasn't really helping. But luckily, I was able to kind of find a new environment and keep myself away from those types of things. And all this happened after I started deconstructing. So any Christian that will say, oh, it shows like every Christian's life is better. Life is better. That's not necessarily true. There are plenty of stories similar to mine.
Yeah, it's just personal experience for this guy.
Yeah, that's what it usually boils down to.
So you mean like it like prevents your curiosity from bothering you?
Yeah, because I mean, if you look at scientific community, I mean, they've been trying to prove theory of gravity, theory of relativity. They're all stuck in theoretical status. Not by
The theory of
definition.
relativity is like one of the most well-supported models that we've ever come up with.
Yeah, it's a model. It's not factual.
The way that we do science is we come up with models and then we test how good those models correspond to the observable reality that we live in. And when they match up with the observable reality that we live in, we say that that's a good model and it accurately represents reality. I don't know what the problem is
The
with that.
representation is not the same thing.
I never made that claim.
Well, here, I'll give you a good example. So we call it photosynthesis, right? If photosynthesis didn't exist, would any biological matter on this planet be able to sustain?
Perhaps in a different way, yeah. I mean, there's something called chemosynthesis.
Okay, but that's theoretical.
No,
We've
it's not.
identified photosynthesis.
Chemosynthesis is a thing that exists near hydrothermal vents.
Has there ever been an entire civilization where human beings and plant life thrive based off that model alone?
No, but you didn't ask about a civilization. You said life. And life
Yeah,
can
we
exist
exist in
without the sun.
photosynthesis.
Okay,
So your
yeah.
model's theoretical.
Humans may not survive. Humans may not exist, but
To quote the great Jeff Goldblum, life finds a way.
Exactly. Sexiest man on earth.
Hands down.
life would.
So we do based off photosynthesis. What is it?
What is photosynthesis? It's a process that happens in certain kinds of plants.
It is life reborn, recreated.
I don't know what that means. Look, so
Oxygen dies.
is the claim that like
Turns into
I should
what?
believe in God because we can't really know anything anyway, and even though we
No,
want to know
because-
something, believing in God will inform our belief that we can't know anything,
right.
and therefore we'll be satisfied? Like what's the reason?
The reason is because in the story of creation, God created all the elements that were needed for photosynthesis to sustain before the first plant, animal, or human existed.
Wait, no, that's not true.
No,
Did
it
you know
is.
that God created like in Genesis 1, God created plants before God created the sun?
You're reading that backwards.
No, day 3, God creates the plants. Day 4, God creates the great lights to rule the sky, or the great lights to rule the day and the night, which is the sun and
Isn't
moon.
it also different
What's the
in
first
Genesis
thing that he
2?
said in creation?
He said,
I'm not sure about the plants, but I do know that the order of like the beasts of the fields are different from the creation of man between Genesis 1 and 2.
Yeah, just crazy contradictions right off the bat.
Yeah. But yeah, the sun existing after plants is a fun one. I like to do the day and night existing before the sun.
Mhm.
That's one of my favorite ones to start out with.
Also, how could you count days without sunlight?
Yeah, exactly. Like, like the argument is that the passage of day and night requires a localized light source, and when God says "let there be light," it's not like he's like standing there shining a fucking flashlight at Earth.
I think the apologetic was that he was the light, but then again, like, are you just like turning yourself off and back on again, or what?
Right, and then like if God is omnipresent, then like all of His light would be going everywhere all at once on the earth. So like there'd be no differentiation in the amount of sunlight between day and night.
Right.
And so like you would basically have to weaken your God to say that his initial idea for day and night wasn't good enough, so he made the sun so that he didn't have to keep like fucking turning the flashlight on and off again.
Did he let AI get to his job?
God was the first to implement AI.
let there be light.
Okay, and what does John 1:1 say?
I have no idea.
In the beginning was the Word was God, the Word was with God, all things were created.
Also, good night, Jackie. Hope you rest well.
See you, Jackie.
Hi, Jackie.
Through him, without him, no things were created. What are the first words God says in creation? Let there be light.
Sure, but
That's the
plants
first
need the
appearance of
sun,
Christ.
right?
And we call it the sun, ironically. You're catching on.
Well, that's it's an etymological fallacy, but plants need the sun, the big bright thing in the sky. Plants need that to live, right?
What's interesting is like when you look at that big bright thing, why is it if it's a total sphere of emitting heat and light and radiancy? Why is there
Can
a
you
black
address what I
center?
said?
I did.
No, you kind of just turned onto some random pivot about the
Restate it
conspiracy
again.
of the sun. So my question is, I guess actually it wasn't even a question, it was a statement. So plants need the sun, i.e. the big bright thing in the sky, to survive.
No, they
Plants
need
don't
light.
just need any old kind of light, right?
No, you can literally get a UV lamp and you can have plants grow. Can you know?
So if you get a specific kind of light, perhaps. But where do, so you think that there is the Earth, right? The Earth is a thing, and you think that there was, water and land, and you think that there was light and there was plants, but no sun for the first 3 days.
It doesn't say there were. There was. It says there was light.
Yeah. So in your view, there were just plants hanging around without a sun.
Is the sun where we get the light?
Yeah.
Sure of that.
Is the sun where we get the
99.9%
light?
of all the light that we get on Earth is from the sun.
Okay.
I mean-
And has anybody been to the sun to confirm that?
Yeah. Do you mean like
Oh
people, or do
my
you mean like have we sent instruments?
God.
Because yeah, we've sent instruments.
Oh, we've actually sent instruments to test the actual surface of it.
Well, the sun
They
doesn't have a surface proper because it's not solid.
So it's another theoretical thing. And what I'm telling you is
No, it's not
biblically founded.
theoretical.
Like, have you ever actually gone out and looked at the sun?
Yep.
What does it do when you look at it too much?
Hurts your eyes. So you shouldn't look at it unless it's sunset or sunrise.
It's kind of like, God used a bush for Moses. When Jesus came down from the
This
mountain, he
guy's been
transfigured
staring at the god
Moses.
for too long.
Yeah, he's got that sun madness.
That's right.
Like all the people at Fatima or whatever, the miracle of Fatima.
Yeah.
Where they're all staring at the sun for hours and they all start hallucinating that the sun's moving. I wonder why that happened.
No wonder he can't. He doesn't know that the sun is where we get our light from because he's fucking blind.
It's like, where'd all the light go? Oh man.
Same.
What?
Uses objects.
Okay, so
the block is pure form.
Weird thoughts. You gotta listen. You gotta figure from my perspective. This all sounds very silly. Why should I believe any of this?
Well, your whole "I believe in an idea to be fact" is silly to me.
When did I say that?
Oh, your theoretical model hasn't been proven that humanity.
Which theoretical model hasn't been proven?
The one that you said in light of photosynthesis.
What theoretical model in light of photosynthesis?
What?
Did I say that hasn't been proven?
Didn't exist. Would we exist?
I never said that we would exist if photosynthesis didn't exist.
You said there's other models.
No, I said that there's other kinds of life. For example, chemosynthesis, or chemosynthetic organisms, are organisms, and these actually exist. We can just go look at them.
Proven?
Yeah, they actually exist. There are species of bacteria that are chemosynthetic.
Oh, and there's
that
actual
do chemosynthesis rather.
Humans and trees. And
I'm not talking about humans. I'm just talking. Bacteria is life. It's a kind of life.
So God's model is better.
What?
Gotcha. God's model is better by definition.
Better in what way? What are you talking about? You made the claim. I don't know. Like, do you have like wax in your ears?
Model?
You made the claim that life couldn't exist, or rather, you asked me if life could exist without photosynthesis, and I said, yeah, technically, there are other organisms that don't rely on sunlight in order to live. These are organisms called. These are organisms that do chemosynthesis, for example. And then you for some reason brought up humans. Like that, my claim wasn't that like, oh, humans could exist with chemosynthesis. Like that wasn't my claim. I don't know why we're comparing. Like this is a crazy thing that you're doing.
Observable nature right now. You're desperately reaching for a minimal, obscure equation to try
This
to.
Isn't an equation. It's just a kind of bacteria. What?
That bacteria, can it exist without oxygen or light?
It exists without light. I don't know if they exist without oxygen though. I can look that up. In anaerobic bacteria. Synthesizing bacteria require oxygen. Oh, there we go. Okay, so I guess it depends on the species. There are some that do use oxygen and others do not.
Okay, what do they use as their driving force of existence?
They use the chemicals that are available. That's what the chemosynthesis means.
And are those biologically created?
The chemicals? No, they come from like the middle of the earth. They come from hydrothermal vents.
So they're created in biology.
What? No?
You said they came from the center of the earth. Do we have labs down there?
Well, we do have some labs at the bottom of the ocean. And the lava that they thrive off of, which contains the chemicals.
They're biologically created when it was established. Yeah, they are.
Evidence for that claim?
Yeah, you can't name me a single source of an institute or a scientist that created that themselves. Without the assistance of any biological.
That created chemicals.
Well, when we nuked Japan and created Godzilla, like it was eating off the hydrothermal vents before that. So we know that these creatures exist around hydrothermal vents. He's just denying the existence of my Godzilla.
Yep, argument from Kaiju, the best. A habit I've adopted over the last couple of years is instead of saying bless you when someone sneezes, I say Godzilla.
Got you.
Feed off of? You want to bet? Okay, so for example, some chemosynthetic organisms. I mean, well, some do use oxygen, some don't. But for example, the ones that don't, for example, feed off of methane. We can create methane.
Oh yeah, we do. Biologically.
No, I mean like we can produce methane in a lab.
How do we do it?
With chemistry. Did you not take chemistry in high school?
Already exists.
You can synthesize chemicals.
In creation.
Do you think that we can't synthesize chemicals?
Synthesizing is basically duplicating what already exists.
What do you?
You're using God's design.
Oh my God. So it's
Blitz does not often get this frustrated, so it just really displays how idiotic the caller is talking about is.
Head and hands.
Yeah, literally face palmed on stream.
Seems like you just keep jumping and moving the goalposts as much as you can, because first you said that, oh, we can only do it biologically, you can't do it in a lab. And then I told you that, yeah, obviously we can create methane in a lab. This is like a really simple molecule that's really easy to make. And you're like, but you're using God's design to do it. Like, did you forget your brain at the library?
Do they use already existent biological matter
know what a library
to
is?
Create
to make methane? No.
What do they make it
It's methane is a very simple molecule. It has carbon
so you
and it has
believe
hydrogen.
matter comes
That's
from
it.
nothing.
When did I say that?
Because to make something, you have to have material.
Yeah, so carbon, hydrogen, these are not biological matter. These are atoms.
They're existent in biology.
They're also existent in non-biology. They're just atoms.
You're sitting here saying, I have no IQ, but you're not tracking what I'm saying.
I don't think you're tracking what you're saying.
In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. All of those molecules, do we find them in earth materials?
You mean the atoms? We find most atoms on Earth, sure.
Most atoms?
Yeah, not all.
Name me an atom a human being is created from nothingness.
Why do you think that the options are it either was created from nothing or it was found on Earth? That's not a true dichotomy.
Name me one atom a human created.
Human synthesized moscovium, for example. It's not found on Earth.
Oh my gosh. And to synthesize, do they use already existent matter that would have been established in creation?
Of course they're using already existent matter, sure.
Thank you. They can't
Do
create
you think
from
that
nothing.
that's a win for you? Nobody. I never claimed that they made it from nothing.
They're using what God created in existence.
That's the claim. Why should I think that the God exists?
Because I have a theory that is better than yours.
Okay. What predictions does your theory make about the natural world that have come true?
The Euphrates is drying up pretty quick.
But it's not
Israel
dry,
is,
right?
Israel
So
is
do you want to
I-
go one for one? We can go one for one if you want.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so you say the Euphrates is drying up. To be clear, it's not dry, but in 2015 we detected gravitational waves as predicted by Albert Einstein in 1915. Okay, your turn.
Oceanographers saying about 2040 to 2045 it'll dry up. Biologists too.
Okay, that's cool, but it hasn't happened, so the prediction hasn't come true. But now it's your turn. It's your turn to come up with another prediction.
Israel will be a byproduct.
Wait, will be? So it hasn't happened yet?
By word.
So it hasn't happened yet? The predictions, they have to have come true, right? You can't just say that they will happen.
What does the prefix by mean?
I have no idea. It's used to indicate when something is official in
Implicative of
some case.
multiple. So if it's a byword, Israel isn't just full of Israel.
What are you talking about?
Look in the temple. They have an Islamic mosque.
What's the prediction that the world or that your model made?
Well, what you're doing.
What?
I can't remember what Bible verse it is, but they will be lovers of themselves, seekers of their own word, their own truth. They'll be vain, narcissistic, filled with anger, hatred.
Okay,
Will not know how to love.
That's your one, that there will be atheists who are vain and narcissistic. Okay, cool. Not a very specific prediction, but fine, maybe that counts. In 1974, I believe it was 1974, Peter Higgs and 4 other physicists predicted the existence of the Higgs boson. This was detected in 2012. Your turn.
If a scientist says something is fact when the word theory is not fact in nature to defend their stance, is that narcissism?
It sort of sounds like you're running away from the prediction game.
No, you said my turn.
Yeah, it's your turn. It's your turn to. Well, no, it's your turn to provide a prediction, right?
Your entire institution is narcissistic in nature.
Cool. Provide another prediction that the Bible made that came true.
I literally just did. Your turn.
Sorry, that was the same one that you just mentioned.
Yeah, I legitimized it.
Yeah, we're doing different predictions each time. We're going 1-to-1. So I've given you 2 predictions. You've given me 2 predictions. Now it's your turn to give me a 3rd prediction, and then I'll give you a 3rd prediction.
In the end, there will be rumors of war, famine.
Okay, so
how many
has
people
that prediction
starved in
come
Africa
true?
in the last 5 years?
Sorry, how's that?
People have been starving all across the world ever since, humans evolved from our common ancestor.
And when that prediction was given, people were already doing that.
Exactly. And there have always been wars and rumors of wars. There's never been world peace at any point in our entire history. So just more nonsense.
Come true?
Have we seen any of the wars going on? Israel, Palestine, Israel.
In order for it to have come true, you have to verify that this is the end, but I don't know how you would verify that if it hasn't ended yet.
It's coming to the end.
Sorry, one more time?
It's coming to the end.
Well, okay, but then the prediction hasn't been satisfied. You have to give me a prediction that's come true, not just that you think will come true.
Okay, give me one of your theories to become fact, and we'll be on the same level.
Sorry, one more time.
Give me one of your theories that are factual now.
I already gave you two. It's your turn now.
Oh no, theory isn't facts.
Hold on, I'm sorry. We weren't talking about when a theory becomes fact. We were talking about predictions made by models or predictions made by theories that come true.
Intellectual elitist over somebody who believes the same thing as you by definition.
What are you talking about?
Something that hasn't been proven.
So look, we're going bar for bar, prediction for prediction. I've given you two predictions. It's your turn to give me a prediction. Do you have another?
What predictions have you given me?
Were you not paying attention?
Oh man.
Give me another one.
Wait, so so you said that the Euphrates River is drying up, which hasn't happened yet, but it's drying up fine. And you also said that there will be narcissistic and self-loving atheists, right? Those were your two predictions. Do you not remember the two predictions I gave you?
No, what were they?
Man, were you even paying attention?
I was. I want to hear you say them again.
Yeah, so in 1915, Albert Einstein's general relativity predicted the existence of gravitational waves, which were discovered in 2015. In 1974, Peter Higgs and four other physicists, whose names I'm not remembering, made the prediction of the Higgs boson, which was detected in 2012. So those are two different predictions that were verified after the fact after the theory was proposed. So it's your turn.
Okay, so why do those still sit in theoretical status if that was proven to be fact?
I'm sorry, it seems like you're running away from the goal here. The goal is for you to provide another prediction.
You're trying to sugarcoat a theory again.
I'm not trying to sugarcoat anything. We're talking about theories that make predictions. My theories make better predictions than yours do.
Well, here, I'll make an observable fact comparative to your theory.
Sorry, give me another prediction that your God theory
Something has more
makes
weight
and
or
that's come true.
density than another. Does it fall?
I don't even know what that question means. I'm sorry, I'm not going to let you pivot away from the game that we were playing. Do you have another prediction that came true or no?
Down.
You have another prediction that came true, or are you just going to run away from it?
No, you're proposing theory to be fact.
I didn't say that anywhere. We're both talking about theories, right? I have my theories, you have your theories. You said that your theories make good predictions, so I'm just asking you.
If they came true,
what are
it
the
would
extra
just make it a
predictions?
theory and it wouldn't be theory anymore.
No, that's not how theories work. Theories are just a class of scientific model. No. So look, theories don't become facts. That's just not how science functions. But look, your theory, do you have any more predictions or do you only have the two? Because I can offer you more. In the 1920s, it was either the 1920s or the 1930s, Albert Einstein predicted lasers. Lasers were then invented in 1956. I do relativity, so that's why I know a lot about Einstein.
You didn't catch that at the beginning. Terrible name. He is definitely a flat earther. He said that science has failed to prove gravity exists at the very beginning of his call. So yeah, that's 100% a flat earther.
I mean, it makes sense. He's been dumb on every other subject and topic, so might as well throw in flat Earth, probably young Earth or too.
Oh yeah. He established also at the beginning that literal days existed before the concept of a day.
No, he didn't invent them. He predicted their existence.
It's funny because in my Bible it talks about the refraction of light elements through water and different.
Those aren't lasers, but cool story.
It's
so another one is that the existence of black holes were predicted in 1916 by Schwarzschild, and then later by Oppenheimer and Snyder, and these were proven to exist in the 80s through the 2020 or through early 2020s. We got more and more evidence for these until we finally imaged them for the first time in 2019. So that's another prediction that came true. Einstein's theory of general relativity predicted the existence of things called Einstein rings, which are distorted light around certain kinds of certain large galactic clusters. We detected those in, I want to say, the 60s. It was actually quite quickly. So that's another prediction that came true. Should I keep going?
No, there's no theoretical status, so you keep doing what I told you you're going to do. You're going to be narcissistic.
Oh, so you don't understand what a theory is. Okay, that's fine.
Oh yeah, it's not fact. I understand what a theory is.
So can you define for me what a theory is, please?
Something in a hypothesis, idea.
And there he goes, conflating hypothesis with theory. That's what so many of these theists do. They don't understand that a theory is like a set of principles or frameworks that are supported by either experimental or just evidence existing out in the world.
Yep, it's a model that corresponds with reality the best that we can.
Mm-hmm. Like we call germ theory. That doesn't mean that we can't fucking look at germs under a fucking microscope. Like they're there. We can see them with our eyeballs. It's still called a theory because It's the set of principles that are supported by evidence.
This guy has seen the sun enough to know that heliocentric theory is true.
Right, but like he's not able to put that together. He probably thinks it's geocentric.
Oh yeah, he has geocentric theory. My bad.
Yeah, because and it's trivial to show that the sun does not move in relation to like its distance from the Earth, because when it sets, there's essentially no change in its shape, just a slight change, I believe, in its horizontal size, and that is just due to like some optic lensing from the atmosphere as it comes in a more
Terrible
shallow angle.
name. That's such a good comment. I'm sorry.
Why am I not dizzy? Well, have you tried circling an object, and like a single circle takes an entire year? Maybe that's why.
True. Also spin around one rotation every 24 hours. See if you still get dizzy.
Creation of that matter.
Oh no, that's not what a theory is. At least when scientists refer to the language, that's not what a theory is.
Oh, what is it?
It's a mathematical model that has a physical interpretation.
Okay, so an interpretation is fact and definition, right?
What? Interpretation is fact and definition.
Right. Is it like irrefutable? Or is it subject to interpretation?
No, you test these things. The good ones you keep, the bad ones you throw away.
Okay, it's not a fact. I gotcha.
This is a category error, and it's really embarrassing for you.
No, it's really not. I'll give you a comparative analysis.
Do you think that germs cause disease?
Do I think that germs cause disease? I haven't physically seen a germ cause disease. People told me they have.
Denies it too.
Oh my god! I just went over this. We can see them. We can see them with our fucking eyeballs.
Ladies and gentlemen, a human without a brain.
He's proof that they can exist. Holy shit! He's purely functioning on brainstem only.
That germs cause disease?
It's believing for me.
So it's not a fact that germs cause disease.
It's a theory to me. I haven't independently researched it, but you're taking the works of others based on faith.
Anything
like
is
my religion,
do you think that
like my religion, the teachings of others, to create power, dominance, and wealth, and conformity.
Sorry, do you think that gravity is real?
Do I think gravity is real? I think it's proven that anything denser than the material it's in falls.
Okay, that doesn't answer my question. Do you think that gravity is real?
Do I think gravity is real? Do I think a word in a theory is real? I'm going to go with no.
Okay, do you think that cells are the basis for life?
Cells are the basis for life? No, because God is the basis for life, because those cells were mentioned as being in creation.
When I say basis, I don't mean like the cause, I mean the fundamental unit of.
The fundamental unit? You're moving the goalpost, dude.
No, I'm just telling you what I mean.
God is the fundamental unit.
So, God is what makes up cells, in your view?
Everything
that cells are composed of tiny little gods.
They became of God. They're self-sustaining.
So cells are made of God. That's what you're telling me?
It's kind of like my book says God doesn't.
Do you know what
die.
a fundamental unit is?
Wait, hold on. I was explaining something.
Okay, yeah, I'm sure. Go ahead.
It's kind of like my book says that everything was created of God because only God and darkness exist in the beginning. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Why is it you can't recreate matter? Why is it you can't completely destroy it without going into another form? Just like a sun.
Okay, so you're going to address what I said now?
Oh, you weren't listening?
No, because you weren't talking about what I asked. No. I asked you if you know what a fundamental unit is.
Oh no, go ahead, explain it to me.
Yeah, so a fundamental unit is just the smallest block that makes up something while still having those things properties. So we could say that the fundamental units of matter would be fermions, say electrons, protons, and neutrons. We could say that the fundamental unit of life would be the cell, because if anything is smaller than the cell, it's not alive, right? You can't have a living organism without cells. So you and I are made of cells, but the stuff that the cells are made of aren't alive. So the fundamental unit of life is the cell. Does that make sense?
Kind of like, yeah, it's kind of like I didn't have to read 5,000-page books to understand that, because I understand simple verbiage, fundamental being a being of necessity for the verbiage that follows.
No, fundamental doesn't mean necessity.
Oh, no, it does.
You want to bet?
If the foundation doesn't exist, does anything above it exist? No.
Do you know what the word necessary means?
Dude, are you moving the goalpost?
Well, no, I mean, like, you just don't know what the word means. Here's the definition.
I actually went to college for creative writing and journalism. I know what similes are.
Bet. So fundamental, serving as a basis supporting existence or determining essential structure or function.
Yeah.
I don't know that I buy that this guy graduated, though.
I don't think he
notice how he
graduated.
said he went to college.
Right.
He didn't say he graduated with a degree.
Right. I don't think he graduated either, but it makes sense that he went for creative writing, because this is all just right out of his ass.
Very, very creative bullshit.
If the basis wasn't there, like I said, the following wouldn't matter.
Also, dude, man, guy, you need to get your devices set up. Otherwise, like, you're not able to interface on stage. So go ahead and get your technology figured out. Otherwise, you won't be able to come up.
Yeah, we can't
Yeah, I
even
did it-
bring
I did
you up until it at least detects a mic.
Looks like you're still
Same
having
thing.
the same issue.
It's not detecting either a camera or a mic for you.
Make sure that when you're on the link and when you refresh, that you allow and give it permissions to access these things. You can then turn off your camera after you give it permission.
Less effort. And I didn't need.
You can even
Right,
test
do we
your
agree that
mic
cells
and your
are the
camera to make sure they're
fundamental unit
working.
of life?
Yep.
Oh, yeah, they are.
Okay. Do you understand that that's a theory?
That it's a theory.
Mm-hmm.
My Bible says it's a fact. Everything created came from God. And those
Oh,
fundamental
Beard has a
structures
point.
gotta be completely
He might be a
true.
TPUSA guy,
Or-
where he didn't actually go to college. He just went to a college.
Oh, geez.
Created by man.
The fact
There he
that
is.
cells are the fundamental unit of life is a theory.
All right. Let's welcome to the stage, dude, man, guy.
Does this thing
Let-
work?
Yes.
we hear you, dude,
Oh,
man, guy.
that's-
First things first. What's your age?
33.
33. All right, dude, man, guy. What brings you on stage tonight?
You already asked that. 33. What brings me here? I don't know.
I
was
didn't
just
ask
ser-
anything again. Are you
Oh.
hearing an echo? Do you have the stream on
Sorry,
in the background?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Do you have the stream on in the background? Because I think you're hearing
Are you
double.
listening to the YouTube stream?
Not that I know of. Hold on.
You might want to mute the YouTube
I-
stream
no, I see.
or shut it down completely.
Yeah, my bad. I just closed it. I've just been going through these links. I've never used this before.
Oh.
All right.
Well.
And what brings you to stage tonight?
Nothing much. I was just surfing YouTube and I saw a topic that maybe I could try to talk to somebody about.
Okay, and so that topic is what
Okay.
brought you to the stage. What was the topic?
The topic of your God is a silly story, proving wrong. And
Yeah, are you
honestly,
able to do that?
no. I
Did
don't
you want
think-
to prove us wrong?
No, because I don't think anybody can prove you wrong. I don't think that's the point of religion in any sense, of any kind of religion.
So
you think
religion
there's
is
a,
all just a
there's
silly
a
story.
good
Got
point? Do you
Hold
think
on,
there
what-
is a good point to religion?
Of course there is. I mean,
Do you?
humans want things to go toward, of course. I mean, no matter what you believe, doesn't matter which one you want to go for.
Why
mean,
can't
don't
that thing
people
be
just
prosperity grounded in reality?
I think most religions want that. But I would say that there's only one religion that actually does it well.
That would be your
No
religion,
religions
right?
do it well.
Oh, of
Let me guess.
course. I mean, of course. Duh. I mean, like, what? Am I going to
Course,
advocate for somebody
yours.
else's? Like, come on. That's just obvious.
You know what? People have tried it
This
for
I'm
whatever
sure
reason.
they have, but it sounds
They
really
have tried
stupid
it.
to me.
And there's also
Yeah.
atheists that try to play quote unquote devil's advocate by
Oh,
pretending
yeah.
to be Christian. So it goes the other way around too.
That's a terrible idea, too. God does not look very kindly upon those that use his name in vain.
How do you know what God looks upon?
Well,
It's written in
we
the
don't think
Bible.
God
You know the Bible's true.
exists, so we're not really worried about him looking kindly
I
on
mean,
anything.
what do you mean by no? Like, can I dig something up
Justify
that
true belief.
to justify true belief?
Yeah. So
See,
what's your
this
justification
is
for
where I'm
knowing the Bible
saying
is true?
this is where I'm saying that it's not really provable. It's a spiritual thing. That's what
Yeah, the
religion
spiritual
is.
doesn't
in
exist.
all.
There's zero demonstration of it.
Well, see, there are people that are so incredibly secular and closed off from spiritual anything. I mean, I would say that God is at the top of that. I mean,
And there's so
has
many
definitely
people who
put
are super
idols.
spiritual and then they don't live in reality.
Of course, humans are incredibly flawed. They do all kinds of really dumb things for all kinds of
Like
stupid
create
reasons.
gods that don't exist.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've done that for thousands of years. You ever heard of idols? Like, there's
ever heard
all
of
kinds of
Have
gods.
you ever heard of Yahweh?
For
Well,
money?
that's the one that they didn't create because he's the only one
Gods are only
that there's an
created.
empty tomb for. He's the only one that's
Yeah,
actually
where's the
done
tomb?
what
Where's
he's
the tomb,
supposed
buddy?
to do.
Yeah, where's
Well,
the tomb?
I don't know exactly where it's at. I
Yeah,
wish I
nobody
did.
knows there because there is no tomb. It was a story.
How do you know that? Just because it hasn't been discovered doesn't mean it's not real. Maybe God doesn't want it to be discovered because a true God that knows what's best for his people is not
Wow,
going
how
to give them
useless.
a direct evidence. He did when Jesus was here. That knowledge is way gone. Many, many generations gone.
Sucks for everyone else.
Yeah, it does suck
How
for
do you know that
everybody else.
Jesus was ever actually here?
That's a totally different discussion. I'm going to
No,
stick on my
you made
current.
the claim. You made the claim.
Well,
Can you
I'm going to stick on
substantiate
my current topic, and then we'll move on to that.
that? No, you made the claim
Okay. How do I know that that actually happened?
that
I
Jesus was
don't.
here at all.
I don't actually know that happened
Okay, so
personally
why do you believe it?
because because it's true. I don't. It's a
You
spiritual
don't
thing.
know that. You
No, I
He's
know.
saying that
Based
it's true, and then
based
whenever we
in
try to
ba-
say, okay, well, what part of it is true, you just don't give us any true part.
well, if I knew the actual evidence behind it, like the physical evidence that secular people are looking for, I would definitely give it to you.
So
I
why
don't.
But we're
I
not.
don't
You
do
don't.
it
You don't need to
personally.
be. You don't need to be concerned with what secular people are looking for.
Right.
You've been asked an honest question. How about an honest answer from
Well,
your point of
honestly,
view?
that's just what I feel. Like spiritually and in my mind, that's just what I feel.
If I
Like
feel
it,
that I have $1 million, do I have $1 million?
no, you don't.
Then it's not true.
Yeah, you're right.
So
That
tell me
is a
something
great
that is
comparison.
true.
Something that is true.
So
The one
everything
thing
you
that I
believe,
can
everything
think
you
of that
believe
is
about
true,
your God is from the Bible, right?
of course. I mean, isn't that where all people of all religions get all of their beliefs?
Yeah, from their silly stories.
Some of them write their own.
Yeah,
Some
that
of them
seems
put
like a terrible
themselves at the
decision.
top of it.
Yeah, that's an even worse decision.
Yeah. So like these are
Well,
all
the
examples of
Mormons would
why
disagree with you.
these
I'm
are
sure they
examples of
would.
why they're untrue because they're man-made and they don't demonstrate anything.
Yeah, all things that are man-made fail.
In
No,
fact,
not all
Christianity
things.
would disagree with you. They didn't like what was in the Jewish Bible, so they wrote their fucking own.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, that's all
your
human based.
your religion is just as guilty of it as any others.
Of course they are. What do you mean? Like, all people have done all kinds of terrible sins.
So what makes you decide that yours is right?
I mean, whether it's right or wrong, humans are evil and they're going to do evil things. So if these people that claim to believe
How do
something,
you
whether
figure?
it be right or wrong, of course people are going to do evil things. Like, they're evil and they're going to have to answer for those things.
Was Jesus a person?
Of course he was a person.
Did he do evil things?
Not that I know of.
Then your statement is completely false.
Well, it would be if he wasn't the one living God.
No, you literally.
How do you know he's the one living God?
It's written in the book. What do you mean? People
Before
all
Jesus was their God?
people-
Okay, we're
Because it's written in the book. There's a book that says that Zeus used to throw lightning bolts at people from the fucking sky. Does that make
but that
true?
wasn't. No, that wasn't by witnesses and apostles.
Yeah, there are no witnesses to Jesus.
There's no
like,
witnesses
actual
in Jesus
existence.
either.
Yeah.
Do you subscribe to Christian math?
No,
Okay.
I
well,
don't even know what that is.
That's fine. I'll just demonstrate it then. Was Jesus God?
Yes.
Was there God
No.
before Jesus existed?
No. Wait. I see what you're doing here.
Yeah. You're seeing one.
I
and two.
wanted to
That's
say
Christian
yes
math.
just to see what the answer was, but yeah,
Yeah.
I see it.
Christian math. 1 = 3.
Yeah, that's crazy.
You
I
subscribe
like
to
that
it.
one. I like that one. That's pretty good. Well,
Makes you think, doesn't it? Well, I hope it does.
no, it doesn't.
Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't.
No.
It's just thought terminating, ideas. Like you're told
Yeah,
to
that's-
believe without
yeah, that's-
evidence.
That's
So that's why you subscribe to Christian math.
No, that's literally the point. That's the point. Like, Satan is the master of this world. God is above him, and he will have his time. But
That's the
Yeah,
story,
Satan
anyways.
doesn't
But yeah,
exist,
so
yeah.
like when I was talking about
Okay.
when people make themselves the head of these faith, they also use those thought terminating sentences.
which is why I think they shouldn't do that, and
Right,
many
so-
of them do.
Right. Well, all of them do.
Yeah, and that's
but yeah.
wrong, and that's why it all fails.
Well, that's the same thing that's happening here with the Bible. Is they're telling you to
Don't
use
you
thought
require
terminating
any of your thoughts to actually be true? Any of your beliefs? You don't care if they're true. You just want to believe them because you
I
want to
know-
believe them,
I
or
know they're
what?
true.
How do you know they're
Knowledge
true?
know
Knowledge is
they're
a justified
true,
true
and
belief.
then
You
you
have no
never give
justification.
a true claim.
You already we
So,
went
like,
through this
what-
already.
so hold
you
on, what do-
you
so wait,
feel
what-
that they're true.
So wait, what?
You
what
don't
would
believe they're true.
No, I believe they're true, but what, in your sense, would be adequate evidence? What would I have to do to make?
Not
any-
asking you for
I don't know.
evidence.
Ask your God. Isn't your God all have all knowledge? If
you
he's
Well, yes,
omniscient,
he
he should
does,
know what
but
evidence
he's
we're
not
I'm
looking
not
at.
Your God
asking you
exists
for
in reality.
evidence. I'm
How about that?
asking you how you came to believe that that these things in your book are true.
I've seen the evidence around the world. It's a really
What
hard thing to
evidence?
explain. It's just like the patterns in people. You'd have to read the book. Like it.
I've
it
read the
tells you-
book.
It
Oh,
tells
I have
you
read the book.
exactly how like people are and the way that things are going to turn out. And
I'll
generally,
bet you
throughout
I've read
my
the book
life,
more than you have.
you probably have,
same.
and I'm sorry for you that you've read it so many times without faith, and you're not getting the point of it.
Yeah,
But
faith isn't actually a good thing. Can God do all good things?
he can.
Can God have faith?
Why would God have to have faith?
Can God
is
have
God.
faith? Yes or no?
I don't know, to be fair with you.
Okay, so faith requires a lack of knowledge. God, in your definition, would not lack any sort of knowledge. Therefore,
That's
God
an honest
cannot
answer.
have faith.
Appreciate that.
Therefore, if God can do all things and God can't have faith, then faith is not a good thing.
No, you're using
It
a
logically
lot.
follows.
Yeah, but you're making it really like you follow this really long path.
That's
to
philosophy
get
language.
back to
That was like
yeah, I know,
four
but
premises.
it's like
It's not long at all.
RP in this
so
day
it,
and age with
so it
shorts
sounds like
and
you've
short-form
looked up a lot of
content.
different things to like talk your way out of this, but Like
No. This is just purely reason. See, I'm able to use reason to understand what is actual, and I understand that the Bible is not actual.
Yeah.
Damn. Well, I'm sorry, man.
There is a subset of people who call these shows, and they do try to get they try to use, you know, formal logic and the language of philosophy
No,
to,
I get it.
you know, and so, and Arpy is absolutely educated in the
No, he
in
sounds
both
very
of
well
those.
educated and well spoken. I can respect it.
Yeah, you know, but if you just want to talk on like dumbass everyday, you know, you can argue with me.
No, I mean, honestly, I can't come up with like a physical piece of evidence that would convince you to believe in God.
I'm
But
not.
How do
You
you know
can't
what would or
convince me
wouldn't
to believe in
convince us?
God.
no,
You
like
can't
I
convince
can't.
me,
But the whole
and I'll
reason
be
I
upfront with
wanted
you on that.
the whole reason I
Like
wanted to
from the
call in
start.
is to tell you that like spiritually, like it's just something you have to feel.
Yeah,
It'll
you
make
absolutely
it makes
can't
more.
convince me. But what you can do is explain to me how you were convinced. That I'm interested in.
It's honestly like I've heard, like I've read a lot of it in my younger years in life, and never really paid it any mind or anything. And like the older I got and the more I saw how people were, it just started coming back to me more and more. Like, you've read this before, you know how these people are going to act, you know what's going to happen. Like, it's already been written. And like, yeah, I can't like pull up the bones of a skeleton and be like, this is him or anything, but I know it's real. And that's all I need for me. And I don't know if I could ever convince any of you, but I do pray that you'll at least think about the things I've said.
So, do you know how long humans existed before the Bible was written?
I do not. I do
really
know
said
that
much.
I do know that a day for the Lord is like 1,000 years for us. So
Yeah,
How
that's
do you know
completely
that?
unrelated.
it's written. I mean, the Earth is obviously much older than
Where is that written?
In Genesis, I believe. I forget what chapter it is.
So, are all
I
all the
believe.
words in Genesis true?
Of course they are. Why do you keep
Okay.
asking me these questions like I'm
So,
going to all of a sudden say no?
I'm gonna go ahead and demonstrate that that's false.
So you
Just
don't
to
believe in
gauge-
evolution then?
Of course I do. I just believe that the timeline for the Lord is much more skewed than it is for human beings.
How
So
old
Ri-
is the Earth?
He already said it was really old.
4.5 billion years or something like that.
Yeah, he's not a yuck. But
Yeah. So how
let's-
does that follow from 1,000 years to a day?
I mean, do you take it quite that literally? I mean, it could be a little different. I mean,
Well,
I
you're
don't
the one
know.
who says
Well,
that you
yeah.
believe in it. So I'm
You
just
said
Well, I
trying to
do,
get
but
like
what I'm
what your
saying,
actual timeline, because you keep saying things.
I don't know what the
and then you
actual
keep
timeline
backtracking
is.
whenever I say, "How is this true?" And then I try to do
Well,
like I'm
because
trying to
I
do the
don't
math with
know.
you,
There
like I
is
did
no
with the
math
Christian
for it.
math one,
No,
because
no,
you subscribe to
no, there
Christian
isn't
math.
going to be math with me. Like, it's not going to be
Well,
like, I'm not like
you know-
I've told you like 1,000 times. I can't provide like a physical piece of evidence that's going to convince
Okay,
you.
but-
It's literally just a spiritual thing.
What if we took it to like Noah's flood, because we actually have like archaeological evidence that that story existed.
That one I do
And
like. I want to
we
see the
can-
end of that one.
We can give you an actual time frame when that story existed, when the Israelites actually ripped that story off
from the
and
Epic of
put it in their
Gilgamesh.
book, and it has nothing to do with God's days equaling 1,000 years. It's like literal history that the Epic of Gilgamesh existed before the Israelites had a flood story.
Well, of course, the earth existed before the flood. It's not like it just started and God
Okay,
just
so
flooded
if
the
you
earth.
believe in evolution,
I mean,
how
there
the
were-
hell did we go from the Noah's flood story to 8 billion people?
Oh, hold on, wait. Let me find the book for this.
Because you can't say
There's
that it's
there's
well
actually
God's
a-
years, it's one year, one
No, no,
day is
no.
1,000 years.
This
You can't
is
do that
written.
because we have actual human history.
I can't remember what book this is in. There's a book where they outline all of the heirs from Adam all the way to Jesus, and it's literally like 4 chapters long.
Yeah, that's the begats. That's where they get that's where the young earth creation
So
is.
like
That's
well,
where they get the earth is only 6,000 year
yeah, I don't get how they get
time
that,
frame.
but
But
I mean,
I'm telling you that is exactly the
well,
book that they get that from.
well, those
It's all the
people.
begat, someone begat, and then this person begat a complete fucking lie
I
that would
actually
blow up in our
read this
faces in
the other day.
2026.
I just
Also,
don't.
who is
I just don't know
who's
how they would
Jesus's
get
grandpa?
6,000 years because in the Old Testament,
Yeah, they
people
follow
lived a lot
they
longer.
follow the genealogies all the way back to Adam, and it turns out to be 6,000 years.
Well, I mean, Moses lived for apparently like 900 years before God struck that from human ability.
It's
So
more
who's to
Christian,
say
Matt.
that, like,
Don't worry about it.
Right.
Which is weird because a lot of them say that God struck that from human ability back when
well, think about the Tower of Babel.
when the fruit got eaten and we became a fallen earth.
Well, think about the Tower
That
of Babel, for instance. All the
wasn't
humans in the
real.
earth, like millions of people, all trying to build
Wasn't
a
real.
tower to the heavens. God decides, yeah, human beings are a little bit too good for their own good, since they're all sinful and not worthy of entering heaven. I need to disperse them and confuse their languages.
Yeah, which didn't happen. I have a
Well,
degree in linguistics. Do you know that that's not how languages evolve?
says who? Like some human beings? Weren't you the one?
Says somebody with a degree in linguistics.
But aren't you the one that's trying to tell me that what humans say is not like what it is?
That's what you're trying to do.
When did I say
No, it's
that?
not. Oh, I thought you did. I may be wrong. I thought I heard that.
I'm
I
curious.
didn't
Like,
say that.
Oh, my bad then. My bad. I thought you did. That's my mistake.
Hey, Noka.
how you doing?
I was honest with you. I told you you can't convince me to believe in what you
No,
believe.
no, I get
I
you.
spent
Like,
I spent the first third of my life believing that shit, and no one's ever going to be able to make me believe it again. So I'm not asking you for proof. Like I said, I'm more
well,
interested
then
in how you came to believe that it was true.
I already told
What
you.
convinced you? No, you told me your feelings.
No, I didn't.
You feel like it's true.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I guess if you
You
want,
haven't
if you want to
you
look at
haven't
it that
actually
way.
Yeah, I mean,
So,
and
like,
which
what
tells
kind
me
of
that
evidence
you
are
just
you looking
you
for
were
then?
you were raised with it. You were indoctrinated into it. That's all, and you never choked it back up. That's all.
Not really. I did try some other paths in life, and every one of them
Yeah,
was
we all did.
worse.
It's called being a teenager.
No, it's called being
I refer
a
you to my
human
song
being.
called "I Used to Be an Atheist."
It's a good song.
Mm-hmm.
So obviously,
You like
Satan-
Linkin Park?
A little bit. Their hit songs
If
are
so,
alright.
if so, you might like "I Used to Be an Atheist."
I probably won't then. I don't even like Linkin Park that much. Like their hit songs are alright, but not really.
Yeah, I was never a big fan either. But
Yeah, I never really liked them that much. I kind of liked it whenever their hit songs came on. Everybody got that down with it or whatever, but nah, not really.
yeah, it seemed like a good genre for that song.
Well, anyway, guys, I gotta go to bed because I gotta
Oh,
work
no.
tomorrow.
I wanted to ask a
No.
quick question.
All right,
It's
go
just-
ahead.
it's-
Go ahead. Go
it's
ahead.
pretty-
Go ahead. I got a
pretty
couple more
simple.
minutes.
Yeah. So obviously Satan existed before Jesus came down, right? Let's just grant everything that you're saying, right? Well,
Okay.
Satan's the greatest deceiver. Wouldn't he just like maybe be Jesus and then like he deceived everyone into following him, and now you're literally just following Satan? His great deception.
God will not be mocked in that kind of way. That is,
How would you know?
Do you really think?
Like,
How-
if you-
do you
hold on.
think
How
Satan
is
would
that
be just so
mocking?
out-
Hold
How
on,
is
you-
that mocking
you said-
God?
you
You
said you're
said
gonna grant
yourself,
everyone
God
a-
made
not be
Satan.
No,
You
no,
said God gave Satan
Naga,
control over the earth.
Noga is granting.
Satan's
Noga is
just doing his
essentially
job.
granting. Noga is essentially granting the Old Testament, and so Noga is not granting anything in the New Testament.
That's
So
hilarious,
how would you be able to tell that Satan didn't come and pose as Jesus in order to get people to turn away from the true God Yahweh?
Yep. That's
How would,
exactly what I'm trying to
how
get
would
at.
you be able to tell?
You wouldn't be able to tell, but if
All right,
any
so
kind
how do you
of
know you're
God
not
worth their
worshiping
salt,
Satan?
So how is
because
that mocking
because
God if you weren't able to tell?
because God's not gonna let that happen. Are
How
you
do you know
serious?
that?
Like, do
How
you
do you know
think that
that?
like
But
Why
Satan
would God
controls
give
the earth. He
Satan
was
control?
given
Why would
dominion.
why
He was
would
given
why
dominion.
would God give Satan dominion over the earth if he wasn't going to allow
you know?
shit like that?
Personally, I think it's to test the will of humans to follow him. But
This could be the test right
I mean
here.
that
Yeah,
is
that's a
one
good
that's
point.
like I'm not
Jesus
really
could have
sure how
been
to
the
answer
Satan
that,
test.
but I guarantee that's not it because wouldn't
He
that break the
come
whole
down
game?
and
You know
You've
what I mean?
admitted
If
that
you're
you
not
can't
sure, you
guarantee it.
shouldn't be making guarantees.
No, what I'm saying is, wouldn't that
Then
kind of
you
like
could be turning
break the
people to
whole
Satan.
thing?
No,
Not at
actually,
all.
it would be the
No, dude.
exact
If I was
opposite.
trying to turn people
God
to
allowed
Satan,
to.
I would turn them on to Islam. Are
Did
you
God
kidding me?
allow? Did God allow the serpent to be the original deceiver in the garden?
I don't know if God allowed that. I know that was the original
You
thing
think
that happened, but I don't.
think
I
things can
don't
happen
know.
that God didn't allow?
I mean, I'm
Is your God
assuming he
impotent?
did. I'm assuming he did for some sort of reason or thing, but I mean, I'm not God. I can't tell you why.
Yeah, read your Bible, dude. Satan doesn't do anything that God doesn't give him leave to do.
Yeah.
And
The whole
that's
book.
a good
Same
point.
thing with the rest
So,
of us, right?
so dude, man,
Huh?
guy, Noga has a really good point here. If Jesus is actually Satan, and since there's no way to prove that, if God would then be sending Satan to do a test, and so all the Christians would be actually leading people to Satan.
What the fuck does that even mean? Why would God send Satan to like test
Well, he
Christians?
sent a lying spirit to do his work a lot of times, right?
Not that I know of, but damn, dude.
Why
like,
did God
he
send
sends
Satan to
Jesus
test
to
Job?
save the
Yeah, he
spirit, to
tested
save
Job.
humanity? Like, why in the world would he just be like,
God
nah,
tests people all
nah,
the
dude,
time.
we're gonna,
Yeah,
nah,
he
here's what we're
tested
gonna do. We're gonna,
Job, he
wait, guys,
tested
this is gonna make sense. What
Pharaoh,
I'm
he
gonna
tested
do,
I doubt
David.
it will, but go ahead.
well, yeah, that's what you're saying. I guarantee it's not gonna make sense. We're gonna send Satan to the world to test everybody that
Payment time.
is like Christian, although they're not,
Camera's on.
because there's no Jesus,
Yeah,
or or however you guys classify that, and that's gonna be the thing. And now you're all worshiping Satan. Like, that just makes
No, that'd be right.
absolutely no
I mean, that
sense.
would be hit. That would be.
You're
the
saying
greatest
there's no
thing,
way.
like, you know,
I mean,
like,
no,
it
I'm
would
not
be
saying
the
there's no way.
ultimate
I'm saying it makes
deception.
absolutely no sense.
I mean, what do they
You know
say about
God's
the
plan?
Antichrist?
No, I don't. But
Okay,
that
you're saying
sounds
that doesn't
crazy.
make sense, but it
That
makes sense
sounds
that
wild.
God sent himself to be a sacrifice to himself for the rules that he set by himself, because the talking snake in the garden told us to eat a fruit. That all makes sense, but Satan doing more deceitful shit is just completely out of your ability to make sense of.
I suppose so.
All right, I don't think you've
Payment time.
like actually thought about these concepts very deeply.
I don't think so either.
You seem like a very uncritical person.
Hey, I got a bridge to sell you. Makes a lot of money every year.
I think he had it nailed from the beginning. He feels it, you know.
Yeah.
He's a vibe
would-
Christian.
Feels.
I would like to tell our
That's
guests that
Satan's touch on him, just giving him everything that he feels, letting him know that you know turned you away from Yahweh.
Well, damn.
I would like to tell I would like to tell our guests that if this stuff doesn't make sense to you, it's okay not to believe it, man. You don't have to believe it.
Thank you.
Religious people allow on atheists and say that we do all kind of stuff we don't do. They know our thoughts and desires better than us. They don't. And what they told you is not true.
You don't have to believe it. And you don't have to become an atheist either. You can do whatever you want. Your life is your path, man. But you don't have to do what everybody else is doing.
Good to know.
Hey, you can still believe in God and just not have to follow, like, the whole Christianity part. The whole,
I think not.
And there's always Ghostbusters and crystals. You can always worship crystals.
Oh, hell no. I've
Look,
known some people
Burger
who've
is
done
king.
that. They are psychopaths. Screw that.
Burger is king. Everybody knows it.
I worship the Cosmic Turtle. I'm waiting for the first Cosmic Turtle advocate. As soon as Cosmic Turtle advocate come into one of these streams, I'm jumping ship. I'm leaving you guys. I'm jumping on. I'm telling you right now, I'm jumping ship.
All right. Well, that was fun, guys. You guys have a nice solo night. I gotta go work tomorrow. I just wanted to hop in and talk a little bit. Y'all
Well,
take
good
it
talking easy. with you, man.
Yep. Have
See
a
ya.
good day.
I can actually hear. I can hear you guys.
Yay! I hope that dude isn't a carpenter because he has some really bad Christian math.
I want to. What are you guys talking about? I got a topic for discussion. If you guys are interested, I think the word fiction. Go ahead.
Well, really quick, I'll let you guys have this topic, but I gotta go be a parent.
Oh shit! I wanted to get you
Oh
in
yeah,
on
it's
it too.
past
Bro.
RP Junior time. What are you doing?
Yeah.
It is
Well,
late.
it's typically RP Junior time, 40 minutes before now, during the week, but on the weekends because my partner doesn't have to get up and go to a job. She sleeps in with him, but I usually
you understand.
get up around or go help around the same time.
Gotcha.
Yeah, you gotta keep that house into a happy home. Keep that house a happy home.
Yeah,
That's
for
great.
sure.
Yep. Shared responsibility.
But yeah, thanks everyone who came up and hung out tonight. Thanks everyone who hung out in chat. I'll catch you all in the next one. Hope you have a good
All
rest
right.
of the stream.
All
See
right.
you,
Will you be listening for a little minute before you are you just gonna cut it all off?
I'll have to be quiet because our RP Junior usually is sleeping
All right.
around this time.
Well, I'll try to catch you another time and bring it up, but I was trying to catch you too.
All right, I'll look forward to it.
All right.
All right.
Take care,
ladies.
RB.
Like I was saying, I think that word fiction, and it was invented in the 1400s, and I've been looking into it, and I think that word meant a lot to mankind. It's like, I mean, don't get me wrong, I don't believe that the people in ancient times didn't care about lies and lying, but it gave a framework for people, especially regular people, simple-minded people, to work out things that weren't true. Is that you can put stuff in a fiction category, and I think this is part of the reason why they spread them stories. And see, the Bible is like an import. It imports that whole mentality from ancient times into present day, and that's one of the mentalities that it imports is truth is not, and truth and reality is not prioritized because they didn't have the word fiction back then into present day, and that's why they seem like a bunch of liars to us, and they don't see that they lying because they still living like how the people did way back when.
Before the word fiction, yeah. I guess.
I don't buy that at all.
I
But
mean,
didn't
fiction
we have
didn't
other
exist
words?
before the word.
Yeah, I thought we had.
They had
words,
other words.
like
I mean,
myths and legends and.
But they made up all that shit. Go ahead, Gretchen.
They did. They had other words to talk about the same thing. They had words for fiction. They had mythology. They had legend. They had bear false witness going all the way back to the Old Testament. They absolutely had words for lying and multiple words for lying.
What I mean,
and words for just making shit up.
I haven't found any words for making stuff up, but bear false witness is not really lying. That's lying to like an official. And back then, those were the times when like 7 people produced a tiger. You remember that? You remember that? Do anybody know that saying? Seven. It takes 7 people to produce a tiger.
I don't know what you're talking about, but they definitely did have bear false witness against your neighbor or to your neighbor.
Mm-hmm.
So like it doesn't have to be against an official, right?
No, that's like you going into court and you bearing false witness at court. That's what I'm talking about. That's like
Yeah, but they could have used a modifier at the end to specify to whom. And then they could have made a shorthand for it. Like these things existed before the words for them existed. We just apply words to these ideas.
Yeah, and that's the point though. Just by us having applying those words, that means we have an application. They didn't have an application back then. I'm not saying they didn't know and they didn't do it, but for the most part, especially the layman, simple man, the simple person, they wasn't too much trying to from what I could see and tell, they wasn't trying to separate fact from fiction so much. So because I mean, there's really no way to verify.
Well, we just went over the bear false witness thing, so that's not true.
We also
Right?
just talked about the Epic of Gilgamesh. I mean, that wasn't considered nonfiction.
They also had the word tales, which is like TALES instead of, that's like,
Yeah,
you were telling a story that was not true, but it was a story to like, either whatever, for whatever reason, tell kids.
Yeah, they were absolutely looking for the truth when they wanted to.
Yeah, but it wasn't it wasn't a high priority as it is today. It was. I'm saying they were lies and they were stupid because they didn't have certain words. I'm saying is they didn't have a word, and for a lot of people that didn't
they just didn't have the word in English.
Well,
that doesn't mean we never had a word for it.
I don't think I looked it up. I'm gonna try next time. I'm gonna look it up. I'm gonna look up the concept fiction because it just seems like to me because you look at all these stories they make with these people dying and coming back to life, talking snakes and talking donkeys. If they had a word for fiction back then, the Bible would have been called fiction way back then, and it would have never made it this far. Or any other ancient scripture.
That's not true.
You still think that if they had the word fiction way back when the Bible was wrote, that it would have made it all this time as true as the truth?
Explain to me why the Epic of Gilgamesh is known to be a work of fiction. But
because
years later, they wrote the Noah's flood story, and it became like theology all of a sudden. Because that's how they wrote it. It's not, they didn't write it as a work of theology because they didn't have a word for fiction. They had a word for it back when the fucking Gilgamesh was written.
I don't know that to be
They
true.
wrote it as theology on purpose so people would believe that shit.
Yeah, well, I mean, but back then they had a word fiction, so whatever they wrote was just theology. Because I mean, they would write things that had some application.
Then explain the Epic of Gilgamesh.
That's what I'm trying to do, Regression. The Epic of Gilgamesh. I don't know if that's true that people knew it was a work of fiction way back then.
God.
The people that believe,
they made it up. They made it up.
So you mean to tell me the people that believe?
You make it up. If you make up a story and you know that it's not true, then that's evidence that you know that it's not true. But you made it to be believed as true.
Exactly, and to the third party person that's listening to that story and don't have a word called fiction, they're gonna believe it to be true.
Not because they believed it. That not because they didn't have a word for it. They would believe it to be true because someone who they found credible told
They
them
believe
this.
they believe the Noah's flood story was true because the people that wrote the Noah's flood story were the rabbis and the rulers, and they said this shit really happened, yo.
Right.
Yeah, I understand that, and what I'm trying to say is, all right, for the Gilgamesh story. Do you mean to tell me the
Gilgamesh,
people
they didn't do that. They didn't say this is a work of nonfiction. This is really history. This is what
so the
happened.
people that
They
believe
didn't
Gilgamesh
do that.
they had people that worship them people, Gretchen. Those people that worship Gilgamesh, do you mean to tell me they didn't believe they was God?
Nobody worshipped fucking Gilgamesh.
Make time.
Gilgamesh,
There's make time. No, hold on a second. Hold on a second. Hold on.
Do
Have you
people
ever heard
worship
the-
Odysseus? No. Same.
Have you ever heard the name Aristophanes?
Yeah, I heard the name before. I have a hard time remembering who, but I heard it before.
Aristophanes was a playwright in like 400 BCE. He was kind of contemporary of Socrates and Plato. He wrote plays, and in the beginning of many of his plays, it says, "This is not a real story. This never happened." They absolutely had imagination. They absolutely knew what entertainment was. They knew what it was. But the word fiction, when it was first coined, specifically referred to prose writing of imagination. That was the 1590 definition. I just looked that shit up. Fiction was a word that refers to a type of writing, a genre of writing. They knew what imagination was. We've always known what imagination is.
Like the last guy said, it was written. I'm telling you, and I hear all your criticism. Don't get me wrong, I'm listening, but I'm still pushing my case that I feel that they had a lesser priority on untrue things back then, and because of the people not having that word in the general lexicon, then they had a different way. I which is nowhere we could prove it, but like if we had a time machine and went back, we'd be like, you believe this stuff? You people acting strange. You know what I'm saying? And you mean to tell me they didn't have nobody that believed in those gods? Because that was those guys. Gilgamesh.
What gods?
Gilgamesh was a demigod, and Enkidu was his partner. He was like a mischief god. They had people actually believing that those gods, Gretchen.
Because people claimed they were real. People claimed they were real. When we know a work is fiction, we don't claim it's real. Like Aristophanes' plays were not claimed to be real. Everybody knew they were fake. So they didn't believe that Aristophanes' plays were real. But the Bible and the Epic of Gilgamesh at the time, they were claimed to be history. The theological writing is always claimed to be real, so it's not real, it doesn't fit into the literary genre of fiction.
Yeah, but okay, Bill. What about if somebody today write a false book and give it to you and you read it? You're gonna probably say this is a work of fiction. But back then, if somebody wrote a false book and gave it to them, they didn't even have that word. And some people might actually start believing it just on the fact they don't have no framework to separate fact and fiction like that.
Dude, that shit happens all the time.
You're really robbing, human beings of the whole function of critical thought just because for lack of one word.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. One word is like that. I'm sure they had other ways to, describe it.
Yeah, they had other. Think about it though. There's no way to verify a lot of that stuff. Like with the other.
Did you ever see The Invention of Lying?
I love that movie. That is such a good movie. Ricky Gervais.
Isn't it? It's such a great movie.
It's so funny.
Ricky Gervais is a fucking genius.
I don't think I've seen that. When was that? Come out.
The whole premise of that movie is
It's like
that we
10,
got to modern
15
day
years ago.
Yeah, the whole premise is we got to modern day with completely lacking the ability to say untrue things. And then Ricky Gervais' character just suddenly realizes that he can say untrue things. And the journey. And he also starts religion.
It's from 2009.
Ricky Gervais is a great man.
Hey, I believe that movie.
It's such a great movie. Oh man, it's so good.
See, McTime, I think one of my biggest problems with this is it's the same premise as Ancient Aliens, right? It's this idea that ancient people were dumb, stagnant, and were no way like us today. But they were exactly like us today. They just didn't know as much. Where they didn't know things, they would make stuff up. But if they figured something out, they'd accept it usually. We have the same problems now. Like our brains are not significantly different from 2,000, 3,000 years ago.
I'm not saying I got know anything about us physically. I'm talking about our cultures is different. We have a focus on the truth and fact and fiction more so than they do, in my opinion. Because they didn't have a word for one. I do.
Well,
believe
most
that
of them were fucking illiterate.
That too.
They just didn't have a word for that genre of writing. They knew what imagination was. They knew what made up shit was. But yeah, it was more difficult for them to differentiate.
That's why even into Shakespeare's time, the playwrights were the gods. You know, they were the fucking genius writers of the time. Because most people couldn't read this shit. They couldn't even read their own Bibles. They had to have priests read it to them.
Right, the Norns and the Three Fates, they were all weaving tapestries, things that people would look at. They weren't writing books.
That's why the playwrights were fucking everything to them, because people weren't reading their fucking stories. They were going to the theater and watching them get acted out on stage.
Yeah,
because they couldn't fucking read.
They used puppets and
So the fact that most people couldn't read, I mean, I don't think that the lack of one word is going to change how an entire society thinks.
It's not really
Considering
about
they
the word,
couldn't
it's
read
just-
any of the fucking words.
It's not really the words, it's the concept. It's like, all right, I can see two people around the campfire.
They had a concept.
Education wasn't a big thing back then, so I mean.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. It was different. The times when the culture was different. That's all I'm trying to say. I can see two people around the campfire.
When the
telling a
Iliad
story.
and the Odyssey were written, they had the fucking concept of a fictional story.
Yeah, well, I mean, some people actually believed that stuff was true, Gretchen.
Some people did, yeah. Some people believe
So
that
what?
Trump tells the
Some
truth.
people believe Dungeons and Dragons is a real fucking story today.
Yeah,
Dragons
yes,
out.
and the point
Leave dragons out.
The point
Let's
is
not go bring D&D into it.
that percentage of people is smaller now today because of the word fiction. Just because we had that word and
Oh,
for common language
bullshit.
to you, I do believe that number is smaller. I'm not saying that people were stupid back
Because
then.
of
I'm
the
saying
word fiction, I
Yeah, yeah.
seriously doubt it.
Just look at the arc of history, Gretchen. Look at past the 1400. Do you think all the human advancement that came after the 1400 was a coincidence? First, the word fiction came, and then next thing you know, we just boom, bam, boom, boom. We just rising up out of the
Yes,
dirt.
it's a fucking coincidence.
No,
I
McTime,
think
the
it's more
word,
than-
the word, McTime, like this is. I'm sorry, this might be a straw man, but
You know
this sounds
what?
ridiculous to me. You're
You
saying
should
that the
never
word
have shown up
fiction-
here and fucking dropped this argument on me without any fucking facts to back it up.
I got
You
facts.
should have known better.
The advancement of humanity since the word came out. The way we talk now.
McTime, it sounds to me like you're saying that the word fiction and the idea that we could finally figure out the difference between truth and reality is what kicked off the Enlightenment. All of the
what I'm
advancement
saying-
we made came out of Enlightenment stuff. Like the Renaissance happened at that time. Like we figured out the word fiction because we were classifying things more, not because suddenly we knew how to do this and we could now differentiate between reality and fantasy. Like we knew what fantasy was. We just came up with a word for it then for a specific type of writing.
That's us thinking.
But not everybody knows these things, Beard. Like that's why I told that guy that before he left, it's okay for you not to
Well,
not to
if
for you not to
you
believe.
keep telling people this shit, they're gonna start believing the wrong things.
Start a flat Earth movement.
And what's worse,
they
them
already
not
did that.
knowing all this shit or them hearing the wrong shit?
Yeah, these people are going to start to believe that lizard people don't exist if we don't inform them that Mark Zuckerberg is a lizard person.
Dude,
Hey, I
Mark
think that would
Zuckerberg
be
is not a lizard person. Mark Zuckerberg is the first AI robot and android. You know that. Is not a lizard person. That's Elon Musk.
He started off as a lizard person and became an android lizard person. Like, we all know this.
Yeah, his body was dying,
He had his,
so he
he had his brain removed. That's right.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's better that people know the options. If you know that because like I didn't know that. Like I was told Kelly before, I didn't know that you didn't have to believe this stuff. I asked my friend one time. I said, "Do you care if your thoughts and beliefs are true?" And he said, "Well, everybody got to believe something."
When did you stop believing in Santa Claus?
I never did believe in him.
I remember the day I stopped believing in Santa Claus. I was so mad. Oh, I was so mad my parents lied to me.
I mean, parents lie to your kids all the time and literally for years let it go on, and then only for them to find out later on that it was all a lie.
Even as a Christian, I never believed Christmas. I never celebrated that stuff.
I was more upset when I found out that Lion-O wasn't real.
I never believed in that.
Yeah, I
Lion-O
figured
from
that
the Thundercats.
Oh,
I'm an 80s kid.
Yeah. Same. Born in 79, so I didn't literally grow up all that E-Man and stuff.
I was 81.
Yeah. I mean, the facts is in the proof in the pudding. You don't see people writing stories like the Bible no more and saying that shit true because they know
Project
they can't.
What are you talking about? Sure you do. You heard of Scientology? Yeah, they fucking do.
L. Ron Hubbard.
Yeah, you're
Joseph
right.
Smith,
That is,
the Book of Mormon. Yeah, it still fucking happens.
but it don't happen at the rate like it did back then. I mean,
So does that mean it doesn't happen? That's not what you said. You said it doesn't happen anymore.
The world that we live in today, there are people that are now going around trying to believe Earth is flat. I mean, it's spread now for some reason.
The stupidity is spreading.
We as a species know more, but we're dumber than ever.
The word fiction allow more people not to believe that stuff than what it, especially once the ball get rolling and popularity take hold and people just like those stories. More people can look at it and say, "Oh, this is just fiction."
That we wouldn't believe that stuff. We have enough evidence from science that literally.
That's like saying Game of Thrones would have never been the best series ever unless the word television was invented.
No, I'm saying this. Game of Thrones can still be entertaining. I'm saying it wouldn't have been scripture. What?
McTime, consider this. During the Renaissance, around the time that the word fiction would have entered the English language, a lot of the advancements in scientific knowledge that we were gaining, like heliocentrism and the ideas formulating gravity and things like that. Yeah, Copernicus, Galileo, they all were Italian, and they would have spoken Italian, not English. They wouldn't have known the word fiction.
True, but I mean, I looked up the word. I should have looked at the concept, see where the concept got its origin at. But
why didn't you? Why did you make the shit up on your own and then come up here and try it on us?
I did look it up. I did look it up. I'm sitting there telling you what I think that and then when I know AI is not a good source of a thing, but I asked it. I said, what? I told her search your knowledge database and give me your take on what a fiction has done for humanity. And it came back and it said, yes, word fiction has been a major groundbreaker for humanity. I said
that.
No, this is I was just AI. I accidentally added.
The word fiction in English traces back to the 15th century. English word fiction. It derives from the Old French fiction and Latin fictio, which refer to a making, a fashioning, or a feigning. At its deepest historical root, the word connects to the Latin verb fingere, which means to shape, mold, or form. and even further back to the Proto-Indo-European root, meaning to form or build. Originally, this root literally referred to kneading clay into shapes.
So even before the Bible, they had a word for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's talking about molding clay. That's the shaping and molding things.
That was the Proto-Indo-European root, but there was a Latin verb for it.
That mean
There
the
was a
mold and
Latin.
shape stuff.
There was a Latin word fictio, which meant a making, a fashioning, or a feigning. Do you know what feigning
Yeah.
means?
No, what does that mean?
It means pretending.
It means like acting like you're gonna hit him with your right fist, and then you hit him with your left fist.
Well, that's
Yeah,
a feint.
feint. Yeah.
Yeah. Fooling someone, tricking someone.
That was the Latin word fictio,
Pretending.
and then it goes earlier than that.
I think that this word provides framework that people already knew these things, but with a framework, you could take knowledge that you have in your head. What?
And I just read you the. Except it doesn't, and I just read you the fucking proof of how it doesn't.
You said that all the words that came out before fiction mean shaping and molding. Fiction means something about the story is not true.
My God.
That was
No,
just one
the
of
Latin word fictio, which
It means
refer to fashioning and feigning,
Yeah.
pretending, making up.
You didn't say pretending the first time.
That's what feigning means.
Because they used the word feigning, but that's what feigning means.
All right.
Look it up. It's FEIGN. That's feign. Or feigning, just put an ING on it. FEIGN. ING.
And it's people knew if you throw something up in the air, it's going to come back down well before the word gravity was coined.
Yeah, but now that gravity is coined, we know that things in the gravitational well slow down. We have a framework to put.
It doesn't mean they believed in gravity any less. That's his point.
I'm not saying that they believe in it, but I'm saying without knowing.
You were saying that about fiction.
No, I wasn't, man. The first thing I said was I don't think the people was liars, and I just think they didn't prioritize the truth because they didn't have framework, and that's why I keep trying to talk about.
Do you think they didn't prioritize
I
gravity?
think you're out of your fucking mind.
They didn't prioritize the truth like how we prioritize it. Because there's no way.
How do you know?
Exactly, that's the point. There's no way for you to check this stuff like they tell you to go kill a bird and sprinkle his blood all over the place.
There is a way to check this up. Look up the etymology of fucking words.
I'm sorry, McTime.
No, I'm talking about there's no way you could.
Wasn't it you that said, when is the best time to believe something? When you have
After you have a
evidence
good
for
reason.
something?
No, I said after you have a good reason. I'm trying to provide my reason.
Do you have a reason
and I
with
think-
speculation?
This is not, this is not something that you can just. We don't have a time machine to go see, and that's why I'm bringing this up because I'm trying to.
You don't need a time machine to go see.
My reasoning is good enough because look, all right, these stories that they tell.
Your reasoning is not good enough because you came to the absolute dead fucking wrong conclusion.
I don't think so. I think that like, all right, I'll keep trying
Really?
to.
I have linguistics and a Latin
can I
fucking
finish talking?
dictionary on my side. What do you got?
I got my research that I'm going down through, and I'm
that you haven't done yet.
I've done enough just to make a topic. I really don't care about this topic, but I don't think that I'm wrong. If you would let me finish what I'm trying to say, I don't get a chance to say the whole sentence. Not what I was trying to say. These stories explain things and describe things that really they had no way of checking back then. That like killing a bird. When last time I was on when we was talking, when I was talking to ARPA, and we looked up that verse, Leviticus 14, was talking about killing a bird and spreading blood all around to drive out whatever the hell they were trying to drive out. How are you going to check this stuff, man? There's no way for you to check this stuff to make sure it's right. So you just accept
what does
it.
that have? What does that have anything to do with what we were talking about?
What I'm talking about is that now that we had that word fiction, you see somebody talking about killing blood, and you'll look at it and just be like, this must be real. This got to be fiction. You won't much entertain that thought, even if you
no,
because you wouldn't much entertain those thoughts like that because it's not. It's fiction. It's obviously fiction. But back then, them people didn't have that type of framework. They didn't have no way to verify this stuff. No way.
They had it since Roman times with the Latin word fictio. They absolutely did.
How are they going to verify that bird's blood do not drive out evil spirits?
How are you going to pick one little cherry-picked verse and say, oh, there's no way to verify that. I must be fucking right about everything.
How are they going to verify that God didn't create the earth? How are they going to verify these things, Gretchen? That's what I'm saying. And without that word,
because God's not fucking real.
Exactly.
So, McTime, there may be
you have to go back in time to fucking figure out that God's not real.
No, you gotta go back in time and try to figure out why more people just didn't go back and verify and check these things. And I think the reason why
they
didn't have the word fiction. They wasn't thinking like that. They wasn't thinking about verifying what everybody say. They were just thinking, well, if he say and if it works, then it's true.
Bullshit. We have histories.
Absolutely.
We have histories of people dissenting against the comment, and we have people like Copernicus and Galileo being punished because they thought outside the box, because they questioned things. But it's not. But they weren't doing it just because they suddenly had this idea of fiction. In fact, Sir Francis Bacon wrote about wrote down the scientific method, like the specifics of it, right around the same time that word came into the lexicon. So the whole thing about like all the advances we made since the word came into our fiction, our thing, coincides with the time when we started using science. But it wasn't because of fiction.
But I'm not presenting what that damn AI said, but that is exactly what part of the foundation of science is the way a foundation to separate fact from fiction.
You realize that you're basically saying that we never would have had paleontology if someone hadn't invented the word dinosaur in the 1800s?
I mean,
it's the same argument.
No, it's not. Because I'm not
saying
that people was lying back
then.
I'm not saying that people. The first thing I said when I got on up here was that.
I'm sorry. Where am I wrong then? If it's not,
if I can finish my sentence, I can tell you. Let me finish my sentence, and I tell you
Sorry,
exactly
Jill,
where you're
go
wrong.
ahead.
Can I finish? Can I tell you where you're wrong at? You gonna let me answer?
Yeah, go ahead, Jill.
Oh, who's Jill? Oh, all right. You threw me for a loop when you called. I thought you were talking to somebody. But anyways, when I first got on the panel, I said I don't think the people didn't know about lies and false statements. I just don't think that the word fiction provided the common everyday layman a framework to separate these stories from fact and fiction. These stories in these scriptures tell tall tales of people doing all kind of stuff that they would have had the word fiction back then. They would have automatically just called that shit fiction, but they didn't have it. So a lot of people believed it. Then once it grew popularity, more people believed it.
Yeah, okay, I think I'm done with this conversation. I'll be back down in chat, guys. You have fun with this one.
Later, Noga.
I came up to scare the one Christian that came in, so.
Did you get him?
Yeah, I just wanted to make him consider that, like, Jesus is Satan, turning you away from Yahweh. Later.
I think you're absolutely insane if you don't think that we had, even if the actual word fiction didn't enter the English lexicon until the 15th century, you're out of your mind if we didn't have a way to say you're full of shit or you're making that up before that.
I'm not saying that
In
people didn't do
several
that.
other languages.
What I'm saying is that it wasn't the lack of that whole concept was a reason more people accepted these stories when they ordinarily wouldn't have, and I think that is part of the reason why they took hold like how they did.
I think that's
And wasn't the first ever novel written like well before the 1500s? Some Japanese thing.
I mean, you said
I
you
could
talk
be wrong
about
on that. I could be super
that was
fucking wrong on that.
that guy. I know they made plays and stuff in ancient Greek times.
First ever novel. In history. The Tale of Genji. Around 1010 AD.
What's that? That sound like in the Orient, like Asia somewhere.
By Japanese, written by Japanese noblewoman and lady in waiting Murasaki Shikibu.
She was pregnant.
And that was right around 1000.
Yeah, let's not forget that half the world had no idea the English language even existed, and they were making huge advancements, and they were definitely able to tell the difference between fantasy and reality.
Yeah, well, the
This is
Orient,
exactly my point in the beginning.
The Orient that puts a chick in my theory though. The Orient and over here too. I don't know anything about ancient people in the Americas, but the ancient people in the Orient they had a totally different culture from that Middle East bullshit they was doing out there.
They were still fucking human beings.
Yeah. I'm trying. I know
They
I know
had
a little bit about-
entire trade relationships with the West.
That's about it. That was
That's enough.
What?
You ever heard of Marco Polo? That's enough.
I know. The Arabian people kept try to keep them separated because they was making money, big money trading silk and stuff from China to Rome.
Nobody cares. That's a whole different thing. Well, how does
I'm
that?
just saying they
how
kept
does
the
the
two
word
spirits
fiction
separate.
fall into that at all?
That's why I just conceded that I got the Orient and in ancient Asia was totally a whole different spirit influence than over there in the Middle
That's
East.
not a concession. That's a cope.
It's just a
No,
fact.
I'm gonna put
said-
them
I
in
said-
a whole different category, so I don't have to be wrong.
No, I just said
That's what I
said
hear.
that's I just said that that puts a chink in my theory. I gotta think about that.
You should think about it. Also,
That's
go
all I
back
said.
and look up the word fictio in Latin.
Yeah, we've definitely
Which
had
as far as I
framework-
know, predates Jesus.
Yeah, we've definitely had frameworks for being able to figure out, as a species, for figuring out the difference between fantasy and reality for a very long time. I mean, the first seismograph was invented in 132 AD, for crying out loud. Like, you detect earthquakes. Yeah, it was a Chinese invention. What it did was it dropped marbles, like steel balls, out of the top of things. They were kind of perched precariously, and if an earthquake happened, it would knock the ball off, and you'd be able to tell how intense it was by how many of them dropped.
Huh. Well, I mean, that would only give you the information before.
You could even go back
Yeah,
and
quick.
look at certain cave paintings. Sure, some of them might have been, to mark time or things that happened, but not all of them were. Some of them were just imaginary flights of fancy. which would have been fiction.
See, I
Humans have
had
had
to say-
ways of telling this shit apart forever.
All right, I think McTime gets it
I hope so.
because he just said that he's gonna have to research more into it because he didn't even think about the other half of the world. And that's part of the answer that I gave when he floated this idea the first time in a different channel, is that I said that it was extremely myopic to see like how it would be during the time that the Bible was written and our understanding of whether something was true or not.
To say that y'all underplaying just the value of that word. It may not be as valuable as what I try to proclaim, but that word is very valuable. I just looked up
Says
fictio.
who? Where's your evidence for it?
Well, I mean, I right now, all I can give you right now is with the little stuff I did on Google Gemini, where it pulled up sources and things about how that word was so important to the advent of modern society and technology.
Seriously, if you're trying to do actual research, please don't just rely on AI. Like actually talk to linguists and
I'm talking to people now.
archaeologists and stuff like that.
I'm talking to people now about it.
Right.
Yeah, but you're not listening to us.
I did hear what you said.
And you're saying
I said
you're saying I used AI to look into this stuff. What I'm saying is,
that's the only thing
don't use
the only
AI
thing
to look into this stuff.
I said that's the only thing I have at this point. I do have some sources and things that it brought up. I haven't just really fleshed that out. I don't really know if I care that much about it to flesh it out like that. I just want to run it by you and talk about something that was on my mind. That's all.
Right. You get it though.
Yeah. I'm not. I mean, I don't have an ex. I'm not trying to die on this hill.
Yeah.
I really could care less.
Well, then
To be honest with
maybe
you.
instead of saying, I need to look more into this, just say, okay, you've made your point.
Are you religious? Hello, everybody. Are you religious, Mac?
Who?
Mac.
No.
Hell no.
Timey. Mac Timey.
Who's this?
Time.
McTime.
Sean
McTime.
Kelly.
Yeah, my name McTime, man. They know.
Anybody here religious I want to fight with?
No, we're all atheists, Sean.
Yeah.
Oh, God dang. Oh, well,
can
peace
still
on
fight,
earth,
though, if
guys.
you want.
Peace on earth.
Oh, we got us a religious one. Everybody follow Sean. Sean is a religious. We got him. Get him, guys.
Peace. Peace. May the
He's over there
atheist
talking
knowledge be with you. Be in peace with the atheism.
No, I'm not going to be at peace with it. How about that?
Yeah, we
Well, you may die.
You say you see us arguing now, shit. That's what us atheists do.
What an
We
extreme.
argue.
Do you know the way the laws of logic, the three laws of logic, right? I was thinking about it. So if the three laws of logic are correct, that means there's only one true answer. So that means that there's only one truth in the world, and if you pick the wrong one, you're flipped. So if you pick the wrong political thing, wrong religion, wrong race, wrong human, you're wrong.
Yeah, I'm wrong a lot, actually.
Mm-hmm.
I've been wrong plenty of times. I think I may have been wrong just now for bringing up that last concept.
Right.
I've never heard of a single human in history that was right all the time.
Well, Jesus.
My wife is right all the time.
Quantum.
That's the
It's
correct
quantum
answer.
physics.
People who have had
So-
their left hands chopped off.
What's that?
People who have had their left hands chopped off. They're right all the time.
Yeah, they are. Yeah.
I know. Well,
the least
well, nah,
sinister of
she's
all.
not right. Well,
Or they got their
make it right,
or they
too.
got their tongues cut out, which means they had to write all the time.
Yep.
That's very true.
And three lefts make a right. Yo, there
I
you
heard
go.
that there were some brothers that were right literally all the time.
You
Yeah,
couldn't
they
fly
true.
that IPA by me.
They made the airplane. Yeah.
I like telling people about my cousin Nutso when they start talking about faith. I say my cousin Nutso believed he could fly. My cousin Nutso had faith. Cousin Nutso should have practiced his faith.
When
R.I.P.
was his
cousin
funeral?
Nutso. Huh?
When was his funeral?
The 33rd of February. Yeah. When I say, I say you see, because faith and belief is cool, but reality is a bitch. That's why I be telling people, it make them laugh, but when they start talking about faith,
Yeah, man.
you need to
It'll
practice your
probably
faith.
take.
So one of my best friends has a sister who is very, very short, and her name is Faith. So every time people say I have faith, I start thinking about her.
A little faith.
Yeah, a little faith. Like, she's 4 foot. She's 4'9" and a quarter. Don't forget the quarter. She'll get mad.
Ah, how could you?
I remember I always had this crush on this girl at school named Faith. I hope she listens. Hey, it's me, Faith. Come talk to me if you ain't married and got kids or whatever. Probably do. We old now.
Yeah. So let's say in the future, if morals are objective and we find the truth in everything, we find we're so scientific and everything, no free will and all
Morals
that
will
shit.
never be objective.
Yeah, they can't be.
But if facts are correct, if we find the truth in scientifically, why can't we find morals using science that are objectively correct?
Because they're subjective.
Yeah, you can ground your reasoning for your morals objectively, but you can't.
But
like,
then you're talking
that
about
doesn't make
ethics,
them
not
objective.
morality.
Exactly.
Right. I need to look into this. I need to ask Gemini. You know the way you could click the menu button now, and Gemini just pops out of nowhere and starts listening to you randomly. Well, you know how you have a phone in your pocket, and then Gemini just randomly turns on and starts listening to you. It's weird.
Yeah, it doesn't on my phone because I disabled the shit out of it.
Yeah. I was asking Gemini actually yesterday. I was like, what's the future of agriculture? And it was like saying fermentation. Like, there's loads of technology now where we won't need to make animal farm. It will be like fermenting bacteria and fungi, genetically modifying it, and it'll be all in vats, and it'll be way better for the environment and our health. And it's great. So the future will be like the protein will be all like genetically modified.
You think the
Freaking things
Christians with their
fermented.
pitchforks are going to allow that to happen? Do you think the Christians with their pitchforks are going to allow that to happen?
Yeah.
They probably think it's pseudos. They probably think it's satanic or evil, but I think a lot of Christians are still very educated. I mean, we wouldn't be here without educated Christians. If all the Christians literally believed in everything they in the book, we wouldn't be here.
I think that that's not true. I think that it could have happened a different way.
Oh yeah, I definitely do.
Yeah, like without the Bible, without Christianity, I think it would have still happened. Because like what is reality has been reality. So.
Muntins are in the Bible. You happy with yes?
If they were to literally believe in all the pseudo stupidity in the Bible, I don't think we'd be as progressed as we are now. Obviously, I don't think.
Well, I mean, the Bible is calling back for those times because there's people going back to flat Earth and all this other stuff. Them people are going back to the Bible, trying to bring that kind of thought into the present day.
I think the only thing that would be significantly different would be like artwork. I don't think we would have the same art or any kind of the styles that we do today. I think it would be completely different.
I don't know. I
Yeah.
tend to think we'd be more progressive technologically without Christianity, without
And man, you
religion
just talking about,
altogether.
yeah, that's what I was
Yeah,
going to ask. We just talking without Christianity or without religion?
You know,
Oh, I
hell,
think
back in
specifically
the
specifically
90s,
Christianity.
they
Christianity.
found some stem cells that could have made real progress in, you know, fighting Alzheimer's and Parkinson's and all that, right? And so what did we do in the 2000s? Outlawed
Outlawed.
that shit.
Bush did that. That's why they
Yeah.
made all of down Resident Evil movies. That's what they was
Yeah, we
talking
may be
about.
more advanced, but I'm talking about like as far as difference goes, like
Yeah, I'm trying to think too.
not in
And what
quantity, but in quality.
and what are you talking about? Without Christianity, Jack, or without religion? Because the other guy said without Christianity.
The only reason Christianity gets any credit for, you know, any of the, you know, progress we've made is just sheer numbers, you know.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, the Catholic Church in the, I think it was the 700s or 800s, was actively pulling down and destroying Roman technology that wouldn't be rebuilt for like hundreds of years. And then some of those papal bulls were out to try and keep that shit from happening. Like the whole Catholic Church was just trying to keep everything stagnant for
But would
hundreds
you
of
say
years.
would you say that it was rebuilt in the same way?
Similar. Things like water wheels. Like,
Yeah, close
the
enough,
Romans
right?
the Romans built water wheels, and then hundreds of years later, after the church had outlawed them, we rebuilt them. Like, we rediscovered them.
Right.
Asia was using them the entire time.
Right. So yeah, I think that it wouldn't be too drastically different in terms of like what we're doing, but the level of technology, I would concede that it would be a lot greater. But as far as the artwork goes, it would be completely different.
But
I think we would have definitely different art styles. I'm not sure if some of it would be completely different, because some of the stuff like pointillism was kind of well independent of religion.
Yeah,
But-
I say this.
I don't think
you
you
got
could tell the difference of an abstract painting in that same way either.
What was that?
I don't think that you could tell a difference in a similar way for an abstract painting either.
Yeah.
Well,
But
I
definitely
say
there's a lot of religious influence on the development of art, especially in the Renaissance.
Yeah.
I say this with the knowledge that you guys probably gonna jump on and beat me up, but I'm gonna say it anyway. I think that Christianity in particular did spark a lot of scientific interest because of the abstract thinking about thinking abstractly about God and stuff. And I think that probably I don't know if we could have done without it. Maybe we could have. I'm pretty sure that.
Well, you think that if we're all atheists since the beginning, we would have been like nihilists and it would have not progressed as quickly?
Well, I mean, if you let Forrest Valentine explain
No, because
nihilism,
not
that
all
sound like a bad
atheists are
thing.
nihilists.
Yeah,
and not all nihilists. I mean, I can't remember exactly how Forrest Valentine explained his nihilism, but it don't seem like a bad thing to me.
I would be willing
like-
to test the theory that not even a majority of atheists are nihilists.
Yeah,
I
I
can
think
see that.
I think you might be onto something there.
Well, there
I
are a
don't know
lot
if
of
that's
Buddhist
true,
sects that
but-
don't believe in gods. They're not. They're religious. Buddhist
Right, they're not
sects,
nihilists.
Yeah, they're not nihilists, and they
What
are
about-
definitely atheists because they don't believe in gods.
Well, Bill, have you heard Forrest Valentine talk about his nihilism before? Can you speak to some of that? Because I mean, is that nihilism?
I don't remember exactly what Forrest said about his nihilism. Like, I know that he does seem to be nihilistic, but I think if
He's
I
not
remember
nihilistic in as much as he is an absurdist.
right. That I was going to say that he more falls in line with absurdism, like making your own meaning. Like the universe
Yeah,
doesn't
that's-
have any inherent meaning, but we make our own.
And that's not so. That's absurdism.
Yeah. It's out of existentialism.
Okay, well, why
Instead
did he
of
use that
nihilism.
word then? Well, I guess we got to ask him.
Yeah. He might not be as aware of philosophy than he is about biology because he's a biological genius.
I got you on that, but he should be aware of it by now. He be in these circles. I know them Phil bros that came and talked his ear off. By now on these damn calls he be taking. I'll be willing to do some research on that, Jack.
Yeah, man. I went down it a little while ago. That's when I found out about Diogenes and everything. And I was like, yeah, Diogenes fucking punk rock. Like he rocks.
Have you seen the Odyssey movie? Sorry, I'll let you speak.
Oh, what?
Finish your thought, man.
Have you seen the Odyssey movie? I heard the similar. They copied a lot of the Greek myths in the Bible. I just saw a Myth Vision video about it, and they copied a lot of ancient stuff in the Bible.
It's literally the story of the Greek Odyssey. The Homer's.
Homer.
Yeah, it's
Did you
literally
see Fox
that
News?
story.
Did you see Fox News crying about how it's not as historically accurate as "quote unquote" the Odyssey is? I thought that was hilarious.
Oh my God, no,
Oh
I
my
didn't.
God.
Yeah, they think it's actual history.
Now that channel need the moniker of fiction on it. They put Fox News fiction.
I call it faux news instead of Fox News.
But I remember I used to watch Fox News daily, and I remember way back when My Fi first came out, Jack. My Fi, the little small little Wi-Fi boxes, personal Wi-Fi boxes you can bring, and it's just really a cell phone.
Oh yeah. I remember.
Yeah, when it first came out, man, I went out to the store and bought this shit. I watched Fox News. They were telling me that it was some kind of new technology and all this shit. I'm like, man, they got me. And it was Michio Kaku motherfucking ass on there talking all that shit. I was like, God damn it.
God. That dude slipped.
I never listened to it.
I used to respect Michio Kaku, but that dude slipped. Like he just started putting his face on anything that he could. Like when I saw him on Unexplained, like the William Shatner nonsense, I was like, he has completely lost it.
Was
he caught Neil deGrasse Tyson disease and just wanted
Was
to
that
be
when-
him for a minute, you know?
Neil's not as bad as he is,
Carlson
though.
was on MSNBC.
Well, no, it's like Neil deGrasse Tyson, like people love him, and you know, he had all of his different, you know, shows and podcasts and all this shit. And at a certain point, Michio Kaku was like, fuck this Discovery Channel stuff. I want to be like that. And so he really kind of went squirrely with the shit that he was speaking for, you know, to get himself on all kinds of different media, some of which turned out to be pseudoscience nut jobbery, you know.
Do you think Michio Kaku makes more money now than he did when he was doing actual science?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's why he ain't lose his mind. He just don't care no more. He getting that money.
No, he did post a picture of him.
That's
in his
not an
MAGA hat.
acceptable reason to submit to pseudoscience.
Right.
Oh, it's not.
Especially if you've spent your
You're
whole
silly.
career doing actual science.
I agree with you, Christian. It's not, but it's a reason. I look like from outside looking in, look like that's probably his reason. I mean, they get paid more to be dishonest than they do to be honest. And I want to take that back. Michio Kaku, in my opinion, is not dishonest. He's just a sensation. He just sensationalizes stories more so than what they need to be.
Well, when you're a scientist, that's dishonesty.
Yeah, like
Good morning, Cap.
Michio Kaku lost me when he started promoting the Masaru Emoto water experiment bullshit.
Good morning.
Water will freeze. Water will freeze in different formations based on the emotion that's being put into it when it's freezing, like some nonsense. But Michio Kaku honestly said that on fucking air on a show once, and I was just like, oh my god.
It's crystal magic.
Yeah,
No, she's on OnlyFans. She's on OnlyFans. Crystal Magic.
Oh yeah. But no, like literally, why would the water crystals care how you feel about them or how they feel?
Well, they don't have any consciousness, so they don't care about anything.
Exactly. That's so dumb.
Well, and another sensationalist is Max Tegmark. He never saw something that wasn't alien. Yeah, you guys familiar with Max Tegmark?
No.
He's the one. He's the one that's been, I won't say started it, but he's been pushing it. Oumuamua was an alien spacecraft. And
that was Avi Loeb.
You know, that's why I say I don't know if he started, but he was in the chorus with him. He's a scientist, very well.
Yeah,
got a lot of credit.
That's.
I mean, he's straddling the line right now. But everything that comes to everything in outer space is aliens to Max Tegmark. Seems like.
Yeah, same with Avi Loeb.
When the History Channel started spreading alien conspiracies, I was just like, how the mighty have fallen.
Yeah, man. I knew History Channel wasn't shit when they made that damn History of the Bible documentary and had Obama as the damn devil. Do y'all remember that? They had it was a guy look just like Obama and he was a devil.
That's so ridiculous.
I was like, I used to watch the History Channel all the time, but now I just call them all hillbilly channels. Because they got the hillbilly rocket scientists, they got the hillbilly pimple popper, the hillbilly.
It used to be different.
People in Alaska.
Cool. It used
The
to be
hillbilly pimple popper. Isn't she fucking Asian?
Was she hillbilly? I don't know. I'm
She's a
watching the
fucking
show.
Korean lady from Orange County. What the fuck makes her a hillbilly?
What you ain't she doing hillbilly stuff? Go to the doctor, man. Get your damn pimples popped.
She's a fucking dermatologist.
Do they need to? Why don't they have shows on the Discovery Channel and History Channel like they used to? That with Discovery and History on it.
Because they started to play things that were pseudo-historical, like Nostradamus effect and shit, and found that people gravitated to that more than the World War II bullshit they were playing all the time.
And then they found out that that they made more money off of Duck Dynasty and Deadliest Catch, so they sold out. They sold their companies to fucking Time Warner, and to Disney, really.
That's a shame.
Yeah, now YouTube. I mean, TV is like going away. I'd say it's all going to be online, internet shit now.
It pretty much is. I mean, basic cable is just online now. On channels.
It's gonna go to AI slop. That's what we're gonna get. Only AI slop in the future, and you'll be happy with it.
You don't think? I think the AI might make entertainment better. At least they won't be. Hopefully, they use it to do all the mundane stuff, and they can.
No, they're going to use it for everything from the writing to the visuals. It's just going to be.
I'm hoping that they make it better because they can use it for the mundane and why they concentrate on the.
Have you seen Fruit Love Island?
That's true.
No,
it's got like TV, millions of views.
Mm-hmm.
Is that's on YouTube?
Yeah, it's garbage.
I don't know if I want to see it now.
It's AI slop. It's a spoof on Love Island with AI fruit characters.
I have a hard time understanding AI music, like the lyrics when they let the lyrics right.
I didn't say music. This is like an actual fucking show.
But hey, you don't think that with the advent of AI, if they use it right, that it could make your entertainment better? Because I mean, like the mundane stuff, the stuff that happens repetitively and all that stuff, and you can let AI do that part, and then you can put your focus and concentration on the complicated things, the climax, the exciting
I don't know.
parts.
To be honest, like when it comes to music, I can't tell the difference between AI and not AI.
I can. There's certain words that they can't say and stuff like that, or they mess it up or hallucinate or whatever. But whenever like someone actually writes the lyrics, it actually fixes that. But I would highlight that Rousdowner's comment. That's a really good point.
What's that? Hang on. I gotta take
What's
the
a good
lyrics
point?
down. Hold on.
Did somebody select something I
The
said?
Spotify thing?
Yeah. Spotify deleted 75 million AI songs.
Did they really?
So like
damn.
it's gonna become
Spotify.
it's becoming a problem. Like
Yeah.
Well, that's why I say like the future is just gonna be filled with AI. That's just what it's gonna be.
In some areas, that's going to be really beneficial. I mean, I just was reading an article the other day about how they're trying to implement AI into prosthetics to help with more real-time motion, because that's going to be the AI will be able to read more of the muscle movements more finely, and they can just have greater ways of manipulating things with prosthetic limbs, which I think is phenomenal. It'd be great.
They did.
Yeah.
They used AI in my 3D scan of my body that they had to do.
That is cool.
The
It seems like anytime they're using AI to add value to people, it's cool. But anytime they're looking to replace people, it's not so cool.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, I'm in the computer been replacing everybody for years now on the lower
Yeah,
level.
that's generally true. It's a generally true thing of most technologies that come forward. I mean, the steam engine was a big thing. Like we have the John Henry Irons thing is exactly that same kind of point. Like the technology is going to replace humans, but humans just find other things to do.
Right.
Well, light bulb replaced the candle maker.
Yeah, but I think I asked the AI last night how many jobs you're going to take in the next 5 years, and it said 10 to 5%. And then I said, how many jobs are going to be created by AI? And he said more jobs are going to be lost than created. But he did tell me the examples of created jobs. But he did still answer me that more jobs are going to be lost. So he said UBI is probably going to be a solution.
Well, yeah. I mean, Amazon just passed the 50% mark last year over having more robot employees than human employees.
Pretty
At
soon,
the end of
it's only
at
gonna
the end
be
of
robotic.
2025, they hit that mark.
Even Jeff
And
Bezos
that's-
is going to replace himself with an AI.
Yeah, it's only going to skyrocket from here.
Jeff Bezos is an AI, like Mark Zuckerberg.
Yeah. Do y'all know anything about Jeff Bezos? 10,000 was it 10,000 year clock or million year clock? He built a clock that's supposed to last a really long time. Like it moves very slow. The dials on it move like every century it'll move. So
Yeah, I wish he would do something similar with his money, where it'll last for humanity and only do charitable works for 1,000,000 years or whatever.
I wish that too.
Well,
but
his ex-wife.
Yes,
his ex-wife gives loads of money away, which is good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
and she still has more money than she knows what to do with.
I'm going to jump down here. I'm going to jump down. My dog is really telling me that she needs to go outside. So I will talk to you guys later.
See you
All right,
later.
bro. Catch you later.
Yeah, Jack, I agree with you, and I wish that he spent his money on better things for humanity too. But at least that clock tells me that he's not expecting the world to end anytime soon.
At least he doesn't want to be the reason.
Yeah, he's not building a spaceship to get the hell up out of here like everybody else.
Right.
Well,
Who are you talking about? Mark Zuckerberg?
Well, we're
talking about Mark Zuckerberg?
No, we're talking about Bezos.
Bezos, but really all
No,
of
he's
them
got
in
a
general.
big dick energy. He's going to space with his giant dick thing, but it's not working.
He just likes the experience. He just likes the tip.
Well, I mean, I'm just glad that not all of the rich people is not spending money on trying to get the hell away from a dying Earth. He built something on it
Well,
that's
Peter
supposed to
Thiel
last
is.
for thousands of years.
Peter Thiel is.
What is Peter Thiel doing?
Peter Thiel thinks that AI is going to take over the world and that we should let it happen. And in fact, we should accelerate that.
Well, I'm not
We should
entirely
have
sure
a
that's a bad idea.
technocracy where we're just ruled by AI and stuff.
Well, Jack, a couple years ago, the paramedics came out here to my cousin called the paramedics for his girlfriend. They was doing drugs, but because they didn't approve of them doing drugs, they sat there out there and watched his girlfriend die. And when I heard that I just had a thought in my head that maybe the AI running this shit probably wouldn't be as bad, because AI won't, unless it was programmed to, will never think a person is a waste of life.
Well, you want AI humans everywhere? Robot humans, AI? Yeah, that'd be fun.
I mean, I'm just saying.
Imagine getting catfished by 11 AI before finally finding a real person.
Well, I mean, I don't think it's worse now than bad. Now we getting catfish now. I don't know. I just don't necessarily think that the AI running the show is a bad idea.
Oh my gosh.
The way we treat. Well, look how we treat each other now, man.
What about when AI decides that we're the problem?
Right.
What is that? What's the difference between that and the GOP deciding that my people are the problem?
That they're both bad. That's why we have an issue with it.
Yeah, I know, but I'm living under it now. I mean, it classified my whole lifestyle as criminal.
That's whataboutism. Like,
no, well, it's not what about it is, because AI is not running anything right now. I'm just saying I don't know if it's such a bad idea as like presented. I don't think it's probably be a good idea neither. I'm not saying that I'm pining for it, I want it to happen. I'm saying I don't know if it's compared to how my life is and the way things go for me. It don't seem like AI is be much worse than what's going on now.
I think it'd be
I
much
would
worse.
disagree heavily. Yeah.
Well, I hope that it don't happen, but then again, I wish that things would get better with way man treat man.
Yeah, well, that's how the AI will solve the problem. You'll have AI politicians, AI solving all the problems, and then humans will just be reduced to 500 million. That's what the Georgia Guidestone said. And AI will do a lot of stuff, robots, and there'll be eugenics. Peter Thiel will run the show. His kids, no, he doesn't have kids, but Elon Musk's kids will run the show, and they'll tell the 500 million people to be cyborgs with loads of robots everywhere.
I mean, the last time I called
unless his oldest kid takes over.
The last time I called the cops
That'd
on
be funny.
trying to get somebody out of my house, they came out here and made me sit in my grass. I don't know if the AI would do that. I call the cops to get this person out of my house.
Look,
and they come out and make me sit in my own damn grass in my yard.
Elon Musk doesn't have kids. He has body armor.
Nah, you heard what happened with his oldest kid, right?
Yeah, I did. But did you hear about
She
like,
hates him.
using his? Did
She
you hear
fucking hates
about?
her father.
Did you hear about him wearing his kids so that he as body armor?
Yeah.
Yeah.
How many children do Elon Musk have?
It's like
13 or something. Yeah.
You've been busy.
Yeah,
about the one
women
boy-
keep throwing themselves at him, and
I don't know why.
making babies.
Some of them he hasn't even slept with. He just sent them his fucking sperm and
Right.
What's the point of that? I don't know. That seemed like that wasn't fun at all.
You know, there
because
are
he
crazy
thinks
people out
he's
there.
fucking he thinks he's a genius and he thinks he's like fucking peak human. And he
there's
thinks
some
he
women
should,
out there that
he
agree
thinks
with
he
him.
owes it to the human race to reproduce as much as possible.
He must be King Midas. Got that Midas touch. Turn everything to
No.
gold.
What are you talking about? No, he just straight up fucking he put it out on Twitter one day. He said anyone who wants to have a kid with me, let me know. I'll send you some of my sperm. No charge. And a few women fucking took him up on it.
Do you pay child support for those kids? Do anybody know?
No, as far as I know, he does. Not all of them.
He pays them off. He pays the moms off.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we can do that. That's
Like
that's
one
child
of them.
support.
One of them, he had a contract with that she could never ask for anything. He gave her an upfront, like $500,000 or something, and then she signed a contract saying she'd never ask
For a
him for a
child?
dime,
For
and that he
one
was never
kid?
going to acknowledge the child unless he decided he wanted to.
Let me see. $500,000. Because I've seen estimates that it could take $1 million to raise a child from beginning to end in this economy.
Well, they took the $500,000 up front instead of
But
over
it's
18
still-
years.
Let me see. Oh, I'm for next.
If you laddered that into certificate of deposits, an average of 3.5% a year, then you're looking at
How much
$1
they
million
would pay
probably.
to raise a kid from beginning to end in today's economy?
Hmm? What'd you say, my friend?
Well, he paid more than enough. Then, according to what I just pulled up, it said it take $300,000 to $315,000 to raise a child these days. For a
Right.
mid- a-
Yeah,
a-
I'm not entirely sure on the amount. I know she took an upfront payment though.
I think
mean,
it's
this
all
is-
disgusting and that he's an idiot.
I think he cheated that woman though. She got to raise that damn child with $500,000. And you baby food, feeding it for
Probably-
his entire life, medical
Well,
stuff.
how fucked up is she in the first place where she decided to have a fucking kid with someone she'd never met?
People do that all the time. So they get artificially inseminated now. What they call it again?
Yeah, and there are all kinds of like fail safes and stuff for that.
Well, Gretchen, you're
Whereas
the only one that can speak.
She just took Elon Musk's fucking word for it that was his shit. You know?
It's
Well, Gretchen, you are the only person on
know.
the panel that can speak to how fucked up that woman was, seeing how you're the only person who can have kids and have had kids before. So you're the only one. I can't tell you how fucked up that is. I don't think it was a good idea either, but I'm on the outside looking in.
No, I don't think so. It'd be about the same thing as if you know, like used a
But-
surrogate, that you didn't know.
I would like to know all my children. And I would like to know all the people who I had children with. So that's why I'm so afraid of messing with a religious woman. Because I'm afraid that she will raise my children to be slaves that worship.
Yeah, but some religions, like my parents are religious. My mother's religious. My father's not very religious, and I mean, a lot of religious people. I think. Well, it depends on the religion, but there's some religions I think are worse than others, and that's it.
There are some sects that are a lot
I think
worse than others.
in general, anyone who's that into religion isn't going to be having, sex outside of marriage and having kids outside of marriage and shit anyway. So
It's counterintuitive to what I experienced. The more you go into church, the more freaky them women get. They love doing scandalous stuff.
What was that? I think there was a YouTube short of a woman. She was going online saying, "Yeah, I said what I was afraid of saying what I did for work at my church because I'm a topless maid, and whenever it came out that I was a topless maid, they tried to kick me out. Like all the congregation tried to kick me out. The pastor was trying to keep me in, but everybody else was trying to kick me out. So when I left, I put a bunch of business cards in the communion bowl. And she said, and wouldn't you know, as soon as I left that church, I got 3 new customers. And one of them was the pastor. So
sounds about right.
You seen Rainbow Ash comment about you?
What was that? Pastors cheat on their
Rainbow-
wives and attack kids. Don't put it past them, Gretchen. Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, man.
And it's funny how the Bible. Sorry, go on.
No, go ahead. You ain't been talking that much. Finish your thought, man.
We're always talking at the same time. It's funny. But it's funny how the Bible is so like it's contradictory in some places, but it's funny how like a lot of the modern beliefs of Christianity is different than if they were to literally believe in everything in the Old Testament. Because Jesus did say to follow the Old Testament laws until the end of the world, which the Christians are not doing.
I mean, I'm glad they're not doing it, but I just wish they would just be honest and say that they're not worshiping the Hebrew God. They got a Greek God. Or whatever God, they don't got to say it's Greek. Just say it's not Hebrew. That I think that would do a lot of good for the world right there. This is some concoction they done made up in the 1st century that kind of mimics some of the things they got from the Hebrew people, but it's not Hebrew. I was in the that Christian chat the other day. They was talking about well, Jesus was a Jew. The man was a Jew, but do you worship Jesus or do you worship Christ? They wouldn't answer that question. Christ is a Greek word. You worship Greek stuff.
Right. Well, I kind of understand why religion was invented in the past because people don't like to know nothing, but science doesn't give us all the answers neither. We'll still be unsure about things with science, and we'll probably never know everything. I could be wrong. There probably is aliens out there that know everything. They're like looking at us like noobs.
Well, I mean, you gotta look at it too like this though. Religion was reasonable at the time it came out because they had no better way to find things out. And also they had some people like Einstein types that had concepts and ideals that they probably couldn't finish or died in the middle of, and everybody else was dumbasses that just started worshiping this shit.
Hey Gretchen, I sent in the private chat in StreamYard the TikTok person I was talking about earlier. John just replied back to my email.
Okay.
But yeah, we've already gone over that with you, McTime.
What?
About the fiction and stuff like that.
Oh, I wasn't talking about that. I was talking about something else. I was talking about I don't know let me see. I can't put my glasses on. Yeah, Sean was talking about people invented religion because people didn't want to know nothing. I don't necessarily disagree with him, but I think it was just it was invented. It was a complicated reason for religion to come about. First of all, it was reasonable back then. People didn't have no better way of solving problems, especially big problems like the universe and life and mind and consciousness and stuff
death,
like that.
Afterlife,
And
yeah.
And then
Power.
and
People had power from it.
I think it was just because those things were spread by people that they trusted, like parents and rabbis and stuff like that. That's how the Bible was spread as truth.
And then you got to look at too that people could have been working with ideals and concepts that other people didn't quite understand, and when they died or the work went unfinished, they started worshiping and praying to it.
Yeah, and it's a coping. It's also good. It feels good when you're doing prayer. It's like what's it called? The placebo. What's The Secret? You know the story of the book, The Secret, where if you believe in something, it happens or something.
It's the endorphins and the dopamine you get from it.
Well, yeah,
I get the same thing. I get the same thing from concerts.
Man, you could
Yeah,
do
I
the same
get the
thing
same
with
thing
mindful
from large
meditation.
crowds, like football games and concerts and stuff. It's all the same.
So like a lot of those holidays and stuff, they was created so people can know what time to start tilling the soil and stuff. And then later on, when agriculture wasn't so important anymore, people just worship the holidays and just use it for to base their mythology off of.
Yeah, it's just a cope because people really hate when they don't know something, and especially things that impact their life tremendously, like natural disasters. And so they just decided that, oh, well, this at least gives some explanatory power, even if it may not be true. So we'll just use this for now. And then they just got taught that it was reality.
I mean, do anybody can see like the person who invented the word spirit? Let's say I mean, this is totally hypothetical, but let's say they invented the word spirit to encompass what they thought what the air was at the time. But they died, they couldn't finish their work, and then their children and the people around them picked it up and just started praying to it. Can anybody see that happening in the past?
Huh?
Like the person who invented the word spirit, when they invented that word, in their mind, they was thinking it was, to describe air and things of that nature. But because they didn't get a chance to finish their work through death or whatever that may happen in their life, the people around them picked it up and just started praying and worshiping those words.
See, where do you get all this shit from? Like, you just make that shit up?
No, he's asking if we think that it's true. I mean, obviously not. That's just ridiculous.
I mean, but look at the word spirit. It's inside the word respiration. You got dust devils. Spirit is like word.
Miley Cyrus invented the word twerking. Did we all just start worshiping that?
No, she did. No, she didn't. But I'll let you run with it. But she did not invent that word. I know women that have been twerking for years.
She popularized it.
She made the word. Yeah, she popularized the word. You know what I'm saying?
No, she didn't make it, but she popularized. I wouldn't say she popularized it for you guys. Maybe she did, but that word been popular in my circles way before she was born.
Right, but you get what I'm saying, though, right?
Well, I get what you're saying.
Worshipping the word.
No, we're not in that time anymore. We're not in no time anymore. What I'm saying is that I could see it like somebody created some science, like Einstein type way back then, that nobody else could understand at the time, and they just started praying to it, started worshiping it. I mean, it did have some function, explanatory power, and they put all the magic and the woo on top of it to where and that's what I'm getting at is that if that person was alive today and they were like, damn, I didn't mean the word to be like that. I mean it more like to be explanation for air. Spirit is.
You put way too much. You give way too much power to individual words, I think.
Do you understand that words are descriptive, not prescriptive?
Yes, Jack. I know all this stuff, Jack. And I'm trying to say that when they could have been times in the past where those words was invented to describe something, and the people who didn't understand it, besides the one person that did kind of knew what he was talking about, died or something. And the people
we already know. We know where the word spirit came from.
Yes, it's air. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying for this word particular. I'm just saying any of those words back then could have been some kind of a defunct ancient science that never got fully developed, because once they died, once they was unable to complete their work, people just started worshiping it. You know what I'm saying? Because
you're asking me to that. You're asking me if I believe that it is possible. If I believe that it is possible that someone made the logical jump from someone creating a word, even if it has to do with nothing with a god or anything about worshiping. If I think that someone made a word that meant spirit, if they would automatically just start worshiping that.
No, I'm not. What I'm asking you is, do you think it's possible that some of these people made words to describe stuff, and then later on people add the woo and the God stuff to it? This is because they didn't understand what the other
Well,
person was saying
yeah,
at
we
the
did
time.
that with crystals, I guess. But like,
Yeah,
that's
that's how I'm
completely
saying.
separate. Those are completely separate ideas.
No, the ideal that I'm trying to put forth, and I guess in your that you think I'm saying is different, because that's what what you just what you just agreed to is basically what I'm asking. I'm
Why
asking, do
don't
you think
you
that you?
why don't you better describe what you're saying so you don't have to guess what we think you're saying?
Well, I'm trying to. I think Jack got it finally out. What I'm saying is that these words, some of these words could have, and just could have had a creation to where the creator was trying to describe something, and because the people at the time didn't understand what he was trying to describe, or he or she was trying to describe, they just started worshiping it. It had some function and described some reality, but
You
they didn't
think
really.
people didn't understand the word breath,
There's also
so
a
they
difference
started
there, though.
worshiping it?
There's
They didn't
also a
understand
difference there,
air.
though. You're asking me if I think that they made the logical jump from the spiritual or kind of abstract version of things, like material things, and then actual made up bullshit.
Well, I
Like,
mean,
those
there's no way to separate the two if you don't separate the functionality, the word, the
Yeah, they
parts of the
did.
word that actually.
The Greeks had two words. They had pneuma, which was breath, and then they had anima, which was the actual soul.
Yeah, but and still back then.
Well, which word
like
became spirit
I'm not.
in
I don't know.
Latin?
I'm not really
That
talking
was
about spirit,
pneuma. Pneuma, the word for breath, became spirit in
which is also
Latin.
air.
Spiritus,
Numa is.
which is breath.
Yes, but now spirit don't mean that. And that's what I'm trying to say. Like without
what Gretchen is saying is that they had these concepts before the word, not the other way around.
Mm-hmm. They just
Just
used the words. They applied the words to their theology.
Just imagine if Einstein came out in ancient times and like his ideal about gravity, nobody really understood it at the time, but it did work. They was able to do some things with it. So I just
Yeah,
see
but
it as a
Gretchen's
natural
answer to
function.
the question, the original question, would be no.
Well, all right,
And
I
she
guess
just
she
gave
gonna see
her
it.
evidence.
I can see it though. I can see where they in the past somebody was trying to
You
do some
guess she
science and
what?
stuff.
You guess she doesn't
Despite the
understand what you're
evidence?
saying?
No, so I said I guess she don't see it. That's what I said. I guess she
Yeah,
don't
you
see it.
guess
But
I don't
you
see it.
evidence.
It must be me, right? I'm the fucking crazy one.
No, I'm not saying you crazy. I don't think I'm explaining it right. I'm trying to find the right words to say what I'm trying to say. I think Jack kind of understood what I was saying. I'm not entirely sure anymore. But what I'm trying to say is, I think
I
that.
don't think so. I think Jack understood what I was saying.
Yeah, man,
I
yeah, that's what
understood
I'm
what
saying. But I'm
both of
talking
you
about
were
me.
saying, and I
This is
repeated it back to you.
Just judging by
well,
the words that he used, it sounds like Jack understood what I was saying and agreed with it.
But the
I mean,
point
you're the
that I'm making.
See how me
agree
saying that? See how me saying that doesn't actually make it fucking real?
I didn't hear what you said. I was looking at the chat. Could you repeat it?
Never mind. No.
I couldn't hear you. I was looking somewhere else.
No, it took my. I was listening, but I didn't have my concentration on what
I
you were
said,
saying.
based on what Jack said, I think that he understood what I was saying and that he agrees with me.
Oh yeah, I heard. Yeah. Oh no, I'm not saying it. What I'm saying is, obviously, you don't
But see, me
see what
just
I'm
saying
saying.
that doesn't make that true.
What I was saying is, obviously, you don't see what I'm saying, or you disagree with what I'm saying, which is fine.
I just
I don't mean
disagree
it's
with
fine.
what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. I absolutely do. I just disagree with it.
And I think if you truly did, I don't think you would disagree, because I just said maybe you would.
I do, and I gave you the whole fucking etymology of the word fucking spirit.
I'm not
All right,
talking
make
about that
time.
word specifically. I'm talking
Make
about
time.
the invention of concepts and
Really?
things
Because you
that
started with that word specifically.
The idea
Let me try to
I said
explain.
hypothetically.
I think I see the disagreement here. Okay.
I'll be right back.
Big time. She understands. And she
I don't
gave a
think so,
response.
but
She gave a
yeah.
response as to why she would disagree with the original question of, do you think that it would be possible that someone made up this word spirituality and then didn't finish or whatever, and then halfway through someone else started worshiping it, or people just started worshiping it? And then I gave an example of the crystals, about how crystals existed, something physical, and how then we applied certain attributes like spirituality to them. So I said that there was a difference there, and I asked you to clarify if you meant something that we physically had, or a phenomena that we physically experienced in the world and then contributed the attributes to it, or if you meant that someone came up with a concept and then just made up whole cloth the thing about spirituality. And then you said, yeah, the thing about whole cloth making up spirituality. And then I said, I don't think that that's exactly what people did.
No. Well,
and then Gretchen said, I don't think that that's true either, because people had words for the things that they were experiencing. And then
what I'm trying,
you didn't think that she understood, because she didn't give you a no or a yes. She just gave you
maybe I
reasoning for why
misunderstood,
she
because I'm not saying that whole cloth thing. What I'm saying is from from concepts to physical things to whatever that they were working on at those times. The people who invented them had some working understanding of some of the things they was trying to say or trying to do. From, like I said again, from whole cloth to a physical phenomenon to whatever they were trying to describe at the time, and then somewhere down the line it got lost in the translation. People started doing other things with these things that wasn't intended by the original creators. That's what I'm trying to say.
Original creators of the word.
The concept of the word of whatever they was trying to, like the crystal thing
of the actual material itself.
Yeah, like for instance, they have. I've seen people. They had certain processes that like make medicines and such, where people would pray over the medicine. And they thought that the prayers was important, holy power to the medicine, but really all the prayer was doing was giving them the right amount of time frame for the chemicals to mix and stuff like that. And just because it worked, and they thought that it was magic and gods and demons and such, that's what they put on it. But it really wasn't that.
I think they're reverse engineering linguistic etymology. You know, I think you're starting with the after effect, and then you're sort of like cherry picking the effects in reverse order back to where you're dreaming up some fucking story somewhere. You're mythologizing the etymology of a fucking word, and it's just
that's
weird.
Crazy.
This is like the second time you've done it tonight, dude.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about words, Gretchen. Are you talking about words? I'm talking
You
about.
did it with the word fiction.
You
You're
did.
doing it with the word spirit now. It's
No,
like it's crazy, dude.
I use the word spirit because that was a magic word that I kind of try to explain what I was talking about. Have you ever heard of
using both of the words, McTime? Let's be real.
I'm using all of those words. I'm talking even like the holidays.
I don't know.
Like,
It's fucking weird cope, dude. It's weird. Have you tried not doing it?
My phone keeps trying to update. Yeah. Did you like Jack agree with me on this? Like I'm talking about all of this stuff, like the holidays. The holidays mainly was invented so people know when to go start turning the soils, get ready for planting and stuff. So that way they had their festivals and feasts.
What?
They about to go back in ancient times.
No, the festivals were just a way to bring people together to get the fucking work done in a timely manner.
Exactly. It wasn't. But after agriculture
It wasn't a
started to
fucking
wane.
calendar.
Who said anything about a calendar? I'm saying this stuff. Like, all
You
right,
said to let them know when it was time to harvest their crops. That is using something as a
harvest crops.
calendar. No, it's
Look
a
at
time to
Stonehenge.
bring everybody together to put them the fuck to work.
And that's like a calendar too, ain't it?
They use the calendar to do the festivals and the stars and all that.
Yeah, they used a
Well, I mean,
calendar to say,
before they had this-
and they said, well, shit, no one's going to show up and help us pick our fucking crops. Let's have a festival. Let's make it a party. Then people will show up if we ply them with wine. That's what happened.
And they did it every time at a certain time of year, correct?
Oh my God.
Did they not do it at a certain time of year? The point that I'm trying to make is that once agriculture starts to wane, they didn't need people to pick the fields like that anymore. That the reason for the holiday really went away, but people still worship it and started adding that stuff to their mythologies. And the same thing, like what I'm saying with the words, with the concepts, the different ways. Have you not heard of people using a magic? I mean, doing like a magic prayer or something over some medicine they making, and then come to find out that the prayer didn't do anything for the medicine. It just except giving them the right amount of time for the stuff to mix, right? That's what I'm talking about. The small little pieces of functionality and all these concepts and words.
There's no functionality.
Yeah.
In that.
I'm not following anything.
It's just something to keep your fucking brain busy while chemistry did its fucking job.
Well, I mean, that's functionality, because if you waited too late or you did it too early, then stuff wouldn't work right.
It's superstition. It doesn't
Exactly.
change the chemistry at all.
I'm not saying
functionality would be changing the chemistry.
I'm not saying it changed the chemistry. I'm saying that but the functionality was, if you sit there and you say this prayer over this thing, it'll give it the right amount of time for it to do its business, and then you can give it to somebody and it works. And therefore you would say, oh, the guys made it happen. This was something due to the guys. And then somebody else that said the prayer too fast.
They would have said the gods made it happen no matter what, because they were superstitious morons.
That's what I'm trying to avoid saying right there. I don't think it was all just superstition.
You can avoid saying whatever you fucking want, but
idiocy. I think they had some function. Them words serve some
you
function.
like to dream up backstories for why fucking stupid people weren't quite so fucking stupid.
It was superstition, but they didn't know that back then. They didn't know it back then, but it had a placebo effect. It had some benefit because they thought they were doing good, so it was kind of like placebo, or what's it called. But it wasn't fully correct though. So if hypothetically they didn't believe in all that, they didn't do any of that, they probably would have still done well without the self-delusional stuff.
I'm not saying that they wouldn't have. I'm not saying that they wouldn't have. I'm saying that this is what
then
happened.
it had no functionality. The chant had no
cases.
functionality.
In some cases, some of this stuff it just got woo.
You know what the chanting probably did? It probably alleviated some anxiety of the people that were waiting for the fucking chemistry to work.
Well, that too, but it also the prayer, like I forgot what it was.
But you know what does that really well? Fucking cigarettes and wine and all kinds of shit. More chemistry.
I mean, whatever. I'm not saying that they was right. I'm saying that this is what they took some concepts, not in every case, but some concepts, some procedures, some things that mixed it with woo, because it was working, and the woo made it kind of work better in some cases, like with that medicine thing.
The woo did not make it work better in any cases.
The woo, if they didn't, in the
made
case
it
of
actively worse.
The woo in the case, I'm not arguing on that that it made it worse, because I know where you're going on that, Jack. But the woo, doing that prayer actually gave it the right amount of time for things to mix, and so that therefore the person that can say the prayer with the right cadence is considered holy. Stuff like that.
Yeah, that was a quinky dink. That was a useful quinky dink that was accidentally figured out with smart humans finding out patterns. So they copied the thing that worked all the time and pattern recognition. But yeah, you're right. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that humans did pseudoscientifically that were useful, because we wouldn't have kept it going if it wasn't useful in some way. You know what I mean? Even though there probably are unuseful things in it, I think.
And by the time they get to us today, these words have lost all of their meaning, because now we have science and we don't need none of that shit for any of that stuff in now these days. We don't need to do no prayer over no medicine. We just put a clock up and wait for the right amount of time for it to mix. We don't need to go to the field at a certain time of day to have a party so we can pick the damn fruit and vegetables, because we got people that do that, and we have a process for these things now.
Yeah, because instead of having a festival, we just fucking pay people to do it.
Exactly. But that's all I'm saying, is that this stuff, it had these things, some of these words, not all of them, not most
and
of
you
them.
don't have to have a festival with the neighboring town so the fucking gene pool in your fucking town doesn't get so fucking thinned out. And it's like you don't have to inspire trade with the nearest town, because we have fucking Amazon. We don't need it.
Yeah, I'm right with you on that part, Gretchen. I'm just saying that some of this stuff could have had a functional beginning that lost functionality as time progressed, because people added bullshit to it. They added woo to it. They added magic to it. They added gods and demons to the shit.
But they didn't end up worshiping the fucking festival because of because it was time to pick a crop.
Everybody has this, almost in all the ancient world had a festival around December 21st, around the winter solstice, and it was mainly just because they know that the world was about to start warming up, getting ready to start planting and harvesting. This was like that's what the reason why, Jesus and stuff.
It was getting ready to start warming up, because that's the coldest part of the year, usually that follows December 25th.
Yeah, right. And then after that, the days after December 21st, the days get longer and the world start warming up.
Seems like that would be the spring festival.
No, the spring festival is Jesus crucifixion. Easter.
Well, the Easter is after you can start putting your
the
in the
spring
ground,
equinox.
You don't have to worry about frost anymore. Normally, after Easter, you don't get that many frost days, so you can start planting after Easter.
Yeah, because weather.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not arguing any of that stuff. All I'm saying is that the functionality.
What are you arguing?
I'm trying to say it, but you just interrupted me while I'm saying it. The functionality that was created when this stuff was first created, from the words to the concepts to the procedures, lost functionality as time progressed, because people started adding woo and magic to the shit. And now it gets to us today, and it has absolutely no meaning at all with the advent of science. Because now we know we don't have to pray over no stuff to mix it together to make it so we got the right stuff to mix together. We could just put a timer on it. We don't have to go to the thing to pick crops for the festivals and stuff now, because we got a procedure to take care of that thing, the stuff. You know what I'm saying? We know about germs and stuff like that, so we don't have to sprinkle bird's blood and stuff over things and stuff now. That's all I'm saying. And then the bird blood thing was absolutely wrong from the get-go, but I mean, it seemed like a reasonable solution at the time. I mean, they thought blood was life. It's not reasonable now. We know better.
Yep. All right, guys, I'll let you go. Okay. Thanks for the conversation. Bye.
See ya.
All right,
Bye,
Sean.
Sean.
Jill is in the chat.
I just seen that
Is
too.
he?
Chuck.
Mm-hmm.
Nita.
Chuck has really been doing some.
What's he crying about?
About being a liberal, or some people person being a liberal. About
that sounds like him.
Yeah, defaming, publicly rejecting the Greco-Roman pantheon.
Fuck off, Jill.
I mean, do you
Brent.
accept it?
Hey, what's up?
Hey.
Yo, bro, what it do?
What's up, bro?
I don't have the bandwidth to look at Jill's bullshit. So
No one has the thing that Jill's bullshit.
I don't understand why is he talking about the Greek pantheon when I'm pretty sure he don't worship
I'm
the
writing
Greek
some
pantheon.
important stuff here.
Some song lyrics.
Yeah.
You
About
doing a song
necessary
about me
wave
this time?
functions.
No,
this one's gonna be my song.
The necessary being. Is that what you're calling it? Necessary being.
I think it's gonna be called Necessary Gretchen.
The necessary Gretchen.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, McTom, I think your point would be a good one if you could find a specific example where you could say, hey, this is exactly how it happens. Like this amount of medicine was measured out, and so they had to wait this amount of time, and then thus emerged out of that a tradition of saying a prayer for a certain amount of time. Then it would be a good argument. But just saying, hey, this probably came out of something real. Nah, come on, man.
And the whole reason we made spirit into a woo-woo thing is because someone died before they finished inventing a word.
I don't know.
Like what?
I don't know how all them words. I just use spirit as an example because it was one of the words that I knew that had meaning, functionality to it, as far as pneuma and respiration and all the other things with air. Because if you look at it, and Aaron Ross speaks to this a lot. He talks about they didn't know about particulate matter, and that's why they got things called dust devils and stuff like that, because they was trying to use what they had at the time to describe phenomena in nature. No, hold on. I'm seeing.
I don't know. Just it seems like for the word for spirit is just a concept that we.
Spirit and pneuma were literally words for breath, not air. Air was fucking air.
I think he meant breath. So
I gave him like 30,000 chances to say it. I even said it my fucking self, and he didn't take it.
Okay, well that's
He
him
kept
then.
saying it means air, and it doesn't mean
It doesn't
air.
mean air. It means breath.
Air was air. It was like eros or some shit.
Yeah, but they must know that breath was air. This is what I'm saying. This is kind of complicated,
They
man.
fucking knew that breath was air.
I don't think so. I don't think that they knew. And then you got to keep in mind.
What? Go back to fucking Epicurus and ask him if he fucking knew that breath was air. I bet he did.
I gotta say, again, this is what I was saying, is that, look, this would be a great argument if you could provide us some specific examples and research, because making it all super vague is just like a long hit theory.
A lot of facts, not in evidence.
A lot of magic in it now, but
oh, I gotta go.
See ya.
What was that about?
No idea.
Those goddamn Sunday morning emergencies. So.
Can you give me an example of a process like mixing medicine that people use?
He's talking to ChatGPT.
For chatting and things to make it work functioning, but come to find out the chat was actually made it functional because of the.
You're really gonna use ChatGPT?
Yes.
No, I don't use ChatGPT.
Well, who are you fucking talking to? Gemini?
Carbolic acid is a process that.
Who are you talking to?
Yeah, I'm talking to Gemini.
I don't want to talk to an AI. I want to talk to a
thing.
McTime.
All right. Well, let me
thing
go.
as ChatGPT. You're talking to AI.
Let me go to one of his sightings.
Yes, please do that. I would much rather you use it to search things and then look at the sources than you would just to take it at its word.
Well, I'm just trying to. I mean, just trying to find an example of like what Brent said of an example of this being done where it come to find out that the prayer was functionality because of the timing, and it came back with carbolic acid.
Why are you trying to write meanings on the words that aren't there?
Carbolic acid isn't a process; it's a fucking acid. It's right there in the name.
It's an antibiotic. You got to mix that stuff up to make it, Gretchen, and you got to mix it right. It could be dangerous.
Carbolic acid is not.
So,
I mean, that's what it came back.
I know, but
that's
it's
what I
lying
just
to
got.
you. It's lying to you.
But why are you trying to
Hallucinated.
write meanings for words that aren't there? Like,
I'm not trying. This is
or
not a word. This
origins.
is a process. This is not a word.
He's
This is
not
a
even
process.
writing meanings. He's making up full-on backstories.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like where is this coming from? Why are you making it up? Like, that's not how we do history, my friend.
It's because he
This is not-
started when he first came up tonight. He started telling us about how we didn't have a word for fiction in the English language until the 1500s, and because we adopted the word fiction, all of a sudden we had a lot of advancements in writing and technology because
You know what else?
we finally knew the difference between fiction and real life.
You know what else?
What I wasn't
was
telling.
different in
I
the
wasn't telling
1500s?
about it.
Correlation does not mean causation.
Right. Do you know what else happened
What?
in the 1500s, McTime?
What the whole
plague.
the concept of fiction.
The plague was dying out.
All right, but number one, I want to say because number one, I just actually what you guys started just brought this topic up, and I disagree, and I left it at that. Two, this what I'm doing here is not about meanings of word. This is about concepts, processes, procedures being invented that people may have lost the meaning of throughout time because they didn't really understand what the creator had in mind when they came up with these concepts and procedures and stuff like that.
What is that?
That's what I'm-
What's that a definition of? Oh, old wives' tales. What is that?
I'm just asking, do y'all see it? Do y'all see that could be a possibility? And I got some.
You just read a
agreement, I got some
definition for
disagreement.
something. What was the definition for?
What definition? I didn't read. I read. I'm trying to ask Gemini for another example because I got off the page of people using like prayer and stuff in a procedure that at the time thinking the prayer was what made it work, but actually it was just the fact that the prayer took the right amount of time.
You could come up with 100 examples, and it isn't going to make any of it fucking real.
I mean, well, Brent said that if I could provide an example, then that would be more convincing. So that's what I'm trying to do.
Yeah, if you can provide an example of it being of the prayer having any functionality whatsoever.
The prayer did have functionality in the sense that it provided the people the right time for the stuff to do what it needed to do.
How do you know that?
Once you put the chemical in the body, they're going to get the fucking time.
How do you know that?
Unless they killed them first. Were they in the habit of killing them first?
And those were people that would have been thought of as unholy, and they would never let them mix nothing else again. That's why they thought holy people was magical. I mean, healers and stuff was magical because they knew how to say the right prayer at the right cadence for the things to mix properly to do what they wanted to do. I know that from I can't remember exactly, but it was in this history class I took where they were talking about things like people saying prayers over medicine and over things that the prayer later on the science found out the prayer had no
the history of
effect on it.
dosing regimens. You're going to say that has some sort of what?
I believe you.
I'm
that
trying
you
to say
heard it
what
in
I
a
was
class.
saying, but I can't finish what I'm saying.
McTime, listen.
Huh?
I believe that you. McTime, listen. I believe that you heard it in the class. I think they were using it as an example of a general concept that they were trying to explain. Is that what you're trying to do? Are you trying to use this as a general concept?
Yes, it's general because this is not
Oh,
word. I'm not
okay.
just talking. I'm not talking about one word. I'm not talking about words. I'm talking about in general. Some of this stuff in the past has started with some type of functionality that got lost as people added woo to it. That's what I'm saying. over time, people started adding more and more magic and stuff to these concepts that was rooted in reality. That now it's just totally you don't almost see the reality in it anymore because they added so much bullshit to it.
No. I totally reject that hypothesis. I think that the idea of like how long you had to mix a medicine for evolved simultaneously with the spirituality bullshit that humans tend to do anyway. And I think what you're saying is that we dropped the practical aspect because we didn't need that type of medicine anymore because we generally started to understand things better. And so therefore the ritual stayed behind and got corrupted into something else. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, kind of, sort of, but I don't think we dropped the practical aspect because we still use things like carbolic acid to this day. We just don't pray over it anymore.
Yeah, but we don't use the practical aspects of the spell. You're saying the spell at one point in time.
Yeah. I got
we don't do it anymore. Right.
Yeah. Because like even the word spell itself, that's a spell. Like
It doesn't matter if the word spell. Stop it. That's an etymological fallacy. Knock it off. Who cares?
I mean, you know, how can you not see that some of this stuff actually might have had some functionality?
Sure, it had some functionality, but you can't go back to arguing from the origin of words because of it. That's silly.
Is this going to be another 6-hour conversation?
I mean, we're more than welcome to bring up another topic if you want. I'm just going with the flow.
Did you have something else for a topic?
Jack, what are you doing? Is that a game?
No, I was just making a joke about last night.
Oh, okay. I wasn't here last night. I was sleeping.
Yeah, me neither.
I figured out how to change my video output to
Is that a
StreamYard.
game?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Well,
take your game down. I'll bring you back up.
Well, last
You
night
can do that
there
shit
was
when I'm not
this
here. You don't
long-
do that shit when I'm here. I'm
long
not here and watch
conversation.
other people
You-
play games. Just not.
You can ask Gretchen about it if you want, but like, it was a pain in the ass.
Hi,
sitting and
Dave.
watch.
Hey, hi.
What's up, Dave?
How are you all?
Awesome. How are you, Dave?
I'm doing pretty okay. Yeah, just a bit. I just wanted to share that, like, the police over here is really harassing me, so it's like very, very weird.
Hold on a second. Mick Time, I'm muting you. I don't want to listen to you fucking talk to AI. Someone
Maybe
else
he's
is trying
casting
to
a
talk.
spell, Gretchen.
Well, great. He can do that on mute.
What if it doesn't work on mute, Gretchen? What if it has to be
Sorry,
unmuted?
Dave.
Then
The
you just
police were
broke the
fucking with
spell.
you.
Go ahead, Dave. Who's
No,
harassing?
they just after me because it's dry land. It's a dry state, so alcohol is not legal. And whenever I drink alcohol, they always like call me up and come to my house, and like it's like a whole thing, like, yeah. But they're just harassing me for drinking alcohol and cigarettes.
Why don't you live somewhere where alcohol is legal?
Because I have my parents over here with me, so I would like to stay with them. So
Then why don't you quit drinking?
I don't drink a lot. I drink once in 15, 20 days, like once a month, once or twice a month. That's all I drink.
That
I
seems
don't
to be
drink
enough to get the police harassing you.
Yeah, because it's like a very small city. It's like a very small town, and it's like very conservative people who are like extremely poor. They don't have a lot of money over here, but for the mindset, they're extremely conservative. And so if you do even like small things like the way I'm doing, like you don't drink alcohol, cigarettes, and all of that, they just put you in the bad guy bucket, and then they try to get you to jail or get you to court or harass you or call you up, come to your house, all
So
of that. kind of
alcohol
thing.
is illegal. Is weed illegal too? Because every
Yeah,
time
weed,
I've ever
yeah.
seen you on a panel, you are either drunk or stoned. So
No, I smoke weed. Yeah, I do smoke weed. I also take my meds. I don't just
and
smoke weed all
is
the
that
time.
legal? Is smoking weed
Yeah,
legal where you are?
No, weed is not legal, no. But I mean, this is India. Like the sages over here and the saints over here have smoked it for like decades. And if you go up northwest, if you go northwest part of the country, you can simply just pluck it off a tree and then smoke it. So it's not like it's something new or
Well,
something. Yeah.
if people are so poor where you live, why are
Mhm.
you always blowing your money on weed and alcohol?
Because I'm trying to kill time. It's pretty boring to live on a ranch. I live on a ranch, so it's pretty boring over here. There's nothing to do much. Nobody to talk to. So yeah.
Last time I talked to you on Taco's channel, your parents had kicked you out. What happened? They have a change
Yeah.
of heart?
Yeah. Then mom called me back. Mom was there, so mom said like, I'm literally 50% owner of the house. Like the house doesn't belong to your dad alone. It's mine also. I have a stake in it, and you can come back home and you can stay with us. And yeah.
Weren't your evil sisters like trying to kick you out too?
Yeah, I don't know, but yeah.
This is some crazy
yeah.
Dave lore.
It's good that in US. I lived in the
Oh,
US.
believe
for like
me,
4
all Dave lore is crazy.
It doesn't.
It's
They
all
don't
of it's
harass you in the
crazy.
US, man. They don't harass you. They don't harass
No,
you
they
like
do.
that for normal
They
things.
do
Like
harass
if you're a normal dude who gets drunk or something like that, they don't harass you. They don't come after you.
There's a
But
county not too far from where I live. That's
Yeah,
the Dry
yeah. I
County,
mean,
and they
it
harass
depends on
you
where
too.
you live.
Yeah, they harass you too in the Dry County where I live.
well, usually what I lived in Georgia. I lived in New York. I lived in Texas, and I went to Chicago and Detroit, all of that part too. So like, I just saw that like if you're a normal guy who likes to smoke and drink and like just be in his apartment, they don't really harass you. Like they're not after you like you're doing something wrong or something. But over here it's like, oh yeah, you're not doing anything morally wrong. But over here they attach your behavior to the moral wrong. And then they say that, oh shit, since your behavior is like this, you're morally wrong, and then they harass you, which they don't do over there. So I really think we should all
they do.
appreciate that.
They do. It just
Maybe
depends
they're
on where you live.
irritated that they're so poor, but you seem to have money for booze and drugs.
It's like
Maybe they're just jealous, Dave.
one visit is like $30. That's it. It's just $30 one visit, and you can restock your supplies for like 2-3 days with $30.
They're probably just jealous of all your disposable income, Dave.
Well, but I'm not some rich dude, right? I'm not some rich dude. I'm just an average guy.
Well,
It's
hey,
just that-
most people in your town can't afford to go get drunk and smoke weed all the time.
No, they
right?
do. They have their ways. Everybody who lives here has access to alcohol and cigarettes. They all have their own afflictions and their own supply chains. It might not
So
have
why
any
are the
standard.
police harassing you?
Right,
Dave?
exactly. So that's what I'm curious about. Yeah, like why is it that they're after me?
I certainly
Did they have
would be
Karens?
too.
Do they have Karens?
Do you
in
get Dave? Do
Sorry?
you get drunk and high and go out in public and pester people?
No,
I
he gets
haven't never
drunk and
done
high
that.
and gets on the internet and comes and pesters people.
Man, I have not harassed anybody.
Isn't that
man. I
right,
have just lived
Dave?
my life. Yeah. Thank you. Anyway, so yeah, it's like God is kind of weird, right? God is weird in the sense that once you're trying to push P, or like you're trying to be above the Overton window, then they see you as something bad, and then they do this, like they make your life. Yeah,
No, God's
it's been
not
4
weird.
months since
God's
I've been
not
dealing with
real.
God
this.
or theists?
Sorry.
Is it just me, or at least I let you know, Dave, that you are kind of breaking up. I can hear you now, but your audio don't
Are
sound
you
too
a
good.
Hindu Catholic today, Dave?
Now, and today I'm a unicorn. I'm a unicorn who sells
Today you're
software
a
marketing for
unicorn.
$50 a
Got
month.
it.
I sell you software for $50 a month. Yeah, I give you marketing. I get you 20 to 30% more sales than you normally would. So, yeah.
Sales of
Where
what?
you at again?
So if you run the Meta ads, the Facebook ads, Instagram ads, and Google ads
What
directly,
if I sold you like weed and booze? Would my sales go up like 100%?
No, your sales will go up only by 20 or maximum 30% if you use my knowledge. So you can get an uplift of 30% if you use my knowledge.
Yeah, so he's saying
Hey,
yes, you can actually bribe him to give you marketing.
Dave, I
Yeah.
apologize if you said this earlier. Where are you located at again? Are you in India?
Yes, I'm in India. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, just wanted to be on, have a conversation. I hope you guys don't mind me. Yeah.
Have you ever got arrested by the cops while you was drunk or high or something?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, well, that might be the reason why right there that you got a record. It don't matter.
I don't
get a
mind
record,
you
they
too
just
much,
fuck with
Dave, as long as you keep your misogyny under wraps and you don't fucking go all ape shit about the Epstein files, I'm fine.
Yeah.
I don't know anything about the police in India, but if they act anything like how the police act out here, once you go to jail for something, then they know you for that and they fuck with you.
They do.
Right. Yes, that's correct. Yeah. I already went there. I already went to the jail. So, yeah.
That may be the reason why they'll call in and that'll pop up on a computer. Oh, he did
Yeah, all I
this.
was trying to say is that US is better. It's much more. It has a much more open mind towards people like me, and they don't. Because I stayed there, I did everything. I used to do weed, I used to do alcohol, but nobody really harassed me ever. Nobody like came to my house or tried to get me or anything like that. So.
I mean, I don't know how they do it in India, but I don't think that we are more tolerant than any other.
Right. I think that would be a good way to put it. Yeah. That's a good way to put it. Yeah. Tolerant. Yeah, that was the word I was looking for. More tolerant of stuff. Yeah.
I don't think America, because like especially for me being a black atheist, I really can't talk to nobody. Not in my community. Everybody, over 90% of black people are religious. Worldwide, in the United States, it's like 95% are Christians. So it's hard to talk to people and not get called a devil, and then I'm lying and trying to talk people out of losing their souls.
I'm sorry.
That's kind of ironic.
Why you say that's ironic?
Because have you ever read a slave's Bible? That's how black people got into Christianity, and it's possibly the most hateful book I've ever read
in the United States. But
they don't read that Bible anymore. They reading the Ethiopian Bible. They said it called people you could buy, beat, and buy, beat, and sell bondsmen.
Right.
I don't know why I think I know why, because I guess they didn't want to call them slaves because they figured a lot of black people gonna buy the Ethiopian Bible. But I mean, whatever you call it, that's people you can buy, beat, and sell. So I don't think
Christianity was in Africa before Europe. So there is that.
Yeah. I mean, I guess because the Levant is in Asia, but I mean Christianity got a Greek name. The name Christ, that's Greek. It came from Greece.
Yeah.
So,
but I mean
either way, go.
It wasn't in English or Greek before, Oh, I mean, I guess it was in Greek when it was being written. Parts of it were, but the earlier parts were in Hebrew. So,
you sure about that? Because it seemed my take
the Hebrew
on that
Bible,
is,
yeah.
And it got Jesus in there because I think the Hebrews.
No.
Jews
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That's the Greek part. The New Testament is the Greek part.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, yeah. But I mean, the New Testament is just like the Book of Mormon. The only thing that connects the New Testament to the Hebrew Bible is the lies that they tell on it. That's the only thing. Just like the Book of Mormon lie on the New Testament lie on the Hebrew Bible. I almost call it the Old Testament. I call it the Hebrew Bible because if you ask a Jew, they don't got no Old Testament.
Right. Because God's word is not changing, according to them.
And they never worship men as gods. Well,
Even
not
though
like
it
how.
does
Not,
change, even
yeah.
under their version, he does change his
I mean,
mind.
the whole story of Jesus is a Greek story. He was born like Hercules, he lived like Perseus, and he died like Hades.
Mm.
That's all Greek. That's everything what the Greek people believed in.
It's been contemporary, or it's been conformed to, well, it's included other religions into it so that people had a better time converting, and they didn't have to kill as many people to spread it. But
What about this thought? I think we can agree on this thought here. Christianity, black people are just the latest victims of Christianity. They pretty much whipped everybody. I call it miracle whip. They miracle whipped everybody into believing it, except for a few people that started it and a few people that just jumped on the train without having to get beaten and put into slavery to believe it. Because didn't they do that the same thing to the Druids and you know, up north in the Britannia and all that stuff?
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, so it's just that.
But then they also incorporated Yule into Christmas, so they did both.
What? Yeah, so it's a two-way street then.
Yeah.
But it seemed like to me, like the slavery and the slave Bible and all that stuff with the black people experience, it pretty much happened to almost everybody worldwide who are now Christians. They just don't read the old scriptures and read about scripto. What is it, scripto scholars? What do they call it?
Theologians.
Well, I'm just talking about people in
Scribes?
general.
Scribes.
No, what? Scroller scriptores. Scroller scriptores. Where they take your culture and mix it with their cultures and lie to you to say that Jesus
Well, Sola
fulfilled things.
Scriptura is just that the Bible is literally true. What you think?
No, that's not correct. That's not what
Well,
Sola
what
Scriptura is.
Is it?
Oh, yeah, please.
No.
Oh,
No.
what is
What
it?
is-
then?
Sola Scriptura does not mean the Bible is literally true. Sola Scriptura means that you only use the Bible to understand the Bible. That you don't use all of the ancient church fathers or the church or the Pope or anything else.
Gotcha.
Literally, you can read and understand the will of God solely from the Scripture.
But what do they call that practice where like the Catholics will come in and absorb your culture and use and try to put it in frames
Cultural
of
appropriation.
Yeah, basically. But they had a word for it, something like the scriptorius or something like that. Where they would incorporate your culture into their telling of the Bible and stuff. You never heard? Nobody heard of it?
No, I don't know the term. I know what you're referring to.
Okay.
It's basically like when they would take when the priests would go to Ireland, and so they would see the Irish trefoil knot, and they would say, "Oh, look, see, you guys already understand the Trinity. Here's the knot that you've been carving into stones forever. That's just like Father, Son, and Holy Spirit." So you actually were
right
secretly Christians all along.
Yeah, that practice right there. And they did it worldwide.
Yeah, because it works.
That's why. That's part of the reason why everybody Christian is different worldwide because it's mixed in with their cultures.
Agree with that too.
Well, I got somebody to agree with me on something. I'm gonna be quiet for the rest of the night.
Take the win and leave. Good idea.
Yeah, I'm taking my ball and going home.
There you go. There you go. This is the first time that I've been on with Espresso Jack. How's it going?
Not too bad. Yourself?
I'm all right.
Not
What's on
looking
your
forward
mind?
to Monday. That's it.
Fair enough.
Espresso, that's what I forgot to do.
Yeah, coffee.
Yeah, I could use some coffee too.
Dave, do y'all talk much about what y'all doing in India on the moon race? Because y'all done got into the moon race too. Is Dave still here?
My coffee machine needs clean before it can be used.
Yeah, I ain't got that much coffee left.
It's about.
Yeah. What's up, man? Tell me.
Do y'all talk about the moon race and what y'all doing out there in India on the moon race? Because y'all done got in it too. Now it's Like we got a 3-way race.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah.
Russia.
Yeah. What they do is they get the design, and then they try to do cheap material science on that, so it's scalable, and usually come up with a cheap solution.
I think y'all capable out there in India to do it. Y'all got a whole country full of engineers.
But I guess the amount of capital required for something like SpaceX, Anthropic, Claude, or ChatGPT, that is the next level, right? So they're not able to do that over here. They have like tight budget constraints, and
we did it in the
Well, yeah, I went
60s before all that, so I think you guys are quite capable.
Sorry, my bad. I didn't
Well,
hear
right
that.
now
Could
the
you
race to
repeat?
get a colony up there.
I said we did the moon thing in the 60s, so I think you guys are more than capable of doing it.
Yeah, they capable of doing. They already went to the moon. They spilled tardigrades all over the moon when they crashed their rocket into it.
But they're just innovating, right? They're remixing. They're not the producers. That's my point. That
I mean,
they're basically a remixer. Yeah.
But Dave, as far as getting to the moon, they may be remixing that. But when they get on the moon, that's gonna all be innovation. Whoever gets to the moon first is gonna have to innovate.
Yeah, but like the US did it in 1950s and 1940s, right? It's almost 80 years ago. The US already did it. Yeah, around that time, 1950 something. Yeah.
The goal right now.
Yeah, but we
is to
didn't
build
stay
colonies.
there.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
But like, so like once the foundations have been laid, it's all about technical play then, right? So US laying down the foundation for it. Yeah.
The foundation haven't been laid for a colony up there, man. That's where the innovation gonna come in at. And there's a race right now to get a colony up there.
Yeah. Right, because silicon is extremely valuable, right? Right. You get those chips, I guess.
See, I'm very curious. What's the point of going and staying on the moon? Like, what is the actual point of a moon colony? What do we gain?
Well, like for one, they want to build they got a crater on the dark side of the moon that the science already spotted out. They want to build a telescope in that crater to do to peer at the universe using different wavelength of light other than what they're using with the Hubble and the James Webb.
That's a pretty good idea.
Yeah, and it's about getting real estate. Now, whoever get real estate can claim the land up there, because once you get it, nobody else can move in on you. Well, I mean, they got to make changes to the laws, because the way the law written it now is that somebody can go up there and make a house, and then other people just can move in because everybody owns celestial bodies in outer space. But you bring enough guns.
Nobody can own space.
Yeah, exactly. So if you build a house,
They can only
on the
own
moon,
pieces of Earth.
Yeah. And so if you build a house on the moon, I can just move in your house right now with the law written. But if you go up there with some
Can
guns,
I say one thing?
Go ahead.
Yeah, so that's I just saw this online. That's how helium was discovered. Helium was not really discovered on Earth, but we were watching it through a telescope, and then we observed the wave pattern being emitted from the sun, and then we got to know helium, and then we realized, even on Earth we have helium, and that's how helium was found. So, yeah, that's what you're trying to say, right? Basically, like we go to the moon, we set up a telescope, we look at the different wavelengths, and then we get new particles which we can't really get from here, even though they're still right there, right? So.
That's a good.
I don't know if I agree with it about helium, but I understand the concept.
Yeah,
But,
he's not talking specifically about helium. He's saying we don't know what other kinds of elements are out there that we haven't been able to recreate here on Earth, but exist out there.
Yeah, I was watching Antrop Petrov yesterday. He was saying that they found
we do.
sugar.
But we do. The table of elements is complete.
It's not complete. I mean, we could theoretically find some place that's constantly being bombarded by neutrons that change the atoms, and then we can observe that.
They do expect to find a stable island of elements that we don't have the means to find right now. That is because after so many, once atoms get heavy and get so many neutrons in the nucleus, they start to wanting to to start be radioactive and turn into other elements. But they think there's another island of elements that possibly could be with the right technology we can find that's more stable and they're going to be heavy elements. Kind of like the periodic table is not quite, this is the best way I could think of to explain it. It's kind of like it resets itself at another higher, more heavier thing. But this is all theoretical, and I'm probably explaining it wrong.
Well, who knows? Who knows if that's the reason for dark energy?
Right? And then you gotta look at
the extra mass.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, that is one of the solutions for the dark matter. Is,
Right.
These
Dark-
heavier
dark
particles.
energy. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, dark energy is the tendency for the universe to expand. Dark matter is the matter we think is there, but we can't see it.
We don't know where it comes from yet.
Yeah, I mean, and it's still all hypothetical. But the only reason why they sticking with the dark matter explanation is because it explains so much. It explains all the observations that we see. You know what I'm saying? But it's still theoretical. They don't know if it even much exists. It could be something.
Well, we
else.
know that dark matter exists. We have actual samples of dark matter.
I don't think we have any samples.
Yeah, we do.
No, we don't.
Are you?
We have
I
we
don't-
have dark matter. We have dark matter.
No, we don't.
Or sorry, I'm
No.
thinking antimatter. Damn it. That's what I'm
Yeah, I don't think we have no dark.
That's my bad.
Someone claimed to have synthesized dark
That's
matter
like
back
saying
in
your
like the
corn tastes
2010s.
better than the 200-mile river they dug out. So,
Right.
Somebody claimed to harness dark matter in like the 2010s, but it was unrepeatable, and they don't know what they found.
Yeah, I got antimatter and dark matter confused.
Yeah, we're
We
gonna
do
create so
have
much antimatter.
antimatter. Yeah, we do have
Yep.
antimatter.
Yeah,
all that-
antimatter we can synthesize, but dark matter, only one person has ever claimed to synthesize it.
Yeah.
And it probably was a lie. I mean, and I agree. I'm not saying that it's wrong. It's the best explanation we got thus far, but we don't have no way to test it. We don't have no way to get out there and catch it in this stuff. We think that if it does exist, it's going through your body right now. You can't see it, don't feel it.
The
So-
best explanation, in my opinion, to dark matter is the multiverse. That's
Well,
my
that's
opinion.
another-
It's not what science says.
Well, I mean, I have heard, and this was another Mitchell Cocker story. He was talking about the gravity bleeding in from other universes could be a dark matter, but that's another hypothetical theory, man, that we don't have no way to test right now. Is the multiverse?
Maybe it's spontaneous density or some kind of effect from some unknown phenomena. That's
I was
all
looking
I
at
can
Lin-
think of.
I was looking at Leonard Susskind video last night, and he was saying that it could be that gravity acts different at bigger ranges. Like instead of on close range, like inside the universe, I mean inside the solar systems and stuff, it acts like how we feel, but on the larger scale, like on the galactic scale, it acts a little different. So that's why the galaxies can spin as fast as they do without throwing everything into outer space.
It could be a visual dilation or visual effect from the expansion versus the time that we see the actual galaxy or light from the galaxies. I don't know.
Well, I that would work, but you also got to
Like
look at
we have some kind of future sight, I guess, in that case.
Yeah, but only way I can see that would work is if the distance wasn't always far away. But
or
we got
if the light was distorted by the time it got here. You know what I mean?
But you gotta look at the only way you gotta factor in with the way the galaxy spin, man. They say they think the galaxy spins so fast that it would fling everything out of it without dark matter being there. That's one of the main reasons why they keep it, and they don't know no other way to explain why the galaxies stay together as fast as they spin without dark matter.
We'll figure it out eventually.
Yeah, it might not must be a part. It might not be anything. Just an effect that we see, or it could be that we just haven't seen enough yet.
Right.
That's why I disagree with the Kalam, because the first premise is they talking about everything in the universe. Well, I don't know if what you're saying it sound reasonable, but I don't know what you're saying is true because I haven't seen everything in the universe, so I don't know if everything had a cause. I know science is saying some things. I hear some rumblings coming from science saying that radiation and virtual particles may not have a cause, but I don't know. And then premise
Do
two,
you have to see it for yourself to learn it?
well, I think mankind need to see it. I'll take the word for somebody who I
But
think
you
is
said
credible.
I haven't seen it for myself, so I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, so I can't
That's
agree with it.
fucking
Now,
flat Earth logic, man.
Gretchen,
He's not
what I'm
I'm
making.
just saying it is.
I'm saying that mankind needs to see these things before we can make a determination about everything. I'm not saying that I personally have to see it. If I thought you was
He's not
credible and you
making
said
any claim.
yeah, if I thought you was credible, I would just believe you. But I don't think that anybody can be credible about saying they know how everything works.
No, I don't think anyone's ever said that. You're right.
Well, that's the first thing. The first premise of the Kalam is everything in the universe have a cause. So that means you know how everything works.
No, they just mean that it's just a place for them to hide their god. That's all.
Exactly. Because nobody can make these claims right
It
now.
doesn't mean that they know how everything works. It's just the fucking biggest presupposition of all time. That's all.
Yeah,
Everything has a
and I'm
cause.
totally
It's
agree
not
with
an
you.
empirical statement. It's not like they're saying we know that everything has a cause. That's not what the argument says. It's a metaphysical claim. Metaphysically, it is necessary that everything has a cause. It has nothing to do with empiricism. They're often la la
But
land. It's a fucking philosophical argument.
yeah, I agree with you, man. And I think it's total bullshit. But just on the practical level, man, it just don't seem like an honest statement that anybody can make. It's just not honest. Nobody can make that statement and be honest. There's no way. I mean, like you could do things with numbers and stuff to prove infinities that are rock solid, but there's no way you can say anything about everything without knowing what everything does. And then the second premise that's for those who say the universe came out of nothing, then you got to show me a jar full of nothing, so that way we know nothing is possible. Right now, we think nothing is impossible.
Nobody says that the universe came out of nothing. Nobody.
Yeah, not even priests. They say it came from God, which is magically coming from nothing. But there's still magic there, I guess.
I guess the God. Well, I guess the God being there, but don't if you take the God out of there, aren't they basically saying the universe came from nothing? God created the universe from nothing, right?
That's what they're saying, yeah.
Roughly.
Yeah, and science is saying nothing can't exist. So in order for them to even much make that a possibility, they got to show nothing, and then they got to show God.
They usually say that God wills it into being. Kind of like manifestation.
Yeah, that's when I get to the clown and say, well, on your premise 2, show me a jar of nothing. That way I know nothing is possible. But I'm with you. I'm with you guys, especially on this point. Yeah. But you see that antenna they were trying to, that telescope they're trying to build, they want to build on the moon. I think what they want to do is they want to make it a radio telescope, a big ass radio telescope in one of those craters, and that way they can peer at the beginning of the universe using radio, because they think they can see more things. Because we didn't already seen visible light, we're using infrared with the Webb. And so now the next is to look at the Big Bang and the CMB with the radio.
I thought video killed the radio star.
Well, this type of radio,
now that's stuck in my head.
That's my superpower.
See,
songs stuck in people's heads.
Yeah, my superpower is controlling the science demons. I've been working with Maxwell Demon lately. I'm gonna stick him on somebody. Like, get him, boy, get him.
Okay. Don't mess with McTime.
Yeah, I got demons. I got control over all of science demons. Brent Henry, I got his demon. It's in my back pocket. Laplace demon, he floats around. Yeah, I got them all.
It's kind of like this, that over here we have a saying, if you don't do macro, macro will do you. So, yeah.
I don't understand. If you don't do macro, what does that mean?
Yeah, you gotta pay attention to the big stuff. You gotta be on point with your politics, with your news, yeah, health, everything. So,
seems like a smart saying. You don't pay attention to the big picture. The big picture gonna pay attention to you.
Right, yeah. Because there was a stat out there that said that whenever there is some pain point in the information that would affect people, 70% say, yeah, it will affect. Only 30% believe that it will be them, So that's where the disconnect, I think, is happening, that losing jobs to AI is normal. That is going to happen to people. So.
Well, it's only becoming a problem now that AI is threatening the people on top jobs. Now that you don't need a production analyst or something. You can just get that job to the AI, or all these other little cushy little.
Yeah, the same way you can just have no guy sitting when a truck is driving, right? If you want to transport some load from one place to the other, you can just put an electric vehicle over there, right? And the robot, computer vision can handle all the routing and everything. So.
Yeah, but what about like that guy when I used to deliver cable boxes? They used to have a guy stand on the side of the road with a stop sign. And then one day they got rid of him and put a stop sign right there. He lost his job into a machine. They've been doing that for a long time.
Not even a machine, a sign.
That's sad. I was like, oh man, I know he mad. They put a sign there now. But the point is they've been doing it. These machines and these things been taking people's jobs. It's only becoming a problem now that this stuff is starting to threaten people who got well-to-do jobs. Now you don't need a writer. You can use
like a product sales manager. A very hot-headed product sales manager. So, yeah.
Yeah, all these jobs are being threatened. Now it's a problem. How long do you think it's going to take before we enact the UBI, Universal Basic Income?
I don't think we're gonna do it anytime
Not
soon.
in our lifetime.
Yeah.
What was that the Asian dude that was running for president? I liked a lot of his ideas. You know what I'm talking about? The Asian guy?
Yeah. What ideas did you like exactly?
I liked that UBI.
The one where you wanted to give everybody money?
Yeah, the UBI.
That. Most people liked that idea.
He said other ideas that I liked. I just don't remember right now. But I know for
universal
certain
basic income could fuck our economy from start to finish if we do it wrong.
Yeah. I'm not saying we should just wham bam, thank you, man. I think we should take our time and get it right. But I think it's gonna be needed if AI keeps taking people's jobs. Especially those not in the field, we're working with machinery and working on the technology. There won't be that many jobs left. So I know we're not at that point yet, so I don't think we need it now. But I mean, economy without it and AI is going to be nothing but kidnappings and robberies.
AI in its current state will probably not last another 10 years. And part of the problem is it's not actually bringing in profit. It's bringing in profit for some organizations, but not enough to justify the billions that they're spending. And so generally, it's going to have to change from the current state that it's in to something completely different. And people are complaining about it now, but you're not going to see the data centers and stuff like that 10 years from now, I don't think, because of the fact that it's not bringing in any real money. It's not creating income. It's more redirecting income from places where it would be better used. Stuff like the RAM shortage that we have now won't be a thing in 10 years.
But do anybody know anything about this new leap we done made with quantum technology? Because I don't know how true it is. I heard somebody was telling me that quantum technology is now been figured out to the point where it can be run a data center cheaper and more power effective than our current technology.
We don't have the infrastructure for that kind of implementation yet, but we do have the technological
but the
prowess in
CPU
order
didn't
to
really
make it
go
happen.
away, right?
When of y'all finish your thoughts?
I
don't
did.
know,
Yeah,
I
I
couldn't
think.
hear it.
Like, did you look at the architecture of a quantum computer? Have you looked at it?
Yeah, well, I mean, my understanding of it is it takes so much power to isolate that system because quantum is so sensitive that you can just walk in the room and it'll mess the damn thing up. Just looking at the quantum effects fucks up the quantum effects. Just looking at it. So they got
Yeah, but
take
the
a lot of.
CPU also plays a big role, right? CPU
Well, no,
is also there in the pipeline.
Well,
So
I'm not really. I know they done figured out how to make all that stuff, but I'm just looking at how much power it takes to isolate the system. How can they build these data centers with that type of technology without using more power? I don't see how, because the way the person explained it to me is that they got the technology now to build a quantum computer data system that rivals what we got now going with the current technology. And it'd be more power effective and more, efficient on computer stuff. And Jack probably could speak the best to it, but Jack, am I right in thinking that they still got to use a lot of power to isolate quantum systems from the regular environment?
I mean, yeah, but if you're talking about how much output we're getting versus how much power
Input?
we're supplying, yeah, it's completely different.
Okay, so we still use a lot of power, but we're gonna get way more output from it.
Oh,
makes it
yeah.
work on people. Okay,
right.
But that's still if they are using all this water and power now on these data centers, them down
The
quantum
water
data
is
centers
completely different. The water is completely different.
They're gonna need it to cool it down, right?
You can theoretically have, and they're actually doing this in practice, you can have AI data centers without water cooling. You don't need it.
What?
It makes it a lot more
well,
efficient. and less power hungry, but you can do it.
All right, well, we'll put the water to the side then and just go with the power. If these data centers now are using this much power and people are complaining, what you think they're gonna do with the quantum? Even though they putting out more output, do you think the people gonna be more happier that they got their bills are
McTime,
going up?
the only people who like change are babies with wet diapers.
Well, that's enough there. I don't know. I think quantum computers. I would love to see that future though, and like I thought it was a good idea, relatively. Even though I don't think he's the one to do it, but when Trump allowed them to get their personal power plants, I think that's a good idea because I see people in the future now that they able to mess with that technology. More people doing it, but I also think it's a scary idea because more people gonna be doing it. Some people don't like to change their oil. You get it down. Nuclear power plant in your backyard, and you don't want to go out there and change the oil and the water and things that you need.
I don't want to change out the oil in my nuclear reactor. I pay someone else to do it.
I think that would be a problem, but
That's
I think more people doing it is going to spark innovation.
That's true, Brittany. That's another moment when humanity will throw itself into a technology without proper reflection.
What's that? The nuclear power thing?
No, it's just that's an example of one, but quantum computing.
Yeah, I don't necessarily think that if they do it, well, now that you kind of assuaged my my fear. I mean, I never really necessarily thought it was a bad idea. I just think it's going to be a power intensive idea.
I mean, like we all the time forgo power efficiency for performance. I mean, I do it myself in my laptop or my desktop as well. So like, I'll just keep it plugged in. You know what I mean?
Yeah, people.
The thing is, how are we going to continue to maintain the electrical grid with as fast as we're expanding these AI data centers? And that's kind of a political topic.
Put the power generation on the AI data center.
You can do that, but then it becomes an environmental concern. Yeah.
Well, I mean,
Where
it's
they
all
are
an environmental concern. If we have more electricity put out, then we're going to put out more CO2. So,
right.
I mean,
So that's why I say it's a political issue because it's multifaceted. I mean,
everything's a political issue in that sense.
I'm with the personal nuclear thing. If I can get assurance that only responsible people will use it.
I mean, as responsible as the government is, I guess.
You can't be partly okay with nuclear in everyone's backyard, and the reason is there's going to be an issue at least once, kind of like the what is it, the Hyperloop or Hypertube or whatever Elon Musk tried to put in. Thunderfoot pointed out that any bee could actually like destroy the seal, and then the moment that seal's busted, that thing is shooting down like a bullet all the way down, and then it's going to be like a nuke hitting a town or a city, you know. And it's going to happen at least once, which is why they didn't end up going with the Hyperloop design as it was, and they went with this
and they wanted to put it right down the San Andreas fault line.
What is it? What is the Hyperloop? That's which type of like a train or something?
Fucking genius right there.
That's incredibly stupid. It's like adding moving feet to the bottom of a refrigerator so that you can move it across the floor, except for earthquakes. It just makes it easier.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, but what is it? Is it a Hyperloop? Is that like a train, a subway system? What is that?
It was meant to be the North to Southern California. the North to South California train line.
Oh, that's that thing they were trying to build when Obama was
Well,
president, right?
It was supposed to be.
They
a
were never
space where you
trying
could
to
put-
build it. Elon Musk tried to get us to build it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It was supposed to be a tube that you put your car in, and it rockets it all the way across the state. Or
They should have called it the Springfield monorail.
In some cases, the country in what he was trying to do. But it was possibly the stupidest thing that we could have ever done because it would have very quickly destroyed our cities.
Well,
They should have just called it the Springfield monorail, man. And then we all could sing the monorail song. That's about how fucking smart it was.
Well, I know that it's going to take some boldness to enact some of these innovations, though, man. We're going to have to be bold about what we do, because some of this stuff all this stuff going to have risks to it.
Right.
And I'm not saying that they was wrong for shooting down that idea. It sounded like they was right for doing that one, but some
We
of the
got
stuff
to
we're going to
break
have
a few eggs here and there.
yeah, and we're going to have to be smart about how we do it.
There might
So that's-
eventually be some futuristic transportation system, but the problem is we're not being wise about how we do things.
Right.
Like, if the data centers go down because they're not profitable after 10 years, then everyone's going to be nervous about investing in AI. You know?
It's not even. It's not even going to be 10 years. That bubble's going to burst before 10 years.
I'm trying to give it a little bit of time. You know what I mean? I don't want to get 5 years down the road and be told that I was wrong.
There's
You
not
know what I
enough
mean?
money in the world to support a bubble this big.
I know.
You want to gamble like that? That's on you. But
Because the guy's already been
even
cashed.
Tesla's own reporting shows that they're a solid cash burn company for at least until like 2032. And that's not even counting all the extra bond debt they've taken on.
Nvidia is the
And they're
largest
still trying to raise
beneficiary.
more money.
Yeah, and
Fuck
Nvidia is
Nvidia.
the largest beneficiary of this money that is fueling the AI bubble.
That's 100% right.
So
Nvidia
The
is
chip makers,
getting
the chip
banned.
makers are the ones who are making all the money right now. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think the one interesting thing is I agree that it's a bubble. It's going to burst. It's just, yeah, it's guaranteed. But this bubble came with actual material benefits of these data centers. And so if there's no longer a need for the data centers, it's not like the data centers are just going to disappear. They'll still be there. The infrastructure is still there. The only question is, what the hell are we going to use it for after that? Maybe we could form a pirate group.
The problem is they've never had like the youngest, like the current generation, like so dead set against the technology. Like, you know, in the 90s, Gen X wasn't dead set against the fucking internet, and even that burst.
Oh,
You know?
oh no,
Whereas-
you've never met my mom.
Whereas
You've never met my mom.
I don't have to meet your fucking mom.
that's not a generational
Gen
sentiment.
Gen Z is dead set against AI.
Right.
They are not.
Yeah, until you
fucking
bake
having
the
it.
AI into things they already use, and then they just don't care anymore.
Yeah.
This is how Google is not losing money on AI. They're just secretly slipping their AI into everything else so they can cover it with their giant profit umbrella and distribute the costs all around the corporation.
It's the same
So-
thing that Microsoft is doing too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah, no, Gen Z hates AI when it's AI explicit. They're fine with AI as soon as the AI is baked into the technology they're already used to, which is exactly what
Right.
they're doing.
Because they have no other choice. But you know,
It's not an ideological stance.
I
It's
mean,
an aesthetic stance.
I honestly wouldn't be surprised if we had a you know, like in the 80s we had eco terrorists, you know.
We're gonna get
I
them
wouldn't be
again.
surprised if Gen Z spawned some like techno terrorists
Nah.
because they're fucking sick of it.
Nah, it's an
it would
ideology of
not- it would
aestheticism.
not
It's not an
shock me.
ideology itself.
Or maybe Gen Alpha, but
Nah.
it's Gen Alpha. They're fucking built different. I don't know about those fucking kids.
Gen Alpha, that's the current generation.
They're
Uh,
kids.
Yeah.
Gen Alpha's
Well,
still kids.
is that what they call in the current generation, Gen Alpha?
They're built fucking different. They've got fucking Gen X's attitude, and like the millennials, I don't, just
Yeah, they're ready to
millennials and
burn the
Gen
whole thing
Z,
down.
their need to be fucking noticed, and Gen X is like, I will blow up the whole fucking world to get what I want, sort of thing. I don't know. Gen Alpha just seems different to me. Those kids are different.
Is Gen Alpha, that's the current generation, right? 'Cause I never heard of them before.
They're up to like, I don't know. They're like high school age now.
Okay. That'd be my
The older
nieces and
ones are
nephews.
like high schoolish. Yeah.
I feel like they're calling generations way sooner now because there's been like 3 generations and I'm only 30 and it's supposed to be 20 years.
Gen Alpha is defined as those who were born from 2010 to 2024.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it's current. Yeah,
Yeah,
I agree with you.
they've been ever since they they redid. Originally, Gen X was 20 years too, and then they cut us down to 15. And ever since then, it's been going in 15-year intervals for the cohorts.
Really?
But they could always go back and historically, change that too, because they tend to group people in, with pop culture and technology and all this different kinds of stuff. So
yeah, I was about
Then
to
they're
say that
not
generation
doing
stuff.
it. They're not drawing the lines where the generation that they just labeled is starting to breed.
well, they draw the lines at they're using 15-year gaps right now.
Yeah.
And then in 20 years, a team of sociologists will decide where the line should really be.
Yeah, that stuff not written in stone. Because I've been
It's
watching
not
my
sociology, Gretchen. That's the issue. It's not sociology now, and it won't be sociology later. It's always been driven by the marketing. That's why generations were created in the first place. It was to sell things to people. That's also why they kept
No, it
breaking up into
wasn't.
smaller and smaller chunks. It's also why they broke generations
No, it
up into
wasn't.
smaller. Yeah. Okay. What's the first
You
labeled
about to get
generation?
your idea run through the brow patch, Brent. But yeah,
When did they?
Hey guys, I
when
gotta
did they
go.
start?
What's the first
keeping-
labeled
when the-
generation?
I'll talk to you guys later. See ya.
A.
All right, peace, Jack.
See ya.
Bye, Jack.
Last year I looked up when
Oh,
was the cutoff
shit.
day for.
Hang on, I gotta check something.
So the first labeled
Last year,
generation was the baby boomer generation, and they labeled it that generation so that they could sell them cars
No,
and other
it
stuff.
wasn't.
Yes,
No,
it is.
it
It's
wasn't.
historic.
The greatest generation and the silent generation existed before the baby boomers.
But they weren't labeled that way until afterwards.
Yeah, they were labeled by letter.
They were labeled after the baby boomers. The silent generation did not attain that label until after they labeled the baby boomers. The greatest generation did not get that label until after they labeled the baby boomers. It is a marketing ploy to sell more
That
shit to more
label,
people.
that label, sure, but they had letters well before that.
What are you talking about? What letters?
You think it's an accident that Gen X is Gen X? That the millennials are Gen Y?
I
That
think
Gen
that Gen
Z
X
is
were
Gen
called
Z?
Gen X because it made for really good marketing content, like the X
No,
Games.
we
and the
were
X,
literally Generation X.
no, it was created to sell shit to people, Gretchen.
Okay, sure, Brent.
Yeah, thank you.
Then I guess my sociology class, my professors were wrong.
I would love to hear from a sociologist how the labels of the generations came about. That would be lovely.
Well, you know what? Go back fucking 20 years to Northern Arizona University and go ask Professor John Merrick. I'm sure he'd love to tell you all about it, just like he did with me and our whole entire class. I mean, what the fuck?
Well, I mean, this generation stuff is not written in stone. Last year, I looked up the cutoff date for Generation X, and it said
No, none of it's
1983.
written in stone. That's why they can go back and fucking monkey with it later.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And this year I went and checked it out. It said 1980. So in 1 year, it went from 1983 to 1980. Next year, I suspect that I would probably won't be able to claim Gen X anymore. I'm gonna have to claim a millennial, but that's okay because I'm gonna be 1 year older. So I might as well get the younger generation now. Y'all getting too old for me.
I think Gen X is past the point where they're gonna keep moving the years for us.
It happened last year though. Last year I checked it and said, because I was like, what generation I'm in? And I checked and said, well, I'm a Gen X because it said cutoff date was 1983. And then
no, that's not true. It's never been like that. It's always been even numbers on the fives. Always.
I'm telling you, Gretchen. The source I
Okay,
had was just
you
AI.
can tell me.
I'm just telling you what I saw, Gretchen, and I'm telling you where the source came from. It was AI, so take with that what you will. But last year when I checked, it said
That means it's
1983.
probably fucking wrong.
Well, maybe so, but I'm just saying that's what I saw. And then this year it was 1980. The same AI told me it's something different this year than it did last year.
It's been 1980 for about 10 years. But okay. Anyhow. So, all right. Let Brent cook. Go ahead, Brent, cook. Hurry up. You got like 3 minutes.
What you cooking?
I'm trying to read and educate myself, Gretchen.
Okay.
You said go back in time, which I can't do, but I'm looking up the sociological usefulness of generational
You're
splitting
punching
and where
the
it
clock
actually
now
originated
because
from.
I'm about to play my 3 songs and then fuck off to them unapologetic.
Well, good. I'll fuck off with you then.
So, okay.
All right. Well, y'all have a good night. Y'all
All
have
right.
a good night.
Yeah, you too, McTime. See ya. I still think you're wrong, but I'll educate myself.
I could be wrong, and I will listen to you tell me that I'm wrong. Cool.
Well, I mean, I'm looking it up first. I got to educate myself first, then I'll come back with
I
more
don't have a
information, and
problem
then I'll
being
own you.
wrong.
I know you
just
don't.
know what
That's
I was
why I'm
fucking
looking it up.
taught.
I know
what
that's
I was
why
taught
I'm
in
looking it up.
college. But you know what? It was the 90s, so whatever.
Which songs?
Baby Boomer as a label goes back to 1941. Funny, huh?
Oh, see?
That's not my opinion. That was in chat. That was Beard. So what songs? I'm gonna do M's, Earth to Fildos, and Welcome to Async.
Sweet.
Cool.
Thank you for letting me on. Bye.
All right, Dave. See you later.
Okay, bye.
As for everybody else, I'll see you guys at Unapologetic if you're going. I'll be in the horizontal stream, not in the vertical, because I mean, fuck vertical. But
Yeah, for sure. I'll see you over there. Hey, thanks for having this space, Gretchen. I appreciate you.
As always.
Yep, bye.
So, everybody else, see you tonight. No.
Yeah. Somewhere on the internet again. Another apologist talking wild. Dr. M's report to the scene. Did someone post the M's bat signal again? Is there a Muslim on the call being ignorant? M's destroying life smooth like an AI voice mob. Destroying all 5 pillars with the voice like a god. Habibi, why you getting mad at me? Because your book teaches you fake anatomy. When M's gets on the call, it's like a rectal exam. Cause he knows the Quran like the back of his hand. You'll never see his face, but you're gonna hear his voice. Getting surgical on the hadith of your choice. Muslims getting cooked in English and Arabic by biomedically trained ex-Muslim heretic. Gonna diagnose that cognitive dissonance that keeps you believing the Quran's nonsense. Did you say between the ribs and the backbone, bro? Sure, but that's a cell phone, bro. Blood clot gum and then into bones. You have no clue how an embryo grows. Just wait 1 week, you're about to get owned. And M's cut shit down with the biology he knows. You think your prophet's to the moon? Are you stupid? You probably also think he never screwed a kid. Miss me with your Muhammad. Police be upon him. Justice for Aisha. You'll never see his face, but you're gonna hear his voice. Getting surgical on the hadith of your choice. It's from getting cooked in English and Arabic. Biomedically trained ex-Muslim heretic. Did someone post the M's bat signal again? Looks like another apologist needs attention. Dr. M's has entered the chat. Is it wrong or right for the fascist right to vote away our rights? But it's late at night, you're eating gummy bites and your J's are a light. How the fuck you all suck the fucking meaning out of right and wrong? It was inevitable you were gonna make me write this fucking song. It's like you're arguing from your very own kingdom on the clouds. The rest of us are anchored here with the boots on the ground. You think we're down here missing the forest for the trees, but we're just trying to avoid getting caught up at the net. Your forests don't actually mean much when you talk so far above them. You miss the facts on the ground and don't know how to overcome them. You're light years away and 13 billion years behind, but tomorrow we'll be stuck here in a crystal fascist line. Zoom out higher, fuck that. Look around below. History's not a parable, it's a warning that we know. When the boots start marching on your freedom and we'll be in power, we'll ignore your fucking agency and leave you bleeding. Morality is objective, reactive, protective. After all the word salad, it's probably just reflexive. You adorn us with thesaurus words that bore us to death. New rabbit trail appears and you grab it like a habit on math. Now it's so far past the original path, blasting out into the vast. Semantic etymology, erratic ontology, systematic cosmology, romantic ideology, pedantic mythology, frantic epistemology, erratic terminology, making problematic toxicology into a frantic pathology. Argue while you reach beyond the ceiling for a perfect place to stand, pondering that a timeless wave function makes a universal plan. But every time you leave this world to chase what's in your head, you miss the battles we're really fighting and lose reality instead. Deal with the world we're in, not the one inside your head. You get lost and fly your rhetoric, but you can't escape the dread. Every conversation spirals into lexical gymnastics, twisting every honest question with metaphysical mechanics. Consequence ain't coming from light years away, it'll come from the choices that we make every single day. Deal with the world we're in, not the one inside your head. You get lost and by your rhetoric, but you can't escape the dread. We do our best to hang with you. When you go off field a nerd, least you can do is try to hang with us here on Earth.
robed out in velvet robes, throw dead men's quotes like holy stones, name drop Plato and wave your hands like a mystery will make us understand. You sell transcendence cheap online with cherry-picked and twisted lines, a sermon built from smoke and mirrors, preaching louder cause the truth gets nearer. You claim spirituality, philosophy, and historicity, but all you got is sophistry. We don't believe your silly fairy tales, but we're ready to talk about it if you want to. We'll even fight about it if you need to. So light the match, strike up the choir, turn your doubt into wildfire. We're dancing on the altar rails tonight. You call it faith, we call it theater, cheap illusions dressed up deeper, but everybody loves a beautiful lie. Whoa, whoa, you want salvation with the spotlight glow. Whoa, whoa, but the house always wins the holy show. Oh, you wear gullibility like couture, but every answer sounds rehearsed. You quote the saints, ignore the science, then call your contradictions guidance. A martyr complex in high heels, selling wounds that never healed. You need an enemy to justify the glitter in your bloodshot eyes. You claim spirituality, philosophy, and historicity, but all you got is sophistry. We don't believe your silly fairy tales, but we're ready to talk about it if you want to. We'll even fight about it if you need to. So light the match, strike up the choir, turn your doubt into wildfire. We're dancing on the altar rails tonight. You call it faith, we call it theater, cheap illusions dressed up deeper, but everybody loves a beautiful lie. And if heaven's just a green room backstage, then who's been writing all your lines? You pray in public for the applause, then curse the crowd when they don't buy. By the way, darling, not sure if you know this, but we absolutely noticed that your family values venom has infected your whole system now. It's dripping on your ballots, making every vote a weapon. Your blind faith inspired prayers are now our Christo-fascist nightmares. Light the match, strike up the choir, watch the city drown in fire, while angels smoke outside the venue doors. You wanted prophets, you got performers, broken hearts and false informers, singing hallelujah like it's war. Well, now welcome to Async, where we just wanna know all the fears, ideas, dreams, and doubts.